When Tian Ge opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the ceiling of his own room. Carved beams, expensive paper windows, and sunlight streaming in from outside. This room was twice as large as an ordinary home. The furniture was made of fine wood, and the quilt was silk-covered. Tian's family was not lacking money. What they lacked was the status of a ninja. Tian Ge had lived in this room for 11 years. He could find the door with his eyes closed. But now, looking at everything, it felt terrifyingly unfamiliar. Memories flooded into his mind like a tide. Not the memories of these 11 years, but a longer set of memories belonging to another world. That world had skyscrapers, computers, smartphones, endless crowded subways, and never-ending overtime. 28 years old, single, working as a copywriter at an advertising agency. That night, he worked overtime until 10 o'clock. While crossing the street, he was looking at his phone and didn't notice the truck running a red light. Then there was nothing. When he opened his eyes again, he became Tian Ge. No, not became. He had been Tian Ge for 11 years already. The memories of his past life had been suppressed somewhere until this morning when he fainted from overexerting his chakra refinement, and they fully awakened. Tian Ge lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, cold sweat slowly trickling down his back. Naruto. He had watched this anime. He followed it for years, from when Naruto was still a dead last all the way until he and Sasuke fought at the final valley. Back then he thought the story was so passionate: friendship, effort, victory. Naruto's talk no jutsu convinced everyone, and he became Hokage, and everyone was happy. But now he was no longer outside the screen. He was inside the screen. What was the truth of the Naruto world? It wasn't a hot-blooded manga, it was a bloody manga. What were ninja? Tools, expendables. At 5 they go to the battlefield, at 10 they kill, at 12 they become chunin or die. Konoha looks peaceful because the war isn't fought inside the village. A mission like the Land of Waves was already a low-level mission. Ninja of Zabuza and Haku's caliber didn't even rank in the entire ninja world. But even a battle at Zabuza's level, the aftershocks could kill him. Tian Ge closed his eyes, a flash of a scene in his mind. On the night of the Uchiha clan massacre, Sasuke ran home and saw his parents lying in pools of blood. It was Uchiha Itachi who did the deed, but behind it was the order of Konoha's high command. Shimura Danzo, leader of the Root organization, wiped out an entire clan without blinking. The Uchiha, such a big clan, was gone just like that. What was Tian Ge? An orphan who wasn't even a genin. Adopted by Tian's family for 11 years. Tian's family had money, but what use was money? When trouble comes, can money buy your life? What was Tian's family's situation? Her father was named Tian Yuan, a weapons merchant who had opened several shops in Konoha and done quite well. The mother was named Huizi, who managed the finances at home and didn't involve herself in other matters. Tian was a few months younger than Tian Ge. They had grown up together, gone to school together, and were in the same class. This was his entire network of relationships in this world. If something happened one day, how many of these 4 people would survive? Tian Ge dared not think further. But he had to. He was 11 years old, a student at the Ninja Academy. His chakra talent was terrible. He ranked at the bottom of the class of 30. Among the 3 basic techniques, the transformation technique was barely usable. The substitution technique succeeded twice out of 10 tries. The clone technique was completely useless. Taijutsu was even worse. He couldn't compare to a hard-working genius like Rock Lee, and he couldn't even catch up to Tian's average level. With this level of skill, how could he survive in this world? What about the golden finger? This thought popped into Tian Ge's mind. Don't all transmigrators have a golden finger? A system, an old master, a god-level talent. They had to give him one. Otherwise, what was the point of this transmigration? To let him experience the cruelty of the ninja world war. He calmed his mind and tried to sense his own body. And then he really felt something. It was a very strange sensation, as if there was an extra space in his mind with some light points flickering inside. He tried to touch those light points and immediately understood what they were. Time-space travel. This was his innate ability, allowing him to travel to the anime, novel, and film worlds he had seen in his past life. Currently, there were 4 light points glowing: One Piece Demon Slayer Sihiyuan and Liangjian. The others were dim, but he knew they would light up later. No system prompts, no instructions, no warnings. It was just an ability to be used however he wanted. Tian Ge was stunned. There really was a golden finger. And this golden finger seemed very powerful. One Piece Demon Slayer Sihiyuan Liangjian. He had seen all 4 worlds in his past life. Needless to say, One Piece had ridiculously high power ceilings, Demon Slayer had demons, and breathing techniques dangerous. Sihiyuan was a period drama with no supernatural elements, relatively safe. Liangjian was an anti-Japanese war drama with guns and cannons, but it was a world where ordinary people could survive. He needed to become stronger, but he didn't know how. He had taken the Ninja Academy courses for 5 years and learned nothing. Chakra refinement was the most basic. He practiced every day for 5 years, yet his chakra amount was still among the lowest in the class. His ninjutsu talent was poor, his taijutsu talent was poor, and jinjutsu was even worse. He couldn't even understand the basic principles. Could he rely on traveling through worlds to become stronger? As soon as this thought emerged, Tian Ge began to think seriously. The One Piece world had Haki and devil fruits. Haki could be trained by anyone if they worked hard enough. The Demon Slayer world had breathing techniques. An ordinary boy like Tanjiro could fight demons after practicing them. The Sahyuan world had no combat skills to learn, but there were crafts and techniques. Maybe he could learn something else. The Liangjian world had military training and combat experience. He could learn marksmanship and tactics. If he could learn things from these worlds and bring them back to the Naruto world. Tinga's heartbeat quickened a few beats, but he quickly calmed down. It wasn't that simple. What were the specific rules of time-space travel? How was time flow calculated? Could he enter and exit the same world repeatedly? Could the things he brought back be used? He didn't know any of this, and his current strength was too weak. What if he died if he rashly entered another world? Dying in the Naruto world was truly dying with no chance to start over. From downstairs came Tian's shout. Tian Ge, time for the Ninja Academy. We'll be late if you don't hurry. Tian Ge opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. He took a deep breath, pushing all thoughts deep into his heart. Now was not the time to think about these things. He had to get through today first. He put on his clothes, pushed open the door, and went downstairs. Tian stood at the bottom of the stairs waiting for him, wearing a light pink training outfit, her long black hair tied in a bun, and a delicate small scroll pouch hanging at her waist. That was a product imported from the Land of Iron by Tian Yuan, costing 30,000 ryo each. Seeing him come down, Tian frowned. You look pale. Haven't you recovered yet? Tian Ge shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Look at you training too hard yesterday, Tian said as they walked. Chakra refinement isn't something you can do in a day or two. Your talent is already poor, forcing it won't help. My dad said if you can't make it, you can learn to do business with me later. Anyway, the family can afford to feed you. Listening to Tian's words, Tian Ge felt a mix of emotions. She was right. He was indeed lacking in talent. But she meant no harm. She simply spoke bluntly. Tian had always spoken like this since childhood, but she had a good heart. Tian Ge was adopted when he was only a few months old, and Tian was just a bit younger than him. They grew up together. In a sense, Tian was the closest person to him in this world. Tian's family owned several shops in Konoha, with the main store located in the busiest part of the commercial district. Tian Ge and Tian left home and walked towards school. Along the way, many people greeted Tian. Good morning, Miss Tian. Miss Tian going to school today too? Tian nodded with a straight face, looking unimpressed. Tian Ge found it a bit amusing. Tian was spoiled at home and acted like a little rich girl outside, but she never showed off at school. Tian taught well. Money is yours, don't use it to bully others. The Ninja Academy was not far from Tian's home, just a 10-minute walk. The streets of Konohagakure were clean and tidy, lined with various shops and houses. When Tian Ge passed by Ichiraku Ramen, he glanced at the shop. The yellow-haired kid wasn't there. Naruto should be at the academy about now. Tian Ge withdrew his gaze and followed Tian into the school. The Ninja Academy classes were as usual. In the morning, there was a theory lesson on chakra nature transformation. Tian Ge listened absent-mindedly, his mind full of thoughts about time-space travel. In the afternoon, it was practical training on the exercise field, practicing the 3 basic techniques. Tian Ge's transformation technique was as stable as ever, looking decent, but the substitution and clone techniques were still failing 8 out of 10 times. A few classmates behind him laughed. Look, Tian Ge failed again. He's just not talented, practicing won't help. I heard he was adopted, maybe he doesn't have ninja bloodline after all. Tian Ge heard them, but paid no attention. He was 11, but not truly 11. He had lived 28 years in his previous life. He could handle such taunts. Besides, they were right. He really lacked talent, really couldn't master it. Tian, however, stood up for him. She turned around and glared at those classmates. They laughed and dispersed, not taking it seriously. After school, the homeroom teacher called Tian Ge. Tian Ge, stay for a moment. Tian Ge's heart tightened, but he nodded. Tian glanced at him. Tian Ge waved his hand to let her go home first. The homeroom teacher was Yumino Irika, who managed 2 classes, Naruto's class and Tian Ge's current class. He was a young teacher in his early 20s with a scar across the bridge of his nose. Tian Ge knew Irika's background. His parents died during the Ninetales attack. He was also an orphan. But Irika was cheerful and kind to students, very popular at the academy. Irika waited until Tian left before speaking. Tian Ge, you fainted this morning. Yes. Irika sighed. Over-extracting chakra happens often at your age. But you need to be more careful. Your chakra pathways are naturally thin. Forcing extraction can hurt you. Tian Ge nodded. I understand. Irika looked at him with concern in his eyes. I know you work hard, but sometimes hard work isn't enough. There's more than one path for a ninja. Even if you can't be a great combat ninja, you can do other things. Your family is well off. Your adoptive father is a businessman. If it doesn't work out, you can take over the family business. Tian Ge was silent for a moment, then said thank you. He understood Irika meant well. But Irika didn't know how cruel this world was. Business, family, wealth, that was fine in peacetime. But what about when war came or enemies invaded the village? At that time, it wouldn't matter if you had money or not. Everyone would have to go to war. Those who couldn't fight would be the first to die. After leaving school, Tian Ge walked alone in the village for a long time. He looked towards the Uchiha clan's compound. It was already empty. A wooden sign at the gate read Uchiha, but there was no one inside. Tian Ge stood at the entrance for a while, a flash of Sasuke's face crossing his mind. He should still be in the compound now. Living alone in that big house, eating alone, sleeping alone, practicing ninjutsu alone. When night fell, would he think of his parents lying in a pool of blood? Tian Ge shuddered and turned away. He didn't want to become like that. He didn't want Tian to become like that either. When he got home, it was almost dark. Tian's family's biggest shop in the Konoha commercial district was called Tianbao Pavilion, 2 stories tall, with an imposing decoration. The first floor sold various ninja tools from the cheapest kunai to expensive chakra metal weapons. The second floor was for receiving honored guests. Tian sat behind the counter on the first floor, clicking an abacus. He looked up and smiled when he saw Tian Ge come in. Back. I heard Irika-sensei kept you after school. Everything okay? It's fine. He just reminded me not to overwork myself. Tian nodded. You two don't push too hard. Talent can't be forced. Our family can support you. Come check out the new shipment. Tian Ge walked over. On the counter lay several new ninja swords. The blades were slender, the hilts wrapped with dark blue cord. Clearly high-quality items. From the land of iron, Tian said. This one costs 600 Rio. A jonin came by the other day, thought it was too expensive, didn't buy it. Tian Ge picked up the sword, hefted it. Balance sharp. He remembered that in the original story, Tian's scroll weapons were all high-quality goods collected by Tian from various places. Tian's family was indeed wealthy, richer than most ninja families. But money couldn't buy life. Dinner was on the second floor. Huizi had cooked a big table of dishes: sweet and sour ribs, braised fish, stir-fried vegetables, and Tian Ge's favorite fried tempura. Tian chatted while eating, talking about school happenings. Which classmate embarrassed themselves, which teacher was angry. Tian occasionally added a word about business. Huizi smiled and listened, serving food to Tian Ge and Tian. Tian Ge ate, watching this family of 3, and a strange feeling welled up inside him. He had been in this world for 11 years. For 11 years he had been a part of this family. Tian taught him to read, to distinguish good and bad ninja tools, how to negotiate business. Huizi cooked for him, sewed his clothes, stayed by his bedside when he was sick. As for Tian, they had grown up together, gone to school together, been scolded together, snuck snacks together, and got caught by Huizi. They were his family. Not characters from the original story. Family. After dinner, Tian Ge returned to his room. He closed the door, sat down on the tatami, closed his eyes, and sank his mind. That space was still there. For points of light still flickered. He tried to touch one. No rejection, no warning, nothing. Just glowing, waiting for him to enter. One Piece Demon Slayer Seiyuin Bright Sword. He could enter whenever he wanted, leave whenever he wanted. No restrictions. Tian Ge opened his eyes, heart pounding. No restrictions meant he could go in and out anytime. It meant he could learn things and bring things back from these worlds as long as he could survive in them. But that was the problem. Could he survive? One Piece and Demon Slayer had power levels too high. Going now would be suicide. The Bright Sword world had real guns and bullets. Seiyuin was relatively safe. 1960s Beijing, ordinary people could survive. But what could he learn there? Cooking, arguing, human relations. Would those be useful in the Naruto world? Tian Ge thought for a long time without an answer. Moonlight filtered through the paper window, casting faint shadows on the floor. In the distance, the footsteps of patrolling ninjas and the barking of dogs. Konoha's nights were quiet, so quiet one could almost forget it was a ninja village. But Tian Ge couldn't forget. He closed his eyes, images flashing through his mind: the Nine Tails attack, the Uchiha massacre, the Konoha crush during the Chunin exams, Pain's invasion, the Fourth Great Ninja War. All of these would happen, some in a few years, some in a decade or more. He had to become stronger before then, not to save the world, but to protect this family. Tian Ge turned over, buried his face in the pillow. Slowly, he said to himself, step by step. First build a solid foundation, at least reach the level of a genin. Then go to Demon Slayer to learn breathing techniques. When strong enough, go to One Piece to learn Haki. Can't rush. Rushing doesn't help. The moonlight outside the window shifted slowly. Tian Ge didn't know when he fell asleep. In his dream, he was back in his previous life, standing on that road, watching a truck charge toward him. He wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't move. The truck got closer, and then, Tian Ge. He snapped open his eyes. Tian's voice came from downstairs. Get up. You'll be late again. Tian Ge stared blankly for a moment before snapping back to reality. He sat up, rubbed his face, and found he was sweaty. A dream was just a dream. Reality was reality. He stood up, pushed open the window, and looked out at Konohagakure. Sunlight fell on the Hokage rock, illuminating the statues of the 1st to 4th Hokage. People began moving on the streets, shops opening, Ichiraka's owner setting up his stall. A new day had begun. Tian Ge took a deep breath, turned, and went downstairs. When Tian Ge followed Tian into the classroom, more than half the students had already arrived. He glanced around and spotted Hinata Niji sitting by the window, eyes closed, radiating an aura that kept others at a distance. Rock Lee was doing push-ups in the corner, muttering to himself. Tian walked to her seat and sat down, and Tian Ge took the seat beside her, setting his school bag aside. Several students in the front row were discussing the day's schedule. They had heard there would be sparring practice today. Against which class? Nobody knew, but it was certainly not another class from their own grade. Tian Ge listened, but paid it little mind. Sparring sessions were held every month, nothing more than matches against other classes of the same grade. Wins and losses were both to be expected. His combat ability ranked last in the class, and he was always the one getting beaten during practice. He had long grown accustomed to it. The classroom door opened, and Mizuki Irika walked in. Everyone scrambled back to their seats for the announcement. Rock Lee sprang to his feet with a dramatic leap, his eyes shining with excitement. Niji opened his eyes, glanced at Irika, and then closed them once more. Tian sat up straight, and Tian Ge followed suit. Irika walked to the front of the classroom and scanned the entire class. Today's practical combat session will be held together with the 5th grade class. They are also my class, so everyone stay sharp. Someone raised a hand. Teacher, which 5th grade class is it? Irika smiled. You'll find out when you get there. Now everyone stand up and head to Training Ground 3. Training Ground 3 was located on the east side of the school and was the largest exercise field on campus. Upper grade students used it most often, while lower grade students rarely came here. Tian Ge walked out with the group, and Tian leaned in to whisper, 5th grade. Isn't that Sasuke's class? You know, I saw them last time I passed by their classroom. Tian Ge nodded silently. Of course he knew which 5th grade class it was. Uzumaki Naruto Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Nara Shikamaru Akimichi, Choji Yamanaka Ino, and the rest. All 9 members of the Leaf's youngest prodigy team were in that class. They were all 10 years old now, 1 year younger and a grade below him. Tian continued. I've heard there are quite a few impressive fighters in that class. Don't you know? I know. Tian glanced at him. Why are you so quiet today? Just thinking. About what? How to avoid getting beaten up too badly. Tian laughed heartily. Don't worry, as long as I'm here no one dares lay a hand on you. Tian Ge smiled, but said nothing. He knew Tian meant it. From childhood to the present, she had always protected him, and even at the Ninja Academy the same was true. But today his thoughts went beyond the sparring match. They arrived at Training Ground 3. The field was expansive with firmly compacted earth, and wooden training dummies and targets were set up around the perimeter. Irika had Tian Ge's class line up on the left side, then gestured toward the opposite end of the field. A group approached from that direction. The lead teacher was someone Tian Ge recognized, Mizuki. He was tall and slender with long hair, wearing a gentle smile on his face. But Tian Ge knew exactly what kind of person he truly was. The one from the original story who deceived Naruto into stealing the Forbidden Scroll. That had not yet come to pass. At this point Mizuki still enjoyed a decent reputation at the Ninja Academy. Behind him trailed more than a dozen children. Tian Ge immediately spotted the blonde-haired boy, Uzumaki Naruto. He wore a worn-out tracksuit and had a goofy grin on his face as he looked around curiously. Beside him was Uchiha Sasuke, his short black hair framing a cold, expressionless face with indifferent eyes. Next to them stood Haruno Sakura, stealing glances at Sasuke. Nara Shikamaru was yawning widely. Akimichi Choji was chewing on something in his mouth, and Yamanaka Ino was chatting with Sakura. Inazuka Kiba came with Akamaru at his side. Aburame Shino wore dark sunglasses that hid his expression, and Hyuga Hinata stood with her head lowered, looking rather nervous. They were all members of the Leaf's 9 young prodigies, each only 10 years old. Irika walked to the center of the field, and Mizuki approached as well. The two exchanged a few words, and then Irika turned to address the students on both sides. Today's sparring practice was straightforward. Both sides would take turns sending competitors onto the field, and matches would end at the first sign of defeat. 5th grade versus 6th grade. Losing was not shameful, but winning would bring honor. Any questions? None. Then let's begin. The first match pitted the 5th grader Shikamaru against a 6th grade student. Shikamaru was still yawning as he stepped onto the field, facing an ordinary 6th grader. The two walked to the center of the field and bowed to each other. The 6th grader charged forward and threw a punch. Shikamaru dodged to the side, but stumbled on his feet. The opponent seized the opportunity with a sweeping kick, and Shikamaru jumped to evade it. When he landed, he lost his balance and staggered backward several steps. The 6th grader pressed forward and threw another punch. This time Shikamaru failed to dodge in time. The blow landed on his shoulder, sending his body twisting sideways. I yield. Shikamaru raised his hand, his expression unchanged. The 6th grader paused, seeming almost unsettled. That victory felt so underwhelming. The two nodded to each other and returned to their respective sides. From the 6th grade side someone whispered, "Is that all 5th grade can do?" Well, Shikamaru is only average even within his own grade. Then who's actually good? That Uchiha Sasuke. I've heard he's quite skilled. And that fox brat Uzumaki Naruto supposedly the worst in his class. Never mind the floater. Let's watch the next match. In the matches that followed, Choji from 5th grade 1, Ino from 6th grade lost Kiba from 5th grade 1, and Rock Lee from 6th grade 1. Lee's victory was particularly ferocious. He kicked his opponent several meters away. Irika quickly called a stop to it, and several students from the 5th grade side retreated a step. Tian took the field against Haruno Sakura from 5th grade. She drew a scroll from her waist pouch, unrolled it with a flick of her wrist, and several shuriken flew out, embedding themselves in the ground near Sakura's feet. Sakura jumped back in alarm. Tian shook out another scroll, and this time several kunai shot forth. Sakura could not dodge in time and raised her hand to concede defeat. Tian returned and pumped her fist in triumph. Tian Ge smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Next up was Hyuga Niji. He walked to the center of the field and stood with his arms crossed, his eyes still closed. No one from 5th grade stepped forward for a long moment. Irika called out, and Mizuki glanced back at his students. Uchiha Sasuke emerged from the crowd. He walked to the center of the field and stood opposite Niji, looking up at him. Niji opened his eyes and regarded Sasuke for a moment. You are no match for me. I know. Then why have you come up here? Sasuke did not answer. He turned toward Irika and spoke. Teacher, I challenge Hyuga Niji. For a brief second training ground, 3 fell utterly silent. Irika hesitated, and Mizuki was equally taken aback. Irika frowned. Sasuke Niji is in 6th grade. You are in 5th grade. You are a full year apart. I am aware. Then why do you still challenge him? Sasuke offered no reply, simply keeping his gaze fixed on Niji. His eyes were calm, but Tian Ge saw something else beneath that composure. It was fire. It was hatred. It was an unwillingness to accept defeat. Tian Ge suddenly understood. This was the state of Uchiha Sasuke. His entire clan slaughtered, the murderer being his own biological older brother, the village elders suppressing the truth, and no one having told him what truly happened. He lived alone in that vast house, cooking his own meals, sleeping alone, training his ninja techniques by himself every day. Why had he come to the ninja academy? To grow stronger. To one day kill that person. And now a prodigy of the Hyuga clan stood before him. The Hyuga and the Uchiha were the 2 most powerful bloodline clans in Konoha. The Uchiha had fallen. The Hyuga remained. Niji was a genius of the Hyuga branch family, a year older than Sasuke, and a year more experienced in his training. Sasuke wanted to see the gap between them. He wanted to see how far he was from a true genius. Irika stared at Sasuke's eyes in silence for a few seconds. Mizuki spoke up beside him. Irika-sensei, since the students are willing, let them spar. It will be a controlled match, no harm done. Irika thought for a moment, then looked at Niji. Niji, do you agree? Niji looked at Sasuke, his face expressionless. Whatever. All right then, let's have a match. Irika raised his voice. Both sides get ready. Start on my command. The surrounding crowd stepped back to give them space. Tian Ge moved to the side. Tintin pulled him. Come over here to watch. Tian Ge shook his head. I'll stay here. In the center of the training ground, Sasuke and Niji stood facing each other 5 meters apart. Sasuke assumed a starting stance, the basic posture of the Uchiha clan. Niji remained standing, hands hanging at his sides, not even assuming a stance. Begin. Sasuke dashed forward. He was faster than all the 5th years who had gone before. He charged at Niji and threw a punch at his face. Niji tilted his head to dodge. Sasuke followed with another punch, and Niji stepped back. Sasuke threw consecutive punches, each one fast, but every one missed. Niji drifted like a leaf, never letting the blows land. Sasuke suddenly stopped and stepped back half a pace, beginning to form hand seals. Tian Ge recognized the seal fire style fireball jutsu, the signature technique of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke formed the seals quickly, completing several in 2 seconds, took a deep breath, and exhaled a massive fireball. The fireball hurtled toward Niji. The onlookers gasped. Irika took a step forward, ready to intervene at any moment. But Niji didn't dodge. He raised his hands and assumed a strange posture. 8 trigrams palm, revolving heaven. Niji's body began to spin, chakra erupting from every tenketsu point, forming a swirling blue sphere. The fireball collided with it and was instantly deflected, scattering into sparks. Niji stopped spinning, standing still, his breathing undisturbed. Sasuke was stunned. His strongest technique hadn't even touched his opponent. Again, Sasuke gritted his teeth and charged forward once more. This time he had learned his lesson. As he closed in, he suddenly changed direction, trying to attack from the side. But Niji's reaction was faster. He pointed a finger at Sasuke's shoulder. 8 trigrams air palm. Sasuke was sent flying, tumbling across the ground twice before stopping. He got up, clutching his shoulder, his face filled with disbelief. The gap was too vast. So vast that he couldn't even land a single hit. Niji looked at Sasuke and spoke. Your fire style is decent and your hand seals are fast, but your fundamentals are too weak. Your taijutsu is all brute force without technique, and your chakra control is poor. That fireball you just used wasted half of its chakra. The Uchiha bloodline flows in you, but you haven't unlocked its potential. Sasuke gritted his teeth and glared at Neji. Neji turned and walked away, saying over his shoulder, "Come back after you've strengthened your basics. There's no point in this match now." Sasuke stood rooted to the spot, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He stared at Neji's back, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. But he didn't attack again, knowing it was useless. Iruka walked over and patted Sasuke's shoulder. "Go back and rest. You did well." Sasuke said nothing, lowering his head and walking back to his own class. Naruto ran over wanting to say something, but Sasuke ignored him, sat down on the ground, and buried his face in his knees. Sakura Haruno stood not far away, wanting to approach, but hesitating. Shikamaru glanced at Sasuke, yawned, and went back to sleep. Kiba was whispering something to Shino, who adjusted his sunglasses and remained silent. Hinata kept her head down, not daring to look in that direction. Tian Ge watched the scene, an indescribable feeling stirring in his heart. He knew Sasuke would become strong enough to kill Uchiha Itachi, strong enough to match Naruto. But now Sasuke was just a 10-year-old child slapped hard by reality. Just like him. Tintin whispered beside him, "Neji is too strong. Sasuke is no match." Tian Ge nodded. He is too strong. But his thoughts weren't on Neji's strength, they were elsewhere. Hyuga Neji, the genius of the Hyuga branch family, would die in the Fourth Great Ninja War. To protect his sister and Naruto, he would use his body to block the Ten Tails' Herculean spikes. He would die at only 18. Genius or ordinary, in this world it didn't matter. Those who were destined to die would die. Iruka clapped his hands. "All right, today's sparring ends here. Everyone pack up and get ready to return to the classroom." Tian Ge followed the line back. As he passed the fifth-year area, he glanced over. Sasuke was still sitting on the ground with his head down, and Naruto was crouched beside him, saying something unknown. Sakura finally gathered her courage and walked over, standing beside them without saying a word. Tian Ge averted his gaze and continued walking. Back in the classroom, everyone was still buzzing about the earlier matches. They talked about how fiercely Rock Lee had fought, how incredible Neji was, and how badly the fifth-year Uchiha Sasuke had lost. Tintin said to Tian Ge, "You were lucky you didn't go up today." Tian Ge smiled. "Yeah, lucky." At the end of the school day, Iruka called out to Tian Ge. "Tian Ge, wait a moment." Tian Ge's heart skipped a beat, but he still let Tintin go ahead. Tintin looked at Iruka, then at Tian Ge. "I'll go on ahead. I'll wait for you at the school gate." Iruka waited until Tintin was gone before speaking. "Tian Ge, you saw the match between Sasuke and Neji today, didn't you?" "I saw it." Iruka sighed. "I know your talent is not as good as others, but that boy Sasuke has much more talent than you, and look how badly he lost. The path of a ninja is not easy. Are you truly sure about this?" Tian Ge was silent for a moment. "I'm sure." Iruka looked at him, a complex expression in his eyes. "All right, since you're sure, keep working hard. You can come to me if you need anything." "Thank you, sensei." Leaving the office, Tian Ge walked toward the school gate. Tintin was waiting for him at the entrance. When she saw him, she came over. "What did Iruka-sensei say?" "Nothing much, just told me not to push myself too hard." Tintin pouted. "He always says that to everyone. Come on, let's go home." The two walked back along the street. As they passed the Uchiha district, Tian Ge glanced again. The main gate was still closed, and inside there was still no one. Sasuke must have returned by now, alone in that big house. Tintin noticed his gaze and whispered, "Sasuke is kind of pitiful." "Yeah. I heard he lives alone, cooks, and does his own laundry. My dad said that after the Uchiha incident the village arranged accommodation for him, but he insisted on going back to the old house. That's his home, he didn't want to move." Tian Ge said nothing. He remembered the look in Sasuke's eyes after losing to Neji. He understood that look. He also wanted to become strong. He also wanted to protect his family. But he didn't have the Uchiha bloodline or the Hyuga talent. What did he have? He had time-space travel, 4 worlds waiting for him. But he didn't dare to go. Not yet, at least. When he got home, Tian Yuan was serving customers in the shop. The first floor of Tianbao Pavilion was filled with various ninja tools. Swords hung on the walls, kunai and shuriken were displayed in cabinets, and several shelves held scrolls and soldier pills. Tian Yuan was explaining a chakra blade to a chunin. When he saw Tian Ge and Tintin come in, he waved casually. Tintin went upstairs to change clothes while Tian Ge stood by the counter and watched for a while. Tian Yuan saw the customer off, then came over and patted his shoulder. "How was the sparring today?" "I didn't go up." Tian Yuan nodded. "Your talent really isn't suited for going up. But it's fine, you can learn the trade from me later." Tian Ge smiled and said nothing. For dinner, Huizi made a table full of dishes. Tian Ge ate in silence, occasionally responding to Tian Yuan's words. Tintin was recounting the day's sparring. How she had beaten Sakura, how Neji had defeated Sasuke. Tian Yuan listened with interest, and Huizi occasionally asked questions. After dinner, Tian Ge helped clear the table and then went to his room. He closed the door, sat down on the tatami, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind. The 4 light points were still there: One Piece Demon Slayer Sihiyuin and Drawing Sword. He tried to probe into the Drawing Sword world, and this time, he sensed it more clearly. Over there were gunshots, shouts, and the smell of gunpowder. Time was flowing at a different pace from this world, but he didn't know the exact difference. He tried to probe into the Sahyuan world. Over there it was very quiet. There were the sounds of bicycle bells, a radio broadcast, and people talking, but he couldn't make out what they were saying. He withdrew his mind and opened his eyes. The window was already dark. From downstairs came Tintin's voice, "Tian Ge, bath time." Tian Ge answered, stood up, opened the door, and went downstairs. After finishing his bath, he returned to his room, lay on the bed, and stared at the ceiling. The image of Sasuke losing to Neji kept replaying in his mind. The gap. This was the gap. He had a golden finger, but he didn't dare to use it. Sasuke didn't have a golden finger, yet he dared to challenge someone stronger than himself. Who was braver? Tian Ge turned over. No, that wasn't the right comparison. Sasuke didn't know what was going to happen. He did. He knew when to do what when danger loomed, and when it was safe. That was his advantage, not his cowardice. He had to use that advantage. Closing his eyes, Tian Ge began to refine chakra, as usual. This time he didn't push himself hard. Instead, he took it slowly, feeling the speed of chakra flowing through his meridians. Iriko was right. His meridians were thin, he couldn't force it. So he would widen them gradually a little each day. Tian Ge continued refining chakra until he was tired, then stopped. On the day news of the Ninja Academy's holiday arrived, Tian Ge practiced the substitution technique in the yard all morning. He had hacked more than a dozen wooden posts, all scarred from his failed attempts at the technique. Tian Yuan glanced at him when he left in the morning, saying nothing. Huizi sighed as she brought him water. Tian stood at the second-floor window and shouted for him not to dismantle the courtyard. Tian Ge did not stop. 3 months had passed. From the day he saw Sasuke lose to Neji, he had been waking up half an hour earlier to train in physical arts, practicing the 3 basic techniques after school and refining chakra until his eyelids grew heavy before sleep. Iriko was right. His chakra channels were narrow, so he couldn't force it. He had to grind slowly. If one day wasn't enough, a month. If a month wasn't enough, 3 months. And now after 3 months, he could finally execute the 3 basic techniques fully. The transformation technique had long been mastered, the substitution technique succeeded 5 or 6 times out of 10, and the clone technique could produce 2 shadows that looked vaguely human. He had also honed the basic chakra control skills of tree climbing and water walking. The tree behind the yard bore a row of footprints from his climbing, and on the small river outside the village he could stand and walk a few laps. When Tian Yuan returned from the shop, Tian Ge was clearing the wooden stakes from the yard. Done training. Tian Yuan looked at the stakes, then at Tian Ge. You've been working pretty hard these days. I don't want to be too embarrassing. Tian Yuan nodded, said no more, and went inside for dinner. At the table, Tian Yuan mentioned shop matters, saying he would need to go to the Land of Iron in a few days to restock a trip that would take half a month round trip. Huizi told him to be careful on the road. Tian asked if he could bring back some specialties from the Land of Iron. Tian Ge buried himself in his food, but his mind was on something else. A month off from school. He had waited 3 months for this chance. After dinner, back in his room, Tian Ge latched the door and pulled a scroll from under the bed. This was what he had accumulated bit by bit over the past 3 months. He had been able to enter Tian Yuan's shop warehouse since he was a child, and taking a few things wouldn't bother Tian Yuan, but he still chose carefully, taking only a little of each to avoid detection. He unrolled the scroll to reveal its contents: Itachi, a shipment from the Land of Iron, which Tian Yuan said was worth 400,000 ryo. Tian Ge had picked the most inconspicuous one, a slender blade, sharp edge, little ornamentation, but excellent steel. A storage scroll stuffed with kunai and shuriken, all standard issue, but plentiful enough. Tian Yuan's shop had the most of such items, missing a few would never be noticed. Another storage scroll containing 30 explosive tags. Those were expensive. Each cost 10 to 20,000 ryo, so Tian Ge dared only take 30, afraid of being caught if he took more. There was also a scroll with food and water, soldier pills, dried meat, compressed biscuits, plus several bottles of antidote and hemostatic. The last scroll held a half-kilogram gold bar. It was the sum of all the New Year's money and allowance Tian Ge had saved over 11 years, all converted into gold and tucked inside. He checked each item carefully, then packed them into his ninja tool pouch. The pouch was new. Tian Yuan had given it to him last month, saying it came with a shop shipment and that he could use it for future missions. Everything was ready. Tian Ge lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and sank his mind. The 4 light points were still there: Hai Zhe Wang Gue Mie Ji Ren Si He Yuan Liang Jian. He stared at the light point for Hai Zhe Wang for a long time. The world of Hai Zhe Wang had high combat power and great danger, but also immense opportunity. Devil fruits, Haki, swordsmanship, physical arts. Learning any one of them could transform him completely. Tian Ge took a deep breath and touched that light point with his will. His vision blurred. When he came to, he was standing in a forest. All around were trees, tall, short, thick, thin, none of which he could name. The ground was covered with fallen leaves, soft underfoot. The air carried a damp, woody scent utterly unlike Konoha village. Tian Ge stood still, ears pricked, listening. Birds chirped, insects hummed, and in the distance a stream seemed to flow. No human voices, no footsteps, no sense of danger. He breathed a sigh of relief. With a soft pop, he transformed into a man in his 20s, ordinary-looking, the kind that would disappear in a crowd. His clothes also changed into a dusty, coarse linen tunic, perfectly suited to the forest. After adjusting, he followed the sound of water and headed out. After about half an hour of walking, the forest thinned, and a dirt road appeared ahead. On both sides of the road were farmlands, and in the distance smoke from cooking fires could be seen. Tian Ge followed the dirt road for another 10 minutes or so until he finally spotted a town. It wasn't large, and at the entrance stood a wooden sign with a few characters. Tian Ge stepped closer to read them, but he didn't recognize them. The script in the Heizei world was different from that of the Huang world. He paused, then quickly recovered. It was fine. He didn't need to read, he could ask, he could listen. As a passing traveler, it was normal not to know the local script. Tian Ge entered the town and first found a general store. An old man sat inside dozing. Tian Ge tapped the counter, and the old man woke up, rubbing his eyes. Buying something. What do you need? Tian Ge pointed at a water jug on the counter, then at some dried provisions nearby. The old man nodded and named a price. Tian Ge understood the numbers and pulled out money he had brought from the Huang world. The old man glanced at it, shook his head, and gestured with his hands. Tian Ge understood. This money wouldn't work. He took a small piece of gold from his pocket, broken off from the gold bar. The old man's eyes lit up. He took it, weighed it in his hand, then pulled out a small pouch of coins from under the counter and handed it to Tian Ge. Tian Ge took it and looked. This was the common currency of the Heizei world. He tucked the coins away and pointed outside. Where is this place? The old man understood and spoke a string of words. Tian Ge listened carefully, catching a few key terms: Shimotsuki Village, Shuanyue Village, and a swordsmanship dojo. Tian Ge felt a steady calm. The East Blue Shimotsuki Village, Shuanyue Village. The place where Zoro spent his childhood, home to Koushirou's swordsmanship dojo. One of the most famous starter villages in Heizei Wang, with no major dangers, perfect for a newcomer like him. He thanked the old man, left the store, and wandered around the town. The town was small, with 2 streets running east to west, home to a few hundred households. There was a general store, a blacksmith, a restaurant, and an inn. The most prominent feature was a large compound on the east side with a signboard bearing a sword pattern. Tian Ge looked at it from a distance, but didn't go in. On the west side of town, he found a house for rent. It was a small compound with a courtyard, 3 rooms, a tiny kitchen, and a well. The landlady was an elderly woman whose son had gone to sea as a sailor years ago and never returned, leaving the house vacant. Tian Ge offered gold to rent for 3 months, and the old woman was so pleased she kept murmuring prayers. After tidying up the yard, Tian Ge went out to a restaurant. He chose the busiest-looking one and ordered a full table of dishes. Fish, meat, vegetables, rice, soup. He ordered everything available. The owner gave him a curious look. One person eating all this? Tian Ge ignored him and dug in. It was indeed different. From the first bite of meat, he could feel it. The food contained a kind of energy that flowed down his throat into his stomach and then spread throughout his body. He could sense his body absorbing these nutrients. He polished off the entire table, belching from fullness, then paid and returned to his yard. After closing the gate, he went inside and sat down, then began refining chakra. And then he froze. The speed of chakra refinement had increased, incredibly, ridiculously fast. What normally took an hour to refine now took only a few minutes. Moreover, the chakra he produced was denser, purer, as if something had enhanced it. Tian Ge opened his eyes and stared at his hands. It was the food. It was the things of this world. The meat and vegetables of the Heizei world contained an energy absent from the Huang world. Energy that the body could absorb, that could strengthen it, that could accelerate chakra refinement. He had just eaten 1 meal, and the effect was already this pronounced. What if he ate like this for a month, for a year? Tian Ge drew a deep breath and closed his eyes again. He continued refining chakra, practicing until midnight before stopping. Before sleeping, he lay on the bed staring at the unfamiliar ceiling. This was the world of One Piece, the East Blue Shuanyue Village. He had 3 months. 3 months later, he would have to return to Mai to continue his studies. What he could achieve in these 3 months he did not know. But one thing he knew: coming here was the right decision. The next morning, Tian Ge woke up very early. He practiced a set of taijutsu in the courtyard, feeling his body slightly lighter than the day before. Whether it was an illusion or real, it felt good. After taijutsu, he went to the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith was a burly man in his 40s, forging iron, bare-chested, his muscles well-defined. When Tian Ge entered, the blacksmith was hammering a piece of iron, making a clanging sound. Buying or custom making. Tian Ge placed the tachi he brought on the counter. Please take a look at this sword. How is the steel quality? The blacksmith picked up the sword, examined it, weighed it, and tapped the blade with his finger. Good sword. From Wano country, right? You recognize it? I've traveled far and wide, seen such things. Ueno's blades have excellent steel unique quenching techniques. This one is considered above average even there. Where did you get it? It's been passed down in my family. The blacksmith nodded and returned the sword. Want to learn swordsmanship? Yes. Then go to the dojo in the east, Shimotsuki Koushirou's dojo. It's the best around here. Tian Ge thanked the blacksmith, sheathed the sword, and left. He wandered around the town gathering some information. This world had marines, pirates, and bounty hunters. The East Blue was the weakest of the four seas, but it was not peaceful either. Shuanyue Village was relatively calm because Koushirou's swordsmanship dojo was there deterring nearby pirates from causing trouble. Tian Ge thought for a moment and decided not to go to the dojo for now. Koushirou wasn't given much detail in the original story, but he trained a disciple like Zoro, so his character should be fine. The problem was that Tian Ge didn't want to expose himself. He needed to find a way to learn without drawing attention. Returning to the courtyard, he continued refining chakra. At noon, he went out for a meal. Another table full of dishes. This time he controlled his portions, eating until 80% full. The boss recognized him and greeted him. Tian Ge nodded and sat down to eat. After eating, he went to the forest outside the village to practice swordsmanship. He held the tachi and tried a few swings. In his past life, he had never learned swordsmanship, and in this life the Ninja Academy only taught kunai and shuriken. He had never touched a sword. His swings were just wild slashes utterly without technique. Tian Ge stopped and thought, how did Zoro train? Day after day swinging the sword until his arms couldn't lift. He didn't have Zoro's talent, but he had chakra and a ninja's body control. Perhaps he could start with the basics, turning the swinging motion into muscle memory. He set his stance and swung the sword one stroke at a time. 1, 2, 3. The sun went from overhead to the west. Tian Ge's clothes were soaked with sweat clinging to his body. He stopped to catch his breath, finding his hands trembling, his arms trembling, his legs trembling. It had been too long since he had trained like this. He sheathed the sword and walked slowly back to the courtyard. For dinner, he went to the same restaurant. The boss had already recognized him and asked if he had just moved in. Tian Ge nodded, saying he was from elsewhere and planned to stay in the village for a while. The boss said, "You're lucky. Our village may not be big, but life is peaceful here." After dinner, Tian Ge returned to refine chakra. This time, he noticed the change again. The speed of chakra refinement was slightly faster than yesterday. Was it because his body was getting stronger, or was he adapting to this world? He didn't know, but he knew this was a good sign. He practiced until midnight, then lay down to sleep. Before closing his eyes, he thought tomorrow he should go see the sea. Shuanyue Village was by the sea. The most important things in the pirate world lay on the ocean. He wasn't in a hurry to set sail, but he needed to know the surrounding situation. On the third day, he went to the seaside. The sea breeze carried a salty scent, and waves crashed against the sandy shore with a rhythmic sound. Tian Ge stood at the edge for a long time. This was the first time he had seen the sea of this world. It was bluer, cleaner, and more dangerous than the sea in Naruto. What lay beyond the sea? Pirates, marines, the 7 warlords of the sea, the 4 emperors. He wasn't even a genin now, if those things were far beyond him. But one day they would draw closer. Tian Ge spent the morning by the sea, then returned to continue practicing swordsmanship. The 4th day, the 5th day, the 6th day. His routine settled: morning taijutsu and chakra refinement, lunch at the restaurant, afternoon sword practice in the forest, evening chakra refinement, and sleep. Every few days he visited the blacksmith shop to chat with the boss and gather information. The blacksmith's surname was Yamada. He had sailed on ships in his youth and seen many things. Tian Ge asked him about swordsmanship. He said, "Swordsmanship has no shortcuts, just practice. Whether you go to Koushirou or train on your own, it's the same. It takes time to grind." Tian Ge asked him what kind of person Koushirou was. Yamada thought for a moment and said, "A good man and a master. He sailed out in his youth, then came back to open a dojo and taught many students. He has a daughter named Kuina. She has exceptional swordsmanship talent. At 11 years old, she can already defeat adults." Tian Ge was stunned upon hearing this. Kuina, Zoro's senior disciple, also Zoro's childhood shadow. She later died in an accident. That was a well-known episode in One Piece. Zoro swore to become the world's greatest swordsman because he promised to fulfill Kuina's last wish. Now Kuina was still alive, only 11 years old. Tian Ge didn't ask further. He thanked Yamada and left. Back in the courtyard, he sat for a while. Kuina was alive, so Zoro should still be young. Maybe he hadn't come to Shuanyue Village yet, or had just arrived. Tian Ge couldn't remember the timeline clearly, only that Zoro had spent a few years in the village as a child, and then left after Kuina's death. This had nothing to do with him. He didn't plan to interfere with the plot. He came to this world to grow stronger, not to change anything. Whether Kuina lived or died, how Zoro grew up, that was their own affair. Tian Ge stood up and continued practicing swordsmanship. On the 10th day, he discovered that his chakra reserves had increased by 10% since he arrived. 10%. 10 days, a 10% increase. In Naruto, he had trained for 11 years and still had the lowest chakra reserves in his class. Here in 10 days, he had gained 10%. Tian Ge stood in the forest, sword in hand, motionless for a long time. This world could make him stronger. It really could. He drew a deep breath and continued swinging the sword. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. The sun set and rose and days passed. Tian Ge repeated the same routine every day: taijutsu, eating, swordsmanship, chakra, refinement, sleep. His body grew stronger day by day, his chakra increased, and his sword swings became steadier. Half a month later, after finishing chakra refinement, he attempted to use the substitution technique. With a poof, he switched places with a wooden stake outside. 1 successful attempt. Tian Ge stood in the courtyard stunned for a moment, then smiled. The substitution technique, 100% success rate. In Naruto, it took 3 months to reach 50 or 60% success. Here, half a month, and it was perfect. He needed to hurry. Tian Ge swung his blade in the forest for the 27th day. The sun rose from the east and set in the west. His daily routine was eating, practicing swordsmanship, and sleeping, cycling endlessly. His chakra reserves had increased by almost 40% since he first arrived, and his sword movements had become much steadier, but he knew he was training incorrectly. He had never seen what true swordsmanship looked like. He didn't know if his power generation was correct, if his breathing rhythm was right, or if his stance was flawed. It was all his own groping, resulting in an unorthodox style. This wouldn't do. Tian Ge sheathed his blade and stood in the forest thinking for a long time. The Xuanyue dojo was located east of the village, a 15-minute walk away. The master Xuanyue Jingsalang was a formidable expert in the original story. His students later became rivals to the world's greatest swordsman. That dojo must have a proper sword art tradition. He would go and apprentice himself. Once this thought surfaced, it couldn't be suppressed. Tian Ge had considered it before, but hadn't acted because he didn't want to interfere with the main characters or alter the plot. But now he understood he was just a sword learner. As long as he didn't meddle in those affairs and didn't affect the fates of Kuina and Zoro, it should be fine. Besides, he needed to become stronger. In the world of Naruto, the Nine-Tails rampage had passed 10 years ago. The Uchiha clan's massacre was less than a year ago. Next would be Naruto and his classmates' graduation, the Chunin exams, Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha, and later Pain's assault, and the Fourth Great Ninja War. He had no time to dawdle. Tian Ge returned to his courtyard, took out the pound of gold from the scroll. Half a pound of gold should be enough for tuition, or Jingsalang didn't seem like a greedy man, but one shouldn't go to a master empty-handed. He broke off half a pound of gold, wrapped it in cloth, and tucked it into his chest. He put away the remaining half for later use. The next morning, Tian Ge changed into clean clothes, hung his tachi at his waist, and set out for the Xuanyue dojo. The dojo's courtyard was larger than he had imagined. 2 pine trees stood by the entrance with a few fallen leaves on the stone slabs beneath. The gate was open, and from inside came the clatter of wooden swords and the shouts of children. Tian Ge took a deep breath at the entrance and stepped inside. In the middle of the courtyard, several children were sparring, the oldest around 11 or 12, the youngest 7 or 8. They all wielded bakken and practiced with decent form. Standing nearby was a middle-aged man in a kimono wearing glasses who looked very gentle. Xuanyue Jingsalang. Tian Ge walked over, stopped before Jingsalang, and bowed slightly. "Excuse me, I wish to apprentice myself to learn swordsmanship." Jingsalang looked at him, his gaze pausing on the tachi at Tian Ge's waist. "You're the outsider who moved to the village a few days ago, aren't you?" "Yes." Jingsalang nodded. "Why do you want to learn swordsmanship?" Tian Ge had already prepared his answer. "I learned some crude self-defense techniques back home, but I never formally trained with a sword. After coming here, I heard your dojo is renowned, and I wanted to learn something genuine. I don't need to be extremely strong, just enough to protect myself." Jingsalang said nothing, merely fixed his eyes on him. Tian Ge felt a bit nervous, but didn't show it. He took out the cloth-wrapped gold and offered it with both hands. "This is my tuition. It's not much, but it's a token of my sincerity." Jingsalang took the bundle, opened it to look, then wrapped it back and returned it. "Keep the gold. The dojo doesn't charge for taking students. Let me ask you a few questions first." Tian Ge was taken aback and put the gold away. "Please go ahead. What have you trained in before?" "Some taijutsu and a simple breathing method." "Breathing method. It's a technique to regulate breathing and strengthen the body, passed down from my hometown." Jingsalang nodded. "I've heard of this. Some samurai in certain regions do practice similar disciplines." "How long have you been training?" "Since childhood, but I've never been particularly talented." Jingsalang was silent for a moment, then asked, "How long do you plan to stay in Xuanyue Village?" "About 2 or 3 months, then I'll return home." Jingsalang looked at him, his expression unreadable. 2 or 3 months isn't enough to learn much. Swordsmanship is tempered by time. "I know. I'll learn as much as I can, at least to solidify the basics." Jingsalang nodded and turned to walk inside. "Follow me." Tian Ge followed him into the building, which housed a spacious training hall. The wooden floor was polished to a shine, and several real swords hung on the walls. In a corner sat a young girl with short black hair, a small tachi tucked at her waist. "Kuina." Seeing Jingsalang enter, she stood up and bowed. Then she glanced at Tian Ge, her gaze lingering on the sword at his waist. Zhang Silang stopped in the center of the hall and said to Tian Ge, "Let me see your sword." Tian Ge unfastened his tachi and handed it over. Zhang Silang took it, drew the blade, and examined it carefully. Good steel, well maintained. Can you use it? No, it's a family heirloom. I've always carried it. Zhang Silang returned the sword and said to Kuina, "You take charge of this person. Teach him from the very basics." Kuina was taken aback, looking from Tian Ge to Zhang Silang. "Father me, is there a problem?" "No." "Then it's settled." Zhang Silang turned and walked toward the door. He paused at the threshold and looked back at Tian Ge. "Kuina is my daughter, 11 years old. Among all the students, she teaches they improve the fastest. Learn well from her." Tian Ge nodded. "Thank you, master." Zhang Silang left, leaving only Tian Ge and Kuina in the training hall. Kuina walked up to him, looking up. She was not tall, only reaching his chest, but she carried an undeniable aura. "What's your name?" "Tian Ge." "How old are you?" 12. Kuina nodded, turned, and walked toward the center of the hall. "Come and stand here." Tian Ge walked over and stood in the spot she indicated. Kuina picked up 2 bakken from the side, handed one to Tian Ge, and kept the other. "Have you ever handled a sword before?" "I've messed around with it a few days on my own." Kuina nodded. "Then I'll start from scratch so you don't develop bad habits." She walked in front of Tian Ge and began adjusting his posture. Feet apart, shoulder width. Knees slightly bent, don't lock them. Straighten your back, don't hunch. Hold the sword here, not too tight, not too loose. Tian Ge adjusted as she instructed, and Kuina occasionally tapped his arm or leg to correct the position. "All right, hold this stance." Tian Ge stood still. Kuina moved to his side and observed. "Do you know why you stand in this stance?" "No." "This stance is called Chu Dan, the most basic posture in Kendo. When done correctly, you can attack and defend with stable center and smooth power flow. If it's wrong, you'll fall at the slightest move and your sword will be knocked away." Tian Ge asked, "So am I doing it right?" So far worse than when I first started." Tian Ge remained silent. Kuina continued, "First stand for 1 incense stick's time. Let me see your fundamentals." So Tian Ge stood. 1 incense stick was about 20 minutes, nothing for a ninja. He usually practiced taijutsu standing for an hour, so this was trivial. But he didn't show it. At the 10-minute mark, he deliberately swayed. Kuina noticed and walked over. "Tired?" "Tired already after just 10 minutes. You've never done stance training before, have you?" "No, I haven't." Kuina nodded. "Normal. Everyone starts like this. Hold still. Don't move." Tian Ge continued standing. When 20 minutes passed, Kuina let him rest for a while. Tian Ge stretched his legs, thinking that this was much easier than the training at the Ninja Academy. Kuina remarked, "Your physical condition is decent. Not many first-timers can last 20 minutes in stance training." Tian Ge smiled. "I do a lot of manual labor usually. I have some foundation." After the break, they continued. This time Kuina began teaching him how to swing the sword. "Watch closely." Kuina gripped the wooden sword with both hands, planted her feet firmly, and then swung it down. The motion was clean and crisp, the wooden sword tracing an arc in the air before stopping mid-swing. "Did you see that clearly?" "Yes, I saw it." "Now you try it once." Tian Ge imitated her and swung down. Kuina frowned. "No." "What's wrong?" "Your force is wrong. You're using the strength of your arms, not your whole body. In swordsmanship, power starts from the feet, travels through the legs, the waist, the back, and then to the arms. If you only swing with your arms, you'll be worn out after 100 swings." Tian Ge nodded. "One more time." This time he tried to incorporate the chakra-based power generation method. Ninja Taijutsu also uses whole body power. The principle was similar. He swung down, and it was much better than before. Kuina's eyes lit up. "That's right. Do it again." Tian Ge swung once more. "Yes, like that. Remember this feeling." Kuina watched him swing, occasionally correcting his posture. Wrists too high, shoulders too tense, waist not turning enough. Tian Ge swung one stroke after another, unconsciously completing 50 swings. Kuina called for a stop. "All right, that's enough for today. Come again tomorrow, same time." Tian Ge put down the wooden sword and stretched his arms. After 50 swings, his arms were indeed a bit sore, but still bearable. Kuina looked at him and suddenly asked, "Have you really never practiced swordsmanship before?" "No." "Then you learn quite fast. Most people can barely get the stance right on the first day. You already have some form when swinging." Tian Ge shook his head. "It's because you teach well." Kuina said nothing, turned around, and began to put away the wooden swords. When Tian Ge stepped out of the dojo, the sun was already overhead. He glanced back. Kuina was still standing in the dojo, swinging alone. Her movements were much faster and smoother than his. Tian Ge stood for a moment, then turned back. In the afternoon, while refining chakra in the yard, he thought about what he had learned in the morning. Koushirou really knew how to teach students, and Kuina, though young, taught very seriously. The basic stances and power generation techniques he learned were far better than practicing alone and blindly. At dinner, Tian Ge went to the same restaurant again. The owner smiled when he saw him. "Back again?" "Yeah." "What will you have today?" "The usual." The owner turned around to work and Tian Ge sat by the window to wait. At the next table a few people were chatting about pirates appearing nearby and the Navy sending patrols. Tian Ge listened but didn't join in. After eating he returned to refine chakra, then went to sleep. The next day he arrived at the dojo on time. Kuina was already waiting. Again stance training and sword swinging, basic drills. After a whole morning Tian Ge's middle stance was steadier and his swings were a bit smoother. Day 3, day 4, day 5. Every day was the same repetition stance, swing stance. Kuina didn't talk much, but every correction hit the mark. Tian Ge adjusted little by little, improving bit by bit. On the 6th day Kuina began teaching him footwork. Swordsmanship isn't about standing still. You have to move. How to step, how to turn your body, how to shift your center of gravity. All have their rules. Kuina demonstrated several times and had Tian Ge follow. Tian Ge followed, but his steps were awkward and unsteady. Know your step is too big. Make it smaller, steadier. Again. Know your body moved first, but your feet haven't moved yet. Your feet should move first, then your body follows. Again. Know your center of gravity is drifting. Keep it centered at all times, don't sway. Tian Ge practiced over and over and Kuina corrected him over and over. After half a day his footwork finally began to take shape. During the break, Kuina suddenly asked, "Do you know some kind of breathing technique?" Tian Ge's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. "Why do you ask? Your stamina is better than any beginner I've seen. Most people would be exhausted after a whole morning of training, but you haven't even broken much of a sweat." Tian Ge shook his head. "I've been used to hard work since I was a kid. I'm a bit better than average physically." Kuina looked at him, but said nothing more. Tian Ge silently became cautious. He needed to be careful from now on, he couldn't stand out too much. After more than half a month of reinforcement in the pirate world his body was already much stronger than when he was in the Naruto world, and with the support of chakra his endurance far exceeded ordinary people. That might seem suspicious to Kuina. In the afternoon when he returned Tian Ge deliberately slowed down his practice, wiping sweat and panting from time to time, pretending to be tired. On the 7th day, when he went to the dojo, Kuina didn't ask about the breathing technique anymore. She continued teaching him the basics. Tian Ge gradually got to know the other students in the dojo. There were a few older ones around 14 or 15 with decent swordsmanship, and there were a few younger ones 7 or 8 years old who had just started. Among them was a little boy with green hair, always training silently by himself, rarely talking to others. Tian Ge knew who he was. Sualong. Now he was probably 8 or 9, new to the dojo. He was small and not very strong, but he trained with great determination. Tian Ge had seen him swinging until his arms trembled, yet he still kept going. Kuina occasionally went to instruct Sualong, and she was even stricter with him than with Tian Ge. "That's wrong. Do it again. Did you swing without eating? Do it again. With that little strength you still want to become a swordsman. Do it again." Sualong gritted his teeth and started over every time, never talking back. Tian Ge watched from the side, thinking about the relationship these two would have in the future. Sualong swore to defeat Kuina, and after Kuina died, he took her will and went to sea, becoming a contender for the world's greatest swordsman. But now they were just ordinary senior sister and junior brother, one teaching strictly, the other practicing desperately. On the 10th day Kuina had Tian Ge spar with several other new students. They used wooden swords, and the sparring was light touch. Tian Ge's opponent was a boy about 10 years old who had been practicing for over half a year and was more experienced. From the start Tian Ge was flustered and got hit several times. Kuina shouted from the side, "Don't panic. Focus on your own stance, don't follow him." Tian Ge steadied his mind, concentrating on his posture and footwork. The opponent charged and he sidestepped, swinging his sword. The opponent blocked and counterattacked, striking him on the shoulder. "Stop." Kuina walked over and looked at Tian Ge. "That swing of yours was slow and your power was off. Do it again." The second time Tian Ge lasted a few more seconds, but still lost. Third, fourth, fifth time. After an afternoon of sparring Tian Ge lost badly, but in the last round, he could already exchange a few blows with his opponent. Kuina said, "Not bad. You've improved." Tian Ge nodded, breathing heavily. Back home that evening he sat in the yard for a long time thinking. Swordsmanship truly wasn't something you could master in a day or two. He had chakra and the learning ability from his past life, but he still had to start from the most basic swings one by one. How long had Kuina practiced? She had been holding a sword since she could walk, practicing for nearly 10 years. He had only trained for a few days. How could he possibly compare? But he had time. This trip to the pirate world would last over 2 months, enough to lay a solid foundation. After returning to the Naruto world, he could continue practicing. Next time he came he could learn more advanced techniques. With that thought, he felt more at ease. On the 15th day Tian Ge discovered that he could channel chakra onto the blade. It happened when he was practicing alone in the woods. He swung at a tree and a faint glimmer flickered on the blade, leaving a deep cut in the trunk. He stopped, looked at the sword, then at the tree, deep in thought. Channeling chakra into weapons was something ninjas often did. Kunai and shuriken could be enhanced with chakra to increase power. A sword should work too. He had tried a few times before without success, but today it suddenly worked. Was it because his body had grown stronger or his swordsmanship had improved? He didn't know, but it was good news. In the following days he practiced this every day, gradually mastering the technique of channeling chakra onto the blade at the moment of the swing. But he only used it when practicing alone, never showing it at the dojo. On the 20th day, Kunai suddenly said, "Starting tomorrow you'll spar with me." Tian Ge was taken aback. "I fight you." Kuina nodded. "At your current level you've had enough with beginners. Sparring with me will reveal your problems." The next day Tian Ge and Kuina stood in the middle of the dojo. A circle of students gathered around to watch. Kuina held her wooden sword in a relaxed stance. "Go all out." Tian Ge took a deep breath, charged, and swung down. Kuina didn't move, she just lifted and deflected his sword with a slight motion, sending it off course. Then she thrust forward the wooden sword, stopping at Tian Ge's chest. Again, Tian Ge attacked again, this time using the chakra-based power generation method. Kuina's eyes brightened. She sidestepped, then swung back and struck Tian Ge's arm. "That swing of yours was faster than before. What technique did you use?" Tian Ge shook his head. "Nothing special. I just concentrated." Kuina looked at him. Again, third, fourth, fifth time. Tian Ge was hit more than a dozen times and never once touched Kuina. After it ended, Kuina said, "You're advancing quickly, but your foundation remains unsteady. Your strikes land correctly at times and incorrectly at others. Your footwork fluctuates between swift and sluggish. You must practice until your technique is flawless under any circumstance." Tian Ge nodded. "I shall remember that." On the 25th day, Tian Ge encountered an unexpected figure at the dojo. A man in a naval uniform arrived with two soldiers seeking out Gung Siling. Tian Ge cast a distant glance and dared not draw near. The man exchanged a few words with Gung Siling indoors before departing. Later Tian Ge asked Gui Na, "Who was that?" Gui Na replied, "A naval officer. He came requesting father's assistance. Pirates have been causing trouble nearby, and the Navy is short-handed. They wanted father to lead a group to help. Did your father go?" "No." Father declined, citing inconvenience. Tian Ge nodded and asked no further questions. Yet he committed the matter to memory. Pirates lurked nearby. He was no match for them, but he must stay cautious and avoid confrontation. On the 30th day, Tian Ge tallied his time. He had already spent a month in the pirate world. His chakra reserves had grown by nearly 60% since arrival, and his swordsmanship had progressed from zero foundation to matching novices in sparring. His improvement exceeded his expectations. Yet it was still far from sufficient. He must keep training. That evening, after refining chakra, he lay on his bed and contemplated in another 2 months, when he returned to the Naruto world, his strength should reach the level of a genin. And then, where would his next transmigration take him? The Brightsword world held firearms, Demon Slayer had breathing styles, and the Seiyuin held other skills. But such thoughts could wait. For now he would perfect his swordsmanship. Tian Ge closed his eyes and slept. The next day he proceeded to the dojo as usual. Gui Na was already waiting, a wooden sword in hand. "We continue sparring today." Tian Ge nodded and assumed his stance. He drew a deep breath and charged forward. Tian Ge had been studying at the Shimotsuki dojo for 45 days. His swordsmanship advanced so rapidly that Gui Na's gaze toward him grew increasingly strange. He could hold a stance for an entire hour without swing his sword 300 times consecutively, without trembling arms, and his reaction speed during sparring had improved markedly since his arrival. None of this appeared normal in Gui Na's eyes. Initially, Gui Na merely posed occasional questions. "Have you trained in other styles before? Why is your stamina so remarkable?" Tian Ge brushed each aside with excuses of hard labor and natural constitution. But these past few days, Gui Na's inquiries grew increasingly precise. "What is your breathing rhythm when you swing your sword? When you exert force, do you inhale first or exhale first? Have you ever felt something flowing within your body?" Tian Ge felt his headache. He understood Gui Na harbored no suspicion, only pure curiosity. A swordsmanship prodigy encountering a bizarrely rapid improver naturally sought answers. Yet her questions approached the very essence of chakra. On the afternoon of the 47th day after sparring concluded, Gui Na began again. "Your final strike today was far swifter than this morning. How did you achieve that?" Tian Ge wiped his sweat. "By focusing my spirit." "That's incorrect. When I focus, I'm no faster than usual. You must possess some technique." Tian Ge regarded her. An 11-year-old girl, yet her gaze carried the earnestness of an adult. She sought no secrets, only the path to strength. Tian Ge fell silent for a moment. "Gui Na, do you feel I improve unusually fast?" "Yes, faster than anyone I've ever witnessed." "Then do you know why?" "No. That is precisely why I ask you." Tian Ge glanced around. The dojo was empty, other students had departed. He lowered his voice. "I possess a method passed down in my homeland called chakra refinement. All my stamina, endurance, and rapid strikes stem from it. Kuina Na's eyes brightened. Will you teach me? Tian Ge did not answer immediately. He pondered for a long while. Chakra belonged to the Naruto world, absent in this pirate world. He did not know what outcome mastering it would bring Kuina Na, nor whether it would alter her fate. In the original narrative, Kuina Na would perish in an accident within months or a year or two. If she learned chakra, would she grow stronger? Could she evade that fate? He wished not to alter the storyline, yet he could not withstand her daily questions indefinitely. Moreover, the girl had taught him swordsmanship for over a month, diligent, conscientious, never withholding knowledge. As he prepared to leave, leaving her something in return seemed only fitting. Tian Ge made his decision. I can teach you, but under certain conditions. Kuina Na nodded instantly. Speak. First, no one may learn of this. Not even your father. This is a family secret forbidden to external transmission. Kuina Na hesitated briefly, then nodded. Second, practicing this method excessively harms the body. Each session must be brief, or do not overindulge. Kuina Na nodded again. Third, you must train under my supervision while I remain. After I depart, you may practice alone, but you must adhere strictly to these rules. Understood. Then tomorrow afternoon, after sword practice, come to my residence. Kuina Na's gaze shifted slightly, yet she still nodded. The following afternoon, Tian Ge led Kuina Na back to his rented courtyard. He closed the gate and entered the room. Kuina Na sat cross-legged opposite him, her spine straight. Tian Ge withdrew a small booklet from his inner garment, a record of chakra refinement methods he had compiled over the past month, written in the pirate world script. Having studied long enough, he could now compose basic characters. What is this? A method to refine chakra. Read through it once, ask me if anything is unclear. Kuina Na took the booklet and studied it earnestly. Tian Ge waited beside her. After approximately the duration of one incense stick, Kuina Na raised her head. This passage mentions merging physical energy and spiritual energy. What does it mean? Tian Ge organized his thoughts. Every person possesses both a body and a spirit. The body holds physical stamina, the spirit holds willpower. When these two forces merge through specific methods, chakra is generated. Chakra flows within the body, granting greater strength and swifter speed, and can serve other purposes as well. Kuina Na contemplated. Is it akin to breathing styles? Beyond breathing styles. Those arts regulate respiration to strengthen the body, whereas chakra directly creates an entirely new energy. Kuina Na nodded. Then how shall I begin? Tian Ge extended his hand, meeting her gaze. The next step is crucial. You may feel somewhat strange, but do not fear. Kuina Na nodded. Tian Ge placed his hand upon her lower abdomen and closed his eyes. He controlled the chakra within his own body, dividing a slender stream and slowly guiding it into Kuina Na's physique. Those of this world lacked chakra meridians, yet the meridian pathways existed inherently within the flesh, simply undeveloped. Tian Ge needed to use his chakra to carve a temporary conduit within Kuina Na's body, planting a seed that would allow her to refine chakra independently henceforth. Kuina Na's body trembled slightly. It feels rather cold. Bear with it. It will be over shortly. Tian Ge's chakra wandered through Kuina Na's interior, locating hidden meridians and clearing them bit by bit. The process required utmost care. Haste would cause injury. He controlled with meticulous precision, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. Approximately a quarter hour later, Tian Ge withdrew his hand and exhaled deeply. It is done. Kuina Na opened her eyes and rubbed her stomach. Something seems to be inside me. That is the chakra seed. When you begin condensing chakra in the future, it will help guide you. Once you master it, the seed will disappear and transform into your own chakra meridians. Kuina Na nodded. Can I start condensing now? Yes. Follow what the book says. Begin by sensing the energy within your body. Kuina Na closed her eyes and tried as Tian Ge had taught her. Tian Ge watched beside her, ready to intervene at any moment. The first attempt at condensation is always the most difficult. Kuina Na tried several times without success, her brows growing tighter with each failure. Take your time. First feel your body, then your spirit. Gather both forces toward the center. Kuina Na took a deep breath and tried again. Suddenly, a faint glow shimmered across her body. Success. Kuina Na opened her eyes, disbelief painting her face. I can feel a new power. It's right inside my gut. That is chakra. Now try to move it, guide it toward your hand. Kuina Na closed her eyes again, and after a moment, she raised her hand. A faint light could be seen gathering in her palm. Tian Ge smiled. You've done it. Kuina Na stared at her hand for a long time. This is chakra. Yes. How miraculous. Practice a little each day from now on, no more than a stick of incense at a time. Overdoing it will harm your body. Remember that. I understand. Tian Ge thought for a moment and added, also never let anyone discover this. If questions, say you figured out the breathing technique on your own. Do not mention me. Why? Because this is a family secret art passed down through generations. Teaching it to you is already an exception. If it leaks out, my family elders will hold it against me. Kuina Na nodded. I understand. Tian Ge looked at her, his thoughts complicated. He knew he was doing something that could alter the course of events. What would happen to Kuina after she learned chakra he did not know. Perhaps she would grow stronger, perhaps she would survive. Perhaps she would still not escape that fateful incident. But he decided not to dwell on it. He had already taught her. Regret would be useless. Kuina stood up and gave him a sincere bow. Thank you for teaching me. Tian Ge waved his hand. You taught me swordsmanship for over a month. Returning the favor is only right. Kuina shook her head. It's different. What you taught me will make me far stronger. Tian Ge said nothing. Kuina asked again, when are you leaving? About 10 more days. Then before you go, teach me more. Very well. From then on, every afternoon after her sword practice, Kuina came to Tian Ge's courtyard, and the two of them practiced condensing chakra together. Tian Ge taught her how to control the flow of chakra, how to reinforce her body with it, and how to attach chakra to her sword swings. Kuina learned quickly, far faster than Tian Ge had. What is genius like, he wondered. It had taken him 11 years to barely master the 3 basic jutsu, yet Kuina could circulate chakra through her meridians in just a few days. On the 55th day, Kuina could already coat her wooden sword with chakra and split a thick log post with a single strike. Watching from the side, Tian Ge felt a chill. In a few years, just how strong would this girl become? But this was a good thing. On the 58th day, Kuina suddenly asked, what is your hometown like? Tian Ge paused. What? The hometown you told me about. It must not be an ordinary place, correct? Much about you does not seem to belong to this world. Tian Ge fell silent for a moment. Indeed, it is quite different. Can you tell me? Tian Ge considered carefully and chose what he could share. In my homeland, everyone can condense chakra. Chakra can be used to create fire and water, to enhance speed, and to do many things. There are swordsmen there too, but mostly ninjas. Ninjas, eh? Yes, ninjas. Unlike us, they learn everything. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu. All in service of killing. Kuina listened, light flickering in her eyes. Sounds incredible. Also dangerous. Then why did you come here? Tian Ge looked at her without answering. Kuina did not press further and bent her head to continue condensing chakra. After a while, Tian Ge spoke. I came here to grow stronger. Only when I am strong enough can I protect those I care about. Kuina nodded. Me too. I want to grow strong enough to protect father and the dojo. Tian Ge looked at her and thought that this girl would one day become a great swordswoman, if she survived. On the 60th day, Tian Ge calculated his remaining time. 5 more days, and he would have to return. These 60 days had been remarkably fruitful. His chakra reserve had more than doubled, and his swordsmanship had improved from 0 to being able to hold his own against students who had trained for half a year at the dojo. Most importantly, he had learned how to reinforce sword techniques with chakra. Once back in the Naruto world, he would no longer be the weakest, useless nobody. At the very least, he could be considered a genin. On the 64th day, Kuina brought news. Father wishes to see you. Tian Ge's heart stirred. The dojo master wants to meet me. Yes. He asked me to bring you now. Tian Ge followed Kuina to the courtyard behind the dojo. Jinpura sat on the veranda, a tea set before him. Sit. Tian Ge sat down, while Kuina stood to the side. Jinpura poured him a cup of tea, then spoke. Kuina has improved remarkably lately. Tian Ge nodded. She was already talented. Jinpura glanced at him, his gaze calm. That kind of power she uses, it was taught by you, yes? Tian Ge was silent for a few seconds before nodding. Yes, I taught her. Jinpura said nothing and raised his teacup for a sip. Tian Ge waited. Kuina stood nearby, somewhat tense. After a moment, Jinpura set down his cup. When I was young, I traveled the seas and encountered many breathing-style practitioners. Some cultivated chi, some cultivated the body, but I have never seen anything like this. Tian Ge remained silent. Jinpura continued. Kuina told me you taught her. She is happy, and I can see she has grown stronger. Do you not oppose it? Why would I oppose it? She has learned genuine skill, and that only makes me pleased. Tian Ge breathed a sigh of relief. Jinpura looked at him. That breathing style of yours, it must be quite precious, yes. Yes, it is family heritage. And yet you are willing to teach it to her. She taught me swordsmanship for over a month with unwavering dedication, never holding anything back. I simply wish to repay her. Jinpura nodded and fell silent for a while. Is there anything she needs to be cautious about regarding what you taught her? She must not practice too long each day. Overdoing it will harm her body. Other than that, nothing. Jinpura stood up. That is good. If anything comes up, you may come find me. Thank you, dojo master. Jinpura turned to leave, then paused at the doorway. Oh, by the way, what is the name of your breathing style? Tian Ge thought for a moment. It is called chakra breathing. Jinpura nodded and departed. Kuina watched her father's retreating figure, then looked back at Tian Ge. My father does not blame you. He should not. I did nothing wrong. Kuina smiled. On the 65th day, Tian Ge packed his belongings, stuffing everything he needed into scrolls. His long sword hung at his waist, and his ninja tool pouch was strapped securely. Kuina stood in the courtyard watching him. You are leaving? Yes. Will you come back? Of course. Kuina nodded and took a short blade from her robe, offering it to him. A gift for you. Tian Ge took it and examined the blade. It was short but well forged, and the characters Shimotsuki were carved into the hilt. What is this? My personal sword. I give it to you now. Next time we meet, I will challenge you to a duel. Tian Ge smiled. Agreed. He secured the short blade and looked at Kuina. Remember what I told you. Practice a little each day, do not overdo it. Keep it a secret. And Kuina interrupted him. I know. Tian Ge nodded and turned to leave. At the doorway, he glanced back one last time. Kuina stood in the courtyard, sunlight falling upon her, a gentle breeze lifting a strand of her short black hair. Tian Ge waved to her and walked into the nearby trees. Then he activated his space-time travel. His vision blurred. When he regained his senses, he was already lying in his own bed at home. Tian Ge opened his eyes, still in the same posture as when he had left, lying on the bed. He instinctively glanced at the moonlight outside the window. It was exactly as it had been when he departed. He reached for his waist, and the short sword gifted by Kuina was still there, its hard form pressing against his hand. It was not a dream. He sat up, his heart beating a little faster. During the 65 days in Frostmoon Village, he had trained with the sword and refined his chakra every day. Those days had been too real. The face of Kuina, the words of Gung Sailing, and the green-haired boy Sualong were all etched into his mind. But how much time had passed here? Tian Ge jumped off the bed, pulled open the door, and walked out. The living room was dark. Tian Yuan and Huizi were probably asleep. He tiptoed downstairs and looked at the clock on the wall. The hour hand pointed to 2 in the morning, the minute hand to 23 minutes. He remembered leaving at a little after 11 at night, having checked the time before sleeping. Now it was 2:23 a.m. About 3 hours had passed. Tian Ge stood in front of the clock, staring blankly for a long while. 3 hours. He had spent 65 days in the One Piece world, training from dawn till dusk, experiencing 65 sunrises and sunsets. When he returned, only 3 hours had gone by. The flow of time was different, and vastly so. Tian Ge walked slowly back to his room and sat down on the tatami. He looked down at his hands. They were slightly rougher than before, with calluses on his knuckles from sword practice. He stood up again, walked to the mirror, and gazed at his reflection. The face was still the same, yet somehow different. His features were a little sharper, his shoulders a bit broader, and his entire frame seemed sturdier than before. 65 days. He had lived in the One Piece world for 65 days. The body never lied. He had truly grown. Tian Ge reached out to touch his face, then his shoulders. What would Tian say when she saw him tomorrow? He lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. This was a problem. The time flow was different. However long he stayed in another world, his body would age accordingly. If he spent several years in the One Piece world, he would return having aged that many years. Tian and the others would see him change from 12 to 13 or 14. That was normal growth. But if he stayed too long at once, say 5 or 6 years, and came back as a 17 or 18-year-old, that would be impossible to explain. He needed to control the time. He couldn't stay too long in one go. He had to go in batches. Stay for a few months, return, then go again later. That way, on the Naruto world's timeline, he would grow normally, changing a little each month, and no one would find it strange. Tian Ge calculated in his mind. 1 month in the Naruto world would be equivalent to over 40 years in the One Piece world. Of course, he wouldn't stay that long. A year or two would be enough. After a year or two, he would return to the Naruto world, where only a day or two had passed. To Tian and the others, it would seem like he had aged a year or two in 2 days. Fast, but not entirely impossible, since 12 or 13-year-olds grew quickly. But he couldn't do it too often. It would be best to leave an interval of 10 days or half a month between each return, so the changes would be spread out. He turned over and continued thinking. There were other methods. For example, he could deliberately slow down when practicing physical techniques, making it seem like his growth came from training. Or he could wear loose clothes to hide his physique. If all else failed, he could use the transformation technique to make minor adjustments, but he couldn't keep it up constantly. It consumed too much chakra. He needed a thorough plan. As he thought, Tian Ge fell asleep. The next morning, Tian's voice woke him up. Tian Ge, get up. Tian Ge opened his eyes. It was already daylight outside. He sat up, stretched his shoulders, pushed open the door, and went downstairs. Tian stood at the stairway, staring at him with a slight pause. Tian Ge, what's wrong with you? Tian Ge's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Tian came over and circled him. You seem taller. Is that so? Yeah, you weren't this tall yesterday. Tian reached up and measured against his head, then compared with her own height. You really are taller. Tian Ge laughed it off. Maybe I slept well and grew a bit. Tian tilted her head, studying him. I feel like there's something different about you. Where? I can't put my finger on it, but you're just different. Tian Ge patted her shoulder. Come on, let's eat. I'm starving. Breakfast was made by Huizi. Tian Yuan sat at the head of the table reading the newspaper. Tian Ge sat down and picked up his chopsticks. Tian Yuan looked up at him. Tian Ge, you look well today. I slept well. Tian Yuan nodded. Young people should sleep and eat plenty, it's good for growing. Tian chimed in from the side. Dad, he seems to have gotten taller. Tian Yuan glanced at Tian Ge. He does look a bit taller. It's normal. During the growth spurt, kids change every day. Tian Ge buried his head in his meal, saying nothing. After breakfast, Tian said she was going to hang out with her friends and asked if Tian Ge wanted to join. He said no, he wanted to stay home. Tian pouted and left on her own. Tian Ge returned to his room and bolted the door. He took out the storage scroll from under the bed and checked its contents. There was half a gene of gold bars, 30 explosive tags, a few kunai and shuriken that had been used, in food and water that were mostly untouched. The short sword from Kuina was stored separately. He took it out, looked at it for a while, then put it away. Next, he needed to confirm the exact ratio of time flow. He decided to go to another world, stay for a fixed period, and then return to calculate precisely. Which world should he choose? He had already been to the One Piece world. This time he would go somewhere else. Tian Ge calmed his mind and looked at the 4 glowing points. One Piece Demon Slayer Sihiyuan and Liang Jian. He chose Liang Jian. His vision blurred. When he came to his senses, he was standing in a wilderness. Surrounded by farmland with mountains in the distance, the air carried the scent of gunpowder. He walked toward the area with houses, and after half an hour saw a village. The village was small with mud brick houses and thatched roofs. A few farmers were working in the fields, and they didn't ask him any questions. Tian Ge entered the village and found an old man to ask about the situation. This was northwestern Shanxi, the year 1942. Tian Ge stayed in the village for a day, and the next morning went to the town. He found a clock shop and checked the exact time. Then he found a secluded spot and activated the time-space travel. Back in the Naruto world, he immediately looked at the clock. He had been gone for 20 minutes. He had spent about a day in the Liang Jian world, and 20 minutes had passed here. The ratio was roughly 72-1. 1 day there equaled 20 minutes here, 1 month equaled 10 hours, 1 year equaled 5 days. He then tried the Sihiyuan world. This time he stayed for 3 days, and when he returned 5 hours had passed in the Naruto world. The ratio was about 14-1. Next he tried the Demon Slayer world. He stayed for 5 days, and returned to find 3 hours had passed. The ratio was about 40-1. He recorded the data on paper. One Piece world, 520-1. 1 day there equaled a little over 2 minutes here, 1 month equaled 1 hour, 1 year equaled half a day. Liang Jian world, 72-1. 1 day equaled 20 minutes here, 1 month equaled 10 hours, 1 year equaled 5 days. Demon Slayer world, 40-1. 1 day equaled 36 minutes here, 1 month equaled 18 hours, 1 year equaled 9 days. Sihiyuan world, 14-1. 1 day equaled 1 hour and 40 minutes here, 1 month equaled 2 days, 1 year equaled 26 days. Tian Ge looked at these numbers and understood. For future training, he would go to the One Piece world, the most time efficient. For learning firearms, he would go to the Liang Jian world. For breathing techniques, the Demon Slayer world. The Sihiyuan world was not immediately useful, but he could keep it for learning other things later. Regardless of which world he went to, he had to control the time. He thought it over and set a rule. Each time he went to the One Piece world, he would stay at most 1 year. After 1 year, half a day would pass in the Naruto world. In half a day, Tian and the others might notice he looked a bit more refreshed, but not too strange. Each time he went to the Liang Jian world, he would stay at most half a year. After half a year, 10 days would pass in the Naruto world. Growing half a year older in 10 days, that could be considered normal development. Each time he went to the Demon Slayer world, he would stay at most 3 months. After 3 months, 7 days would pass in the Naruto world. Growing a little in 7 days was also plausible. By cycling like this, his growth rate in the Naruto world would be only slightly faster than normal, not too conspicuous. With the rules set, Tian Ge began to think about his next plan. There was still over a month of vacation left. 1 month in the Naruto world would be equivalent to over 40 years in the One Piece world. Of course, he wouldn't stay that long, but a year or 2 was fine. A year or 2 would be enough to train his swordsmanship to a very high level. Kuina was also growing. The next time he went to the One Piece world, what would she have become? Tian Ge lay back on the bed. Let us rest for 1 day and decide tomorrow. In the days that followed, Tian Ge returned to a normal routine. Each morning he rose early to practice swordsmanship and refine his chakra, helped around the house, or took a walk during the day, and continued training in the evening. Tian saw him every day and gradually grew accustomed to his presence. At first she remarked that Tian Ge seemed to have grown taller again, but she eventually stopped mentioning it, for he was growing each day, and the changes became less noticeable. Tian Yuan and Keiko did not overthink it either. They simply thought the child was well developed. A few days later that evening, Tian Ge felt the time had come. He inspected his supplies once more, packed what he needed, then lay upon the bed and stilled his mind. This time he chose the One Piece world. His vision blurred. He appeared once again in the forest outside Shimotsuki Village. Tian Ge drew a deep breath, the air thick with the familiar scent of the sea. He glanced down at himself. He still looked as he had when he departed. But how much time had passed in the One Piece world? He walked toward the village, making his way to that small courtyard. The courtyard remained unchanged. He had rented it for 3 months, so it should have expired by now. He stood at the gate for a moment, then turned and headed toward the dojo. Shimotsuki Dojo was much as before. The great doors stood open and the sound of wooden swords clashing echoed from within. Tian Ge stepped inside and saw several students sparring in the courtyard. He cast a quick glance about, but did not see Kuina. An older student noticed him and approached. "Who are you looking for?" Tian Ge replied. "I am looking for Kuina." The student gave him a quick look. "Kuina is inside." "Wait a moment." Tian Ge stood in the courtyard and waited. After a while, Kuina emerged from within. She had grown. She was 11 when he left, so she must be 12 or 13 now. Taller, her hair longer, she carried herself with a sharper, more polished bearing. A sword hung at her waist, and she moved with confident grace. Kuina spotted him and paused in surprise. "Tian Ge, long time no see." Kuina walked over, studying him from head to toe. "You have grown as well." Tian Ge smiled. "Indeed." Kuina gazed at him. "How long were you gone?" In the timeline of the One Piece world, he had been away for approximately 1 year. But Kuina did not know where he had gone, only that he had left. "A year," Tian Ge said. Kuina nodded. "I trained for a full year." "I can see that." Kuina fixed her eyes upon him. "When you left, you said that next time we met we would have a match." Tian Ge nodded. "I remember." "Then let us fight now." "Now." Kuina turned and walked toward the training hall. "Follow me." Tian Ge followed, behind, a trace of tension stirring in his chest. A year in the One Piece world. Kuina must have grown considerably stronger. They entered the dojo, and Kuina took 2 wooden swords from the rack, tossing one to Tian Ge. "Catch." Tian Ge caught the wooden sword and tested its weight. Kuina walked to the center of the hall and assumed her stance. "Come on." Tian Ge drew a deep breath and walked forward to take his position. Sunlight streamed through the windows, bathing both of them in golden light. Tian Ge tightened his grip on the wooden sword and met Kuina's gaze. Then he charged forward. Tian Ge stood in the center of the dojo, wooden sword in hand, facing Kuina across from him. Over the course of a year in the One Piece world, she had shot up in height, from reaching only his chest to nearly his shoulder. Her long black hair was still bound the same way, but her eyes were sharper than a year ago, and she stood like a drawn blade. Kuina returned his gaze, sweeping from head to toe. "Come." Before Kuina finished speaking, she was already in motion. Fast. Tian Ge's pupils contracted, and his body instinctively sidestepped. Kuina's wooden sword slashed past his ear, the wind stinging his cheek. The moment he regained his footing, her second strike came, rising from below toward his chin. Tian Ge stepped back half a pace and pressed his wooden sword downward to block. With a sharp clang, the 2 blades collided. Tian Ge's arm vibrated from the impact, feeling the power behind Kuina's strike. It was far greater than before, and the energy coating her blade, chakra. Kuina smiled. "Your reflexes have improved considerably." "So have you." Kuina drew her sword and attacked again, this time with a rapid series of slashes. Tian Ge dodged and parried, his footwork constantly shifting. Within 5 exchanges, he had been driven to the corner of the dojo. Kuina halted and regarded him. "You lasted 5 moves. Impressive." Tian Ge caught his breath. "What have you been eating this past year?" "You are so strong now." "Training," Kuina replied. "I practiced your breathing technique every day, and my body has grown stronger." Tian Ge nodded. He could see it for himself. Though Kuina's chakra reserves did not match his own, she had become quite adept at wielding it. Moreover, her foundation in swordsmanship was already solid, and with chakra enhancement, her strength had multiplied several times over compared to a year ago. Again, Kuina said, assuming her stance. Tian Ge drew a deep breath, gripped his wooden sword firmly, and charged. This time he took the offensive, swinging down toward Kuina's shoulder. She sidestepped and countered with a slash aimed at his ribs. Tian Ge raised his blade to block and immediately pivoted into a horizontal strike. Kuina ducked beneath it, thrusting her wooden sword upward toward his abdomen. Tian Ge leapt to evade and brought his sword down midair. Kuina raised her blade to block, and the 2 swords clashed. The force sent Tian Ge stumbling backward into a somersault before he landed. Once he steadied himself, he looked at Kuina and conceded defeat. After more than a dozen exchanges, he had not managed to land a single strike upon her. Kuina lowered her sword and regarded him. Tian Ge offered a wry smile. "I still cannot beat you." Kuina shook her head. "A year ago you could not even endure 3 moves against me. Now you have lasted over a dozen. That is remarkable progress. And a few of your strikes earlier showed real technique, not mere wild slashing. You taught me well." Kuina did not reply, instead returning her wooden sword to the rack. "Let us speak outside." The 2 stepped out of the dojo and sat together beneath the eaves in the courtyard. Kuina asked, "Where did you go this past year?" Tian Ge had already prepared his answer. "I returned to my hometown." "Where is your hometown?" "Far away." Kuina glanced at him, but did not press further. She pointed toward a wooden post in the courtyard. Look at this. She rose and walked over, drawing the wooden sword from her waist. Tian Ge stood as well and watched. Kuina drew a deep breath, gripped the sword with both hands, and brought it down in a single strike. The blade traced an arc through the air and struck the wooden post. With a sharp crack, the post split cleanly in two, the cut smooth and precise. Tian Ge's eyes widened. The sheer power of that strike. Kuina had used a wooden sword, not a real blade. She returned her sword to her waist and looked back at him. The breathing technique you taught me. I practiced it for a year. Now I can coat my blade with energy and split a post like this in one strike. Tian Ge walked over to examine the cross-section of the post, then looked at Kuina. You figured the rest out on your own. Yes. When you left, you only taught me how to refine and circulate chakra. Everything afterward I discovered through my own attempts. I failed often at first, but gradually I mastered the technique. Tian Ge studied her, his thoughts a tangled mix of admiration and disbelief. When he had taught Kuina about chakra, he had only sought to repay her for teaching him swordsmanship. He had not expected her to achieve anything remarkable. After all, there was no tradition of chakra transmission in this world. She had learned entirely on her own. And yet in a single year, she had reached this level. A true genius indeed. Noticing his silence, Kuina asked, "What is wrong?" "Nothing." Tian Ge shook his head. "You have trained wonderfully, better than I ever imagined." Kuina nodded, then asked, "Does your breathing technique have any other applications?" Tian Ge considered. "It can strengthen the body, quicken movement, and be coded onto weapons to amplify their power. There are also more complex techniques, but those can wait until your foundation is firmer." Kuina's eyes lit up. "Excellent." The two returned to the dojo. This time Kuina slowed down her pace, instructing Tian Ge as they sparred. "You haven't been training systematically this past year, have you?" Tian Ge nodded. "I just figured it out on my own." "No wonder," Kuina said as she swung her sword. "That move just now. Your hand was too high and your force was off. Do it again." Tian Ge adjusted as she instructed and struck again. "No, still too high? You habitually raise your hand because no one corrected you when you were practicing before." Again, Tian Ge struck once more. "Better this time, but you didn't twist your waist enough. You need to use the strength of your whole body, not just your arms." Tian Ge followed her instructions and swung down the wooden sword, whistling through the air. Kuina nodded. "Yes, that's the feeling. Remember this movement. From now on, practice it 1,000 times every day." Tian Ge gave a wry smile. 1,000 times. Too many. When I was a child, I practiced 2,000 times a day. Tian Ge had nothing to say. They continued sparring, and Kuina pointed out each issue one by one. Hand placement, foot stance, waist rotation, breathing rhythm, correcting every detail meticulously. Without guidance, relying solely on self-observation and learning, it was inevitable that his form would deviate. Now Kuina was gradually correcting him piece by piece. After an hour of practice, Tian Ge was drenched in sweat, his arms trembling. Kuina called a halt. "That's enough for today." Tian Ge plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Kuina stood beside him, watching. "Your stamina has improved quite a bit. You only got tired after such a long session. You're already stronger than the students who've trained for 2 years at the dojo." Tian Ge waved his hand. Exhausted, Kuina smiled. "We'll continue tomorrow." Tian Ge's face fell. Leaving the training hall, he followed Kuina for a stroll around the dojo. In the courtyard, several students were sparring, varying in age. In the corner, a particularly conspicuous figure caught his eye. A small boy with green hair swinging his sword alone with desperate intensity. Sweat pouring down his face, flushed red, his arms trembling, yet he refused to stop. Tian Ge recognized him as Sualong. A bit taller than a year ago, but still small, looking about 8 or 9 years old. His expression hadn't changed, gritting his teeth with a fierce determination. Kuina glanced over. "Still training like a maniac?" Tian Ge asked, "How long has he been practicing?" "About half a year. When he first arrived, he knew nothing. Now he can spar with others his age." Tian Ge asked, "Do you think he can become a great swordsman?" Kuina pondered for a moment. "Yes. With that kind of training method, even a fool would improve. And he has a fierce drive. Lose once and he trains like mad until he wins." Tian Ge nodded, thinking to himself, this is the future world's greatest swordsman. They walked past Sualong, who glanced at them and continued swinging his sword. Tian Ge noticed the defiance and fighting spirit in Sualong's eyes as he looked at Kuina. Kuina ignored him and walked straight ahead. Tian Ge caught up and whispered, "Does he want to challenge you?" Kuina hummed in acknowledgement. "He challenged me 3 months after joining the dojo and lost. Since then he challenges me every month and loses every time. But he never stops." Tian Ge chuckled. "Interesting." Kuina glanced at him. "What's so funny?" "Nothing. Just thinking this kid is bound to be formidable in the future." Kuina said nothing and continued walking. Leaving the dojo, Tian Ge went to the village to look for a place to stay. He went to the small courtyard he had rented before. The elderly landlady was still there. Seeing him, the old lady was taken aback. Hey, you're back. Tian Ge nodded. Yes, I'm back. I'd like to rent your courtyard again. The old lady looked him up and down. Where have you been this past year? You've grown so tall. Back to my hometown. Where is your hometown? A very faraway place. The old lady didn't ask further, took the rent, and handed him the key. Tian Ge entered the courtyard and looked around. It was just as before, 3 rooms, a small kitchen, and a well in the yard. He put down his things and tidied up a bit. After that he went to the village general store to buy supplies. The store owner also remembered him and asked where he had been this past year. Tian Ge gave the same answer, back to my hometown. After buying daily necessities, he went to the restaurant to eat. It was the same restaurant, the same owner. The owner saw him and let out a yo. You're back. Tian Ge nodded. The usual, a full table. The owner smiled and went to work soon, bringing out a table full of dishes. Fish, meat, vegetables, rice, soup, a plentiful spread. Tian Ge dug in. With the first bite of meat, that familiar feeling returned. The energy within the food spread throughout his body, warm and soothing. He refined chakra several times faster than usual. Indeed, the food in this world was still remarkably effective. After finishing the meal, Tian Ge paid and strolled leisurely back to the courtyard. In the evening, he sat in the yard and began to formulate his plans for the coming days. He had 1 year in the pirate world. He needed to think carefully about what to do in that year. First, swordsmanship. Kuina had agreed to continue teaching him, and he would solidify his foundation completely. 1,000 swings every day plus sparring and corrections. After a year, he should reach a decent level. Second, chakra. The pirate world's food was rich in energy, making refining efficiency far higher than in the Naruto world. With daily refinement this year, his chakra reserves should multiply several times. Third, the technique of infusing chakra into weapons. Kuina had already mastered it. He needed to practice it until he was proficient. This was his advantage, useful in the Naruto world. Fourth, taijutsu and tactics. Ninja combat wasn't just about head-on clashes, that also involved ambushes, disguises, and traps. These were equally important in the Naruto world. He took out paper and pen and wrote down his plans one by one. Every morning, refine chakra, then go to the dojo to practice swordsmanship. In the afternoon, practice on his own, either chakra infusion or tactical maneuvers. In the evening, refine chakra, then summarize the day's gains. 365 days a year without missing a single day. After writing the plan, Tian Ge looked at the words on the paper and thought of something else. What about after 1 year? He planned to go to the Demon Slayer world. That world had demons, breathing techniques, and the most important thing of all, the perfect being. He wasn't sure if the Demon Slayer world had such a thing, but in the original story, Gue Wuxia Wutsan had been pursuing perfection, transforming into a demon unafraid of sunlight. If he could find a way to become such an existence, he would achieve immortality. Immortality, it sounded distant, but for him it was possible. With his golden finger, he could continuously travel between worlds, learning and growing stronger. But his body would age and die. If he could become a perfect being, he wouldn't have to worry about that. Of course, this was just an idea. Whether it could be realized, he would only know when he got there. For now, he wouldn't think that far ahead, just make the most of this year. Tian Ge put away his paper and pen and began to refine chakra. After refining chakra, Tian Ge sat in the courtyard looking at the stars. The stars in the pirate world were different from those in the Naruto world, brighter and more numerous. He searched for a while, but couldn't find any familiar constellations. Footsteps came from outside the courtyard gate. Tian Ge turned and saw Kuina standing at the entrance. What are you doing here? Kuina walked in and sat down beside him. Can't sleep, just taking a walk. Tian Ge said, nothing, continuing to gaze at the stars. Kuina was silent for a moment, then spoke. Where did you really go this past year? Tian Ge turned to look at her. Kuina met his eyes. You said you went back to your hometown, but your hometown can't be in Donghai. You have many secrets, I know. Tian Ge did not deny it. Kuina continued, if you don't want to tell me, that's fine. I won't force you. But I want to know that breathing technique you taught me. Is it very precious? Yes. Then why did you teach me? Tian Ge thought for a moment. Because you taught me swordsmanship, seriously, never holding anything back. I have nothing to repay you with, so I taught you this. Kuina nodded, then after a moment asked, why do you want to become stronger? To protect my family. Kuina looked at him. Family? Yes, my foster parents and my little sister. Kuina asked no more. The two sat in silence for a long time. Finally, Kuina stood up. I'm going back. Remember to come to the dojo tomorrow. Tian Ge nodded. Okay. Kuina walked to the door and glanced back at him. Your family must be very happy. Tian Ge was stunned for a moment, and before he could say anything, Kuina had already left. He sat back down, staring at the courtyard gate. Tian, Yuan Huizi. What were they doing now? When he returned, they would see him a year older. How would he explain it then? Forget it, he'll figure it out when the time comes. 365 days slipped by one after another. Each morning, Tian Ge would go to the dojo and practice swordsmanship with Kuina. In the afternoon, he trained alone, working on chakra attachment and tactical movements. At night, he refined his chakra and then reviewed what he had learned. In the first month, he was still adapting to the grueling training regimen. 1,000 sword swings per day plus sparring left him collapsing into sleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Yet his body was growing stronger rapidly, and his chakra reserves steadily increased. By the third month, his swordsmanship had improved noticeably, and he could spar with students who had been training at the dojo for 2 years without being overpowered. Kuina began teaching him more advanced techniques, including how to read an opponent's intentions and create openings. In the 5th month, something happened. A band of pirates raided the nearby area, plundering the village. The other students from the dojo went out to help, and Tian Ge followed along. It was his first time facing real enemies in the One Piece world. Though they were merely ordinary pirates, he still felt tense. He did not use chakra, only his swordsmanship to subdue one pirate, knocking him unconscious. After returning, Kuina patted his shoulder. Good job. Tian Ge offered a bitter smile. Far from it. At least you know your shortcomings. Kuina put away her wooden sword. Practice again tomorrow. In the 7th month, he began attempting a deeper fusion of chakra and swordsmanship. He practiced attaching chakra to his blade mid-combat rather than preparing it beforehand. At first he failed often, but gradually he mastered the technique. Kuina was practicing the same technique, and they often SPR'd and exchanged insights. Once when Tian Ge slashed downward, a flash of light gleamed across the blade, and a chunk of the wooden post sheared cleanly away. Kuina's eyes lit up. You did it, he. Tian Ge gazed at his own hand, hardly able to believe it. It seems. I have succeeded. Kuina walked over and circled the wooden post. Not bad, slightly slower than I was, but far more powerful. How long did it take you back then? 3 months. Kuina tilted her head, thinking. You took over 4 months. That is considered slow. Tian Ge rolled his eyes. Can't you give me a compliment or two? Kuina looked at him seriously. Compliment you for what? You can still train harder. By the 9th month, his chakra reserves had already doubled from when he first arrived. His swordsmanship had also reached new heights. He could now exchange dozens of blows with Kuina. He still could not defeat her, but the gap was narrowing. After one sparring session ended, Tian Ge bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. You're only 12 this year, right? Kuina sheathed her sword, not even sweating. 13. 13, and already this strong. Do you have any idea how unfair that is? Kuina ly showed a hint of a smile. You are not bad either. Tian Ge paused and looked up. Did you just compliment me? Kuina turned and walked away. You are imagining things. By the 11th month, he noticed his body growing progressively stronger. His durability, stamina, and recovery all improved dramatically. During one sparring session, she accidentally slashed his arm. It bruised slightly, but faded completely by the next day. Kuina examined the mark on his arm and poked it gently. Does it hurt? A little. Liar. You did not even furrow your brow. Kuina withdrew her hand. You have tough skin and thick flesh now, like an ox. Tian Ge grinned broadly. And yet you still cannot beat me. Kuina lifted her chin defiantly. What is so hard about defeating an ox? On the 365th day, Tian Ge stood in the dojo for their final sparring session. After more than 50 exchanges, she finally pinned him with a blade at his chest. Kuina withdrew her sword and regarded him. You have improved tremendously this past year. Tian Ge nodded. Thanks to your teaching. After a moment of silence, she returned her wooden sword to its rack. Leaving again? Yes. Kuina turned to face him. Will you come back? I will. When oi? Tian Ge thought for a moment. I do not know, but I will return. Kuina nodded. Then that is good enough. When you return, we will fight again. Tian Ge smiled. Agreed. He packed his things and went through the village to bid farewell to everyone. The elderly landlady stood at the doorway and pressed 2 rice balls into his hands. Eat them on the road. Do not go hungry. Tian Ge accepted the rice balls gratefully. Thank you. The general store owner patted his shoulder. Next time you come, I will save a fine blade for you. The restaurant owner leaned out from the kitchen. Make sure to come eat when you return. I will give you a discount. Tian Ge thanked each of them in turn, then stood at the dojo entrance watching from afar as Kuina instructed Zoro in the courtyard. The green-haired boy still wore that stubborn expression, but his sword swings were steadier than before. After Kuina said something, Zoro gritted his teeth, nodded, and continued training. Tian Ge watched for a long while before turning and walking into the forest. Then he activated his dimensional travel. In a flash, he found himself back in his room in the Naruto world. Standing before the mirror, he studied his reflection. He had grown taller, his shoulders broader, his facial features more defined. Though only 12 years old, he looked closer to 14. His chakra reserves had reached Chunin level, nearly approaching that of a special jonin. His swordsmanship had become quite proficient, and he had learned numerous tactical techniques. Most importantly, he could sense a deeper mastery over his cheat ability. Closing his eyes, he centered his mind. The 4 light points remained, but this time he could perceive more. He attempted to touch the light point of the One Piece world with his mind, discovering he could regulate the flow of time. Previously fixed at a constant ratio, he could now adjust it at will. If he wanted both worlds synchronized, they would be faster when he wished, slower when he chose. Tian Ge opened his eyes, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This meant he could traverse between both worlds freely. He would train in the One Piece world at night, while living in the Naruto world during the day. He would return for meals, spending time with Tintin and the others. This way he could grow stronger without missing anything important in the Naruto world. Perfect. A voice echoed from downstairs. Tian Ge, dinner is ready. Tian Ge responded and pushed open the door to descend the stairs. Tintin stood at the landing, giving him a surprised glance. Tian Ge, you seem taller again. Tian Ge scratched his head. Do I? Tintin walked over and circled him. You really are taller and much bulkier too. What have you been eating these past couple days? Not much, just sleeping well. Tintin eyed him suspiciously. Something is different about you. I cannot quite put my finger on it. Tian Ge patted her shoulder. Come on, let us eat. I am starving. Tintin stumbled along behind him, still muttering about how different he seemed. At the dining table, Tian Yuan glanced at him. You look well today. Keiko nodded in agreement. Yes, he looks much more energetic. Tian Ge buried his face in his bowl, mumbling something unintelligible in reply. Slept well. Tintin stared at him from the side, poking at her rice with her chopsticks, lost in thought. After the meal, Tian Ge returned to his room and began planning his schedule ahead. From now on, he would live normally in the Naruto world during the day, attend school, do whatever needed doing. At night, he would train in the One Piece world, refining chakra and practicing his swordsmanship. Since time could be synchronized, he could spend the entire night there, while barely a night passed here. He would return the next morning and resume his normal routine. His strength would grow rapidly, yet Tintin and the others would merely notice he was developing normally. Perfect. Tian Ge had begun an entirely new life. Every morning at 7, Tintin's voice would ring out from downstairs without fail. Tian Ge, wake up. Tian Ge would open his eyes, rise from bed, and descend the stairs. Tintin stood at the stairwell with hands on her hips. You slept in again. Hurry up, you will be late. Tian Ge rubbed his eyes as he shuffled downstairs. Coming. They ate breakfast together, then headed to the Ninja Academy. After classes in the afternoon, he returned home, had dinner, and went to his room. Once the door was closed, he traveled to the One Piece world. With time flow freely controllable, this became simple. He spent the entire night training in the One Piece world, while only a single night passed here. Sometimes Tintin would ask, what are you doing in your room at night? Tian Ge would slip on his shoes and reply, practicing chakra control. Tintin's eyes widened. You are pushing yourself too hard, training at school during the day and still practicing when you get home at night. Tian Ge smiled faintly. I have no choice if I want to graduate. Tintin pursed her lips. All right, then do not train too late. You have school tomorrow. Got it. In the quiet of the One Piece world's night, Tian Ge refined chakra and practiced sword techniques in the small courtyard of Shimotsuki Village. Occasionally Kuina would join him, and they would spar for a while before resuming their individual training. Kuina had grown as well. At 13, her swordsmanship strengthened continuously, and her chakra control grew more refined. Every sparring session with Tian Ge yielded new lessons for him. Once, after forcing him back 3 steps with a single strike, Kuina suddenly asked, where do you go during the day? Tian Ge steadied himself. I have other things to attend to during the day. Kuina glanced at him, but did not press further. She had grown accustomed to Tian Ge's mysteries, never asking where he came from or where he went, only concerned with his swordsmanship. These peaceful days unfolded steadily. At the Ninja Academy's training sessions, Tian Ge began deliberately holding back. In the past, his success rate with the 3 basic jutsu was low, placing him at the bottom of the class. Now, with his Chunin-level chakra and control, the 3 basic jutsu came effortlessly. But he only displayed slightly improved performance, managing the body replacement 5 or so times out of 10 attempts and producing a clone that at least resembled something tangible. Irika praised him in class. Tian Ge, your progress has been remarkable lately. Tian Ge scratched his head. Just practicing more. Irika nodded. Keep it up, the graduation exam is approaching. During taijutsu training, Tian Ge similarly restrained himself. Sparring with classmates, he exerted only 70% of his strength, trading blows evenly, occasionally losing, occasionally winning. Neither standout nor bottom tier. After sparring with Tintin once, she panted, have you gotten stronger lately? Tian Ge wiped away his sweat. I have been eating more. Tintin rolled her eyes. That much, yes. Niji and Rock Lee remained as formidable as ever. Niji had firmly secured the top rank in their grade, while Rock Lee trained his taijutsu with relentless dedication each day. Watching them, Tian Ge thought that in a few years these people would all become powerful ninja. But he felt no urgency. He had his own path to follow. 1 month later, on a certain day, Irika announced the news of the graduation exam in class. Everyone quiet down, there's something important. The classroom fell silent. Irika walked to the podium and scanned the class. The graduation exam is next month. It consists of 3 parts: the written test, the 3 basic arts test, and a sparring match. Those who pass all three will become genin. Someone raised a hand. Teacher, who will we spar with? Irika looked at the student. You'll draw lots to decide among your classmates. He paused. Any other questions? No one spoke. All right then, prepare well in the coming month. Don't slack off, don't get hurt. Those who fail can retake it next year, but I'm sure none of you want to repeat the year. A murmur spread through the classroom. Tian Ge sat in his seat, putting on a tense expression, but inwardly he was calm. The three basic arts. He could perform them with his eyes closed. The sparring match. He could suppress his strength and fight casually. The written test went without saying. Having lived 2 lives, memorizing things was not difficult. Tian muttered beside him. I'm so nervous. Tian Ge turned to her and lowered his voice. It's okay, you'll definitely pass. Tian blinked. How do you know? Tian Ge smiled. You trained so hard, you'll be fine. That evening, Tian Ge practiced swordsmanship in the yard. Under the moonlight, he gripped the long sword and struck again and again. His movements were already very smooth. Each strike carried chakra and whistled faintly through the air. After about half an hour of practice, footsteps sounded behind him. Tian Ge sheathed his sword and turned around, seeing Tian standing at the yard gate. Why did you come down? Tian walked over and sat on a stone beside him. I couldn't sleep and I heard some noise over here, so I came to check. She looked at the sword in his hand. When did you start practicing this? Tian Ge put the sword back into its sheath. Recently. Tian tilted her head. I've never seen you practice before. Tian Ge hesitated. I used to be bad at it, and I didn't want you to see. Tian stared at him for a moment, then suddenly stood up. All right, I won't bother you. Get some sleep, you have school tomorrow. She turned to leave, but then looked back at him. There was something indescribable in her eyes. That night, Tian Ge went to the One Piece world as usual. Kuina was already waiting for him in the yard. They sparred for an hour, working up a sweat. When they stopped to rest, Kuina suddenly spoke. That brat Zoro challenged me again. Tian Ge's hand, wiping sweat, paused. How many times? About 2,000. Tian Ge's hand paused again. 2,000 times. Yeah, at least once a day, sometimes 2 or 3 times. Kuina looked up at the night sky. He loses, then trains like crazy, then comes back. Never won, never gave up. Tian Ge was silent for a moment. That kid will surpass everyone sooner or later. Kuina turned to look at him. You think so highly of him. He has that thing. What thing? Tian Ge thought for a moment. That kind of relentless determination to achieve his goal. People like that either die on the way or reach the very front. Kuina was silent for a while, then said maybe. They continued resting. After a while, Kuina stood up. Again. Tian Ge also stood up. All right. They sparred a bit more, then Kuina left. Tian Ge sat alone in the yard and began to refine chakra. This time he felt something was wrong. The flow of chakra in his body suddenly accelerated and its volume increased. His meridians felt as if they were being stretched, slightly swollen. This was a sign of breakthrough. In the Naruto world, he was at the Chunin level, and now he was about to break through to special Jonin. Tian Ge steadied his mind, controlling the chakra to flow slowly without haste. Breakthroughs were not something to rush. He guided it bit by bit, letting the chakra gradually widen his meridians. After about an hour, the swelling sensation disappeared. The amount of chakra was about 30% more than before, and the flow was smoother. Special Jonin. He had been in the One Piece world for over a year and finally reached this level. Tian Ge opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Still far from enough. Above were Jonin, Elite Jonin, and Kage level. He had to keep going. But today he could rest. On the night before the graduation exam, Tian Ge did not go to the One Piece world. He sat in the yard, took out his long sword, wiped it clean, and put it away. He wouldn't need it tomorrow, but it was reassuring to have it. Footsteps came. Tian had come down again. She walked over and sat beside him. The exam is tomorrow. Tian looked down, twisting her fingers in her clothes. I'm so nervous. Tian Ge looked at her. What are you nervous about? Tian bit her lip. I'm afraid I won't pass. The written test is okay, but I'm only average at the 3 basic arts, and I have no confidence in the sparring match. Tian Ge patted her shoulder. You train so seriously every day, you'll definitely be fine. Tian looked up. But Li Loaka and the others are so strong, what if I draw him? Tian Ge smiled. If you draw him, just surrender. He won't laugh at you. Tian glared at him. You're still laughing? Tian Ge wiped the smile off his face and looked at her seriously. Tian, do you remember when we were kids playing on the back hill and you fell from a tree? Tian nodded. I remember. You caught me and hurt your own arm. Tian Ge looked at her. Back then I thought I have to protect this sister. Since then I've been training to protect you. Everyone has their own path. You don't need to compare yourself with others. Tian looked at him, her eyes a bit red. Tian Ge patted her shoulder. Go back to sleep. Do your best tomorrow. Tian nodded, stood up, and left. Tian Ge sat alone in the yard for a long time. On the day of the graduation exam, the weather was excellent. Tian Ge and Tian walked to the school together. Many people had already gathered on the playground. All the 6th-year students were there along with a few teachers. Irika stood at the front holding a stack of papers. The written test came first. The questions were not difficult: the ninja code, basic chakra knowledge, and the principles of several basic ninjutsu. Tian Ge answered quickly, checked his answers once, and handed in his paper. Next was the 3 basic arts test. One by one, demonstrate the transformation technique, substitution technique, and clone technique in front of the 3 teachers. Tian Ge was in the middle of the line, watching his classmates go up one by one. Some passed on the first try, some had to redo, and a few failed too many times and were marked as unsatisfactory. It was Tian Ge's turn. He walked to the center of the area and bowed to the 3 teachers. Begin. Transformation technique. With a poof, he turned into the likeness of Irika. The teachers nodded. Substitution technique. He threw a shuriken while forming hand seals, swapping places with a wooden stake beside him. The move was clean and swift, succeeding on the first try. Clone technique. He formed seals, and a clone identical to himself appeared beside him. The clone took 2 steps, made a gesture, and then dissipated. The teachers exchanged glances, and one of them wrote something in a notebook. Irika nodded to him. You may go down. Tian Ge walked back to the line, and Tian whispered beside him, you passed. Tian leaned in. You were so fast just now, much faster than when you practice. Tian Ge scratched his head. It's the exam, you know, nerves made me perform better. Tian glanced at him, but said nothing. The final event was the sparring match. Opponents were decided by drawing lots. Tian Ge drew a classmate who was average in performance. The 2 stood in the center of the arena. Irika shouted, begin. Tian Ge controlled his strength, exchanging several rounds with his opponent back and forth. Finally, he spotted an opening and tapped his opponent's shoulder with a punch. The opponent raised his hand in surrender. Victory. Tian Ge walked off the field and saw Tian still waiting. Her opponent was also not strong, so she should pass. Sure enough, after a while Tian came down with a smile on her face. Passed. The 2 stood on the sidelines watching the remaining classmates continue fighting. Li Luoka easily won against his opponent, and Ning Ci defeated his with a single move. Tian clicked her tongue in amazement. After the last person finished, Irika gathered all the students. Of the 32 who took the exam today, 23 passed the written test, the 3 basic arts test, and the sparring match. He paused, a smile spreading across his face. Congratulations, from now on you are genin of Konoha. Cheers erupted on the playground. Tian grabbed Tian Ge's arm, laughing and jumping. We passed. Tian Ge nodded with a smile. We passed. Irika walked over and looked at them. Tian Ge, congratulations. Thank you, teacher. Irika looked at Tian Ge with a hint of relief in his eyes. You've made great progress recently. Keep it up. Tian Ge nodded. I will. Back home, Tian Yuan and Huizi had already prepared a celebration. A large table of dishes including Tian Ge's favorite fried tempura. Tian hugged Huizi, laughing and shouting, while Tian Yuan watched with a cheerful smile. Tian Ge sat down, looking at this family, warmth welling up in his heart. These were the people he wanted to protect. After dinner, he went to his room and locked the door. Closing his eyes, he sank his mind. The light point of the One Piece world was still shining. He thought for a moment, then decided not to go. Tonight, he would rest for a day. The day after the graduation exam, all newly promoted genin assembled at the Ninja Academy. Tian Ge woke up early. It wasn't that he wanted to sleep in. Tian burst into his room at dawn and dragged him out of bed. That girl was brimming with energy, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she babbled on about which team she'd be assigned to and who their jonin instructor might be. Tian Ge yawned while pulling on his clothes, thinking that just last night she had been too nervous to sleep, yet now she acted as if nothing was wrong. Tian Yuan was tidying up the tools in the yard. When he saw the 2 children come out, he smiled and said today was a big day. After the team assignments were announced, he would have Huizi prepare a few extra dishes for dinner. Huizi poked her head out of the kitchen, telling them not to be nervous. No matter which team they ended up in, they would have good teachers. Tian Ge acknowledged her and left the house with Tian. On the way, they ran into quite a few freshly graduated classmates heading toward the school in groups of 2s and 3s. Several girls who were usually close to Tian clustered around, chattering excitedly about the team divisions. Tian Ge lagged a few steps behind, listening to them guess who would be paired with whom and which jonin they hoped to be assigned to. In his heart, he was also making guesses. He still remembered the original story. Tian should be grouped with Ning Ci and Xiao Li with Akai as their jonin instructor. As for himself, there was no such character in the original work. He could end up in any team. But no matter which team he joined, he had to keep hiding his true strength, at least for now. At the academy gate, Irika was already waiting. The newly promoted genin gradually arrived, and over 20 people stood on the training ground. Tian Ge swept his gaze across them and spotted many familiar faces. Ning Ci stood alone at the edge, his expression indifferent. Shaoli was stretching his limbs nearby, muttering something about youth. There were also the girls Tian usually hung out with, as well as students from other classes. Irika cleared his throat and asked everyone to quiet down. From today onward you are officially Jinin. He held the roster, a gratified smile on his face. Next I will announce the team assignments. When I call your names, the three of you will form a team, and your respective Jonin instructors will come to take you. He began reading the list. Team 1 Yamamoto Ichiro Onodura Akira Watanabe Miho. Jonin instructor Marino Ida. Team 2 Kudo Shinji Noguchi Ryoko Sasaki Kenta. Jonin instructor Kuzukabe Kotaro. Team 3 Hyuga Ningtsi Rock Lee Tian. Jonin instructor Might Guy. Shaoli jumped up on the spot, shouting that it was great to be in the same team as Ningxi, and that his youth had finally begun. Ningxi remained expressionless, but said nothing. Tian stood still, her face showing a mix of happiness and a hint of disappointment. She was happy because she knew both Ningxi and Shaoli. Shaoli was noisy but a good person, and Ningxi had become closer to her over the past year and was extremely strong. The disappointment came from being separated from Tian Ge. Irika continued. Team 4 Inoue Shota Matsumoto Yuka Tanaka Makoto. Jonin instructor Yamashiro Aoba. Team 5 Takahashi Ryo Netajima Aoi Yoshida Masao. Jonin instructor Namiki Rado. Team 6 Yunujijian Inazuka Hong Tian Ge. Jonin instructor Yuhi Kurinai. Tian Ge was taken aback. Yunujijian. Inazuka Hong. He had met Yunujijian a few times. He was Shino's older brother, a year older than him. That guy was taciturn with an extremely low presence, always wearing sunglasses and a high-collared coat, the standard attire of the Yunu clan. Inazuka Hong was Kiba's clan sister, also 12 years old. She had long brown hair, painted stripes on her cheeks, and a small white dog perched on her shoulder. Yuhi Kurinai, the one who was a master of illusionary techniques. Tian Ge mused to himself. This team's composition was quite interesting. The Yunu clan specialized in bug-based combat, the Inazuka clan in olfactory tracking and taijutsu, and he himself had a hidden swordsmanship style. Yuhi Kurinai was a Jonin specializing in Jinjutsu, so her leadership style would surely be different from that hot-blooded maniac Akai. Tian sidled over and whispered, "We ended up separated." Tian Ge said, "That's normal. It's not like siblings have to be in the same team." Tian said, "I know, but I'm still a bit surprised." Irika finished reading the remaining names and finally said, "The teams whose names have been called wait here. Your Jonin instructors will come to pick you up. Those not called will be assigned later." Dismissed. The training ground immediately buzzed with activity as acquaintances clustered together to discuss. Tian was pulled aside by Shaoli to talk, while Ningxi stood nearby listening. Tian Ge remained where he was, observing his two new teammates. Yunujijian stood not far away, motionless like a statue. Inazuka Hong, however, approached him proactively and gave a smile. "You're Tian Ge, right? I've seen you. The one who's always with Tian." She spoke cheerfully. "I'm Inazuka Hong, and this is Haimaru." She pointed at the small white dog on her shoulder, which barked at Tian Ge. Tian Ge nodded. "Hello. Looking forward to working together." Inazuka Hong asked, "What do you usually use? Ninjutsu or taijutsu?" Tian Ge thought for a moment. "A bit of both, but nothing special." Inazuka Hong laughed. "Don't be modest. Anyone who passed the graduation exam can't be that bad. I use taijutsu fighting alongside Haimaru. That guy Jijin uses bugs. Have you ever seen the bugs of the Yunu clan?" Tian Ge said he had, and they were quite impressive. Inazuka Hong said, "Impressive, yes, but he's way too quiet. He says less in a day than Haimaru barks." Haimaru barked again, as if agreeing with her. Just as they were talking, a figure approached. Tian Ge looked up and saw a kunoichi wearing a fishnet undershirt and a dark Jonin flak jacket. She had long black hair, crimson eyes, and a faint smile on her lips. Yuhi Kurinai Konoha's Jinjutsu Jonin. She walked up to the three of them, glanced over them, and said, "Team 6, Tian Ge and Inazuka Hong. I am your Jonin instructor, Yuhi Kurinai. Follow me." With that, she turned and walked away. Inazuka Hong was stunned and whispered to Tian Ge, "That's it. No pep talk." Tian Ge said, "Just follow." The three of them trailed after her. As they passed by Tian's group, he saw her being lectured by a man in a green spandex suit. The man had thick hair, bushy eyebrows, and a thumbs up, his white teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Might Guy, the Jonin instructor of Team 3. Tian looked bewildered, and when she saw Tian Ge passing by, she shot him a pleading look. Tian Ge just shrugged at her, meaning, "You're on your own." Yuhi Kurinai led the three to a training ground and stopped. She turned around, looking at her new subordinates, and said calmly, "First, introduce yourselves." "My name is Yuhi Kurinai. I specialize in Jinjutsu, and I have enough experience to lead you. If you have any questions, ask. I'll answer what I can." She paused. "You three introduce yourselves. Name specialties like dreams. Say whatever you want." Inazuka Hong spoke first. "I'm Inazuka Hong. I specialize in taijutsu and fight alongside Haimaru. I like grilled meat and training Haimaru. My dream is to become a ninja as strong as a jonin and make my clan proud. Haimaru barked beside her as if seconding the motion. Yuhi Kurinai nodded and turned to Yunujijin. He was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Yunujijin. I specialize in using bugs. Nothing I particularly like. My dream is to carry on the clan's will. His voice was flat, and he fell silent after finishing. Yuhi Kurinai looked at Tian Ge. Tian Ge said, I'm Tian Ge, adopted son of a tool merchant. I know a bit of swordsmanship and basic ninjutsu, but nothing exceptional. I like studying various weapons and also enjoy cooking. My dream is to protect the people close to me. Yuhi Kurinai listened and gave a brief, Alright, now we know each other. From today on you are a team. You'll act together on missions, and you can train on your own in your free time. I have only one requirement: follow orders. Do what I say during missions, save your objections for after the mission. Can you do that? The three nodded. Yuhi Kurinai said, then it's settled. Dismissed for today. Formal training starts tomorrow. Meet here at 8 in the morning. With that she turned and walked away, brisk and decisive. The formal training began on the second day. Zerohong's method was quite different from what Tian Ge had anticipated. She did not make them spar against each other, nor did she teach any profound techniques. Instead, she led them through basic exercises. Throwing kunai, hand sign speed, and physical conditioning. Occasionally, she posed simple tactical questions for the trio to discuss how to cooperate. Tian Ge continued to conceal his true capabilities. His kunai throwing hit 7 or 8 out of 10 hand sign speed, on par with an average genin, and his physical training neither lagged nor excelled. Yunujijin remained as silent as ever, performing everything with meticulousness. Xuanzhonghong was talkative, often communicating with Huiwan during training, the pair working in seamless harmony. Zerohong observed from the sidelines, occasionally correcting their movements without saying much. 3 days later, she had them practice in pairs, rotating partners. When Tian Ge paired with Xuanzhonghong, he used only taijutsu and basic ninjutsu. Xuanzhonghong was highly aggressive, with Huiwan assisting from the side, their coordination impressive. Tian Ge managed to hold his ground, but without showing overwhelming dominance. After a while, Zerohong called a halt. Not bad, she said, walking over to them. Your teamwork still needs polish. Right now you're each fighting on your own. Xuanzhonghong panted, patted Huiwan's head, then turned to Tian Ge. Tian Ge, you're pretty tough. I've been attacking for ages, and you're barely winded. Tian Ge wiped his sweat. Your attacks are too fierce. I'm exhausted, just dodging. Xuanzhonghong grinned, revealing a small canine tooth. Cut it out. I can tell you're handling it with ease. Yunujijin, standing nearby, spoke up surprisingly. He indeed hasn't gone all out. Tian Ge's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm. You noticed? Yunujijin adjusted his dark glasses, his voice flat. The insects told me. Your breathing has been steady throughout. Tian Ge nodded. Those insects are quite impressive. Yunujijin said no more. Zerohong cast a contemplative glance at Tian Ge, but did not press further. Alright, that's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. After training, Tian Ge mused on his way back that the Aburan clan's insects could sense chakra fluctuations. He would need to be more cautious in the future. However, given Jijin's personality, even if he noticed something, he wouldn't gossip. No need to worry on that front. That evening when Tian returned, she was so exhausted she barely ate a few bites before collapsing. Tian Ge asked how her training went. Tian slumped over the table, groaning weakly. 500 laps every day. Then Shaoli sparred with Ningxi, and I sparred with Akai-sensei. Akai-sensei used only one hand, and I couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Tian Ge sat down beside her. That's normal. The gap between a jonin and a genin is just that wide. Tian lifted her head, resting her chin on the table. I know, but it's still disheartening. Ningxi is so much stronger than me, and even Shaoli is better. I feel like I'm the weakest. Tian Ge looked at her. You've only been training for a few days. What's the rush? Ningxi is a genius of the Hyuga clan, trained in gentle fists since childhood. How many years has Shaoli trained in taijutsu? As for you, you wanted to be a medical ninja before. You've played with tools for a few years, but taijutsu was never your forte. Tian blinked. Then what should I do? Tian Ge reached out and ruffled her hair. Take it slow. Akai-sensei can produce someone like Shaoli, so he must have his methods. First, follow the training and build up your stamina. Then work on other skills. You want to be a medical ninja, right? Medical ninjas don't need to charge to the front. Just protect yourself and heal your teammates. Tian thought for a moment and sat up straight. True. Tian Ge handed her the chopsticks. Eat up, finish dinner, and get some sleep. You have 500 laps tomorrow. Tian glared at him, took the chopsticks, and poked at the rice in her bowl. Are you really my brother? Tian Ge smiled. Yes, that's why I care. Tian snorted and continued eating. That night, Tian Ge went to the One Piece world. He had already learned to control the time flow, synchronizing both worlds. Time spent here matched time there. When he arrived at the Shuangyue Dojo, Guyaina was practicing swordsmanship in the yard. Under the moonlight her movements were faster and more fierce than during the day, the blade cutting through the night with a soft whistle. Hearing footsteps, Kuina stopped and turned to look at him. "You're here." Tian Ge nodded, drawing a short sword from his waist. "Shall we continue?" Kuina tightened her grip on the wooden sword. "Continue." The two began sparring. Kuina's swordsmanship was sharper than before, each strike swift and precise, faint traces of chakra clinging to the blade, carrying a sense of pressure as it swung. Tian Ge found it somewhat strenuous, but managed to keep up. After more than 50 exchanges, Kuina suddenly withdrew and stepped back. "You've improved," she said. Tian Ge caught his breath. "So have you." Kuina rested the wooden sword on her shoulder. "So Along challenged me again today." Tian Ge wiped his sweat. "How many times has it been?" Kuina thought for a moment. 2001. He lasted one more move than last time. Tian Ge smiled. "That kid will surpass you eventually." Kuina glanced at him. "Maybe, but that day is still far off." She paused. "Are things settled on your side?" Tian Ge sheathed his short sword. "Just graduated. Now I'm assigned to a squad, and we've started training." "Ninja?" "Yes, genin. Similar to swordsman apprentices here." Kuina nodded. "Train well. Don't neglect your swordsmanship. Remember to practice 1,000 swings every day." Tian Ge gave a wry smile. "I won't forget." He spent the night in the One Piece world sparring with Kuina for a few hours, and then practicing swings on his own. The next morning he returned to the Naruto world before dawn. The days that followed passed in this rhythm. He trained in the Naruto world during the day and practiced swordsmanship in the One Piece world at night. Shuttling between both worlds, he made progress in each. Zerohong's training wasn't intense, but it emphasized teamwork. Tian Ge gradually adapted to cooperating with Yu Zhijian and Xuanzhonghong. Zhijian spoke little, but had keen observation, using his insects to provide accurate intelligence during battles. Xuanzhonghong was aggressive, suited to charging ahead and pinning down enemies. Tian Ge was responsible for covering and supporting, occasionally stepping in to take a few hits. Zerohong watched, offering neither praise nor criticism, only occasional pointers. A month later, at the edge of the training ground, Shirihong summoned the three of them over. "There's a mission," she said, arms crossed, her gaze sweeping across them. "A C-rank mission. Escort a merchant caravan to the Cha country. The journey takes about 5 days. The caravan has 10 people, and the cargo is medicinal herbs. The three of you will accompany me." Kiba Inuzuka's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists. "My first mission." Huiwan barked twice beside him, wagging his tail furiously. Shino Aburame nodded silently, his sunglasses reflecting the light. Tian Ge felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. A C-rank mission could involve combat, or it might not. The Cha country wasn't far, and the road shouldn't harbor two formidable enemies. But leaving Konoha as a ninja for the first time felt different. Shirihong continued, "We depart tomorrow at 6 in the morning, gathering at the village gate. Go back and prepare. Bring enough spare clothes and rations. Check your own tools and don't let problems arise on the road." The three nodded. After dismissal, Tian Ge returned to pack his belongings. When Tian Yuan heard about the mission, he took out several kunai from behind the counter and handed them to him. "New stock, good quality. Take them." Tian Ge took them, weighing them in his hand. "Thanks, Dad." Huizi poked her head out from the kitchen, spatula in hand. "Be careful on the road, watch your safety, and don't be reckless. Do you have enough food? Want me to pack some rice balls?" Tian Ge responded to each, "I've got it. Don't worry." In the evening, Tian returned and froze when she heard about the mission. C-rank. To the Cha country. Tian Ge nodded. Tian counted on her fingers. 5 days. Tian Ge leaned against the doorframe. "Round trip and escort, about that." Tian was silent for a moment, staring at him for a few seconds, then said, "Then be careful." Tian Ge smiled. "Don't worry, I won't die." Tian glared at him, hands on her hips. "Who's worried about you dying? I'm afraid you'll disgrace our family." Tian Ge laughed out loud. "All right, no disgrace." Tian snorted and turned back into the room. At the door, she looked back and poked half her head out. "Bring back some local specialties from the Cha country. I hear their tea is good." Tian Ge waved his hand. "Got it." The next morning, when Tian Ge arrived at the village gate, Shirihong was already there. She stood by the gate, a kunai pouch at her waist, her black hair tied back, looking more capable than during training. Kiba Inuzuka and Huiwan arrived shortly after, both man and dog brimming with energy. Shino Aburame also appeared on time, still in his high-collared jacket, hands in his pockets. The caravan members were already waiting. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s, surnamed Tianzhong, who dealt in medicinal herbs. His face wore the amiable smile typical of merchants. When Tianzhong saw them, he smiled and came forward, hands clasped together. "Master Shiri, sorry for the trouble this time." Shirihong nodded. "Mr. Tianzhong, you're too kind. It's our duty." Tianzhong looked at the genin and said with a grin, "Young and promising, becoming ninjas at such a young age." Kiba Inuzuka puffed out his chest, and Huiwan barked beside him, wagging his tail happily. Tian Ge and Shimotsuki showed little reaction. The team set off. The Cha country lay to the east of the Hua country, not too far, normally a 3-day walk. The caravan had 10 people and 5 carts loaded with medicinal herbs. The wheels left deep ruts in the ground. Tian Ge and the other 2 genin spread out at the front and back of the line, while Shiri Hong led the way. The first day passed without incident. They encountered a few traveling merchants on the road, exchanged nods, and moved on. Several farmers passed by with shoulder poles, glanced at them, and continued on their way. In the evening, they found a clearing by the roadside to set up camp. The caravan members pitched tents and lit a fire to cook. Tian Ge and the others took turns on watch. Tian Ge had the latter half of the night. He sat by the fire gazing at the stars, wondering what Kuina from the One Piece world was doing now. The second day was also uneventful. On the afternoon of the third day, the team entered a mountain path. Dense forests flanked both sides, their shadows blocking most of the sunlight. The road grew rough and the carts slowed, their wheels crunching over gravel. Tian Ge walked at the rear of the group when he suddenly caught a whiff of smoke. He stopped, looked up, and saw smoke rising from the distant woods, grayish-white drifting among the treetops. It wasn't cooking smoke, it was the acrid smell of a fire that had just been extinguished, as if deliberately smothered. He frowned, quickened his pace, and approached Shiri Hong. "Master Hong," he said in a low voice. Shiri Hong turned to look at him. "What's wrong?" Tian Ge pointed into the distance. "There's smoke over there, just put out. Not cooking smoke." Shiri Hong followed his gaze, and her expression darkened. "Could be hunters in the mountains or bandits. Stay alert." She turned and signaled the caravan to quicken their pace, while instructing the 3 to stay vigilant. Tian Ge returned to the back of the line, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. They walked a bit further, and the smell of smoke grew stronger. Tian Ge heard rustling in the woods, the sound of many footsteps treading on fallen leaves. Then a sharp whistle rang out, and a group of people burst from the forest. Over 20 of them armed with swords and spears, ragged clothes, and brutish faces. The leader was a bald, burly man wielding a large blade covered in rust. He laughed heartily, revealing a few yellowed teeth. "Lucky day, fat sheep." The caravan members panicked, the carts screeching to a halt. Tian Zhong's face went pale, and he instinctively stepped back. Shiri Hong stood her ground, sweeping her gaze over the bandits, her tone as calm as if commenting on the weather. "Bandits. Over 20 men dare to rob a caravan escorted by ninjas." The bald man paused, sizing them up, then chuckled, pointing his blade at them. "Ninjas? Just 4? 1 woman and 3 brats. I've killed ninjas before, don't try to scare me." He waved his hand. "Go, kill the men, keep the women." Over 20 bandits charged with a roar, their footsteps trembling the ground. Shiri Hong didn't move, only said, "Leave them to the 3 of you." Tian Ge glanced at Kiba Inuzuka. He was already charging. Huiwan was even faster, a white flash darting forward and sinking his teeth into a bandit's leg. The bandit screamed and fell, his sword flying far away. Kiba Inuzuka rushed up and kicked him square in the face, knocking him out cold, swift and decisive. Shimotsuki stood still, waving his hand, and a swarm of black insects flew from his sleeve, buzzing, and descended upon several bandits. The bandits, covered in insects, screamed and rolled on the ground, dropping their weapons, utterly unable to press the attack. Tian Ge drew his short sword and faced 3 bandits. He used no ninjutsu, only basic swordsmanship. Chop, slash, thrust, parry. Each movement clean and precise, every strike aimed at vital points. The first bandit swung his blade down. Tian Ge sidestepped and cut into his shoulder. The bandit screamed, dropped his weapon, and collapsed, clutching his shoulder. The second bandit thrust from the side. Tian Ge shifted his stance, evaded the blade, and countered with a slash to the leg. The bandit's leg buckled, and he fell to his knees, howling. The third bandit was knocked flying by a kick, crashing into a tree, the back of his head striking the trunk. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out. 3 strikes, 3 men in under 10 seconds. Tian Ge sheathed his blade and surveyed the battlefield. The other bandits, seeing this, froze in their tracks, their feet rooted to the ground. The bald man's expression changed. He hadn't expected these kids to be so formidable. Kiba Inuzuka took down 2 more, with Huiwan helping by biting at their legs. Shino's insects chased the remaining bandits, who dared not approach, fleeing in panic with their heads in their hands. Tian Ge saw about 7 or 8 left, hesitating whether to charge. The bald man gritted his teeth, raised his blade, and rushed straight at Tian Ge. He had figured that this kid, the smallest, might be the easiest. Tian Ge watched him charge and didn't dodge. As the blade came down, he sidestepped, letting the edge graze past his clothes, and simultaneously drove his short sword into the man's ribs. The bald man screamed, dropped his sword, and fell to his knees, clutching the wound, blood seeping through his fingers. Tian Ge withdrew the blade, stepped back, and pointed the tip toward the ground. The man looked up at him, disbelief written all over his face, his eyes wide. A child had taken him down with a single strike. Tian Ge ignored him and turned to the others. The remaining bandits exchanged glances, then turned and fled, scrambling into the forest. Huiwan wanted to chase, but Kiba Inuzuka called him back. Huiwan returned. The battle was over. Over 20 bandits. 13 were down, 7 or 8 had fled. The ground was littered with bodies, some groaning and clutching wounds, some unconscious, some with faces swollen from insect bites. The caravan members were still in shock. Tian Ge leaned against the cart, his face pale, and it took him a while to recover. He came over bowing repeatedly. Thank you, ninja masters, thank you so much. Shiri Hong walked over and looked at the Jinin, nodding. Not bad, she said, her tone inscrutable, whether praise or mere statement. Clean up and continue the journey. We'll report these bandits to the village later, someone will deal with them. Kiba Inuzuka was panting, his face flushed with excitement. That was intense. My first fight. Huiwan barked beside him, circling around, just as thrilled. Shino Aburame recalled his insects and stood silently, a bit of dust on his sunglasses. Shiri Hong glanced at Tian Ge, her gaze lingering on him for a second. Tian Ge sheathed his blade, his expression calm, barely even sweating. Your swordsmanship is good, Shiri Hong said. Tian Ge nodded. I've practiced. Shiri Hong didn't ask further and turned away, leaving the words, let's go. Don't waste time. The team pressed on. The caravan members' gazes toward them had changed, tinged with reverence. They walked more softly, as if afraid to disturb them. Tian Ge came over to thank them again, rubbing his hands together, insisting that once they arrived, he would treat them to a meal. Tian Ge walked at the rear, pondering the battle. Those bandits were too weak. He hadn't needed to exert himself at all. Still, it was good. It let his teammates see his skill without standing out too much or appearing too weak. Kiba Inuzuka sidled up and slapped him on the shoulder quite hard. Nice work, Tian Ge. You took down 4 by yourself. Your moves are pretty slick. Tian Ge smiled. You're not bad either. That flying kick was cool. Kiba Inuzuka grinned, revealing a small canine tooth. Of course. Huiwan and I practiced it for ages. He paused, then glanced at Shino walking ahead, lowering his voice. Shino's insects are amazing. He took them down without even lifting a finger. Shino didn't turn around, his voice drifting back faintly. Insects aren't good at attacking, they just scare people. Kiba Inuzuka pouted. Scaring works too. Look at those bandits pissing their pants and running. Shino said nothing. Tian Ge smiled and didn't interject. That evening, while setting up camp, Shiri Hong called the 3 over for a brief debriefing of the day's battle. She sat on a rock, holding a twig and drawing on the ground. Kiba Inuzuka, you charged too fast. Easy to get separated from the team. Next time, keep your distance from your teammates. Kiba Inuzuka lowered his head. Yes, ma'am. Shino Aburame, you should have sent out your insects for reconnaissance earlier. You only released them after they charged. Too late. Shino nodded. Yes, ma'am. Tian Ge, you sheathed your blade too soon. You should make sure the enemy is completely incapacitated before sheathing. What if someone was faking unconsciousness? Tian Ge nodded. Understood. After speaking, Shiri Hong looked at Tian Ge. Where did you learn that swordsmanship? Tian Ge's heart skipped a beat, but his face betrayed nothing. I learned from an old master. He taught me for a few years when I was young. Shiri Hong nodded. Your foundation is solid. You could develop in that direction. Tian Ge said, thank you, Master Hong. Shiri Hong said no more and dismissed them to rest. As Tian Ge lay down, he thought that Master Hong had sharp eyes, but she probably wouldn't pry further. After all, Konoha had many sword users. Someone like Moonlight Gale also used a blade. It wasn't unusual. The next day, they continued their journey. 2 days later, they reached the Cha country. The caravan delivered the goods, and the mission was complete. Tian Ge treated them to a meal at a small restaurant in town, ordering a table full of dishes, insisting the ninja masters eat their fill. Before they left, he also gave each Jinin 2 packs of tea neatly wrapped in oil paper. Tian Ge remembered Tian's request for local specialties, curled his lips, and tucked an extra 2 packs into his ninja tool pouch. The return journey was uneventful, and 5 days later they arrived back at Muyi. As they reached the village gate, Tian was already waiting. Seeing Tian Ge return, she ran over and looked him up and down. Are you alright? Tian Ge nodded. I'm fine. Tian leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Did you encounter bandits? Tian Ge hummed an affirmation. More than 20. We drove them off. Tian's eyes widened. More than 20. Tian Ge waved his hand. They were all ordinary people, not very strong. Tian snorted, crossing her arms. You're boasting. Tian Ge pulled out a tea packet wrapped in oil paper from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to her. For you. Tian took the tea, looked down at it, a hint of happiness on her face, but she said, you've got a conscience after all. The two walked back together. Tian walked beside him, asking non-stop how the mission went, what he saw on the road, what the bandits looked like. Tian Ge answered one by one, and in turn asked about her training lately. Tian sighed. Still 500 laps every day. I can finish them now, not as tired. Xiao Li and Ning Ci are getting more intense in their sparring, but I still can't beat them. Akai-sensei said this is just the beginning, told me not to rush. Tian Ge patted her shoulder. That's good. Tian turned her head to look at him. What about you? How's that Hong sensei of yours? Tian Ge thought for a moment. She doesn't talk much, but teaches very thoroughly. My teammates are okay. One talks a lot, one talks little, easy to get along with. Tian nodded. That's good. When they arrived home, Huizi had already prepared dinner. Tian Yuan was also there asking a few questions about the mission. When he heard about the bandits, he frowned. A C-rank mission and you already encountered bandits. You need to be more careful next time. Tian Ge put down his chopsticks. It's fine, they were all ordinary people. Tian Yuan looked at him, his tone turning more serious. Still, you have to be careful. In the ninja business, carelessness leads to death. Tian Ge nodded. I understand. After dinner, Tian Ge went to his room to rest. Lying in bed, he reflected on the mission, feeling a bit emotional. The first time leaving Mu Yi as a ninja, the first time fighting in coordination with teammates, the first time truly using a blade against an enemy. Although the enemies were weak, the feeling was still different. What would come next? Higher-ranked missions? Stronger enemies? Or those impending great events? He didn't know. But one thing he knew, he had to become stronger. Strong enough to protect Tian, to protect Tian Yuan, and Huizi, to protect everyone he cared about. As for future matters, he would deal with them when they came. After returning to Mu Yi, life returned to calm. Every morning, Tian Ge went to the training ground to meet with Shiri Hong's team. In the afternoon, he practiced swordsmanship on his own or helped Tian Yuan at the shop. In the evening, he went to the pirate world to find Guyana. As for Tian, it was the same as usual. Every day she was dragged by a Kai to run 500 laps, and she would come back complaining of exhaustion. That evening, Tian was slumped over the table, moaning weakly. Akai-sensei said, we're going to have some kind of survival exercise where the three of us have to take him on. Tian Ge was eating, and he looked up at her. When Tian's face was pressed against the table, her voice muffled. The day after tomorrow. Shaoli is super excited. Ning Ci still looks indifferent, and I'm a bit panicked. Tian Ge picked up a piece of meat. Why panic? It's just an exercise. Akai-sensei won't actually do anything to you. Tian lifted her head and glared at him. You don't know. The look in his eyes like he's going to devour us. Tian Ge laughed. Then do your best. By the way, has your team's name been decided? Squad 3. Tian nodded. Yes, Squad 3. What about yours? Tian Ge swallowed the food in his mouth. Squad 6. Hong-sensei doesn't talk much, but today she taught us a little trick for dispelling Jinjutsu. Tian perked up, sitting up straight. What trick? Tian Ge put down his chopsticks and gestured. It's about the hand seal sequence and the direction of chakra flow. Sounds complicated, but it's simple to do. Tian blinked. Teach me later. Tian Ge said sure. Just then Huizi came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of fruit. Tian sat up straight, grabbed an apple, and took a bite. Huizi wiped her hands and looked at Tian Ge. Your father said that the Cha countryside has been unstable lately. Several merchant caravans have been robbed. Be careful when you take on missions next time. Tian Ge was startled. Robbed? Even those escorted by ninja? Huizi nodded. It seems some were ordinary caravans, and some had hired guards, but they couldn't win. Your father heard it from colleagues in the trade. Tian Ge made a mental note. 2 days later at the training ground, Shiri Hong called the three of them over and said there was a new mission. Still C-rank, still escorting a merchant caravan to Cha country. However, this time it was a different caravan taking a different route, and the goods were silk. Xuanzhong Hong's eyes lit up. Cha country again. Didn't we take that route last time? Shiri Hong shook her head. This caravan requested to take the eastern route. A bit longer, but safer. That last route has had some trouble recently. Several caravans were robbed. Tian Ge's heart stirred, recalling Huizi's words. Shiri Hong glanced at him. Is there a problem? Tian Ge snapped back to reality. No, I just heard that area is unstable. Shiri Hong nodded. That's precisely why we need to escort. You three prepare. We depart tomorrow. Early the next morning, the team gathered at the village gate. The leader of this caravan was an old man in his 50s, surnamed Lin, who dealt in silk. His hair was gray, but his back was straight. He brought 8 assistants and 5 carts loaded to the brim. Old man Lin saw Shiri Hong and politely cupped his hands. Shiri Jonin, thank you for your hard work. Seeing the 3 genin, he smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits. Youth is wonderful. The convoy set off. Tian Ge had never taken this road before. On both sides were hills with occasional forests. The road was wider than the last one, but had more curves, so they moved slowly. The first day was peaceful. The second day was also peaceful. On the afternoon of the third day, as the convoy passed through a forest, Tian Ge heard sounds. He stopped and listened intently. There were footsteps in the forest, many chaotic rustling on fallen leaves. Shiri Hong also heard them and raised her hand to signal the team to halt. She said to the 3, there's a situation. Prepare for battle. As soon as the words were spoken, a crowd burst out of the forest. Not 20-something, but 40-something. They carried swords, spears, and a few had bows standing at the back. The leader was a one-eyed giant with a scar running diagonally from his forehead to his chin, wielding a large blade that still bore traces of unwashed blood. He looked at the caravan, grinned, and revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth. Lucky as fat sheep. The The people behind him also laughed unrestrained, some slapping the flat of their blades against their palms. Old Man Lin's face turned pale, the assistants backed away in fear, and the horses pawed the ground anxiously. Shiri Hong swept her gaze over the bandits, her brow slightly furrowed. Over 40 people, twice as many as last time. Their equipment was also more uniform, not like ordinary bandits. The one-eyed giant saw her, looked her over, and chuckled. Ninja. Just one woman with 3 brats. Shiri Hong ignored him and said quietly to the 3, protect the caravan. Don't let them near the carts. The one-eyed giant waved his hand. Charge. Kill the men, keep the women, take the goods. The bandits charged forward with strange cries. Xuanzhong Hong and Huiwan were the first to meet them. Huiwan, like a white flash of lightning, pounced on the foremost bandit, sinking his teeth into his calf. The bandit screamed and fell, and Xuanzhong Hong rushed up, kicking him on the chin, knocking him out cold. Yunu Zhijian stood still, waving his hands. From his sleeves surged a dense swarm of black insects, buzzing loudly as they flew toward the enemy. Several bandits were covered in insects, screaming and rolling on the ground, dropping their weapons. Tian Ge drew his short blade and stood guard by the carts. 3 bandits rushed toward him. The first one raised his blade and swung. Tian Ge sidestepped and slashed at his wrist. The bandit screamed, his sword flying out of his hand. Tian Ge followed up with a kick to his chest, sending him stumbling backward and knocking over the 2 behind him. The second bandit got up and charged again. Tian Ge thrust his blade into the bandit's shoulder. The man screamed and fell. The third bandit hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran. Tian Ge didn't give chase, he held his position. After taking down 3, he sensed something was off. Although these bandits were also ordinary people, they were more capable than the last batch. A few had some rudimentary taijutsu skills, dodging quickly, not like a purely brute force mob. His peripheral vision caught Xuanzhong Hong. She was surrounded by 5 or 6 bandits, with Huiwan assisting her. The girl and dog worked in tacit coordination, so she was fine for now. Yunu Zhijian's insects had taken down a number, but more charged forward, bypassing the insects and heading for the carts. Shiri Hong hadn't acted, yet she stood on top of a cart, arms crossed, scanning the surroundings. Tian Ge knew she was guarding against possible experts. Another wave of bandits came, this time 5. Tian Ge put a bit more force into his next strike, cutting through a bandit's blade and continuing into his shoulder deep enough to reveal bone. The bandit screamed and fell. The ones behind him froze, halting. Tian Ge didn't give them time to react. He charged into the crowd, and with a flash of his blade, 3 more fell. The last one was kicked flying by Tian Ge, crashing into a tree, hitting the back of his head against the trunk, rolling his eyes back, and passing out. The one-eyed giant watched from afar and cursed, worthless. He carried his blade and strode over, his steps steady and firm, each one planted solidly. Tian Ge noticed him. This man walked steadily and gripped his sword with strength. He must have trained for years. Not an ordinary bandit. The one-eyed giant stopped in front of Tian Ge, looked him up and down, a glint in his single eye. Kid not bad with the blade. Who taught you? Tian Ge paid him no heed and thrust his blade forward. The burly man sidestepped and swung his broadsword down. Tian Ge parried, feeling the weight press heavily on his hands. This man's strength is considerable. The burly man chuckled. Interesting. He unleashed a flurry of slashes, all of which Tian Ge blocked. He hadn't exerted his full power, wanting to gauge the young man's level. After a few exchanges, Tian Ge determined that the burly man was stronger than an average bandit, but still mediocre, barely at the level of a genin. The burly man grew increasingly frantic, realizing he couldn't cut through the youth. He let out a roar and delivered a full-powered slash. Tian Ge sidestepped and drove his blade into the man's ribs. The burly man screamed, dropped his sword, and fell to his knees, clutching the wound. Tian Ge withdrew his blade and stepped back. The burly man looked up, disbelief etched on his face. You? Tian Ge ignored him and surveyed his surroundings. The battle was nearing its end. Half of the bandits lay fallen and the rest were fleeing. Inazuka Kurinai Quanzhong Hong pursued several relentlessly, while Aburame Shibi's UNVG Jin bugs continued their chase. Yuhi Kurinai Shi Rihong leaped down from the carriage and approached the one-eyed brute. Who sent you? She asked. The man clenched his teeth and remained silent. Yuhi Kurinai glanced at Tian Ge, who nodded and pressed his blade against the man's neck. Speak, Tian Ge said coldly. Feeling the chill of the steel, the man's expression shifted. He opened his mouth, his voice trembling. It was someone who hired us. Yuhi Kurinai crouched down, fixing her gaze on him. Who? The man swallowed hard. I don't know a masked person. He paid us to ambush merchant caravans on this road. We split the loot with him. Yuhi Kurinai's eyes narrowed. Where is he? The man said at a hideout in the mountains. We live there, and he comes every few days. Yuhi Kurinai extracted the hideout's location, then had Aburame Shibi use his insects to guard the prisoners while she counted the remaining bandits. In total, 23 were subdued, and over a dozen had escaped. The caravan members were unharmed, and the goods were intact. Old Lin came over to express his gratitude, his legs still trembling. Thank you, esteemed ninja, thank you. Yuhi Kurenai waved her hand. First find a safe place to set up camp. She instructed the caravan to rest in a nearby clearing, then led her 3 subordinates to interrogate the captives. After questioning several, the story was consistent. Someone had paid them to rob the caravan, and that person wore a mask with no one knowing his face. The hideout was in the mountains about half a day's journey away. Yuhi Kurenai was silent for a moment before addressing the trio. This mission has changed. First we escort the caravan back to Konoha, then we'll investigate the hideout. Inuzuka Kurenai's eyes lit up. What about the caravan? Yuhi Kurenai said, I'll escort it back alone, you 3 wait here. She paused. No, you'll come with me, and then we'll go to the hideout together. Tian Ge frowned. Sensei, the hideout might be dangerous. Yuhi Kurenai looked at him, her tone calm. I know, but this is a mission. Since we've discovered a problem, we must investigate thoroughly. You 3 will come with me, but remember, follow orders and don't act recklessly. The 3 nodded. The next morning, Yuhi Kurenai escorted the caravan back. After half a day's travel, they reached a post station. She paid the station attendants to escort the caravan back to Konoha, then turned back with her 3 subordinates heading toward the hideout. By dusk, they located the hideout, a camp in a valley with dozens of tents surrounded by wooden palisades with guards posted. In the center of the camp were several large cages holding captives. Inuzuka Kurenai lay behind a rock and whispered, Are those kidnapped villagers? Yuhi Kurenai nodded and observed for a while. The camp contained over 30 bandits, fewer than the previous group, but better equipped. A few of them didn't seem like ordinary men, their movements suggested training. She lowered her voice. We'll strike after dark. The goal is to rescue the villagers and capture the leader to find out who's behind this. Capture alive if possible, if not kill. After nightfall they infiltrated. Aburame Shibi's insects took down the sentries first. The bugs silently crawled onto the sentries' bodies and bit them. The sentries collapsed without a sound. Tian Ge and Inuzuka Kurenai crept in from the flanks while Yuhi Kurenai provided cover from the perimeter. Tian Ge approached a tent and heard voices inside. He lifted the tent flap and saw 3 bandits drinking with several empty bottles on the ground. He entered, and with 3 strikes the 3 fell without a noise. He continued deeper toward the cages holding the prisoners. Inside the cages were 7 or 8 villagers who stared at him wide-eyed in shock. Tian Ge raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence, then used his blade to cut the chains. The villagers emerged. An old man grabbed his arm and whispered, Thank you, thank you. Tian Ge patted his hand. Don't make a sound. Head outside as someone will meet you. He led the villagers out, crossing paths with Inuzuka Kurenai, who had also rescued a few. Huiwan stood guard nearby, ears perked. Suddenly a shout rang out, Intruders. A bandit had spotted them. Tian Ge's expression changed. Moved. He urged the villagers to run while he charged forward. Bandits surged from all directions, torchlight casting flickering shadows. Inuzuka Kurenai and Huiwan held one flank while Aburame Shibi's insects blocked the other. Tian Ge stood in the middle facing the bandit leader. The leader was a tall, lean man wielding a slender blade that glinted in the firelight. He sneered at Tian Ge, Brat, you're asking for death. He lunged his blade fast, 3 swift slashes in rapid succession. Tian Ge parried and realized this man was stronger than the one-eyed brute, possibly near the level of a chunin. He had no time to waste, the villagers were still not far away. He increased his efforts, slashing with force. The leader blocked, but Tian Ge kicked him in the stomach. The leader stumbled backward, crashing into a tent, the canvas wrapping around him. Tian Ge followed up, thrusting his blade at the man's chest. The leader dodged clumsily, the blade slicing his arm, tearing through cloth and flesh. He screamed, clutching his wound as he retreated, his sneer long gone. Tian Ge gave him no respite, pressing the attack. The leader fought desperately, but couldn't hold out, accumulating more wounds. Terror filled his face as he turned to flee. Tian Ge slashed his leg, sending him crashing to the ground, his face in the dirt. Tian Ge strode over, blade pointing at him. Who sent you? The leader panted, fear and hatred in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, then suddenly laughed, a sinister laugh. You think you've won? Tian Ge frowned. The leader pulled something from his chest and smashed it on the ground. A blast erupted, smoke billowing, choking and blinding. Tian Ge stepped back. When the smoke cleared, the leader was gone. On the ground lay a forehead protector. Tian Ge picked it up and examined it. The protector had a scratch across it, the mark of a rogue ninja. But the emblem on the protector wasn't Konoha's, it was a symbol he'd never seen before, resembling intertwined blades of grass. He thought for a moment. He felt he'd seen it somewhere, but couldn't recall. Yuhi Kurenai approached, took the protector, and studied it. Her expression shifted. Tian Ge noticed her reaction. What's wrong? Yuhi Kurenai looked up, brow furrowed. This is a forehead protector from Koushirou village. But why would a rogue ninja from Koushirou be here? She pocketed the protector. First rescue the villagers. We'll talk back in the village. They freed all the villagers, 15 in total. 8 bandits lay dead, 5 were captured, and the rest had fled. Inuzuka Kurinai and Aburame Shibi had minor injuries. Tian Ge had a shallow cut on his arm from the leader's blade, bleeding a little. Yuhi Kurinai glanced at his wound, but said nothing, pulling a bandage from her pack and tossing it to him. They bound the captives and set off back with the villagers. During the journey, they interrogated several prisoners, all of whom claimed ignorance of the masked man's identity. Only the leader had communicated with him. With the leader gone, the trail went cold. 2 days later, they returned to Konoha. Yuhi Kurinai sent the 3 to rest, while she went to the Hokage's office to report. When Tian Ge reached home, Tian was practicing with kunai in the yard, the target pockmarked with holes. Seeing the bandage on his arm, Tian rushed over, staring at it. What happened? Tian Ge raised his arm. Minor wound, nothing serious. Tian put her hands on her hips. Ran into bandits on the mission again. Tian Ge nodded. Yeah, more than last time. Tian rolled her eyes. Why do you always run into bandits? Tian Ge chuckled. Lucky, I guess. Tian glared at him, then tugged his arm toward the house. Come on, let Annie Keiko redress your wound. Your bandage is loose. That evening, Yuhi Kurinai stopped by. She stood at the door, asked about Tian Ge's injury, and inquired about the details of the fight. Tian Ge recounted everything. Yuhi Kurinai listened quietly, then fell silent for a moment. She looked into his eyes. Your swordsmanship is more impressive than I thought. That leader was at Shunin level and you defeated him single-handedly. Tian Ge lowered his gaze. He was careless, and I was lucky. Yuhi Kurinai stared at him as if trying to see through him. Luck is also a part of strength. But you've been hiding it well, it never showed during training. Tian Ge didn't respond. Yuhi Kurinai stood brushing off her clothes. The Hokage is aware of the forehead protector. There may be follow-up missions, so be prepared. After she left, Tian stuck her head out from the stairwell and came over. What did Sensei want? Tian Ge walked inside. Just asking about the mission. Tian followed him. Did she notice something about you? Tian Ge turned back, raising an eyebrow. That I'm handsome. Tian spat and made a face. Shameless. Tian Ge smiled and went to his room to rest. Lying in bed, he thought about the emblem on the forehead protector. Kusugakure. Why would a rogue ninja from Kusugakure organize bandits to rob caravans in the Land of Fire? He pondered for a while, then suddenly a flash of an image crossed his mind. In the original story, there seemed to be a rogue ninja from Kusugakure. What was his name? He couldn't recall, but he had definitely seen that emblem before. Where? Several days later, early morning at the training ground. Yuhi Kurinai summoned the 3, her expression graver than usual. Clutching a document, she swept her gaze across them. A new mission, B rank. Investigate clues regarding a missing nin from the grass village. Inuzuka Kurin's eyes lit up, her fist clenching. B rank. My first B rank mission. Hiramura barked twice beside her, tail wagging with delight. Aburame Shikimi said nothing, but gave a slight nod, his sunglasses glinting. Tian Ge's heart stirred. Grass village. That headband belonged to the grass village. So the Hokage is taking this seriously. Kurinai continued. The mission: identify that masked individual, determine why he organized bandits within the Fire Country's borders, and uncover any ties to the grass village. We will enter under the guise of escorting a merchant caravan, but our true objective is investigation. Remember, maintain a low profile once you arrive. Though Grass Village is small, its people are highly wary of foreign ninja. She glanced at the 3, her eyes lingering for a moment on Tian Ge's face. You may face real ninja this time, not mere bandits. Are you prepared? Inuzuka Kurin puffed out her chest. We're ready. Aburame Shikimi nodded gently. Tian Ge also inclined his head. Ready. Kurinai stowed the document. We depart tomorrow. The journey should take about 5 days. Return and pack. Bring extra rations and blades. Supplies will be scarce in Grass Village. After dispersing, Tian Ge returned to gather his belongings. Upon hearing about his B rank mission, Tintin froze, nearly dropping her kunai. B rank. That means fighting ninja, right? Tian Ge stuffed items into his weapon pouch as he replied, perhaps. Not necessarily, though. Tintin stepped closer, her gaze fixed on him. Be careful. Don't recklessly throw your life away. Tian Ge looked up at her and smiled. I know. How about you? Tintin leaned against his doorframe. Same as always, running laps every day? But Master Kiba mentioned we'll start learning something new next week. Tian Ge nodded. That's good. Early the next morning, the 4 assembled at the village entrance. This time, there was no merchant caravan. They posed as traveling traders, carrying a few Konoha specialties as cargo, several bolts of cloth, 2 jars of tea leaves, and a pouch of dried mushrooms. Kurinai had changed into civilian attire, a dark blue kimono with her hair tied back, resembling a traveling merchant woman. The other 3 wore ordinary clothes as well, but their weapon pouches were concealed beneath their clothing, pressing uncomfortably against their skin. Leaving the hidden leaf, they headed northwest. This was uncharted territory for Tian Ge. Plains stretched on both sides, dotted with occasional forests. The wind rustled through the leaves as they traveled. 2 days later they entered the mountains. The mountain paths were treacherous stones digging into their feet with tall grass nearly reaching their waists along the roadside. On the afternoon of the 3rd day they encountered a group of ninja. 3 opponents, all wearing headbands of the hidden waterfall. The leader was a middle-aged man with a square jaw and piercing eyes. Upon seeing them he halted and studied them carefully. "From the hidden leaf?" he asked. Kuina nodded calmly. "Merely passing through on our way to Grass Village for trade." The middle-aged man remarked, "This route has been troubled lately. Take care." Kuina bowed slightly. "Thank you for the warning." The 2 groups passed each other. Once far enough away, Inuzuka Kirin whispered, keeping her voice extremely low, "Waterfall ninja. What are they doing here?" Kuina didn't turn around. "Likely on a mission. Don't ask further." Tian Ge glanced back. The 3 waterfall ninja also turned to look. Their gazes met briefly before the others looked away and continued on their way. He thought to himself that this road was indeed dangerous. Even waterfall ninja had arrived. By the evening of the 4th day they reached the Grass Village. Grass Village was far smaller than the hidden leaf nestled within a valley. The houses were built of stone, some dilapidated with peeling plaster. Cooking smoke rose from chimneys dispersing into the dusk. At the village entrance stood 2 guards, young men in Grass Village uniforms. Seeing the newcomers they extended their arms to block the path. "Who goes there?" Kuina produced her credentials and handed them over. "Ninja from the hidden leaf. We have a mission and need to speak with your village leader." The guard examined the documents, then looked them over with clear wariness. "Wait." After a while a middle-aged ninja emerged wearing a Grass Village jonin vest, a thin scar running along the corner of his eye. He sized them up, his gaze lingering on each face briefly, then said, "Follow me." He led them through the winding stone paths of the village until they reached a stone house. A wooden sign hung at the entrance bearing characters Tian Ge could not read. He stated, "The village elder is occupied. You will wait. You may see him tonight." Kuina nodded. "Understood." The man departed without even offering them water, his figure soon disappearing around a corner. Inuzuka Kirin muttered quietly, stroking Hiramaru's fur. "What kind of attitude is that?" Kuina shot her a glare. "It's normal. Small villages are always wary of foreign ninja. Stop complaining." They waited at the entrance for over 2 hours. As twilight deepened, someone finally came to escort them inside. The village elder was a man in his 50s with graying hair, dressed in simple robes, seated on tatami with a tea set before him. He looked less like a ninja and more like an ordinary farmer. The jonin from earlier stood beside him. The elder smiled, wrinkles gathering on his face. "Guest from the hidden leaf, welcome. What brings you here?" Kuina knelt and sat gracefully, her manner respectful. "We discovered a Grass Village missing, mean operating bandits within the Fire Country's borders, preying upon merchant caravans and causing significant losses. The Hokage has sent us to investigate and hope your village can provide information." The elder's expression shifted subtly, a muscle twitching near his eye as he glanced at the jonin beside him. The jonin stepped forward, his tone cold. "A Grass Village missing, mean. We have had a few defectors in recent years, but all are at large. What does this person look like?" Kuina produced the headband, offering it with both hands. "This was found at the scene." The jonin took the headband, turning it over and examining it closely, his brow furrowing. "This is indeed a Grass Village headband, but the scratches are fresh. It may not necessarily belong to one of our defectors. It could have been forged by someone else." Kuina met his gaze directly. "That is precisely why we have come to investigate. We would like to review your missing mean records to confirm the identity." The jonin clenched the headband in his hand, making no move to return it. "Those records are confidential and cannot be shown to outsiders." The elder waved his hand, dismissively, still smiling, as if mediating. "Oh, the Hidden Leaf and Grass Village have always maintained friendly relations. Since the Hokage has sent representatives, we will cooperate. However, it is already quite late. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Rest for now." He clapped his hands, and a young man entered. The elder instructed him to escort the guests to their lodging. The jonin's expression darkened, but he said nothing, merely watching them coldly as they departed. That evening they were assigned a small courtyard. The room was Spartan, the tatami worn, but livable. Inuzuka Kirin set Hiramaru down and whispered. That jonin seemed rather unwilling. Kuina sat down and lowered her voice. "His name is Kasana. He is a key figure in Grass Village, responsible for village security. It is only natural that he is wary of us. We will take turns keeping watch tonight. Stay alert." Tian Ge sat by the window gazing at the night outside. "Teacher Kuina, do you think the headband was genuine?" Kuina was silent for a moment, her fingers lightly tapping her knee. "It is likely genuine. But Grass Village may not cooperate willingly. We will see how things unfold tomorrow." In the latter half of the night, Tian Ge kept watch. He sat in the courtyard, his back against a pillar, listening to the surrounding sounds. Grass Village was remarkably quiet, with only the occasional bark of a dog and the rustling of leaves in the wind. He recalled the expression on that jonin's face when he saw the headband. Slightly unnatural, his eyes flickering for a moment. Suddenly, he spotted a dark figure skimming across the rooftop, moving with startling speed like a night bird. Tian Ge rose to his feet, but the figure had already vanished into the darkness. After a moment's thought, he turned and entered the room, gently waking Kuina and whispering into her ear. Kuina's eyes snapped open, immediately sharp and alert. "What did you see?" Tian Ge pointed toward the window. A figure heading toward the eastern part of the village. Kuina rolled out of bed and spoke in a hush. "Let's give chase. Be careful. I will wake the other two and follow behind you." Tian Ge nodded, leaped onto the rooftop, and began pursuing the figure eastward, his footsteps light on the tiles. The moonlight was pale, half obscured by clouds. He sprinted across the rooftops, his eyes locked intently ahead. The dark figure bounded between roofs with remarkable agility, clearly an experienced fighter. Tian Ge lightened his footsteps, closing the distance carefully, while remaining cautious not to be detected. The dark figure disappeared into a large building in the eastern part of the village. The structure was larger than the surrounding ones, resembling a warehouse with a chimney on the roof and vines climbing the walls. Tian Ge slowed his pace and crept closer. Crouching on the roof, he moved as silently as a cat, then lifted a tile to peer inside. A dim lamp illuminated the room, casting shadows of several figures. Some individuals were speaking, their voices suppressed so low that nothing could be made out. One of them stood with his back turned, wearing a black cloak and a mask. Tian Ge's heart skipped a beat, his breath catching for a moment. It was that masked individual. Standing beside the masked man were two individuals. One of them was the Jonin Xiao Jian from earlier in the day. The other was a stranger clad in black, his face expressionless. Xiao Jian spoke, his voice lowered. "People from I have arrived investigating the matter of the forehead protector." The masked man with his back to Tian Ge said in a hoarse voice like sandpaper scraping wood, "I know." They came quite quickly. Xiao Jian stepped forward, frowning. "What do you plan to do?" The masked man didn't turn around, his tone calm. "No rush. Let them investigate. If they find nothing, they'll leave on their own." The black-clad man sneered, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Find nothing? That forehead protector is genuine. If they keep digging, sooner or later, they'll discover your connection to our Chowing." The masked man turned his head, a cold glint flashing in the eyes beneath his mask. "So what? They have no evidence. Besides, my has its own troubles right now. The Ninetales incident was only 10 years ago, and the Uchiha clan was just annihilated. They don't have the energy to meddle in our affairs." Xiao Jian still felt uneasy, rubbing his hands together. "Better to be cautious. The team leader is Shiri Hong, a Jinjutsu Jonin, not to be underestimated." The masked man nodded, a hint of disdain in his tone. "I know her. 3 Genin are nothing to worry about." Upon hearing this, Tian Ge's heart sank. They were indeed colluding. He held his breath, trying to lower himself even further. Suddenly, the masked man looked up, glancing overhead. Tian Ge's heart tightened. He had been discovered. He quickly ducked his head, but it was too late. The masked man waved his hand, and several shuriken whistled through the air, piercing the tiles and sending fragments flying. Tian Ge rolled aside to dodge, leaped down from the rooftop, and drew his short blade as he landed. The masked man burst out through the window, and the two came face to face. He wore a white mask, revealing only his eyes, and beneath it the faint curve of a smirk could be seen. Seeing Tian Ge, he sneered, "Little mouse tailing me." Tian Ge said nothing, gripping his short blade tightly. The masked man produced a kunai and charged forward. The two clashed. The masked man's moves were swift, each strike infused with chakra, truly the skill of a ninja. The kunai traced several cold arcs in the air, aiming straight for Tian Ge's throat. Tian Ge parried a few blows, sparks flying where the short blade met the kunai. He gauged the man's strength, above Chunin level, close to a Tokubetsu Jonin. But he wasn't flustered. His swordsmanship training in that pirate world hadn't been in vain. He swung his blade with heavy, forceful momentum, the edge cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. The masked man blocked, and the ground beneath their feet cracked, sending gravel flying. The masked man's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. How could this kid have such strength? Tian Ge attacked relentlessly, blow after blow, each strike lethal. His movements were clean and efficient, devoid of any flourish. All the killing sword techniques taught by Kuina. The masked man grew more alarmed with each exchange. This kid was no ordinary genin. He poured more chakra into his strikes, trying to overpower Tian Ge. But Tian Ge stood firm as a mountain, his footing unshakable. The surrounding area was devastated by their clash. The ground fractured, stones crumbled from the walls, and dust billowed everywhere. The masked man grew desperate. He formed hand seals, his body dissolving into smoke and reappearing 10 meters away. Tian Ge pursued, his blade aimed at the man's back. The masked man made more seals, and vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, entangling Tian Ge's feet. Tian Ge slashed through the vines with one stroke, but the masked man had already fled, his figure vanishing into the night. He wanted to chase, but Xiao Jian and the black-clad man emerged, blocking his path. Chao Jian stood before him, arms crossed, his face dark. Kid, don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Tian Ge gripped his blade ready to fight. Just then Shiri Hong arrived with Xuanzhong and Yunu Zijin. Huiwan darted out from beside Xuanzhong, baring its teeth with a low growl. Shiri Hong's gaze turned cold as she saw Chao Jian, her eyes sharp as knives. Chao Jian, who were you meeting with? Chao Jian lifted his chin, snorting coldly. This is an internal matter of Caoyin, none of your business. Shiri Hong stared at him, enunciating each word. That man is the rogue ninja we're looking for. Chao Jian sneered, spreading his hands. Evidence. Did you see his face? He wore a mask. Who knows who he is? Shiri Hong looked at him, her gaze piercing as if to see through him. You know very well in your heart. Chao Jian's smile turned provocative. Know what? You people from my sneak around our village's confidential locations at night. I haven't even asked what you're up to. The two sides faced off, the atmosphere so tense it could be wrung out. Tian Ge stared at the black-clad man who had remained silent all along, but his eyes were as cold as winter ice. The masked man was already gone. Tian Ge knew he couldn't catch up, so he took a deep breath and sheathed his blade. Shiri Hong was silent for a few seconds, then said, I will report tonight's events to the Hokage. Chao Jian, I hope you will cooperate with the investigation. Chao Jian waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing a fly. Suit yourself. But don't go running around at night anymore, or we won't be responsible if something happens. He turned and walked away with the black-clad man, their footsteps gradually fading on the stone path. Shiri Hong glanced at Tian Ge and said in a low voice, Let's talk back at the lodging. Back at the lodging, Tian Ge recounted what he had overheard. Shiri Hong listened, her expression grave, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. Someone within Caoyin is colluding with that rogue ninja, she said, pausing. That black-clad man might be a high-ranking official of Caoyin. This is more complicated than I thought. Xuanzhong, holding Huiwen, frowned. What should we do then? Shiri Hong stood up, walked to the window, and gazed into the night. First report to the Hokage and await instructions. Continue the investigation tomorrow, but be careful. Tian Ge had a shallow cut on his arm from a shuriken. Not deep, but it was bleeding. Xuanzhong came over, took out a bandage, and helped him dress the wound while asking, How did you feel fighting that masked man just now? Tian Ge flexed his fingers. He's skilled, but he wasn't going all out. He might have a trump card. Xuanzhong's eyes lit up. You fought him to a draw. That's impressive. Tian Ge shook his head. He ran off, we didn't settle it. Yunu Zijin stood in the corner, casting a glance at him, but saying nothing. Still, Tian Ge knew the insects must have sensed his strength. The next day, they went to the village chief to request access to the rogue ninja records. The village chief hesitated for a moment, his murky eyes sweeping over their faces before finally agreeing. Chao Jian didn't show up, but he sent someone to accompany them, a taciturn young ninja. The archive room was dimly lit, the shelves piled with dusty scrolls. The records did list several rogue ninja, but none matched the description of the masked man. One rogue ninja named Chao Deng had defected 5 years ago and was proficient in earth release and secret techniques, but his age didn't match. The scroll stated he was 35 and the masked man didn't look that old. Another named Chao E had defected 3 years ago and specialized in Jinjutsu, but his build didn't fit. He was too thin. Tian Ge flipped through the records page by page. Suddenly his hand stopped, his eyes falling on a name, Chao T. The entry reads skilled in puppet techniques and poison, defected 2 years ago, whereabouts unknown. Attached was a portrait. The man in the picture had sinister eyes and high cheekbones. He recalled the black-clad man from the previous night and felt a flicker of familiarity. The man's build and stance bore some resemblance to the portrait. He showed the record to Shiri Hong. She took it, examined it carefully, and frowned. This Chao T might be the masked man. But puppet techniques. He didn't use any puppets last night. Tian Ge thought for a moment. Maybe he didn't have time to use them. Shiri Hong nodded. That's possible. They copied down the record, preparing to return and report. Before leaving, Tian Ge took a stroll around the village to look for more clues. In an alley, he spotted a mark carved into a stone, half hidden by vines. He pushed aside the vines, revealing the complete pattern, an open hand with an eye in the center. He stared at it for a few seconds, feeling he had seen it somewhere before. He thought for a moment, then pulled out paper and pen from his pocket and sketched the mark. On the way back, they avoided the main roads and took the smaller paths. Shiri Hong led the way without looking back. Chao Jian might have sent someone to tail us. Be careful. Sure enough, after a day of travel, they noticed a shadowy figure following them from a distance, neither approaching nor leaving. Shiri Hong glanced at it and said in a low voice, Ignore him, just keep going. On the evening of the third day, they entered the land of fire. The tail was gone. Back in my, Shiri Hong went to the Hokage's office to report. Tian Ge returned home, where Tian was already waiting. She sat on the stone steps at the door, chewing on an apple. Seeing him return, Tian jumped up and ran over to look him over. You're back. Are you okay? Tian Ge shook his head. I'm fine, just a few scratches. Tian glanced at the bandage on his arm and pouted, injured again. Tian Ge raised his arm. Minor wound, it'll heal in a couple of days. Tian took a bite of the apple and asked vaguely, how was the mission this time? Tian Ge thought for a moment. Pretty complicated. Involved another village. Tian nodded, swallowing the apple. Then be careful. I heard B-rank missions are dangerous. Tian Ge smiled. Got it. In the evening, Shiri Hong came by, standing at the door. She said that the Hokage wanted them to continue the investigation, but not to alert the enemy for now. She asked Tian Ge to sketch the mark. Tian Ge went inside to get paper and pen and drew it on the spot. Shiri Hong took it, squinted, and said, I think I've seen this mark somewhere before, but I can't remember. Tian Ge looked at the pattern on the paper and also felt it was familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it. Shiri Hong folded the paper and put it away. Get some rest for now. There might be a new mission in a few days. After returning from the grass-hidden village, Tian Ge rested at home for 2 days. The wound on his arm was not severe. After several changes of dressing, it scabbed over. Every day Tian would check his injury after training and nag him to be more careful. One afternoon, Tian Ge sat in the courtyard reflecting on the mission. The masked man's strength, the black-clad figure's gaze, and Chao Jian's attitude all lingered in his mind. Things were not that simple. There would undoubtedly be more trouble ahead. He looked down at his hand, recalling the shuriken cut he had sustained during the battle. If he had known even a bit of medical ninjutsu back then, he could have stopped the bleeding on the spot, instead of waiting until he returned to get bandaged. He remembered Tian mentioning her desire to become a medical ninja, and thought that he should learn some basic skills too. Mastering more techniques would open more paths. That evening he sought Tian Yuan's advice. Tian Yuan listened, then looked up at him, and said, learn medical ninjutsu. That's a good thing. But medical ninjas require systematic training. You have your regular practice. Do you have the time, Ish? Tian Ge nodded. I'll pick up the basics in my spare time, just enough to treat myself if I get hurt. Tian Yuan thought for a moment, then patted his shoulder. Alright, I know someone. A pharmacist at my hospital named Yeko. He used to buy ninja tools from my shop, and is a decent fellow. I'll ask him for you. 2 days later, Tian Yuan took Tian Ge to meet pharmacist Yeko. Yeko was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses and speaking in a gentle manner. After hearing Tian Ge's intention, he smiled. Want to learn basic medical ninjutsu? It's possible, but medical ninjutsu requires precise chakra control. Not everyone can do it. Let me first test your chakra control ability. He brought out a transparent glass-like sphere and asked Tian Ge to place his hand on it and infuse it with chakra. Tian Ge did as instructed, and a faint, even glow appeared inside the sphere. Yeko looked surprised. Your control is impressive, better than most genin. Have you trained before? Tian Ge withdrew his hand. When I practice swordsmanship, I often have to channel chakra onto the blade. Yeko nodded approval, shining in his eyes behind the lenses. No wonder. Alright, I can teach you the basics. But I can only spare time here and there. Come whenever you can. Tian Ge bowed slightly. Thank you, teacher Yeko. Over the next few days, Tian Ge hurried to my hospital whenever he had a free moment. Yeko first taught him theoretical knowledge, the body's meridians, acupoints, and the pathways of chakra flow. Then he taught him the simplest healing technique, placing the palm over a wound and using chakra to promote cell regeneration. Tian Ge tried several times. The first attempt yielded no response. The second produced a faint sensation. On the third, a soft glow emerged over the wound. Yeko watched with a smile. You have a natural talent. It usually takes a week for most people to reach this level. Tian Ge gazed at the lingering light on his palm. Maybe it's from sword practice. My hands are steady. Yeko also taught him to identify herbs, hemostatic, anti-inflammatory, analgesic, and their appearances and uses. After his memory awakening, Tian Ge's retention was excellent. He remembered everything after one look. A week later, Tian Ge could already treat minor wounds with the healing technique. Though slow, it was far better than bandaging. Yeko watched his practiced movements and said, You've got the basics down. From here, it's all about practice. If you want to learn more advanced techniques, you'll need to formally apprentice and spend years studying systematically. Tian Ge withdrew his chakra and stood up. That's enough for now. I'll learn more when the opportunity arises. That evening, Shiri Hong came to his home looking for him. Tian Ge was practicing sword swings in the courtyard. Moonlight glinted off the blade. Hearing footsteps, he sheathed the sword and turned toward the door. Shiri Hong stood at the entrance, arms crossed. Assemble at the training ground tomorrow morning. There's a new mission. Tian Ge walked over. Grass hidden. Shiri Hong nodded, her expression somber. The Hokage received word that the grass-hidden village is stirring. This time it's a covert infiltration to investigate who the black-clad figure is. You three should prepare. Disguise yourselves as rogue ninjas and enter through a different route. Tian Ge nodded. Understood. Shiri Hong glanced at him, her eyes falling on the sword at his waist. I heard you've been going to the hospital to learn medical ninjutsu. Tian Ge gave a grunt of affirmation. Yes, just the basics so I can treat myself if I get hurt. Shiri Hong nodded slightly. Good. Medical ninjutsu is very useful for a ninja, but don't let it interfere with your training. Tian Ge smiled. I won't. The next morning the four of them assembled at the training ground. Shiri Hong had prepared clothes for them to pose as rogue ninjas, old patch garments. Xuanzhong Hong put hers on, spun around, looked down at herself, then at Hui Wan. Do I look the part? Tian Ge gave her an appraising look and nodded. Yeah, you do. Yinu Zhijian silently changed into his outfit, his face as impassive as ever, sunglasses reflecting the light. Shiri Hong scanned the three of them and began briefing them. This time we'll take a different route. Bypass the grass-hidden sentry posts and scale the eastern cliff to enter. Chao Jian may have taken notice of us, so we can't go through the main path. Remember, our mission is to investigate the black-clad figure, uncover his identity, and gather evidence. Avoid combat if possible, but if we're exposed, fight. The three nodded. Departure. This time they traveled entirely through mountain paths, untrodden wilderness trails. Shiri Hong led the way, clearing brambles with a kunai in swift, decisive movements. After 2 days of travel, they reached the eastern cliff of the grass-hidden village. The cliff was steep, but for ninjas it posed no problem. They climbed up and observed the village from above. Shiri Hong took out binoculars and looked for a while, then said in a low voice, Chao Jian is in that building, the one we saw before. The black-clad figure has also appeared, but I couldn't see his face. We'll wait until dark and then sneak in. After nightfall, the four infiltrated the village. Shiri Hong led the way, evading the patrolling guards, and approached the large building. Tian Ge had been here before. It was the same building where he had tracked the masked man. They lay flat on the roof. Shiri Hong lifted a tile and peered down. Inside, a lamp was lit. Chao Jian and the black-clad figure sat at a table with 2 other people beside them, dressed in ordinary clothes, but with the unmistakable bearing of ninjas. The black-clad figure spoke, his voice low. Are everything ready? Chao Jian nodded. Ready. There are 30 puppets in the basement, enough to use. The black-clad figure said, good. Once this batch of puppets is finished, we can make our move. First attack the surrounding villages, seize supplies, and then expand our power. Chao Jian frowned. What about Konoha? Those visitors last time, could they cause trouble? The black-clad figure sneered, his eyes cold. They can't find evidence, so what can they do? Besides, by the time we've grown strong enough, Konoha won't dare to act rashly. Tian Ge heard this and glanced at Shiri Hong. Her expression was grave, and she shook her head slightly, signaling him to keep listening. The black-clad figure continued, what about the craftsmen? Tell them to hurry. The work must be completed within 3 days. Chao Jian waved a hand. Don't worry, they won't dare slack off. They're locked in the basement, given only 1 meal a day, and beaten if they don't work. Tian Ge's heart sank. There were craftsmen imprisoned. They listened a while longer, but gleaned no further information. The black-clad figure rose and left. Chao Jian followed. Shiri Hong whispered, there must be an entrance to the basement. Let's find it. They searched around and discovered a concealed tunnel entrance behind the building, covered by a wooden board. Shiri Hong lifted the board. Below was pitch black. She turned to the three and lowered her voice. I'll go down. You 3 keep watch up here. If I don't come back for a long time, return and report. Tian Ge stepped forward. Teacher Hong, let me go with you. 2 people can look out for each other. Shiri Hong thought for a moment, then nodded. She instructed Xuanzhong Hong and Yinu Zhijian to stay above, then descended with Tian Ge. The tunnel was deep. After walking for a while, the space opened up. It was a large basement, dimly lit by a few oil lamps. It was filled with various items, wooden puppets, some fully assembled, others half-finished. Piled in the corners were materials, wood, iron fittings, vials of poison. On the other side stood several cages holding 7 or 8 people dressed in rags, gaunt and sallow. Tian Ge approached the people in the cage, saw him, flinched back in fear, and huddled together. Tian Ge crouched down, softening his voice as much as possible. Don't be afraid. We're here to rescue you. An old man lifted his head, his eyes sunken, his voice hoarse. Who are you? Tian Ge looked at him. Konoha ninja. Stay quiet, and we'll get you out. He was about to cut the chains when he heard footsteps. Several people emerged from another passage, among them the black-clad figure. The black-clad figure saw Tian Ge and Shiri Hong, froze for a moment, then let out a cold laugh that echoed in the empty basement. You again. Behind the man in black, 3 ninjas armed with weapons followed. Shiri Hong stared at him, her tone turning cold. Kusanagi, your deeds have been exposed. The man in black's eyes turned icy, a grim smile tugging at his lips. Since you're here, don't think of leaving. He waved his hand, and the 3 ninjas behind him charged forward. Shiri Hong met them head-on, engaging in battle. Her movements were swift, combining Jinjutsu with Taijutsu. She overwhelmed the 3, leaving them gasping for breath. The man in black remained in place, untying a scroll from his back and slapping it onto the ground. With a loud bang, smoke cleared to reveal a puppet. The puppet was humanoid, entirely black, with blades mounted on its arms that gleamed menacingly. Complex mechanisms adorned its back. Tian Ge gripped his short sword, eyes fixed on the puppet. The man in black moved his fingers, and the puppet lunged forward. Its speed was astonishing, the blade thrusting straight at Tian Ge's face. Tian Ge sidestepped and struck the puppet with his sword, leaving only a shallow scratch and a shower of sparks. The puppet spun around, its other arm's blades sweeping horizontally. Tian Ge retreated several steps, studying the puppet. This thing was hard, not made of flesh and blood. Ordinary blades couldn't damage it. He recalled what Noguchi had taught him: the human body has meridians and acupoints, and puppets also have weaknesses, their joints and connections. He charged again, this time targeting the joints. His sword struck the puppet's arm joint with a crack, causing its movements to slow. The man in black's expression darkened, his fingers moved faster, and the puppet attacked wildly, its blades tracing several arcs in the air. Tian Ge remained calm, dodging the attacks, and continuing to strike the joints. Shoulder, elbow, wrist, blow after blow, each landing precisely on the same spot. The puppet's movements grew sluggish, and finally one arm fell off, hitting the ground with a dull thud. The man in black panicked, controlling the other arm to attack. Tian Ge severed the other arm, then struck the legs. The knee joint was hit, and the puppet knelt on one leg. Losing balance, it collapsed to the ground, still twitching. The man in black's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth. My puppet. Tian Ge walked over and plunged his sword into the puppet's chest, where the core should be. The puppet went completely still, the light in its eyes extinguished. The man in black stepped back, his eyes filled with terror and resentment. He stared at Tian Ge, then suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. Do you think you've won? I'll take you with me. He pulled something from his pocket and shoved it into his mouth. Tian Ge recalled the ninja's self-destruct technique. His pupils constricted, and he rushed forward. He kicked the object out of the man's hand, sending it arcing through the air before it rolled away on the ground. Then he punched the man in the stomach. The man in black let out a scream, doubled over, and vomited sour fluid. Tian Ge grabbed him, pinned his arms behind his back, and tied him with rope. The man struggled, cursing, "Bastard, let me go." By then Shiri Hong had already dealt with the three ninjas, and walked over, dusting off her hands. She looked at the man in black. "Kusanagi, you can't escape." The man in black looked up, his eyes venomous. "You Konoha meddlers won't come to a good end." Shiri Hong ignored him, told Tian Ge to keep watch, and went to rescue the artisans. The artisans were freed, weeping and complaining about being imprisoned for over a month, forced to work every day without enough to eat. The old man knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his aged face, saying they were craftsmen from neighboring villages who had been kidnapped to build puppets, beaten if they refused. Tian Ge surveyed the basement. Over 30 puppets lined up neatly, some already equipped with weapons, blades and poison needles alike. If these were used to attack the village, countless lives would be lost. Suddenly, sounds of fighting came from the tunnel entrance. Tian Ge looked up and saw Chao Jian leading a group of 7 or 8 people charging down, all armed. Chao Jian's face changed when he saw the man in black captured, and he rushed forward to rescue him. Shiri Hong intercepted him, and they clashed. Chao Jian's earth style was formidable, causing the ground to crack constantly. Tian Ge held onto the man in black, while fending off the attacking Kusanagi ninjas. He swung his sword with one hand, blocking the assault of 3 opponents. Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame also descended from the tunnel to help, with Gray Ball charging ahead. The basement descended into chaos. Chao Jian was skilled, fighting evenly with Shiri Hong. Seeing that the man in black was under Tian Ge's control and unable to rescue him immediately, Chao Jian gritted his teeth and suddenly threw several smoke bombs. With a series of pops, smoke filled the air, choking and blinding everyone. When the smoke cleared, both Chao Jian and the man in black had vanished. Tian Ge gave chase for a few steps, but the tunnel was too chaotic with many branching paths, and he couldn't find the direction. Shiri Hong said, "Don't chase them. Let's get the artisans out first." They led the artisans out of the basement and evacuated the village. On the way, they encountered several Kusanagi ninjas, all of whom were driven back by Shiri Hong. Her Jinjutsu worked flawlessly, leaving those enemies frozen in place. By dawn, they had left the territory of Kusanagi and found a cave to rest. The artisans expressed endless gratitude, some even trying to kneel and kowtow. Shiri Hong counted them 7 artisans, all injured but not in life-threatening condition. Tian Ge used the healing technique he had just learned to treat their wounds. A faint green light emanated from his palm, hovering over the wounds as he moved it slowly. A young man stared at the light on his hand, eyes wide. "Are you a medical ninja?" Tian Ge shook his head. "I just learned it. Do I only know the basics?" Shiri Hong glanced at him, but said nothing, though there was something in her eyes. After half a day of rest, they led the artisans toward Konoha. On the way, they interrogated a captured Kusanagi ninja, a thin young man who was one of Chao Jian's subordinates. Unable to withstand the pressure, he confessed everything. Chao Jian and the man in black Kusanagi had colluded to use a puppet army to attack neighboring villages, plunder supplies, and expand their influence. The man in black had an accomplice behind him, but the captive didn't know, who only that the person wore a mask. 5 days later, they returned to Konoha. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage received them personally. After listening to the report, his expression grew grave. He puffed on his pipe, smoke curling around him. I will pressure the Koushirou village chief to hand over the mastermind. You all rest for now, there may be subsequent missions. Afterward Kiba stretched lazily. That was really exciting. I took down several of them. Shino adjusted his sunglasses. That puppet was formidable. Kiba turned to Tian Ge. Tian Ge was even more impressive. He shattered the puppet all by himself. I didn't even see how he did it. Tian Ge waved his hand. It's just about hitting the joint same as hitting a person. Kiba said, easy for you to say. That puppet moved so fast, I definitely couldn't have dodged it. Shino glanced at Tian Ge and said calmly, your strength has grown again since last time. Tian Ge smiled, just more practice. Shiri Hong listened without comment. When Kiba and Shino left, she said to Tian Ge, come with me. They walked to a quiet spot shaded by trees. Shiri Hong looked at him seriously, your strength. Is it really just that of a genin? Tian Ge paused, Teacher Hong, I just train a lot. It's nothing special. Shiri Hong shook her head. I've sparred with you and watched you fight. Your swordsmanship reflexes and chakra reserves far exceed those of an ordinary genin. That puppet master's puppet. Even a chunin would struggle to handle it, yet you destroyed it single-handedly. Tian Ge was silent for a few seconds, just luck hitting the right joints. Shiri Hong looked at him, something unreadable in her eyes, but she didn't press further. I don't know what secrets you have and I won't ask. Everyone has their own path. She paused. But remember, during missions being strong is good, but trust your teammates. Don't carry everything alone. Tian Ge nodded, I understand. Thank you, Teacher Hong. Shiri Hong patted his shoulder, go home and rest well. When Tian Ge returned home, Tintin was already waiting for him. She sat at the door spinning a kunai in her hand. Seeing he was safe, she sighed in relief, stood up, and ran over. Injured again. She noticed some blood on his hand. Tian Ge looked down, it's not mine. It's from the artisans. Tintin said, did you put your medical ninjutsu to use? Tian Ge nodded, yes, I treated their wounds. Tintin's eyes lit up, teach me next time. Tian Ge smiled, sure. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat in his chair, smoking his pipe. Before him stood Shiri Hong and Might Guy. On the desk lay a detailed report of the Koushirou incident. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, which rose slowly. Koushirou has officially responded. They agreed to investigate, but requested our assistance. I've decided to send both your teams as escorts for the diplomatic envoy, and to continue tracking down the man in black. Shiri Hong nodded, understood. Akai gave a thumbs up, his teeth flashing as he said, no problem, Lord Hokage. The flames of youth will illuminate the truth. The third Hokage glanced at him, tapped his pipe against the table, and continued, the delegation is led by Yamanaka and Noichi. You two teams are responsible for security. Remember, this is an official diplomatic mission. Show restraint, and do not provoke conflicts proactively. But if evidence is found, necessary actions may be taken. They accepted the orders. When Tian Ge received the notification at home, Tian was there too. She heard they were going to Koushirou, her eyes lighting up as she jumped off the tatami mat. Am I going too? Tian Ge nodded, leaning against the doorframe. Yes, your team 3 is also going. Tian got excited, clenching her fists and waving them in the air. Excellent. I can finally go on a long trip. Tian Ge watched her and couldn't help but smile. Don't get too ahead of yourself. This is an official mission and you'll have to deal with people from Kusa. It's quite troublesome. Tian waved her hand dismissively, her ponytail swinging back and forth. That's still better than running laps around the village every day. The next morning, both teams gathered at the village entrance. Akai stood at the front in his signature green tight suit, with Xiao Li and Ning Xi behind him. Xiao Li was also dressed in a tight suit, his face full of excitement, his eyes gleaming. Ning Xi looked calm, hands tucked into his sleeves, his gaze scanning the surroundings indifferently. Uruchi Kurinai approached with Tian Ge and the others. Inazuka Kurinai and Huiwan walked ahead, both dog and handler looking energetic. Aburame Shoketsu followed silently, hands in his pockets, sunglasses reflecting light. Tian Ge brought up the rear, a short sword hanging at his waist. Tian spotted Tian Ge, ran over and tugged his sleeve. You're here. Tian Ge nodded and glanced at Ning Xi and Xiao Li. Ning Xi gave him a slight nod in greeting. Tian Ge nodded back. Xiao Li charged straight over and grabbed Tian Ge's hand. Tian Ge, this mission together, our youthful passion is boiling. Tian Ge's arm was shaking from being pulled. Boiling is fine, just don't catch fire. Xiao Li paused, blinked, and didn't understand. Tian covered her mouth, giggling. At that moment, Yamanaka and Noichi arrived. He was a jonin of Konoha and the father of Yamanaka Ino, skilled in perception and intelligence gathering. He wore a jonin vest, his expression solemn. He swept his gaze across everyone's faces and said, everyone present, let's move out. The team set off. Akai and Uruchi Kurinai walked at the front and Noichi in the middle, with 6 genin following behind. Huiwan ran around Inazuka Kurinai's feet, occasionally sniffing the bushes by the roadside. Along the way, Inoichi briefly explained the situation. The Kusa village elder had agreed to the investigation under pressure, But Kasana had gone missing, and that figure in black had disappeared as well. They needed to find where they had gone and determine whether others were involved. Tian Ge listened and thought that Kasana had made a swift escape. What about that figure in black? Had he also fled? After 3 days of travel, they entered the land of grass. Inoichi raised his hand to signal the team to stop and turned to look at everyone. We're nearing Kusagakure. Stay alert. There are divisions within Kusa. Some support Kasana, while others oppose him. We may encounter trouble. Sure enough, as they approached the village entrance, a group of Kusa ninja blocked their path. The leader was a middle-aged jonin with a cold expression and eyes like winter wind. Konoha, why so many of you? He asked. Inoichi stepped forward and presented the documents. By order of the Hokage, we are here to assist your village in investigating the missing ninja. This is our diplomatic credentials. The jonin took the documents, glanced at them, and snorted before tossing them back. Follow me. He led them into the village. Tian Ge noticed that the Kusa villagers they encountered on the way avoided them. Some turned and slipped into alleyways at the sight of them. Others lowered their heads and walked quickly away, their eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. The atmosphere was completely different from last time. They were brought to the village elder's residence. The elder was the same old man, his hair whiter than before. He sat on the tatami, but his complexion was worse, with dark circles under his eyes. Several people stood beside him, including the jonin named Kasana they had seen before, but Kasana was nowhere to be found. Tian Ge scanned the room and didn't see Kasana. The elder looked up and forced a smile. Honored guests from Konoha, welcome. Regarding the missing ninja matter, we have already begun the investigation. However, jonin Kasana went missing 2 days ago, and we are also searching for him. Inoichi frowned. Missing? Such a coincidence. A young ninja standing beside the elder stepped forward, glaring at Inoichi. What do you mean? Do you suspect we're hiding him? Inoichi looked at him, his gaze calm. I'm simply stating facts. Kasana is a key suspect, and his disappearance inevitably raises questions. The young ninja opened his mouth to retort, but the elder raised his hand to stop him. The elder sighed. Regardless, we are indeed searching. You may assist with the investigation, but you cannot interfere with the normal order of the village. Inoichi nodded. Very well. We would like to inspect the scene in jonin Kasana's residence. The elder hesitated for a moment, his cloudy eyes shifting before finally nodding in agreement. He sent the young ninja to lead the way and did not go himself. The young ninja was named Chao Yi, Kasana's disciple. He kept a stern expression throughout the journey, clearly unwilling, leading them to Kasana's residence. It was an ordinary stone house, the door slightly ajar. The interior had already been searched. Things were turned upside down with nothing remarkable. Tian Ge and the others split up to investigate. Tian Ge and Tian worked as a pair, moving through the house. Tian went through the cabinets while Tian Ge examined the walls. Tian Ge noticed a mark on the wall, the same symbol he had seen last time. He reached out and touched it. It was carved and very faint. He committed it to memory. Afterward, Inoichi had Chao Yi lead them to the underground basement from before. The basement had already been cleaned out. The puppets were gone, leaving only fragments and traces of machine oil on the ground. Tian Ge searched the floor and found a torn piece of cloth wedged in the crack of a cornerstone. He picked it up and examined it. There was a pattern on it, like the emblem of some organization, an open hand with an eye in the palm. He quietly tucked it away into his ninja tool pouch. That evening they rested at their temporary quarters. It was a small courtyard with a few rooms in rather crude conditions. Tian Ge showed the torn cloth to Uruchi Kurinai. Uruchi Kurinai took the cloth and held it up to the oil lamp for a careful look, her brows furrowing. I haven't seen this mark before, but I can look into it. Tian Ge lowered his voice. Everything in that basement was moved away. Kasana definitely had accomplices helping him. Uruchi Kurinai nodded and put the cloth away. Tomorrow we'll split up. You several go around the village and see if you can find any clues. The next day, Tian Ge, and Xiao Li formed a group and walked through the village. Ning Xiai, Inazuka Kurinai, and Aburame Shoketsu formed another group and went in the opposite direction. Akai and Uruchi Kurinai followed Inoichi to the village elder's residence for negotiations. Tian Ge and the others walked along the street, but the villagers kept avoiding them. Some quickly closed their doors when they saw the group. Others took detours. Even the children were dragged away by their parents. Tian whispered, "They seem afraid of us." Xiao Li clenched his fist. "Perhaps it's a misunderstanding. We need to move them with the sincerity of youth." Tian Ge shot him a look. "Don't try to move anyone yet. Observe first." They walked to the eastern side of the village, the same place where Tian Ge had followed the masked man last time. The alley was narrow, the wall plaster mottled, and puddles of water dotted the ground. Tian Ge stopped and looked at Tian and Xiao Li. "Wait outside. I'll go check upstairs." He climbed onto the rooftop, his movements light. He barely made a sound stepping on the roof tiles. He found his previous position, lay down, and lifted a tile to look beneath. Below, the room was empty, but fresh footprints were visible in the dust on the floor. He jumped down, landing silently, and examined the footprints. There were two sets, both men's shoe prints. One was larger with a patterned sole, the other was smaller, its sole worn smooth. He followed the footprints to a corner and discovered a hidden compartment in the wall. He opened it and found a small folded paper note inside. Tian Ge picked it up and read the few words written on it. 3 days from now, North Mountain. Cash on delivery. Below it was a mark, the same one as on the torn cloth. He stowed the note away. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard movement outside. He peeked out the window and saw a figure in black flash through the alley, moving as fast as a gust of wind. Tian Ge gave chase, shouting to Tian and Xiao Li, "Follow me." The figure in black ran swiftly, heading out of the village, kicking up dust on the dirt road. Tian Ge pursued them out of the village and into a dense forest. The trees were thick and the light grew dim. The figure in black stopped and turned around. Tian Ge could clearly make him out now. The same figure in black, wearing a white mask just like last time. But upon closer inspection, the build was different. This one was shorter with narrower shoulders. The figure in black sneered, cold light flashing in his eyes beneath the mask. "Little brat, you're relentless." Tian Ge tightened his grip on his short sword. "Who are you? What happened to Koushirou?" The figure in black tilted his head. "Koushirou? That fool is already dead." Tian Ge's heart stirred. So he really was dead. The figure in black drew a scroll from behind his back and slapped it onto the ground. With a bang, smoke cleared and a puppet appeared. This puppet was different from the last one. Its entire body was red with clawed arms gleaming with purple light. Tian Ge gripped his short sword tightly. Tian and Xiao Li arrived, and upon seeing the puppet, Xiao Li's eyes lit up. He stepped forward. "So this is a puppet. I'll handle it." Tian Ge reached out to block him, pushing him back a step. "I'll handle this. You two watch." The figure in black flicked his fingers, and the puppet charged forward. It moved incredibly fast, its claws aimed straight for Tian Ge's throat, accompanied by a sharp whistle of wind. Tian Ge sidestepped to avoid it, and slashed at the puppet's arm with his blade. With a crack, the puppet's arm was severed, but purple poisonous smoke erupted from the wound. Tian Ge held his breath, retreated a few steps, and pushed off the ground to circle around to the side. The figure in black laughed triumphantly, the corners of his mouth curving beneath the mask. "My puppet is poisoned. Let's see how you fight this." Tian Ge ignored him, circled around, and slashed at the puppet's joint. The knee joint was struck, and one of the puppet's legs broke off, causing it to kneel to the ground. The figure in black's expression changed. His fingers moved faster, and the puppet struggled to its feet, but with a missing leg and arm it moved awkwardly like a limping spider. Tian Ge charged forward and drove his sword into the puppet's chest, the location of its core. The puppet went completely still. The light in its eyes extinguished, and its body toppled forward. The figure in black stepped back, disbelief filling his eyes, which were wide beneath the mask. He gritted his teeth and said, "My puppet. This took me 3 years to make." Tian Ge stared at him. "Where is Koushirou?" The figure in black said, "I've already told you. He's dead. We killed him because he was too stupid and compromised us." Tian Ge stepped forward. "Who are you people?" The figure in black suddenly laughed, his voice raspy. "You think I'd tell you? I'd rather die than talk." He reached into his robe and pulled something out, trying to stuff it into his mouth. Tian Ge had been prepared and kicked the object away. It spun through the air and landed in the grass. He seized the figure in black's arm, twisting it behind his back. The figure in black struggled and twisted, but could not break free. Tian Ge pressed him to the ground, his knee pinning his back. Tian and Xiao Li came over. Tian looked down at the black-clad man pinned to the ground, panting, "Is this guy the one?" Tian Ge applied a bit more force, pressing the black-clad man down, so he couldn't move. "No, it's another one." Xiao Li crouched down to look, then stood up, looking at Tian Ge with admiration. "Amazing, Tian Ge-kun. Your youth is truly blazing." The black-clad man was subdued, lying on the ground with his head turned, his eyes filled with fear and resentment. He never expected to be defeated by a genin. He thought of his puppet, which was his life's work, now reduced to a pile of fragments. He thought of the mission his organization had given him, now completely ruined. He closed his eyes in despair. At that moment, several people rushed out from the forest. The leader was Qiao Yi, the disciple of Qiao Jian. Behind him followed several Qiao Yi ninjas, all holding weapons. Qiao Yi saw Tian Ge holding the black-clad man. His expression changed, and he raised his finger, pointing at them. "Let him go. He's a criminal of our village." Tian Ge didn't let go, looked up at him. "He's the black-clad man, the one we're looking for." Qiao Yi stepped forward 2 steps, his voice louder. "Then you still have to hand him over to us. You people of Mu, you have no right to arrest anyone in our village." Tian stepped forward, blocking in front of Tian Ge. "We're the ones who captured him. Why should we hand him over?" Qiao Yi waved his hand, and several ninjas surrounded them in a semicircle. The atmosphere became tense. Xiao Li assumed a combat stance, clenching his fists. "Want to fight? Youth's fists are ready." Tian Ge gestured for them to stay still, looked at Qiao Yi, and said calmly, "I'm going to hand this man over to our Jounin." If you want the man, go talk to Yamanaka Haichi. Chao Yi sneered, his face muscles tightening. I don't care. Hand him over now, or don't blame us for being rude. Just as they were confronting, two figures dropped from above the forest. Shi Rihong and Akai arrived. They had heard the commotion and chased over, landing with a gust of wind. Shi Rihong saw the black-clad man captured by Tian Ge and saw Chao Yi and his men surrounding them. She frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Tian Ge briefly explained the situation. After listening, Shi Rihong turned to look at Chao Yi, her tone neither warm nor cold. "We need to take this man back for interrogation, and then we'll negotiate with your village chief." Chao Yi shook his head, his attitude firm. "No, you must hand him over now." Akai stepped forward, hands on his hips, thumbs up, teeth glinting. "Young man, don't be impulsive. The friendship of youth is more important than anything." Chao Yi was taken aback by Akai's aura, but quickly recovered, gritting his teeth. "This is our village's business. You people of Muyi stay out of it." At that moment, another figure rapidly approached from a distance. Haichi also arrived. After landing, he surveyed the situation and walked over to Chao Yi. "I can talk to your village chief. We'll take the man now, and I guarantee he won't escape." His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. Chao Yi hesitated, his eyes darting between Tian Ge and the black-clad man several times, finally gritting his teeth. "Fine, but if you don't follow through, we won't let it go." He waved his hand and left with his men. Tian Ge and the others took the black-clad man back to their lodging. Haichi personally interrogated him. The black-clad man was stubborn at first, saying nothing, but Haichi's secret technique could read memories, so he didn't need him to speak. Haichi formed hand seals and placed his palm on the black-clad man's head. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, his expression grave. "This man is called Chao Yi, also a rogue ninja of Chao Yin. There is indeed someone behind them, an organization called Shao." Tian Ge's heart jolted. "Shao?" Shi Rihong frowned. "Shao? Never heard of it." Haichi stood up, dusting off his clothes. "It's a mysterious organization composed of S-rank rogue ninjas from various countries. Both Chao Ti and Shao Yi were bought by them." Chao Ti was silenced because he was exposed. Shao Jian might also be connected to them. Akai crossed his arms, his expression turning serious. "S-rank rogue ninjas. That's serious." Haichi nodded. "We need to report this to the Hokage. We must return as soon as possible." But the Chaoyin side wouldn't let them leave. The next day, the village chief sent someone to demand that they hand over the black-clad man, otherwise it would be a violation of sovereignty. Haichi negotiated with them for a whole day and finally reached an agreement. The black-clad man would be jointly guarded by both sides, pending a decision after the Hokage and the village chief discussed. Tian Ge and the others stayed for 3 more days. During these 3 days, Tian Ge discovered more clues in the village. That mark appeared several times. It was on walls, wooden stakes, and even on a stone. He asked Haichi, who looked at it, and said that mark belonged to some underground organization possibly related to Shao. On the day of departure, Tian sidled up to Tian Ge and whispered, "This trip was really exciting. That puppet was so scary." Tian Ge nodded. "It was okay, just poisonous." Tian tilted her head to look at him. "You took him down all by yourself, so amazing. When will I be like you?" Tian Ge patted her shoulder. "Just practice more." Ning Xi heard this from the side, glanced at Tian Ge, and said nothing. But Tian Ge knew that Ning Xi must have noticed his strength. On the way back, Shao Li kept pestering Tian Ge about swordsmanship. "Tian Ge Kuin, how did you use that scabbard? How could it block so fast?" "I couldn't see it at all." Shao Li followed beside him, eyes shining. Tian Ge casually said a few words which Shao Li listened to seriously, and even said he wanted to spar with him. Akai heard this from the side and immediately became interested. "Youth is all about constant sparring. When we get back, let's have a friendly match between our 2 squads." Shi Rihong responded indifferently, "All right." Tian Ge thought a friendly match. "That's fine, it'll be a good chance to see Ning Xi's strength." 5 days later, they returned to Muyi. Haichi went to report, and the others dispersed. Tian walked home, with Tian Ge chattering non-stop along the way. Tian Ge thought about what the black-clad man had said. The Shao organization. He certainly knew that name, but he hadn't expected to encounter it so soon. Although it was only an outer member, it still indicated that Shao had already begun its activities. He recalled the original story where the members of Shao were all S-rank rogue ninjas with terrifying power. He was still far from being a match for them. He clenched his fist. He still had to keep getting stronger. On the 3rd day after returning to Muyi at the training ground, Akai came to find Shi Rihong early in the morning, saying he wanted to hold a friendly match. He stood in the center of the training ground, hands on his hips, voice booming. "Youth needs collision. Let Squad 3 and Squad 6 have a friendly match. Let the passion burn." Shao Li nodded vigorously beside him, eyes shining. That's right. The flames of youth must ignite each other." Shi Rihong glanced at Akai and said calmly, "Fine, but don't go too crazy." Akai patted his chest in assurance. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Tian Ge stood to the side, thinking, "You know your limits, sure. But a friendly match was fine. It would be a good chance to see Ning Xi's strength." Tian came over, nudged Tian Ge with her elbow, and whispered, "Your squad is fighting ours." Tian Ge nodded. "Seems like it." Tian blinked. "Who are you teamed up with?" Tian Ge thought for a moment. "Not sure, depends on the arrangement." Haki had already started dividing the teams. He looked at the people on both sides, pointing his finger. 2-on-2 combat. Ning Xi and Xiao Li team up against Tian Ge and Quan Zhonghong. Tian and Unvg Jian will be substitutes ready to join at any time. Shi Rihong will be the referee. Hearing this, Quan Zhonghong's eyes lit up, and she patted Huiwan's head. "I'm teamed with Tian Ge." "Sure." Ning Xi didn't speak, just nodded slightly, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Xiao Li was already warming up, doing all sorts of exaggerated moves, stretching, bending high knees. Tian Ge looked at Ning Xi and thought, Byakugan plus Gentle Fist plus Xiao Li's Taijutsu, it's going to be tough. But not impossible. Tian was a bit disappointed, pouting. "I'm a substitute." Haki turned around and gave her a thumbs up. Substitutes are also important, always ready to step in. In youth, there's no distinction between substitute and main player. Tian. Before the match began, Shi Rihong announced the rules. Fight to the point, no killing blows, stop when someone concedes. The arena is the entire training ground, no boundary limits, but leaving the training ground counts as a loss. Both sides took their positions. Tian Ge and Quan Zhonghong on one side, Ning Xi and Xiao Li on the other. Huiwan crouched on Quan Zhonghong's shoulder, staring at the opposite side, ears perked up straight. Shi Rihong raised her hand and swung it down. "Begin." Xiao Li was the first to rush out, extremely fast, heading straight for Tian Ge. His taijutsu was indeed formidable. He kicked with a whoosh, his leg shadow flashing through the air. Tian Ge sidestepped to dodge, not drawing his short sword, only using the scabbard to block. With a crack, the foot and scabbard collided. Quan Zhonghong circled around with Huiwan preparing to flank. Ning Xi stood still, veins bulging around his eyes, his Byakugan already activated. He stared at Tian Ge, observing his chakra flow. Xiao Li launched a continuous attack using both fists and feet, each move fast as the wind. Tian Ge only used the scabbard to block, not counterattacking. He observed Xiao Li's techniques. This guy's taijutsu was indeed solid. Each move carried a desperate momentum, and his recovery was fast, leaving almost no openings. Xiao Li missed a kick, landed, and said excitedly, "Tian Ge Kuin is amazing. He can block my youth combo." Tian Ge said, "You're not bad either." Ning Xi suddenly spoke. "Xiao Li, right side." Xiao Li immediately moved to the right, spinning his body in the air. Quan Zhonghong rushed in from the left with Huiwan, but Huiwan's claws caught nothing. Huiwan landed, turned around, and charged again, baring its teeth. Ning Xi stared at Tian Ge, secretly surprised. This guy's chakra amount was larger than he had imagined, and the flow was very stable, unlike a typical genin. He recalled their previous meetings. Tian Ge had always been low-key, but now it seemed he had been hiding his strength. He moved. Ning Xi rushed over, hands open in the gentle fist, starting stance, chakra flowing on his palms. Tian Ge knew the power of the gentle fist. It could seal chakra by striking pressure points, so he couldn't let him touch. Xiao Li coordinated with Ning Xi, attacking from the other side, sweeping a kick at Tian Ge's lower body. The two attacked together, coordinating well. Tian Ge retreated a few steps, swept his scabbard to force Xiao Li back, while sidestepping to avoid Ning Xi's palm. Quan Zhonghong rushed over to support, and Huiwan bit at Ning Xi's leg. Ning Xi sidestepped and slapped at Huiwan. Quan Zhonghong quickly called Huiwan back. Huiwan twisted in midair, landed on the ground, barely avoiding the hit. Tian Ge took the opportunity to counterattack, thrusting the scabbard at Ning Xi's chest. Ning Xi crossed his arms to block the scabbard, but was pushed back a step. His expression changed. This guy's strength was far greater than it appeared. Xiao Li charged again, kicking at Tian Ge's head. Tian Ge ducked to dodge, then swung the scabbard backhanded, hitting Xiao Li's leg. Xiao Li stumbled, but quickly regained his balance. Tian Ge looked at him. "Are your legs okay?" Xiao Li moved his leg, his face full of excitement. "No problem. The body of youth fears no pain." He continued to charge, but this time Tian Ge didn't hold back. Tian Ge speeded up the scabbard, striking in rapid succession, breaking through Xiao Li's defense in a few moves, and finally tapped the scabbard on his chest. Xiao Li stumbled back a few steps and sat down on the ground. Tian Ge withdrew. "Are you okay?" Xiao Li was stunned for a second, looked down at his chest, then jumped up. "Amazing. Tian Ge Kuin, how did you do that?" Tian Ge said, "You were charging too hard, your lower body was unstable." Xiao Li looked thoughtful, staring down at his feet. Ning Xi saw that Xiao Li had lost, and his expression became more serious. He stared at Tian Ge, assuming the gentle fist, starting stance, chakra gathering on his palms. Tian Ge knew that the real opponent was next. Ning Xi charged much faster, his footwork steady. Tian Ge met him, scabbard against gentle fist. Ning Xi's palm struck at Tian Ge's arm, aiming to hit a pressure point. Tian Ge dodged and thrust the scabbard at Ning Xi's abdomen. Ning Xi sidestepped, and his other hand slapped at the scabbard. The moment his palm touched the scabbard, chakra surged in. After over a dozen exchanges, Tian Ge realized that Ning Xi was indeed formidable. His gentle fist was precise, and his Byakugan could clearly see the flow of chakra, each strike aimed at the acupoints. Tian Ge could only evade with speed, trying not to let him land a hit. Inuzuka Hana wanted to help, but Ning Xi easily dodged her. Grey Maru pounced several times, but never bit him. Ning Xi suddenly stopped, drawing a circle with his hands. Rotation. Chakra burst from his entire body, forming a spinning barrier. Tian Ge hastily retreated, nearly getting sucked in. The rotation's defense was too strong, his scabbard couldn't cut through it. Ning Xi stood at the center of the rotation, watching Tian Ge. This technique consumed much energy, but its defense was invincible. He waited for Tian Ge to attack, wanting to see how the boy would break it. Tian Ge thought it over, and didn't charge in recklessly. He circled around Ning Xi, looking for an opportunity. Rotation was indeed powerful, but it always had to stop. He waited. Inuzuka Hana wanted to charge in too, but Tian Ge held her back, lowering his voice. Don't rush, wait for it to stop. Ning Xi maintained rotation for a few seconds, but when he saw Tian Ge wasn't falling for it, he had to stop. The moment he stopped, Tian Ge rushed in immediately. Ning Xi couldn't activate rotation again in time, so he had to take the fight head-on. They clashed again. Tian Ge put a bit more force this time, striking with his scabbard in rapid succession, forcing Ning Xi to retreat step by step. Ning Xi desperately used his gentle fist, but Tian Ge was too fast, he couldn't land a hit. Xiaoli, watching from the sidelines, was boiling with excitement, waving his fists and shouting, Ning Xi go. Tian Ge Kuin go. Youth is so beautiful. Tian was also jumping beside him, yelling, bro, hit him. Aburame Shikamaru stood silently, bugs crawling all over his body, lost in thought. Akai and Shirihong watched from the sidelines. Akai crossed his arms, nodded, and said, this kid Tian Ge pretty good strength. Did you teach him? Shirihong shook her head, her tone flat. He trained himself. Akai's eyes lit up, praising, gifted with excellent taijutsu fundamentals. Holding his own against Ning Xi is rare. Shirihong said nothing, but a thoughtful look lingered in her eyes. On the field, Tian Ge and Ning Xi had been fighting for nearly 10 minutes. Neither went all out, but both were serious. Finally, Tian Ge thrust his scabbard at Ning Xi's shoulder. Ning Xi sidestepped to dodge, while simultaneously slapping a palm toward Tian Ge's chest. Tian Ge blocked with his scabbard, and both stepped back at the same time. Shirihong raised her hand and called a halt. Draw, that's enough. The two stopped. Ning Xi looked at Tian Ge, speaking earnestly, you are strong. Tian Ge sheathed his scabbard and nodded, you too. Xiaoli rushed over, grabbing Tian Ge's hand. Tian Ge Kuin. Please take care of me from now on. I want to spar with you. Tian Ge chuckled, pulling his hand free from the painful grip. All right. Tian ran over, pulling Tian Ge's arm and shaking it excitedly. Tian Ge, you're amazing. You tied with Ning Xi. Tian Ge patted her hand. Lucky. Tian pouted. Don't sell it short, I saw you. You weren't even out of breath. Tian Ge smiled, but didn't explain. The match ended, and everyone sat down to rest. Akai launched into a lengthy speech, waving his arms about how the bonds of youth were more important than victory or defeat. Xiaoli nodded vigorously beside him, his face full of admiration. Ning Xi kept a straight face, but occasionally glanced at Tian Ge. Tian sidled up to Tian Ge and whispered, Tian Ge, when did you become so strong? I remember at the Ninja Academy, you were only average. Tian Ge looked at her calmly. Train every day, and gradually you get stronger. Tian blinked, pressing, train what? Tian Ge said, swordsmanship. Swing the blade 1,000 times every day, persevere, and you can become strong too. Tian's eyes lit up, grabbing his sleeve, really? Tian Ge looked at her seriously, his tone firm, really? But you have to persist, no slacking off. If you can swing the sword 1,000 times every day for half a month, I'll teach you swordsmanship. Tian counted on her fingers, then looked up, half a month. That's easy. Tian Ge shook his head, emphasizing, I mean every day, not a single day missed. After your training, come back and swing 1,000 times. Can you do that? Tian thought it over, gritted her teeth, and nodded. I can. Tian Ge smiled, patting her shoulder. All right, you stick with it for half a month first. I'll see the results after half a month. Tian jumped up, clenching her fists. I'm going back to practice right now. Tian Ge reached out and pulled her back helplessly. What's the rush? Rest first. Tian sat back down, but her eyes were already burning with determination. Xiaoli overheard their conversation, leaned in, his eyes shining. Tian Ge Kuin. I want to learn swordsmanship too. Tian Ge turned to him. Doesn't Akai-sensei already teach you taijutsu? Xiaoli waved his fists, brimming with excitement. Taijutsu and swordsmanship can be learned together. Youth never has enough. Akai, hearing this from the side, gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. Right. Xiaoli, you can learn. More skills don't weigh you down. Tian Ge looked at Xiaoli, pondering. You can if you want, but I might not be a good teacher. Xiaoli nodded repeatedly, full of anticipation. No problem. As long as I can get stronger. Ning Xi listened from the side, saying nothing. But in his heart, his estimation of Tian Ge rose a few more notches. This kid was not only strong, but also willing to teach others. Good character. Shi Rihong stood up, dusted off her clothes, and said, "That's it for today. Go back and rest. Normal training tomorrow." Everyone dispersed. Tian followed Tian Ge home, asking about swordsmanship the whole way. Tian Ge answered each question, thinking to himself that if this girl really could persist for half a month, teaching her would be fine. After all, the basics of swordsmanship weren't hard. Once she learned them, she could defend herself. That evening, Tian Ge went to the pirate world and told Kuina about the day's events. Kuina listened, then leaned against the doorframe and said, "Teaching others is a good thing. The process of teaching also helps you improve." Tian Ge was a bit uncertain. "I'm afraid I won't teach well." Kuina looked at him, her tone firm. "Your fundamentals are solid. You're more than enough for beginners." Tian Ge nodded. All right. He practiced swordsmanship in the pirate world all night, and when he returned the next morning, it was still dark. He lay on the bed thinking about today's match. Ning Xi was indeed strong. He still couldn't break the rotation now. He had to figure out a way to deal with enemies who could use rotation in the future. The morning after the friendly match, Tian woke up early. She took a wooden sword that Tian Ge had found for her and stood in the yard. Tian Ge hadn't gotten up yet. She tried a few swings on her own. The wooden sword was heavier than she imagined, and swinging it was a bit strenuous. She remembered Tian Ge's words, 1,000 swings every day, persist for half a month. Sounded easy, but actually doing it. She took a deep breath and started counting her swings. 1, 2, 3. By the 50th swing, her arms were aching. By the 100th, it was so sore she could barely lift them. She gritted her teeth and continued 150, 200. At 300, she couldn't take it anymore, sat on the ground and gasped for air. Tian Ge came out, then saw her sitting on the ground with the wooden sword thrown aside and couldn't help but laugh. "Only 300, and you're stopping?" Tian looked up at him, panting. "How many could you swing the first time you tried?" Tian Ge thought for a moment and sat down beside her. "I only did 200 on my first day, 300 the next, slowly increasing. You don't have to finish 1,000 in one go. You can split it into several sessions, 300 in the morning, 300 in the afternoon, 400 in the evening. Take it slow." Tian's eyes lit up, complaining. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" Tian Ge spread his hands. "You didn't ask." Tian picked up the wooden sword and swung it a few more times. Indeed, splitting it up made it much less difficult. In the afternoon after her training, she came back and swung 300 more. After dinner, she swung another 400. The first day was completed smoothly, and though her arms were sore, she felt quite happy. The next morning, she couldn't lift her arms. Tian sat on the bed looking at her arms, trying to make a fist. They ached terribly. She remembered that she still had to swing the sword today and felt like backing out. But then she thought of Tian Ge's "you can't do it" expression, gritted her teeth, and got up. 100 in the morning, 100 in the afternoon, 200 in the evening. She didn't make it to 1,000, but she really couldn't move anymore. When Tian Ge came back in the evening and saw her lying on the table, he walked over and asked, "How many today?" Tian was listless, her face pressed against the table. 400. Tian Ge nodded, encouraging. "Not bad, more than yesterday." Tian lifted her eyelids. "Was your first day like this too?" Tian Ge sat down beside her, reminiscing. "Pretty much. It's always like that at the beginning. It'll get better in a few days." On the third day, it hurt even more. Tian sat on the edge of the training ground, watching Xiao Li and Ning Xi spar, lacking the strength even to stand up. Xiao Li finished his set and ran over, concerned. Tian, what's wrong?" Tian frowned, rubbing her arm. "My arm hurts." Xiao Li crouched down, curious. "Arm hurts? From training?" Tian nodded. "Practicing swordsmanship from swinging the sword." Xiao Li's eyes lit up, pressing swordsmanship. "I want to learn too. Is Tian Ge teaching you?" Tian hummed. He said if I persist for half a month, he'll formally teach me." Xiao Li clenched his fists, full of fighting spirit. "Then I'll persist too. The sweat of youth must not be wasted." Tian wanted to say, "Just you try it," but she had no strength. That evening at home, she looked at the wooden sword and felt like giving up. Tian Ge sat beside her, saying slowly, "I heard someone wants to become a medical ninja, but can't even endure a little hardship." Tian glared at him, retorting, "Who can't endure?" Tian Ge glanced at her. "I saw you sitting there for a long time without moving. I thought you were about to give up." Tian stood up, grabbing the wooden sword. "Who said I'm giving up? I'll practice right now." Gritting her teeth, she swung the sword one stroke at a time. By the time she reached 200 swings, tears were almost streaming from her eyes, but she still persisted through 300. In the evening, she swung another 300, making it 600 in total. Tian Ge watched from the side, saying nothing. On the fourth day, the pain began to ease. Tian found that although her arms were still sore, they felt much better than the first 2 days. She swung 300 in the morning, 400 in the afternoon, and 300 in the evening, completing 1,000. After the last swing, she almost cried. Tian Ge walked over satisfied. Good today, a full 1,000. Tian wiped her sweat, boasting, I'm really amazing. Tian Ge laughed. It's still early, only the 4th day. On the 5th day the pain was almost gone, only a slight soreness remained. Tian noticed that her swinging motion had become smoother, and the wooden sword didn't feel as heavy. She finished 1,000 swings, and still had energy for other things. The 6th day, the 7th day. After a week she could easily complete 1,000 swings every day. Watching her progress, Tian Ge thought to himself that this girl could really endure hardship. On the last day of the half-month, Tian swung the final stroke, thrust the wooden sword into the ground, and shouted at Tian Ge, half a month is up. Time to teach me right. Tian Ge smiled and nodded. All right, starting tomorrow. The next morning in the yard, Tian Ge took out a new wooden sword and handed it to Tian, saying seriously, from today on I'll teach you the basics of swordsmanship. Shimotsuki style, that's what I learned. But I can only teach the basics. The rest you'll have to practice on your own. Tian took the wooden sword, her expression earnest. Okay. Tian Ge began teaching her the grip, stance, basic footwork, and the most fundamental strikes, slash, cut, lift, and thrust. Tian learned very seriously, following each movement. Tian Ge corrected her form from time to time, occasionally demonstrating. After 2 hours of practice, Tian was drenched in sweat, but her eyes were bright. Swordsmanship is so interesting. Tian Ge looked at her and instructed, if it's interesting, study it well. Remember, fundamentals are the most important. Don't stop swinging every day. Tian nodded, understood. Just then a green figure rushed in. Xiaoli stood in the yard shouting, Tian Ge, I want to learn swordsmanship too. Tian Ge looked at him, confirming, are you sure? Xiaoli nodded vigorously, fists clenched. Sure. Every second of youth must be used to get stronger. Tian Ge glanced at Tian, who shrugged. Tian Ge thought for a moment and said, all right, then you can follow along. But I'll say this upfront, swordsmanship is different from taijutsu, and it may not suit you. Xiaoli didn't care at all, shouting loudly, no problem. Tian Ge began to instruct him. Xiaoli learned faster than Tian, and his movements were more precise. However, after a while Tian Ge sensed something amiss. Xiaoli's movements were too rigid. Every strike resembled a punch rather than the fluid grace of swordsmanship. He attempted to correct him, but Xiaoli could not change his ingrained habits. His body had already become accustomed to the force application of taijutsu. After 3 days of practice, Xiaoli himself discovered the problem. Holding the wooden sword, he looked disheartened. Tian Ge, I don't think I'm suited for the sword. Tian Ge asked, you felt it too? Xiaoli nodded. My body won't obey me. Every swing makes me want to kick instead. I'm sorry for wasting your time. Tian Ge said, it's not a waste. It's always good to learn more. But since it's not for you, don't force it. Your talent in taijutsu is exceptional. Focus on that, and you can still grow stronger. Xiaoli pondered for a moment, then his fighting spirit reignited. You're right. There's only one path for youth. I'll train my taijutsu to the absolute limit. He dashed out to start running laps. Tian watched his retreating figure and said, Xiaoli is really interesting. Tian Ge remarked, he is a true, pure taijutsu ninja. In the following days, Tian continued to learn the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Tian Ge taught meticulously and Tian studied earnestly. Occasionally Ningxi would come by, observe quietly for a while, but never participate. Tian Ge knew he was analyzing their techniques, but did not reveal it. Shi Rihong and Kai both supported the training. Shi Rihong said, it never hurts to learn more. Kai added, youth is all about trying new things. One afternoon after finishing her sword practice, Tian sat in the courtyard to rest. She looked at Tian Ge and suddenly asked, Tian Ge, when did you start practicing the sword? Tian Ge replied, about 2 years ago. Tian said, you've been at it for so long. No wonder you're so strong. Tian Ge said, 1,000 swings every day, persist for a few years, and you'll become strong too. Tian asked, really? Tian Ge affirmed, really. But you have to be consistent and not slack off. Tian seemed thoughtful. After a moment she asked again, Tian Ge, do you have any secret? I always feel you're different from before. Tian Ge's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm. What secret? Is training a few extra hours a day considered a secret? Tian said, no, it's just that you suddenly became incredibly strong. Back in the academy your grades were average, but now even Ningxi can't beat you. Tian Ge said, Ningxi, it wasn't going all out, and neither was I. It was just a draw. Tian said, that's still impressive. How did you train? Tian Ge thought for a moment, and said, I met an old master who taught me swordsmanship for a few years. He told me there's no shortcut to the sword, only daily practice. I did as he said, and that's all. Tian stared at him for a while, and said, really? Tian Ge replied, really. If you want to know more, keep training. When you reach a certain level you'll understand naturally. Tian nodded, and asked no more. That evening Tian Ge went to the pirate world. Kuina was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. When she saw him arrive, she stopped. "Finished with your business over there?" Kuina asked. Tian Ge said, "Yes, I've been teaching someone swordsmanship these past few days." Kuina asked, "How is the teaching going?" Tian Ge replied, "Not bad. I taught a younger sister and a friend tried, but wasn't suited so he gave up." Kuina nodded. "Teaching is a good thing. It helps consolidate your fundamentals. My father once said only when you can teach others can you truly claim to understand." Tian Ge agreed, "I feel the same. After these few days of teaching, I've gained a deeper understanding of the basics." Kuina said, "Then keep teaching. Come, let's train." The two began sparring. Kuina's swordsmanship had advanced further. Tian Ge found it more challenging than last time, but could still keep up. After an hour, they stopped to rest. Kuina said, "Zoro has improved again. He can now last 20 moves." Tian Ge said, "That kid will surpass you eventually." Kuina said, "I know. That's why I'm improving too." Tian Ge smiled. "You two are really competing." Kuina glanced at him. "Aren't you the same?" Tian Ge remained silent. He stayed in the pirate world for the night, practicing swordsmanship and chatting with Kuina, then returned the next morning. In the days that followed, Tian Ge trained in the Naruto world during the day, teaching Tian swordsmanship, and went to the pirate world at night to continue his own practice. Tian improved rapidly. Her basic movements became increasingly precise. She persisted in swinging the sword 1,000 times daily, never missing a session. After a month, Tian could already spar a few exchanges with Tian Ge. Though she lost every time, she never got discouraged. She would simply continue practicing. Xiaoli sometimes came to watch and cheer them on. Ningxi also dropped by occasionally, but never spoke. Once Tian asked him, "Ningxi, aren't you learning the sword?" Ningxi said, "I have the gentle fist. That's enough." Tian said, "Wouldn't it be good to learn more?" Ningxi replied, "Energy is limited. Focusing on one path allows you to go far." Upon hearing this, Tian Ge thought to himself that Ningxi was indeed clear-headed. At the training ground, Shi Rihong gathered all members of the 3 squads. Kai was also there, standing with arms crossed and an excited expression. Xiaoli was already hopping around, though no one knew why he was so thrilled. Tian stood beside Tian Ge and whispered, "What's this all about? It seems so grand." Tian Ge shook his head. "No idea." Shi Rihong, seeing everyone present, announced, "There's an important announcement today. 1 year from now, Konoha will jointly hold the Chunin exam with Sunigakure. All Genin here can sign up." Tian's eyes lit up. "The Chunin exam." Xiaoli jumped up instantly. "Great. The ultimate test of youth has finally arrived." Ningxi stood quietly, his expression calm, but a flicker of seriousness passed through his eyes. Kiba Inuzuka patted Akamaru on his shoulder and said, "Finally a chance to become a Chunin." Shino Aburame nodded silently. Kai gave a thumbs up. "Exactly. The Chunin exam is the best stage to prove one's youth. Squad 3 and Squad 6 give it your all." Shi Rihong continued, "The exam is a year from now, and the exact date hasn't been set. Many genin from other villages will participate, so the competition will be fierce. Those who want to take part can start preparing." Tian immediately raised her hand. "I'll join." Xiaoli shouted, "I'm in." Kiba said, "Count me in." Shino nodded. Ningxi gave a slight nod. Tian Ge also said, "I'll participate." Shi Rihong looked at them and said, "Good. Since everyone is joining, training intensity will increase from today. The Chunin exam isn't just about fighting. There are written tests and survival exercises testing comprehensive abilities." Kai added, "That's right. So over the next year we'll undergo special training. Youth is about constantly surpassing oneself." Xiaoli had already started doing push-ups. After dismissal, Tian pulled Tian Ge along, chattering non-stop. "The Chunin exam. I heard it's really hard. You have to fight many strong people. Do you think we can pass?" Tian Ge said, "Just do your best." Tian said, "I've only been learning the sword for a month. Can I make it?" Tian Ge replied, "You still have a year enough to train. As long as you keep swinging every day, a year from now, you'll be much stronger than you are now." Tian clenched her fists. "Then I'll go practice right away." That evening, Tian Ge lay in bed thinking about the Chunin exam. He knew full well what it meant. Orochimaru would disguise himself as the Kazekage and infiltrate, launching the Konoha Crush during the exam. The 3rd Hokage would die, and Konoha would fall into chaos. Sasuke would be targeted by Orochimaru, and Naruto would also grow. He calculated the timeline. A year from now, Naruto and the others would just graduate, and the Chunin exam would follow shortly after. That meant he had 1 year to prepare. During that year, he needed to raise his strength to at least a Jonin-level combat capability to protect Tian and his adoptive parents in the chaos. He recalled the Sea King flesh from the pirate world, which was extremely effective for chakra refinement and physical enhancement. His previous breakthrough had already transformed him from a waste to a Chunin. If he consumed large amounts of Sea King flesh a year, might be enough to bring his physique to Jonin level. But Sea King flesh was not cheap. It cost money. Over the years he had saved some mission rewards, and the pocket money Tian Yuan occasionally gave him totaling a decent sum. He calculated and figured it should be enough for a batch. The next day, he went to see Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan was organizing weapons in the shop. Seeing him enter, he asked, "No training today?" Tian Ge said, "Half a day off. Dad, I want to discuss something with you." Tian Yuan put down what he was holding. "What is it?" Tian Ge said, "I want to buy a batch of special ingredients to strengthen my body. I need some money." Tian Yuan was taken aback. "Ingredients? What kind of ingredients are so expensive?" Tian Ge said, "It's a type of seafood that's very beneficial for a ninja's body. I've eaten it before and the effect was good. Now that I'm preparing for the Chunin exam, I want to buy more." Tian Yuan thought for a moment. "How much do you need?" Tian Ge told him an amount. Tian Yuan frowned. "That much? Your savings aren't enough." Tian Ge said, "I'm short a bit. Consider it a loan. I'll pay it back later." Tian Yuan waved his hand. "Family, why talk about loans? I'll make up the difference. But be careful not to buy recklessly and get cheated." Tian Ge said, "Don't worry, I have a reliable source." Tian Yuan took a money pouch from the counter, counted out the amount, and handed it to him. "Enough." Tian Ge took it and nodded. "Enough, thank you, Dad." Tian Yuan patted his shoulder. "Prepare well for the exam. Don't embarrass the family." That evening Tian Ge went to the pirate world. He found Kuina and handed her the money pouch. Kuina opened it and looked surprised. "So much money. Where did you get it?" Tian Ge said, "I saved some and my family gave me the rest. I want to ask you and Master Koushirou to help me buy a batch of Sea King flesh. Using your family's connections, you should be able to get good quality." Kuina asked Sea Kings, "Why do you need so much?" Tian Ge replied, "To eat. I discovered that Sea King meat can enhance chakra and physique. I have an important exam in a year, and I need to become stronger quickly." Kuina looked at him, didn't ask further, and said, "All right, I'll talk to my father. But Sea Kings aren't easy to obtain. It'll take time." Tian Ge said, "No rush. As long as I can buy them within a year, I'll take them in batches and eat slowly." Kuina nodded. "I'll have my father contact the fishermen and merchants he knows. I'll let you know when there's news." Tian Ge said, "Thank you. Let me know if the money isn't enough." Kuina put away the pouch. "You're quite generous. By the way, Zoro challenged me again yesterday. He lasted 25 moves." Tian Ge smiled. "He's improving fast." Kuina said, "That kid is talented. But you're not bad either. Come, let's practice." The two trained until late into the night. Over the next month, Tian Ge shuttled between the two worlds. During the day, he trained in Konoha, and at night, he went to the pirate world to wait for news. Koushirou's connections quickly yielded results. The first batch of Sea King flesh was delivered to the dojo. Tian Ge paid and brought the meat back to the Naruto world. He rented a small warehouse, bought a large pot, and began cooking and eating the meat himself. The Sea King flesh was tough and required long stewing to become chewable. But the effect was excellent. After eating, he could feel his chakra slowly increasing, and his body grew sturdier. He ate one meal a day, followed by sword practice to aid digestion and absorption. After a month, his chakra reserves had noticeably increased, and his strength had grown significantly. Tian noticed his appetite had increased, and asked, "Brother, why are you eating so much lately?" Tian Ge said, "Growing up, it's normal to eat more." Tian said, "I'm growing too, but I don't eat as much as you." Tian Ge replied, "Your sword practice doesn't burn enough energy." Tian snorted and continued swinging her sword. By now the 1,000 swings a day had become a habit. Her movements grew increasingly precise, and occasionally, she could spar a few exchanges with Tian Ge. Tian Ge felt she was making good progress. At this rate, in a year her taijutsu would at least reach the level of an ordinary genin. Shaoli still came to watch them train, but no longer followed along. He focused on taijutsu, running laps, doing push-ups, and kicking wooden posts with Kai every day. Ning Xiai occasionally came by, stood watching for a while, and then left. One time Tian Ge asked him, "Ning Xiai, aren't you going to train?" Ning Xiai said, "I've been observing. Your swordsmanship has something unique." Tian Ge asked, "What did you notice?" Ning Xiai replied, "Your way of exerting force is different from taijutsu. More concentrated, more efficient. It somewhat resembles the Hyuga's gentle fist, yet it's not quite the same." Tian Ge thought to himself, the Byakugan is indeed formidable, but he said aloud, "Practice makes it more efficient naturally." Ning Xiai nodded and said no more. 2 months later, the second batch of Sea Kings arrived. Tian Ge continued eating and training. His chakra reserves had nearly reached the level of a Tokubetsu Jonin, and his physique grew stronger. He could now last longer in sparring sessions with Kuina. Kuina remarked, "You're improving quickly. Is that Sea King really that effective?" Tian Ge said, "It helps, but training is still essential. Just eating without practice is useless." Kuina replied, "Then keep at it. My father said he can get even better stuff. Meat from a deep-sea giant whale, several times more effective than ordinary Sea Kings, but it's also expensive." Tian Ge said, "Keep an eye out for me. Money isn't an issue." That evening Tian Ge returned from the One Piece world and walked through the streets of Konoha. It was late and the streets were empty. He took a shortcut home passing through an alley when suddenly he spotted a dark figure leaping over a wall. He stopped and stared in that direction. The figure landed on a rooftop seemingly observing something. Tian Ge crept closer and under the moonlight he could make out the person. The figure wore a mask, a swirl-patterned mask with only one eye exposed. Tian Ge's heart jolted. Uchiha Obito. No, that's not right. Obito should still be operating in the shadows, but this person's build didn't match. Moreover, the swirl pattern on the mask resembled the Akatsuki organization. The figure seemed to sense something and turned toward Tian Ge's direction. Tian Ge quickly hid in the shadows. The figure stared for a few seconds, then suddenly leaped off the roof and vanished into the night. Tian Ge waited for a while, but didn't pursue. He mulled it over. The fact that this person appeared here definitely meant trouble. Could it be a spy sent by Orochimaru? Or had the Akatsuki already begun infiltrating Konoha? He returned home and lay on his bed replaying the scene in his mind. A swirl-patterned mask, the emblem of the Akatsuki. But the Akatsuki organization shouldn't be in full operation yet, at most a few scattered members gathering intel. Who was that person? What was he doing here? He recalled from the original story that Orochimaru had sent Otogekure ninjas to spy on Konoha before the Chunin exams. But this person wore a swirl mask unlike the Otogekure ninjas. Could it be Uchiha Itachi? No, Itachi wouldn't wear that kind of mask. After thinking it over, he decided to keep it in mind and stay alert. The next day during training, he observed the village's activity, but everything seemed normal. He didn't mention it to Yuhi Kurinai either since he had only seen a suspicious figure with no evidence. Days passed. Tian Ge continued eating sea kings and practicing his sword. Half a year later, his chakra reserves had reached the level of a jonin, and his physique far surpassed his peers. When he sparred with Kuina, they could now fight to a draw. Kuina said, "If you entered a sword tournament now you'd place in the rankings." Tian Ge replied, "I'm still far off. Compared to your father's level, I've got a long way to go." Kuina said, "Of course, my father has been training for decades." Tian Ge spent more time in the One Piece world learning advanced swordsmanship techniques. Koushirou occasionally gave him pointers which greatly benefited him. Back in the Naruto world, Tintin could now spar with him in a somewhat decent manner. Though she still lost, the defeats were less crushing. Rock Lee occasionally joined in and fought Tian Ge, always losing, but always brimming with excitement. Ning Si also exchanged blows with him a few times. They had mixed results, but neither went all out. One day Tintin asked him, "Brother, what's your actual strength now? I always feel you're much stronger than you appear." Tian Ge said, "Just a bit stronger than you." Tintin retorted, "Liar. Even Ning Si says you're formidable." Tian Ge replied, "He's being polite." Tintin asked, "When will you spar with me seriously?" Tian Ge said, "Once you've mastered the basics." Tintin snorted and continued training. There were only 3 months left until the Chunin exams. Tian Ge calculated that his physique and chakra reserves had reached the required level, but he still needed to accumulate combat experience. He decided to spend the last 3 months more frequently in the One Piece world sparring with Kuina and other students at the dojo. That evening he saw the swirl-masked figure again. This time it was in the woods east of the village. The figure seemed to be talking to someone else. Tian Ge crept closer and caught fragmented words. Already prepared, on the exam day, make a move. He held his breath trying to hear more, but the figure suddenly became alert and flung several shurikens in his direction. Tian Ge dodged, but the figure had already fled. He gave chase, but the person was fast and disappeared into the woods. Tian Ge returned to the spot and found a piece of paper on the ground with a few words, "Konoha Crush Plan." His heart sank. It was indeed Orochimaru. He pocketed the note and told Yuhi Kurinai the next day. Kurinai's face turned grave, and she took him to see the third Hokage. After listening, the third Hokage was silent for a moment, then said, "I know about this. Don't spread it, continue with your training. The exams will proceed as scheduled." Tian Ge understood that the third Hokage had his own plans, so he didn't press further. But in his heart, he was already prepared. 3 months later, that storm would arrive. He had to work even harder. On the day the second batch of Sea Kings arrived, Tian Ge called Tintin to the small storage room. Tintin looked at the large piece of meat stewing in the pot, smelled the aroma, and swallowed. "Brother, what's this? It smells so good." Tian Ge closed the door and looked at her seriously. "Tintin, remember what I'm about to say." Seeing how serious he was, Tintin dropped her smile. "What's up?" Tian Ge said, "This meat is a special ingredient that strengthens the body and chakra. I've been eating it for the past half year. That's why I've improved so fast. Now I'm sharing it with you, but you have to promise me one thing." Tintin's eyes lit up. "Can it really make me stronger?" Tian Ge nodded. "But you must keep it secret. This meat comes from a special source. If outsiders find out, it will cause huge trouble. Greedy people will stop at nothing to get it, and our whole family could be wiped out. Can you do it?" Tintin was taken aback, looked into Tian Ge's eyes, and saw no hint of jest. She nodded solemnly. I can. I won't tell anyone, not even Mom and Dad. Tian Ge said, right, not even Mom and Dad. It's not that I don't trust them, I just don't want them involved. The fewer people who know, the safer. Tintin said, I understand. Tian Ge ladled a bowl of meat and handed it to her. Eat up. From now on, eat with me every day until the exams. Tintin took the bowl and ate heartily. The meat was stewed tender, melting in her mouth. After swallowing, she felt warmth in her stomach and her chakra flow quickened. After finishing the bowl, she felt heat spreading through her body and strength surging out. Tian Ge said, the first time is the most effective, it'll gradually diminish. But if you keep eating, your physique will keep improving. Tintin said, no wonder you've become so strong. Tian Ge reminded, remember, keep it secret. Tintin nodded. From that day on, Tintin ate sea kings with Tian Ge every day. At first she struggled with the fishy smell but gritted her teeth and swallowed anyway for the sake of getting stronger. A week later she noticed her strength had increased considerably and her chakra had grown. After a month her physique had improved markedly. She ran faster, swung her blade with more force, and even Mike Guy noticed. After one training session, Guy asked her, Tintin, you've been improving rapidly lately. How are you training? Remembering Tian Ge's words, she replied, just following the teacher's instructions. Maybe something clicked. Guy gave a thumbs up. Youth is all about clicking. Keep it up. Tintin breathed a sigh of relief. 2 months later, Tintin could spar with Tian Ge for several dozen moves without falling behind. Her chakra reserves had surged, and her physique became more resilient. Once during a spar with Rock, Lee kicked her, and she only staggered back 2 steps completely unharmed. Lee was stunned. Tintin, how did you get so tough? Tintin said, training. Lee was lost in thought, then trained even harder. 3 months before the Chunin exams, Yuhi Kurinai gathered Team 6 and Team 3 together to announce an intensive training plan. Kurinai said, for the final 3 months we'll conduct high-intensity training. Guy-sensei and I have designed a plan that includes combat simulations, team coordination, and written exam preparation. Every morning physical training, afternoon sparring, evening review of written exam material. Guy chimed in, that's right. The final sprint of youth. Burn to the max. Rock Lee had already started warming up. On the first day of training they ran laps in the morning. Guy set the quota at 1,000 laps around the training ground. Tian Ge and Tintin ran together. Tintin nearly collapsed halfway, but gritted her teeth and pushed through. Tian Ge, on the other hand, found it easy. His physique was now close to Jonin level, so this amount of exercise was nothing. In the afternoon they paired up for sparring. Tian Ge versus Rock Lee, Tintin versus Ning Xiai, Kiba Inuzuka versus Shino Aburang. Tian Ge fought Lee using only taijutsu without a sword. Lee's taijutsu had indeed improved greatly, faster and stronger. Tian Ge dodged while observing, noting that Lee's moves were more flexible than before, no longer a headlong charge. He recalled Guy's training methods. They were effective. After 15 minutes Lee was panting heavily while Tian Ge hadn't even broken a sweat. Lee said, Tian Ge, you're too strong. I can't land a hit on you at all. Tian Ge replied, your speed is sufficient, but your prediction still needs work. Keep practicing and you'll improve. Meanwhile, Tintin was sparring with Ning Xiai. Ning Xiai used gentle fist, Tintin used swordsmanship. Though Tintin couldn't beat Ning Xiai, she could hold her own for a few moves. Ning Xiai tried to hit her chakra points several times, but failed because Tintin dodged quickly. Ning Xiai glanced at her and said, you've improved fast. Tintin asked, really? Ning Xiai nodded. A month ago you couldn't last 3 moves. Now you can last 10. Tintin was delighted. Kiba and Shino's coordination was also becoming more seamless. Akamaru and the insects worked together, one biting, one poisoning. Quite formidable. After a week of training, everyone showed noticeable improvement. Yuhi Kurinai watched them and smiled, a rare sight. Not bad. If you keep this up you have a good chance in the exams. In the evening Tian Ge took Tintin to eat meat. As she ate she said, brother, I feel so much better now. Running 1,000 laps doesn't even tire me much. Tian Ge said, keep eating, you'll grow even more before the exams. Tintin asked, where does this meat come from? It's amazing. Tian Ge replied, don't ask, just eat. Tintin stopped asking. 2 months later Yuhi Kurinai suddenly announced some news. She called the 3 of them aside and said, I'm leaving Team 6. Kiba was stunned. Kurinai-sensei, why? Kurinai said, the village has assigned me to take on a new team, the newly graduated Genin. Team 6 is mature now, you can handle missions independently without me watching over you. Tian Ge knew she was going to lead Team 8, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino's team. Calculating the timeline, Naruto and the others had indeed graduated. Kiba looked reluctant. But, Kurinai said, I'm just not leading your daily training. You can still come to me if you need anything. And Guy-sensei will continue to look after you, so don't worry. Shino nodded silently. Tian Ge said, Kurinai-sensei, thank you for this past year and more. Shirihong looked at him and said, You have made great progress faster than I anticipated. Keep it up. Tian Ge replied, I will. After Shiri Hong left, Team 6 continued their training. Tian Ge became the de facto leader, organizing daily sparring sessions and assigning tasks. Xuanzhong Hong and Jijian both followed his lead as he was the strongest among them. Tian sometimes came to train together, and Xiao Li often joined as well. Ning Xiai occasionally showed up, but spent most of his time training alone. Akai still came by to give guidance, then continued taking Xiao Li on laps. The last month of intensive training was even more brutal. Tian Ge increased his own workload, training normally during the day and going to the One Piece world at night to spar with Kuina. Kuina was now evenly matched with him, and both were exhausted after each session. Kuina asked, your exam is coming up soon, isn't it? Tian Ge replied, 1 more month. Kuina said, how are your preparations? Tian Ge answered, not bad, but I always feel it's not enough. Kuina said, you'll never feel it's enough. My father once said a true warrior always thinks they are not strong enough. Tian Ge nodded, your father is right. Kuina glanced at him and said, I'll keep an eye on the Sea Kings for you. I'll save any catches for you. Tian Ge replied, thank you. Money is not an issue. Kuina said, take care of yourself. Don't push too hard. During the training, Tian Ge noticed that the Umbu in the village were becoming increasingly active. He often saw masked Umbu patrolling the streets or gathering in small groups to talk. He knew Orochimaru's conspiracy was approaching, but he could only remain vigilant in secret, not daring to speak out. One night, he saw 2 Umbu talking in an alley, catching words like outsider, suspicious, and report to the Hokage. He returned home, lay on his bed, and thought about what was to come: the Chunin exam, Orochimaru's invasion, the 3rd Hokage's death, and the chaos in Konoha. He had to protect Tian Yuan, and Huizi. During the turmoil, anything could happen. Tian pushed the door open and saw him lying awake. Tian Ge can't sleep. Tian Ge sat up. Yeah, just thinking. Tian sat on the edge of the bed. I can't sleep either. I'm a little nervous. Tian Ge said, it's normal to be nervous. On exam day, remember what I told you. If you're in danger, retreat. Don't push yourself. Tian said, but you said to just do my best. Tian Ge replied, do your best, yes, but your life is the most important. If you can't win, run. It's not shameful. Tian looked at him. Brother, do you know something? Tian Ge shook his head. No, but in an exam like this, anything can happen. In any case, be careful. Tian nodded. Got it. The next day, during training, Tian Ge deliberately observed the village's situation. There were more unfamiliar faces on the streets. Some were here for the exam, others of unknown origin. He knew that the Sound Ninja might have already infiltrated, but he couldn't identify them. He could only continue training and waiting. In the final week, the intensity of training was reduced, focusing mainly on maintaining condition and reviewing written exam material. Tian Ge wasn't worried about the written test. He had attended university in his past life, so the exam in the Naruto world was easy for him. Tian was a bit anxious, so Tian Ge helped her highlight key points and taught her how to answer questions. On the day of the Chunin exam, Tian Ge woke up earlier than usual. He dressed and checked his ninja tool pouch. Kunai shuriken, short sword, and soldier pills, all present. He tightened his headband, checked himself in the mirror, and left only when he was sure everything was in order. Tian was already waiting in the yard. She wore new clothes, her headband polished to a shine, and her face beamed with excitement. Seeing Tian Ge come out, she bounced over. Tian Ge, I'm nervous. Tian Ge said, it's normal to be nervous. I'm nervous too. Tian said, you get nervous. Tian Ge replied, I'm not made of wood. They left together. On the way, they met Xiao Li, who was wearing his green jumpsuit and warming up. Seeing them, Xiao Li rushed over. Tian Ge, Tian, let's give it our all today. Youth is about to bloom. Tian said, bloom. Just don't run too fast. Xiao Li said, I won't. I'll control my speed. After walking a bit further, they met Ning Xiai. He stood with his hands in his sleeves, his expression calm. Seeing them, he gave a slight nod, but said nothing. Tian whispered to Tian Ge, do you think Ning Xiai will talk more today? Tian Ge said no. Tian said, I didn't think so either. When they reached the meeting point, Xuanzhong Hong and Yu Jijian were already waiting. Huiwan crouched on Xuanzhong Hong's shoulder and barked at them twice. Xuanzhong Hong said, you're here? Let's go. The exam hall is over there. The 6 of them walked toward the exam hall. Along the way, more and more people joined. All genin here to take the exam. Some wore Konoha headbands, others from different villages. Tian Ge scanned the crowd and saw Suna, Kusa, Aim, and a few from smaller, unrecognized villages. When they reached the exam building, the crowd was even larger. 2 Konoha ninjas stood at the entrance, one fat, one thin. The famous gatekeepers, Shin Yuchuyan and Gang Zitai. They wore stern expressions, watching every examinee who entered. Tian saw them, her eyes twinkled, and she whispered to Tian Ge, I want to mess with them. Tian Ge said, how? Tian said, watch me. She stepped aside, pulled out some talismans from her ninja tool pouch, and quietly stuck them on the ground. Tian Ge recognized them at once. Illusion talismans, the ones she used for practice. After laying them out, Tian waved to Xiao Li and Ning Ci and whispered a few instructions. Xiao Li nodded excitedly, and Ning Ci, though expressionless, stood at the designated spot. Just then a team of genin from another village approached, led by a tall, arrogant-looking fellow. He reached the entrance, and Shimotsuki raised a hand to stop him. "Wait, you need to sign in." The tall one snorted. "Move aside. Don't block the way." Gang Zitai said, "Rules are rules. You must sign in to enter." The people behind the tall one started to jeer and push. Tian waited for the right moment, then quietly formed a hand seal. The talismans on the ground flashed, and Shimotsuki and Gang Zitai suddenly froze. Just as the tall one was about to barge in, he saw the two gatekeepers start dancing. They swayed their hips, waved their arms, and made strange noises. Everyone around was stunned, then burst into laughter. The tall one was also baffled. "What's going on?" Gang Zitai's face turned red, but he couldn't stop. Shimotsuki was even worse. He danced more vigorously, shouting, "What's happening? I can't stop." Tian hid in the crowd, laughing so hard she doubled over. Tian Ge watched her, thinking this girl sure had guts pranking the examiners. Xiao Li was also laughing, but his loud laughter nearly gave them away. Ning Ci remained expressionless, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The team from the other village was laughing uncontrollably. The tall one joined in, saying, "Is this the level of Konoha's examiners? Ha ha." Just then a voice came from the crowd, coming through. I'm going to be late." A boy with yellow hair pushed through the crowd and rushed over, followed by a dark-haired aloof boy and a girl with pink hair. It was Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Naruto dashed to the entrance, saw Shimotsuki and Gang Zitai dancing, and froze. What are these two old guys doing? Sakura covered her mouth, laughing. "Looks like they're dancing." Sasuke remained emotionless. "Boring." Naruto turned and saw Xiao Li and the others, his gaze falling on Sakura, and then he noticed Xiao Li staring at Sakura. His alertness flared. Xiao Li also noticed Sasuke. He had heard that this Uchiha Sasuke was the top freshman this year, a genius ninja. And Sakura, the girl with pink hair, was standing beside Sasuke. A strange discomfort stirred in Xiao Li's heart. He stepped forward and said to Sasuke, "Are you Uchiha Sasuke?" Sasuke glanced at him. "Yes." "Something." Xiao Li said, "I heard you're the top freshman this year. A genius. I want to spar with you." Naruto immediately jumped in. "Why?" "Sasuke is my rival." Xiao Li said, "Who are you?" Naruto said, "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. Sasuke is the one I have to defeat." Sakura sighed beside him. "Naruto, stop embarrassing yourself." Sasuke remained impassive, but a flicker of impatience crossed his eyes. "Move aside. We need to go in for the exam." Xiao Li stood his ground. "Fight me. Just one round." The atmosphere grew tense. The surrounding examinees gathered to watch the commotion, and even Shimotsuki and Gang Zitai forgot about the dancing and stared at the scene. Sasuke looked at Xiao Li and said, "Are you sure?" Xiao Li replied, "I'm sure." Zhuozhu assumed a fighting stance. "Come on then." Xiao Li also assumed a starting pose. The two faced off, the air around them seeming to freeze. Zhuozhu moved first. He was fast, kicking toward Xiao Li. Xiao Li sidestepped to dodge, then countered with a punch. Zhuozhu ducked, and they pulled apart. Zhuozhu was somewhat surprised inwardly. This kid was not slow. He activated his Sharingan, the Tomo spinning, capturing Xiao Li's movements. Xiao Li charged again, this time even faster. Zhuozhu's eyes kept up, but his body was a beat slower, and Xiao Li's punch grazed his shoulder. He stepped back, even more astonished. His eyes could see, but his body couldn't keep up. Xiao Li, seizing the advantage, launched a flurry of attacks. His taijutsu, taught by Akai, was swift and powerful, with an unending stream of moves. Zhuozhu strained with his Sharingan to track every attack route, but each time his body lagged just a fraction. Bang! Zhuozhu was struck in the abdomen, stumbling back. Bang! Another kick landed on his arm. Gritting his teeth, Zhuozhu stared at Xiao Li with fierce eyes. He could see it. He really could. Every move of that kid, every trajectory of each technique was crystal clear to him. But his body couldn't keep up. His muscles, his nerves, the instincts honed over a decade, all failed to match the speed his Sharingan captured. Xiao Li kicked again as Zhuozhu tried to dodge, but his body was too slow. With a thud, he was sent flying, crashing into the wall. "Zhuozhu!" Xiaoling cried out, running to support him. Mingren also grew agitated. "What are you doing?" Xiao Li stood still, looking at Zhuozhu with a hint of disappointment. "Is this your level?" "Genius." Zhuozhu leaned against the wall, stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes icy. Never in his life had he felt so stifled. He could see with his eyes, yet he couldn't win. This feeling filled him with rage and resentment. Again, Zhuozhu said. Xiao Li was about to step forward when suddenly a green figure charged in, kicking Xiao Li away. "Oh!" Xiao Li spun 3 times in the air and smacked onto the ground. A man in a green jumpsuit with a bowl cut and eyebrows as thick as caterpillars stood in the center, giving a thumbs up with a gleaming white grin. "Xiao Li, Youth is not about bullying the weak. Xiaoli scrambled up, saw the newcomer, and burst into tears. Teacher Kai? Akai also wept profusely. Xiaoli. They rushed toward each other, embraced, and wailed loudly. Youth. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Mingren's mouth hung open, unable to close. Xiaoying was bewildered. Even Zhuozhu was stunned, forgetting his anger. Tian Ge watched with great interest, thinking that this scene was not in the original story. Tian tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Tian Ge, they're always like this. Tian Ge said, you'll get used to it. Xiao Li and Akai held each other for a long time before finally letting go. Akai patted Xiao Li's shoulder and said, Xiao Li, true youth isn't about defeating others, but surpassing yourself. Let's go. The exam awaits. Xiao Li wiped his tears and nodded. Yes, Teacher Kai. Zhuozhu stood nearby, his expression complex. Xiaoying supported him and whispered, Zhuozhu Kuin, are you all right? Zhuozhu pushed her hand away. I'm fine. Mingren leaned in. Zhuozhu, that guy was amazing. We need to train to become like that. Zhuozhu said nothing, but a glimmer appeared in his eyes. Tian walked up to Shimotsuki and Gongzi Tai, smiling. Examiners, may we enter now? Shimotsuki and Gongzi Tai snapped out of it, putting on stern faces. Sign in. Sign in quickly. The group signed in one by one and entered the building. Tian Ge walked at the back and glanced back. The boy with yellow hair, the boy with black hair, and the girl with pink hair were walking in together. He knew they were the protagonists of this era. He smiled, turned, and followed. The examinees filed into the exam hall on the second floor. Tian Ge entered with the crowd and found the room already packed. Long tables and chairs were arranged in rows, each seat marked with a number plate. He found his seat by the window in the middle. Tian sat 2 rows to his left and waved at him. Xiaoli was not far to his right. Ning Ci sat in the front row, and Kuan Yahong and UNVG Jian were in other sections. Tian Ge swept his gaze across the exam hall. At least over 100 candidates from various ninja villages. Most were from Konoha, followed by Sunagakure, then smaller villages like Kusagakure, Amigakure, and Takigakure. The few from Otogakure sat in a corner, their expressions cold. On the podium stood a middle-aged man with a bandaged head and a scarred face, looking anything but trustworthy. He was the chief examiner Marino Ibiki, head of Konoha's torture and interrogation division. Ibiki waited until everyone was seated, then spoke. I am Marino Ibiki, the examiner for the first test. Before we begin, I have a few rules to announce. He pointed to several large boards on the wall displaying the rules. Tian Ge glanced at them. Same as the original 10 questions, 1 point each, no penalty for wrong answers. Cheating caught once deducts 2 points, 5 times leads to immediate elimination. The final question is an extra with special rules. Ibiki said, now distribute the papers. You have 1 hour. The proctors began handing out papers. Tian Ge received his and quickly scanned it. The questions were indeed difficult. Many about tactics, geography, ninjutsu theory, and some obscure knowledge. But in his past life he had attended university and traveled through the One Piece and Bright Sword worlds. These questions were nothing to him. He picked up his pen and began answering. The exam hall was quiet, only the sound of pens scratching paper. But Tian Ge knew it was merely surface. Countless eyes were secretly observing, countless cheating methods were quietly underway. As he answered, he used his peripheral vision to observe. 2 rows to his left, Tian was frowning, biting her pen. Tian Ge knew her academic skills were average and needed to help her. He thought for a moment and decided on the most covert method. He shifted his finished paper slightly to the left so Tian could see it. But the distance was a bit far. Tian had to squint. Tian Ge then lightly tapped his fingers on the table, sending the answers via Morse code. Tian's ears twitched. She understood. She began writing furiously. Tian Ge continued observing others. In the front row, Ning Ci sat upright staring at his paper, but his Byakugan was already activated. Through clothes and desks, he could see the papers of those around him. However, Ning Ci was cautious, using only his peripheral vision with minimal movements, making it hard for the proctors to detect. To his right, Xiao Li was not so relaxed. He scratched his head, looking at the paper with a pained expression. His academic skills were even worse. He knew nothing. But he didn't cheat. Instead, he gritted his teeth and pondered on his own. Tian Ge saw him sneak a glance at Ning Ci, but Ning Ci's seat was out of view. Xiao Li sighed and continued struggling. Farther away, that guy Ming Ren was lying on the desk, his face nearly touching the paper. He knew nothing and was sweating profusely with anxiety. Ming Ren scratched his hair, then had a sudden idea. He formed hand seals, intending to use the transformation technique to become a proctor. But just as he moved, Ibiki shot him a glare, scaring him into stopping. Zhuozhu, on the other hand, was much more refined. He activated his Sharingan, the 2 tomo spinning. The Sharingan was indeed a cheating tool, and Zhuozhu wrote rapidly. Xiaoying was a true scholar. She didn't need to cheat at all. She bent over her paper, occasionally pondering, then continued writing. Her paper was densely filled with high accuracy. Tian Ge looked at other villages. In Sunagakure's corner, Gaara sat with arms crossed, not having touched his pen. But on the paper before him, sand was slowly flowing, forming lines of text. He used sand as eyes to peek at the answers of the examinee beside him. That examinee was a Sunagakure teammate, deliberately placing his paper in a visible spot for Gaara. When the proctor approached, the sand stopped and returned to its original state. This technique was ingenious. Koushirou used puppet strings. His fingers trembled slightly, invisible chakra threads connecting to the paper of the examinee, in front sensing the answers through the vibration of the threads. He sensed and wrote quickly. Temari placed her fan on the desk, the surface faintly reflecting the paper of the person next to her. She used the fan's reflection to project the answers onto the fan, then copied them. When the proctor passed, she folded the fan and pretended to work. The Otogakure group was even more eerie. Dosu wore special equipment that allowed him to perceive through sound waves. He lightly tapped the desk, and the returning sound waves revealed the contents of nearby papers. Zaku used airflow, the holes in his palms gently inhaled, sensing answers through air currents. Kin used needles. She hid a fine needle secretly piercing her paper and transmitting information through the needle's vibration. In Kusagakure, someone used insects. A small ninja had several tiny bugs crawl out, fly to a nearby examinee's paper, then return, forming the shapes of answers on the desk. Another Kusagakure ninja used Jinjutsu. He half closed his eyes, attempting to confuse the proctor, but Ibiki was a master of Jinjutsu and saw through it instantly. That Kusagakure ninja had barely used it for 10 seconds when Ibiki appeared before him. "You cheating. -2 points." The Kusagakure ninja's face went pale. Ibiki was expressionless. First warning. Next time, immediate elimination. The Kusagakure ninja quickly restrained himself. From Amigakure, someone used rainwater. A rain ninja skilled in water techniques secretly released an extremely fine water thread connected to another's paper, sensing the answers through the water's fluctuation. But his water thread was too fine, and another proctor discovered it, catching him on the spot. "Cheating. First offense. -2 points, the proctor said coldly. That Rain Village examinee lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. A candidate from Takigakure Village used his hair. His long hair cascaded down silently, extending to the answer sheet of the person beside him. Tiny sensory cells on the hair could perceive the handwriting through touch. But his movements were too obvious. The proctor noticed the swaying hair and directly deducted 2 points. Another examinee clad in strange attire from some obscure village employed the sense of smell. He kept a small mouse hidden in his sleeve. The mouse perceived the answers through its olfactory sense, and he communicated with it in a special way. But the mouse inadvertently squeaked, exposing them. The proctor seized the mouse and announced his elimination on the spot. The examinee sprang up in panic. "No. My mouse." Ibiki shot him a glance. "Examinee, disrupting the exam hall, immediate elimination. Take him away." 2 proctors escorted him out as he struggled. "My mouse." "Give it back." Ibiki held the mouse and casually tossed it to him. "You'll get it back outside." The door closed, sealing off the sound. The exam hall fell silent again, but the tension thickened. Tian Ge continued answering the questions while observing. He noticed a grass ninja cheating with shadows, but Shikamaru was also using shadows, only much more discreetly. Shikamaru's shadow stealthily extended under Choji's desk, lightly tapped his foot, and then wrote on the ground. Choji glanced down and copied it. This trick was so subtle that even the proctors missed it. Ino rested her chin on her hands, seemingly daydreaming, but was actually using a jutsu. Her mind entered the brain of the examinee beside her, directly reading the answers. But it was dangerous, prone to backlash. She withdrew after just over 10 seconds, her face slightly pale, but she succeeded. Akimichi Choji munched on chips while answering, hiding the answers inside the chip bag. He pretended to grab chips while actually peeking. The method was crude, but the proctor didn't notice. Hinata, on the other hand, activated her Byakugan, her cheeks flushed, secretly glancing at others' papers. But she was too shy. Every glance made her blush, drawing the proctor's attention. A proctor approached, and Hinata quickly lowered her head, her heart racing. The proctor glanced at her paper, found nothing amiss, and left. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. Kiba used Akamaru. Akamaru lay on his lap, sniffing, sensing answers through scent, then gently scratched Kiba's leg to relay the information. The pair worked in perfect harmony. Shino's insects were even more covert. Tiny bugs flew onto others' papers, then returned crawling on Shino's hand to form the answers. The insects were too small for the proctors to detect easily. Tian Ge withdrew his gaze and continued answering. He had already finished, but still needed to pass the answers to Tenten. He maintained a steady pace, neither fast nor slow, while tapping the desk with his fingers to transmit the last few answers. Suddenly a proctor yanked an examinee up. It was a rain ninja who had used the water mirror technique, condensing tiny water droplets in the air to refract others' papers. But the droplets reflected light, caught by Ibiki. "Cheating 5 times, eliminated," Ibiki declared. The rain ninja struggled. "I didn't. I only used it 3 times. Ibiki sneered. "From the moment you sat down, I've been counting. First with water droplets, second with chakra threads, third with a clone technique, fourth with a transformation, and fifth with water droplets again. 5 times eliminated. The rain ninja's face turned ashen as he was dragged out. Another examinee was singled out, this time a grass ninja who used a substitution technique, leaving a phantom in his seat while his real body went to peek at others. But Ibiki had seen through it all along and caught in the moment he returned. Substitution technique cheating counts as 5 times eliminated, Ibiki said. The grass ninja tried to argue, but Ibiki waved his hand, and the proctors hauled him away. In just half an hour, over 20 examinees had been eliminated. Some were eliminated for being too obvious, others for flawed techniques, and some due to sheer bad luck. The eliminated examinees left in tears, curses, or silence. Tian Ge watched them, reflecting that this was the world of shinobi, cruel yet realistic. Tintin received Tian Ge's answers and began writing seriously. She wrote slowly but correctly. She felt grateful to Tian Ge but kept her composure. Naruto, on the other hand, was still struggling. He knew nothing and was drenched in sweat. He tried to peek at Sakura, but she guarded her paper tightly. He tried to peek at Sasuke, who ignored him completely. He scratched his head, tugged his ears, bit his pen, doing everything but writing a single word. The surrounding examinees watched him, some snickered, others shook their heads. Ibiki noticed Naruto too, but didn't move. He stared at Naruto, his gaze scrutinizing. Naruto suddenly stood up and shouted, I need to go to the bathroom. The hall fell silent, then erupted in laughter. Ibiki looked at him and said, Fine, but it counts against your exam time. Naruto dashed out, returning a few minutes later with a grimace. He sat down and continued to struggle. Tian Ge watched him, thinking that this guy knew nothing now, but would one day become Hokage. Life is truly strange. Time ticked by. Ibiki glanced at his watch and said, 10 minutes left. Now I'll announce the rules for the 10th question. The room quieted. Ibiki said, For the 10th question you may choose to answer or not. If you don't answer, you get 0 points and can try again next year. But if you answer and get it wrong, you will lose the right to take the Chunin exam forever. The exam hall buzzed with murmurs. Someone raised a hand and asked, Forever? You mean no chance to become a Chunin in this lifetime? Ibiki replied, Exactly. So think carefully. Now those who choose not to answer, raise your hands, turn in your papers, and leave. Hesitation spread. A grass ninja raised his hand, stood, and left. Then another and another. More and more people raised their hands and departed. Some lowered their heads, some had red-rimmed eyes, and some glanced back reluctantly. Tian Ge watched them, knowing this was a psychological battle. Ibiki was testing the examinees' resolve and willpower. Only those brave enough to face the risk with unwavering conviction deserved to continue. He looked at Tintin, who was staring back at him with questioning eyes. Tian Ge gave a slight nod, signaling her to stay. Tintin relaxed and remained seated. Naruto too saw many leaving. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and suddenly stood up, shouting, I will never leave. Even if I stay a Chunin forever, I'm going to become Hokage. The hall fell silent again. Everyone stared at the yellow-haired boy. Ibiki fixed his gaze on him, a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickering in his eyes. Tian Ge thought to himself, this is Naruto, the Naruto who never gives up. Ibiki waited a moment, saw no one else leaving, and suddenly smiled. Very well. Congratulations, you have passed the 10th question. The examinees were stunned. Ibiki explained that the 10th question tested resolve and willpower. Those who chose to stay were eligible to continue the exam. Those who left had actually lost their chance. Now hand in your papers, Ibiki said. The proctors collected the sheets. Tian Ge submitted his paper and glanced at Tintin, who looked relieved. Rock Lee wore a grim expression. He had mostly left his answers blank, but at least he had persisted. Niji was expressionless, likely having answered everything correctly. Kiba and Shino also turned in their papers. The examinees filed out of the exam hall. Outside, Tintin grabbed Tian Ge's arm and said, Bro, that 10th question scared me to death. Tian Ge replied, It's fine, you passed. Rock Lee rushed over, Tian Ge-kun. Tintin, I didn't answer much, but I persevered. That's youth. Tian Ge said, Yes, youth. Niji walked past, glanced at Tian Ge, and said nothing. But Tian Ge knew Niji had noticed him helping Tintin. Naruto was loudly exclaiming, Ha ha ha, I passed. I knew I could do it. Sakura rolled her eyes beside him. You didn't even answer a few correctly. Sasuke remained expressionless, but a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Tian Ge watched them, thinking that the first round was over, and next came the forest of death. No sooner had the examinees emerged from the written test hall to catch their breath than a thunderous crash erupted. The window at the end of the second-floor corridor suddenly burst open, sending shards of glass flying in every direction. A woman in a trench coat leaped in from outside, landing on the ground with a half-eaten glutinous rice ball still dangling from her lips. She swept her gaze across the gathered candidates, a grin spreading across her face. Still here, huh? Not bad, not bad. Tian Ge recognized her, Mitarashi Anko, the proctor of the second exam. She wore her signature trench coat, shoulders exposed with a strange tattoo adorning her neck. She seemed casual and carefree, but her eyes were sharp. Swallowing the rice ball, Anko announced loudly, "I am Mitarashi Anko, the proctor of the second exam. Now follow me to the exam site. Don't dawdle." She turned and walked away, and the candidates followed suit. Tian whispered to Tian Ge, "This proctor is really intimidating." Tian Ge replied, "She's all right." They exited the building and walked for over half an hour until they reached the entrance of a forest enclosed by barbed wire. A large sign at the entrance read, "Forest of Death." Anko stood by the gate waiting for everyone to gather, then began announcing the rules. The second exam is a survival exercise. 5 people per team. You must reach the central tower within 3 days. Everyone must sign a consent form as death is a possibility. She paused, scanning the crowd. Now scrolls will be distributed. Each team will receive either a heaven scroll or an earth scroll. To clear the exam, you must obtain a complete set of both heaven and earth scrolls. That means you'll have to seize the other type from another team. Anko had her assistants hand out the scrolls and consent forms. Tian Ge's team received the heaven scroll. He opened it for a glance. It was indeed a scroll. Tian asked, "So we need to steal an earth scroll?" Tian Ge nodded. "Yes." Anko continued, "During these 3 days you may use any means necessary, including killing. So anyone afraid of death may withdraw now." No one withdrew. Anko smiled. "Very well. Then good luck to you all." The gates opened and teams filed in one by one. Tian Ge and his 4 teammates entered the forest. Outside was still daylight, but inside the forest light was dim. Tall, dense trees blocked most of the sunlight. Thick layers of fallen leaves muffled their footsteps, making the ground soft and silent. Tian Ge took the lead with Ning Ci at the rear and the others in the middle. He whispered, "Stay alert. Attacks are most likely right after entering." Xiaoli nodded. "Understood." After about half an hour of walking, Tian Ge suddenly stopped and raised his hand to signal everyone to take cover. He heard movement ahead, voices as if people were talking. Ning Ci activated his Byakugan and reported for people 50 meters ahead, seemingly setting up an ambush. Tian Ge said, "Should we go around?" Inuzuka Hong replied, "Why go around? Let's just attack directly and grab their scroll." Tian also chimed in, "I think we can fight." Tian Ge thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, but don't underestimate them." Ning Ci assessed their strength. Xiaoli charged from the front. Tian and Inuzuka Hong flanked from both sides. "I'll provide support from the middle." Everyone nodded. They crept closer. The 4 people were hiding behind trees, still talking, completely unaware of the danger. Tian Ge recognized their headbands. They were from Kusagakure. One of them was bragging, "When we see Konoha's ninjas, we'll take them out and snatch their scrolls." Another said, "I heard Konoha has a lot of rookies this year. They'll be easy to handle." The first one replied, "Exactly, we'll just..." Before he could finish, Xiaoli had already charged in. Konoha whirlwind. He kicked one of them flying. The other 3 froze for a second, then reacted, drawing their weapons. Tian and Inuzuka Hong attacked from the sides, while Tian Ge and Ning Ci revealed themselves. The 4 Kusagakure ninjas panicked. One tall swordsman shouted, "Don't panic. There are only 5 of them, same as us." Tian Ge glanced at him, thinking, "At least this guy can count." Xiaoli engaged one opponent wielding a kunai, pushing him back step by step. Tian faced the swordsman, drawing her wooden blade. Their weapons clashed. Tian had improved greatly recently. Her strength and speed were commendable, and in just a few moves, she had the enemy flustered. Inuzuka Hong and her partner Haiwan dealt with a ninja who attempted to use ninjutsu. He tried to form hand seals, but Haiwan bit his wrist, and Inuzuka Hong kicked him in the stomach. The man screamed and collapsed. Ning Ci stood by without acting, his Byakugan fixed on another who was trying to flee. Tian Ge also held back, simply watching. The tall swordsman saw the situation was dire and turned to run. Tian Ge moved, closing the distance in a few steps, and punched him in the back. The tall man fell face first, tumbling several times before crashing into a tree. He looked up, his face full of terror. You. Tian Ge crouched down, searched his vest, and pulled out a scroll. Opening it, he saw it was an earth scroll. He smiled. "Lucky, got an earth scroll on the first try." The tall man tried to struggle, but Tian Ge struck him on the neck, knocking him unconscious. The other 3 were also subdued. The swordsman Tian had fought, lost his blade, and was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Tian looked at him and said, "You guys are too weak." The man lowered his head, not daring to speak. Tian Ge said, "Just take the scrolls and let them go." Xiaoli asked, "Just like that?" Tian Ge replied, "They no longer have scrolls. Keeping them is useless." They released the 4 Kusagakure ninjas. They scrambled to their feet and fled, stumbling and falling. One of them glanced back after a few steps, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. He had thought his team could last at least a few days, but they were crushed right after entering. His sword had been knocked away by Tian. A blade he had spent a fortune on now lost. His teammates were also injured, and their scrolls were stolen. Their chances in the Chunin exam were over. He gritted his teeth, hatred burning in his heart, but fear overwhelmed him. Those Konoha genin, especially the one with the short blade, were far too strong. Tian Ge safely stored the earth scroll and said, "Let's move on." They left the scene and found a secluded spot to rest. Tian said, "That Kusagakure guy was really weak. I didn't even get to fight enough." Tian Ge replied, "There will be plenty of opportunities later." After nightfall, they found a hollow tree to rest in. They took turns keeping watch with Tian Ge assigned to the second half of the night. Xiao Li and Ning Xiai took the first watch while Tian Ge and Inuzuka Hong slept first. Tian Ge was dozing off when Xiao Li gently shook him awake. Xiao Li whispered, "Tian Ge-kun, there's something." Tian Ge instantly became alert, gripping his short blade. He followed Xiao Li's gaze. Under the moonlight, a figure flitted through the bushes. The figure wore black clothes and a mask obscuring his face. Tian Ge's heart stirred, that mask. But on closer look, it wasn't a spiral mask, just an ordinary animal mask. The person seemed to notice them as well, pausing to glance their way. Moonlight fell on his face and Tian Ge could make out his features. Despite the mask, the long hair and aura reminded him of someone. Orochimaru. Tian Ge's heart tightened. It was indeed him. He pretended not to recognize him, only watching warily. The man stared for a moment, then turned and vanished into the darkness. Xiao Li asked, "Should we pursue?" Tian Ge said, "No, we need to stay on watch." He knew well that chasing him would be suicide. The rest of the night passed uneventfully. At dawn, they continued onward. After half a day's travel, they suddenly heard a tremendous roar in the distance. The ground trembled and flocks of birds took flight in alarm. Tian Ge stopped, looking toward the source of the sound. In the distance, a colossal serpent was thrashing through the forest, dozens of meters long. Trees fell in its wake, a terrifying sight. Inuzuka Hong's eyes widened. What kind of monster is that?" Ning Xiai activated his Byakugan and said, "There are people nearby. Their chakra is immense, extremely powerful." Xiao Li grew excited. "Let's go check it out. Maybe we'll encounter a strong opponent." Tian Ge shook his head firmly. "No, we'll take a detour." Xiao Li was stunned. "Why?" "The spirit of youth's adventure." Tian Ge cut him off. "That serpent is not something we can handle. Going there now would be suicide. It's only the second day of the exam. There's no need to take such a risk." Tian also added, "My brother is right. It's too dangerous." Niji also nodded. "That person's chakra far exceeds ours. We truly should not go." Rock Lee was somewhat disappointed, but did not insist further. Tinga led them to detour from that direction and head another way. After walking for less than an hour, Tinga suddenly stopped. He sensed a cold, killing intent. 3 figures emerged from the forest ahead. A red-haired youth with a large gourd strapped to his back. Beside him was one carrying a puppet and a girl holding a large fan. Gaara, Koushirou, and Temari of the Sand Village. Tinga's heart sank. Just as he feared, here they were. Gaara watched them with hollow yet manic eyes. A smirk curled his lips. "Konoha, are you?" Koushirou spoke up. "Gaara, don't do anything reckless. We still have the exam." Gaara ignored him entirely, staring fixedly at Tinga and his companions, slowly extending his hand. Sand flowed from the gourd on his back, swirling in the air. Tinga tightened his grip on his short blade and whispered to his teammates, "Prepare for battle. This one is dangerous. Do not engage head-on." Rock Lee had already assumed his starting stance. Youth knows no fear. Niji activated his Byakugan, sensing the chakra within Gaara, and his expression shifted. His chakra. Something is wrong. There is another far more malicious presence within him. Tinga knew. It was Shikaku. Gaara's sand surged forward astonishingly fast. Tinga sidestepped and slashed at the sand with his blade. The blade sank into the sand as though striking water, accomplishing nothing. The sand dispersed and reformed, continuing its assault. Lee charged forward, kicking at the sand. The sand coiled around his leg, attempting to drag him under. Lee struggled desperately, but the sand only tightened. Niji rushed over, shattering the sand with a gentle fist and freeing Lee. But more sand poured in. Tintin drew her wooden sword and struck at the sand. She too found it useless. The sand paid no mind to blades. Inuzuka Akamaru bit into a mouthful of sand and spat it out with a shake of his head. Koushirou and Temari stood behind, showing no sign of intervening. Koushirou said, "Gaara, that's enough. Don't waste our time." Gaara did not even acknowledge him. His eyes grew ever more excited, and the sand multiplied. Kinga knew they could not continue like this. He dashed toward Gaara and thrust his blade straight at him. The sand surrounding Gaara automatically formed a protective wall. Kinga's blade pierced only an inch before meeting unyielding resistance. Gaara looked at him and said, "You are fast, but you cannot break my defense." Kinga retreated a few steps, his mind racing. They could not win this fight. They could only flee. He scanned the terrain around them. Niji used Tenketsu rotation. "Lee, get ready to carry us and run." Niji immediately understood, drawing circles with his hands. Tenketsu rotation. Chakra released, forming a spinning barrier that temporarily held back the sand. Kinga shouted, "Run," Everyone turned and fled. Tian Ge covered their retreat, tossing smoke bombs as he ran. Thick smoke filled the air, obscuring vision. He heard the sound of sand pursuing behind him, deflecting several strikes with his blade. His arm was scraped by sand, burning with pain. They ran desperately, weaving through the trees. The sand behind them continued to chase, but its pace slowed. Tian Ge knew Gaara's sand had a range limit. Beyond a certain distance, he could no longer control it. After nearly 15 minutes of running, the sound of pursuing sand finally faded. Having escaped Gaara's grasp, Tian Ge led his teammates in a full sprint until they confirmed they were safe, then stopped to rest. Tintin panted as she bandaged Tian Ge's arm wound, a scratch from Gaara's sand. The injury was not deep, but blood had coated his entire arm, looking frightening. As she bandaged, Tintin muttered, "That red-haired boy was terrifying. His sand simply cannot be damaged." Rock Lee stood nearby, arms crossed, but there was no fear in his eyes. He gazed toward the direction they had just fled from. "Honestly, I want to fight him." Tintin's eyes widened. "Are you insane? That guy's sand is too powerful." Lee shook his head. "His sand is indeed formidable, but I am not without my own trump cards. I always train with weighted clothing. If I remove them, my speed increases dramatically. Combined with the 8 gates, we might actually stand a chance." Niji glanced at him. "The 8 gates. That technique places an enormous burden on the body." Lee replied, "I know, but against an opponent like that, conventional methods will never suffice. Only power that transcends limits can break his absolute defense." Tian Ge listened while Tintin bandaged his wound. He knew Lee spoke the truth. In the original story, Lee's battle against Gaara was truly earth-shattering. Lee removed his weights, opened the 8 gates, and moved so fast that even Gaara's sand could not keep up. If his body had not ultimately failed him, the outcome would have been truly uncertain. But Tian Ge also knew that after that battle, Lee was nearly crippled. He did not wish to see Lee suffer such grave injuries. He said, "Lee, now is not the time to fight recklessly. The exam has only just begun on day 2. There will be other opportunities. Besides, our goal is to reach the central tower, not defeat every strong enemy." Lee thought for a moment, then nodded. "You are right, Tian Ge. But if avoidance is impossible, I will not back down." Tian Ge patted his shoulder. "Then we will deal with it when the time comes." After resting for half an hour, they continued onward. Tian Ge chose a route that diverted away from Gaara's direction. Though it added distance, safety came first. After roughly 2 hours of walking, the sky grew dark. The forest grew darker still, with strange sounds rising from all directions. Suddenly, Niji stopped and activated his Byakugan. "There is a chakra fluctuation ahead. Someone is fighting." He looked at Tian Ge. "Approximately 500 meters. There are also several other chakra signatures, very faint, as though those individuals are unconscious." Lee immediately perked up. "Should we investigate?" Tian Ge considered for a moment. "Approach quietly. Do not reveal ourselves." The 5 of them used the trees for cover, moving stealthily toward that direction. As they drew closer, Tian Ge heard the sounds of combat and shouting. He parted the leaves and saw a clearing in the forest. 3 sound ninja were surrounding a pink-haired girl. That girl was Sakura. She was covered in wounds and blood, yet still fought desperately. Not far behind her was a tree hollow, its entrance concealed by branches. Lying inside were 2 figures, one with blonde hair, the other with black hair. It was Naruto and Sasuke. Tian Ge's heart tightened. Orochimaru really had made a move against them. He signaled his teammates to stay concealed and observe the situation first. In the clearing, Tsuzaku and Kin were surrounding Sakura. Kin grabbed Sakura's hair, yanking her toward herself with a cruel smile. "You think you can stop us? Those 2 losers are unconscious. What can you possibly do alone?" Sakura gritted her teeth, gripping Kin's wrists with both hands in an attempt to break free. But Kin was far stronger, holding onto her hair without releasing. Zaku stood to the side with his arms crossed, watching the spectacle, while some stared toward the tree hollow where Sasuke and Naruto lay. Kin yanked hard, and Sakura let out a cry of pain. Kin laughed even more triumphantly. "Scream all you want. The louder you cry, the happier I am. Wasn't that blonde one so arrogant earlier? Now he lies there like a dead dog. And the dark-haired one, he's nothing but trash, defeated by Lord Orochimaru in a single strike." Hearing Orochimaru's name, Sakura's eyes narrowed. Kin continued her taunts. "Is this really the best Leaf Ninja can do? I wonder how you passed the first exam. I suggest you hand over the scroll and go home to suck on your mother's teeth." Sokka chimed in from the side. "Kin, stop playing around. Let's grab the scroll and leave." "Some are those 2 still breathing?" Some walked over, kicked Naruto, then kicked Sasuke. "They're alive, but barely." Kin said, "Then just kill them. Saves us the trouble." She released Sakura's hair, drew a kunai, and traced it along Sakura's cheek. "Which side should I start with? Left or right? Or should I just cut out your tongue? You sounded quite pleasant screaming earlier." Sakura stared at Kin's kunai, trembling all over. She recalled Sasuke's unconscious form and Naruto throwing himself in front of her to protect her. They lay there now, their fate unknown. And she could do nothing. Seeing Sakura tremble, Kin grew even more delighted. "Scared? Ha ha, is this truly the best leaf ninja can muster? How pitiful. Sakura kept her head lowered, tears welling in her eyes. But she bit her lip, refusing to let them fall. Kin's smile vanished, her expression turning vicious. I despise that pathetic act of yours. Kneel. She kicked Sakura's leg, forcing her to one knee. Kin grabbed her hair, forcing her to look up. Look into my eyes. Remember this. The one who kills you is Kin. Sakura met Kin's gaze filled with malice and mockery. Suddenly, she remembered words Naruto had once spoken. I will never go back on my word. That is my ninja way. She also recalled Sasuke's challenge, are you still that crybaby? A surge of strength erupted within Sakura's heart. She could not give up, not like this. She could not surrender. Sasuke and Naruto were behind her. She had to protect them. Kin raised her kunai, poised to strike. In that instant, Sakura reached to her waist, drew a kunai of her own, bit down hard, and sliced through her own long pink hair. A sheaf of pink hair fell to the ground. Kin stood frozen. The handful she had been gripping was nothing but a stub. Sakura had broken free and taken several steps back. Clutching her severed hair, Sakura stared at Kin. Fear was gone from her eyes. I will not kneel, and I will not die here. I will protect those two. Kin stared at the severed hair in her hand, then at Sakura, her face twisting with fury. You're asking for death, she snarled, gesturing for Zaku and Dosu to advance. The three surrounded Sakura again. She assumed a combat stance, trembling, but with unwavering resolve. She knew she couldn't defeat them, yet she refused to retreat. Just then a voice echoed from the forest, shadow imitation jutsu. A dark silhouette darted from behind a tree, charging straight at Dosu. Dosu reacted swiftly, sidestepping. But the shadow's target wasn't him. It was the shadow at his feet. Shikamaru burst from the trees, hands forming seals, controlling his own shadow to pursue Dosu. Another voice rang out, meet tank. Choji transformed into a massive sphere, rolling down the hillside and hurtling toward Zaku. Zaku couldn't evade. He was struck head-on, yelping as he flew backward. Mind transfer jutsu. Ino leaped from a tree, her spirit hurtling toward Kin. Kin's body stiffened for a moment, then snapped back. Ino landed panting. Her chakra is stronger than mine. Ooh, I can't control her for long. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino stood together, shielding Sakura. Shikamaru glanced back at Sakura. Hey, you okay? Sakura stared at them, stunned. You all? Ino said, we were passing by and heard the noise. Came to check. Didn't expect to find you, forehead. Sakura's eyes reddened. Ino turned away. Don't get emotional. It was just a favor. Those three look annoying. Dosu steadied himself, glaring at Shikamaru. Leaf ninja meddling. Zaku climbed to his feet, clutching his stomach, face twisted. Choji, I'll remember you. You'll pay for that. Kin shook her head, still dizzy from Ino's attack. She sneered. 3 more walking into death. Perfect, will take care of all of you at once. Dosu said, enough talk. Attack. As the 4 prepared to clash, another voice emerged from the forest. Leaf whirlwind. A green blur shot from the side, kicking Zaku square in the chest. Caught off guard, Zaku was sent flying, crashing through a tree. Rock Lee landed, assuming a fighting stance. Lee. Sakura cried in delight. Niji emerged from the other side, hands tucked into his sleeves, eyeing Dosu. Sound ninja. Kiba, Inuzuka, and Akamaru leaped from behind a tree, Akamaru baring his teeth at Kin. Tintin stepped out with a wooden training sword, standing beside Sakura. She glanced at Sakura's chopped hair, frowning. Did they bully you, eh? Tian Ge was the last to emerge, a short blade in hand. He swept his calm gaze over Dosu, Zaku, and Kin. Dosu's expression changed. He hadn't anticipated so many leaf ninja appearing. Zaku crawled out of the debris, blood trickling from his mouth, terror in his eyes. Kin took a step back, pressing close to Dosu. Tian Ge regarded them. Sound ninja? I remember you. At the start of the second exam, you attacked a team of grass ninja. Pretty ruthless. Dosu said, none of your business. Tian Ge replied, it is now. You want to kill one of our leaf comrades. I can't ignore that. Zaku gritted his teeth. What does numbers matter? You're all just genin. Lee declared, even genin can defeat you. Dosu's eyes darted. He exchanged glances with Zaku and Kin, and the 3 slowly converged. If you want to fight, fine. But are you sure you want to waste time here? The exam ends tomorrow. Have you collected all your scrolls? Shikamaru said, whether we have or not is our concern. Dosu let out a sudden laugh. All right then, let's see who falls first. He raised his hand, and the 3 struck simultaneously. Zaku aimed both palms at Lee, unleashing the vacuum wave. A powerful blast of air surged toward Lee. He sidestepped, and the tree behind him was cleaved in 2. Lee dodged the attack, his eyes fixed on Zaku, a flicker of excitement in his gaze. He tore off the weights strapped to his legs and tossed them to the ground. Thud! The weights hit the earth, cratering the ground and kicking up dust. Everyone froze, including Dosu and Zaku. How heavy must those be to leave such craters? Sakura's mouth dropped open. Lee, you've been wearing those all along. Lee flexed his body, feeling light as air. He looked at Zaku. Now let me show you my true speed. The moment the words left his mouth, Lee vanished from his spot. Zaku couldn't react, a fist connected with his face. He hurtled sideways, smashing through 2 trees before collapsing unconscious. Dosu's pupils contracted. He hadn't seen a thing, and Zaku was already defeated. That speed was overwhelming. Lee returned to his original position, facing Dosu and Kin. Next, Kin recoiled in fear, hiding behind Dosu. Sweat beaded on Dosu's palms. He knew he couldn't win. Lee's speed was beyond his ability to react. Niji watched from the side, acknowledging Lee's taijutsu prowess. He hadn't even opened the 8 gates yet, just removing the weights magnified his speed to this level. If he opened the gates, Gaara's sand might not be able to withstand it. Tian Ge observed Lee, realizing this was his true strength. Earlier when they encountered Gaara, Lee hadn't had the chance to display his ability. Now it was the perfect opportunity to let the sound ninja witness it. Dosu gritted his teeth. Retreat. Kin was already eager to flee. She turned and ran. Dosu tossed a few smoke bombs to cover their escape. By the time the smoke cleared, the 2 were gone. Zaku lay unconscious on the ground, abandoned by his teammates. Lee moved to pursue, but Tian Ge stopped him. Forget it. The exam is more important. Lee nodded, retrieved his weights, and fastened them back on his legs. Tintin said, "You're putting them back on. Doesn't that tire you?" Lee replied, "I'm used to it. Feels uncomfortable without them." Sakura let out a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. Ino walked over, examining Sakura's chopped hair. "Forehead, your hair." Sakura touched her new ear-length cut. "It's fine. It'll grow back." Shikamaru approached, looking at Tian Ge and Lee. "Thanks. If it weren't for you all, we might not have stood a chance against those 3. Especially you, Lee. That speed was terrifying." Lee gave a thumbs up. Just the power of youth. Shikamaru was speechless. Niji walked to the tree hollow, peering at Naruto and Sasuke inside. Naruto lay still, a strange seal pattern on his chest. 3 black tomo marks on Sasuke's neck emanated a sinister aura. Niji said, "They're in bad shape. That mark is dangerous." Tian Ge approached, examining Sasuke's neck. The curse mark, implanted by Orochimaru. He knew the danger it posed, but Sasuke would harness it to grow stronger. Lee walked over, looking at Naruto and Sasuke. "We need to take them with us. They're our leaf comrades." Shikamaru frowned. "But we still have the exam. 1 day left. Carrying 2 unconscious people will slow us down." Sakura stood up, resolute. "I'll take them. You all go on with the exam." Ino said, "How can you carry 2 by yourself?" Sakura said, "I can do it." Tian Ge thought for a moment. "How about this? Our 2 teams take turns escorting them. We're all heading to the central tower anyway. We can watch each other's backs." Shikamaru glanced at him and nodded. Agreed. They divided the tasks. Lee carried Naruto on his back, while Shikamaru and Choji lifted Sasuke. The others kept watch as they advanced toward the central tower. Along the way, Sakura briefly recounted what had happened. Orochimaru, disguised as an examinee, had attacked them. To protect Naruto and her, Sasuke received the curse mark and Naruto was sealed. Sakura had been hiding them when the sound trio found them, and then the rest unfolded. Tian Ge listened, noting that everything matched the original timeline. Orochimaru had already begun his move. In a month, the Konoha Crush would be set in motion. He needed to prepare. After a while, Lee suddenly asked that Orochimaru, "Is he strong?" Sakura nodded. "Very strong. Extremely strong." Sasuke couldn't block even a single attack from him. Lee fell silent for a moment. "One day I'll become strong enough to protect all my comrades." After the group left the clearing, they headed toward the central tower. Shaoli carried Naruto on his back at the front, while Lu Wan and Ding Xi carried Sasuke behind him. The others spread out around them, keeping watch. Xiaoying walked beside Sasuke, glancing at his neck from time to time. The 3 black Magatama marks remained, exuding an unsettling aura that made her uneasy. She reached out to touch them, but pulled her hand back, afraid of hurting him. Jingyi walked beside her, and seeing her expression, sighed. "Broad forehead, don't worry too much. That guy's tough. He won't die," Xiaoying said. "But that mark," Jingyi replied. "Once we reach the central tower, there will definitely be medical ninjas. Let them take a look at him." Xiaoying nodded, but her gaze remained fixed on Sasuke. After walking for over an hour, Tian Ge suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Ning Xi activated his white eye and looked ahead. "People, 5 of them heading our way." Lu Wan frowned. 5? Are they examinees or something else?" As he spoke, 5 figures burst out from the bushes wearing Rain Village headbands. The leader, a tall, lean man holding a blade, saw the group, and his eyes lit up. "Leaf ninjas. So many of you. You must have scrolls." His companions laughed behind him. One of them said, "Boss, 2 of them are unconscious. This is our chance." The tall, lean man waved his hand. "Go. Take the scrolls." The 5 Rain ninjas charged forward. Shaoli set Naruto down and said to Tian Ge, "Leave these to me." Tian Ge nodded. "Be careful." Shaoli rolled his shoulders, didn't remove his weights, and strode directly toward them. His speed was astonishing. Before the first Rain ninja could react, a fist struck his face, sending him flying into a tree. The second Rain ninja swung his blade, but Shaoli sidestepped and kicked him in the stomach. With a scream, the ninja crumpled to the ground. The tall, lean man froze, stunned by Xiao Li's strength. He gritted his teeth and shouted, all at once. The remaining three attacked together, but Xiao Li remained calm. He dodged their strikes and knocked them down one by one. 3 punches, 3 fallen foes. In less than 10 seconds, all 5 rain ninjas were sprawled on the ground. The tall, lean man lay there, his face twisted with terror. He recalled his earlier arrogance, and now found it utterly ridiculous. Xiao Li's speed was so great that he couldn't even see it clearly. His blade never touched the boy's clothes. He had trained hard for years, hoping to shine in the Chunin exam, but couldn't even endure a single exchange. He stared at Xiao Li, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. His lips trembled as if to speak, but no words came. Xiao Li clapped his hands and said, you can leave. The exam isn't over. Don't waste your chance. The 5 rain ninjas scrambled to their feet, supporting each other as they slunk away. One of them glanced back, hatred in his eyes, but far more fear. He knew he would never forget this day, the shame and terror of being crushed by a leaf genin. Tian walked over and patted Xiao Li's shoulder. Impressive, Xiao Li. They were no match for you at all. Xiao Li gave a thumbs up. Just an ordinary strike of youth. Lu Wan watched from the side, thinking that Xiao Li's strength was truly remarkable. No wonder he dared to challenge Gaara. The group continued onward. After another hour, sounds of fighting came from ahead. Ning Xiai looked and said, it's Leaf Ninjas, Team 8. Tian Ge said, let's check it out. As they approached, they saw Hinata, Kiba, and Shino battling a squad of grass ninjas. Hinata used Gentle Fist to strike pressure points. Kiba and Akamaru coordinated their attacks, and Shino's insects surrounded the enemy. The grass squad had 5 members, but 2 were already down, and the remaining 3 struggled to hold on. Kiba saw them coming and shouted, don't interfere. We can handle it. Xiao Li replied, all right, we'll watch. Hinata blushed, but stayed focused on the fight. She struck a grass ninja's pressure point with Gentle Fist, and half his body went numb, causing him to collapse. Kiba lunged at another while Akamaru bit the opponent's hand. Shino's insects swarmed the last grass ninja, who screamed and rolled on the ground. Soon, all 5 grass ninjas were down. Kiba clapped his hands and said smugly, how about that? We're amazing, right? Tian said, amazing, amazing. Hinata walked over and saw the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke. Her expression changed. What happened to them? Xiaoying briefly explained the situation. Hinata listened, then looked worriedly at Naruto. She wanted to say something, but held back. Kiba said, are you taking them to the central tower? Let's go together, safety in numbers. Shino nodded silently. So the group grew larger. Team 8 joined them, and they all headed toward the central tower. As dusk fell, they found a cave to rest in. They took turns keeping watch while the others slept. Tian Ge took the first watch and Ning Xiai took the second. Tian leaned against the cave wall, looking at Xiao Ying and Jing Yi opposite her. Xiao Ying never left Sasuke's side, her eyes always on him. Jing Yi rested with her eyes closed nearby. Tian whispered to Tian Ge, that Sasuke seems really important to Xiao Ying. Tian Ge said, Tian asked, have you ever liked anyone? Tian Ge glanced at her. Why are you asking? Tian said, just curious. Tian Ge thought for a moment, and the image of Kuina flashed through his mind. He said, there was someone, but it's not convenient to talk about. Tian's eyes lit up. Who? Do I know them? Tian Ge said, go to sleep. Tian snorted and closed her eyes. In the second half of the night, Ning Xiai took over. Before falling asleep, Tian Ge swept his gaze over the people in the cave. Xiao Li sat meditating in a corner with Naruto lying beside him. Hinata slept not far from Naruto, her face turned toward him. Kiba hugged Akamaru, and Shino sat against the wall, insects crawling on him. Lu Wan lay with his hands behind his head, unsure if he was asleep. Ding Xiai hugged a bag of chips and was already asleep. Jing Yi and Xiaoying leaned against each other. He closed his eyes, thinking that this group would one day become the backbone of the Leaf Village. The next morning, they set off again. After walking for 2 hours, they encountered another enemy squad. This time it was 5 Takigakure ninjas who looked quite arrogant. The leader, a burly man, saw their large group, and instead of being afraid, he laughed. What use is having numbers? You're all genin. We Takigakure ninjas are far stronger than you. His companions joined in the jeering. Tian Ge glanced at them and said to Tian, your turn. Tian drew her wooden sword. All right. She charged forward and clashed with the burly man. Her swordsmanship had improved greatly recently, fast and powerful. The burly man wielded a large blade that looked fierce but was slow. Tian seized an opportunity and struck his wrist, causing the blade to fall. The burly man cried out in pain and stumbled back. Tian gave him no chance to recover, launching a series of attacks. He dodged frantically, but couldn't avoid all of them, taking several hits. Finally, Tian kicked him in the chest, and he collapsed. The other 4 Takigakure ninjas stood frozen, seeing their leader defeated. One of them tried to charge, but was stopped by a single glance from Xiao Li and turned to flee. The other 3 followed suit. The burly man lay on the ground staring at Tian's retreating figure, disbelief written all over his face. He had been called a prodigy since childhood, undefeated in his village, and had believed he would shine brilliantly in the Chunin exam. Yet he was utterly crushed by a young leaf girl. His large blade, a legacy from his father, now lay on the ground, and he didn't even have the strength to pick it up. He watched Tian walk away, a deep sense of defeat surging within him. Tian returned, proudly brandishing her wooden sword at Tian Ge. Tian Ge said, "Not bad, you've improved." Around 2 in the afternoon, they finally saw the central tower. It was a towering circular structure standing in the middle of the forest. The group quickened their pace. 2 examiners stood at the tower entrance. Seeing so many people, one of them asked, "All passed?" Luan presented the scroll, "Heaven and Earth scrolls, all here." The examiner inspected and nodded, "Go and someone will receive you inside." They entered the tower. The interior was spacious with many examinees already resting. Tian Ge scanned the room and spotted the 3 from Sunagakure. Gaara standing in a corner with his usual cold expression. Koushirou and Temari stood beside him, alertly watching their surroundings. On the other side, the sound ninja were also present. Tosu and Kin stood there, wounded and grim-faced. Saku was missing, abandoned in the forest. A few unfamiliar sound ninja were there, one of them wearing glasses, looking gentle, chatting with someone nearby. Tian Ge's gaze fixed on that person. Glasses, a gentle smile, a scholarly demeanor. Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru's spy. He was disguised as a sound ninja, blending in. Tian Ge noticed Kabuto's eyes. Though smiling, there was an icy chill beneath, occasionally sweeping over the crowd, as if observing something. Kabuto seemed to sense Tian Ge's gaze, turned, and gave him a gentle smile. Tian Ge nodded back and looked away. Sakura supported Sasuke, heading with Ino to find a medical ninja. Naruto was also carried away to rest. Hinata wanted to follow, but Kiba held her back. Kiba said, "Someone will take care of him, don't worry." Hinata lowered her head, blushing. Luan leaned against the wall, observing the crowd, and said to Tian Ge, "The ones who survived this exam are no ordinary people." Tian Ge replied, "Yeah, there's still the preliminaries." Little Lee walked over, staring at Gaara's direction, with fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Niji stood beside him, saying, "Don't be impulsive, you'll have your chance during the match." Little Lee nodded, "I know." Tian sat next to Tian Ge, whispering, "That red-haired guy is still here. I'm a bit scared." Tian Ge said, "What's there to fear? We're here." Tian leaned on his shoulder and said nothing more. In the Central Tower's hall, examinees gathered in small groups, waiting for the next exam. In the Central Tower's hall, examinees who had passed the second exam gathered in small clusters. Torches on the walls illuminated the entire space. The air was thick with tension. Everyone knew the next exam was about to begin. Tian Ge leaned against a pillar, surveying the crowd. Tian sat beside him, wooden sword in hand, muttering to herself. Little Lee was stretching nearby. Niji rested with eyes closed, and Kiba's mother and Grey Maru lay on the ground resting. Team 8 was on the other side. Hinata blushed as she peeked at Naruto's resting spot. Kiba played with Akamaru, and Shino stood silently, bugs crawling over him. Luan, Choji, and Ino sat in a corner. Luan held his head in his hands, looking annoyed. "We barely got through the second exam, and now we have to fight again. What a hassle." Choji crunched on potato chips, mumbling, "Fight, or not, I'm hungry anyway." Ino looked toward where Sakura had gone, saying, "I wonder how Forehead Girl is doing. Is Sasuke okay?" Luan said, "The medical ninja are watching him, he should be fine." In the center of the hall, several examiners were preparing. A pale, sickly-looking man stood there holding a list. He coughed twice. This was Moonlight Gale, the chief examiner of the third preliminary. When everyone had gathered, he spoke. "Ahem, examinees who passed the second exam, the third preliminary will now begin. The rules are one-on-one elimination. Winners advance to the official match in 1 month. Losers are eliminated." He pointed to the large screen on the wall. "Draw lots to determine your opponent. The screen will display names. Those called will go up to compete. There are no restrictions until one side concedes or loses combat capability. Ahem, of course, intentional killing will result in disqualification." The examinees stared at the screen nervously. Tian Ge noticed Yakushi Kabuto standing at the edge of the crowd, still wearing that gentle smile. He adjusted his glasses, looking harmless. But Tian Ge knew this guy was a ruthless player. The screen began to roll names. First match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Akato Yoroi. Everyone was stunned. Sasuke? He was still unconscious. Moonlight Gale checked the list and said, "Uchiha Sasuke is temporarily unable to participate due to physical reasons. According to the rules, his spot is reserved. A supplementary match will be held later. His opponent advances automatically." The sound ninja named Akato Yoroi was startled, then grinned. "Lucky me." Tian Ge glanced at him, thinking, "You won't be laughing for long." The screen continued to roll. Second match, Tian versus Kin. Tian stood up, gripping her wooden sword. "My turn." Kin stepped out from the sound ninja, sighed, a cold sneer on her face. She looked at Tian's short hair, recalling how Sakura had cut hers earlier, and malice flickered in her eyes. The two stepped onto the platform. Moonlight Gale announced the start. Kin struck first, throwing shuriken wildly. Tian parried with her wooden sword while charging forward. Kin retreated, weaving hand signs to cast a genjutsu. Tian's vision blurred, but she was prepared. She bit her tongue, using the pain to snap back to reality. She continued her charge, slashing at Kin. Kin dodged, drawing a kunai for close combat. Tian's swordsmanship had improved greatly. Fast strikes, precise movements. Kin struggled to keep up, taking several hits. Panicked, she tried to create distance, but Tian gave her no chance. Tian recalled what Tian Ge had taught her, seized the opening strike to win. Spotting Kin's footwork falter, she slashed at her wrist. Kin cried out in pain, dropping her kunai. Tian kicked her in the stomach, sending Kin to the ground. Kin lay on the ground, face full of resentment. She remembered her arrogance moments ago, only to be defeated by a little girl from Konoha. Her kunai, her prized weapon, lay discarded. She didn't even have the strength to pick it up. She watched Tian's back as she turned away, eyes reddening, but unable to utter a word. Moonlight Gale announced, Tian wins. Tian jumped off the platform and rushed to Tian Ge. I won. Tian Ge nodded, well fought. Little Lee gave a thumbs up, Tian a victory of youth. Kin was helped away by the sound ninja, head bowed, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. The screen continued to roll. Third match, Tian Ge versus Yato. Yato was a sturdy-looking genin from Sunigakure. He stepped onto the platform, stretching his limbs, and looked at Tian Ge with contempt. From Konoha. You don't look like much. Tian Ge said nothing, simply walking onto the platform. Moonlight Gale announced the start. Yato struck first, forming hand signs. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gale rushed toward Tian Ge. Tian Ge sidestepped and charged forward. Yato was stunned, so fast. He hurriedly retreated, trying to form more seals. But Tian Ge was already in front of him, drawing his short blade and slashing at Yato's shoulder. Yato dodged desperately but couldn't avoid it. The blade bit into his shoulder, blood flowing. He cried out in pain, stumbling back several steps, his face a mask of terror. He hadn't expected this Konoha genin to be so fast. His earlier contempt now seemed laughable. He was a prodigy of Sunigakure, yet he couldn't even last a single exchange. Tian Ge gave him no respite, pressing the attack. Yato dodged frantically, but took several more cuts. On the final strike, Tian Ge aimed for his throat, stopping just an inch away. Yato froze, cold sweat pouring down. Tian Ge sheathed his blade and stepped back. Yato slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant. His blade lay discarded beside him. He had lost utterly and completely. He recalled the bold words he had spoken before coming to Konoha, vowing to show everyone the might of Sunigakure. Now he hadn't even made it past the preliminaries. Moonlight Gale announced, Tian Ge wins. Tian Ge descended from the stage, and Tintin ran over, exclaiming, that was too fast, I didn't even see it clearly. Tian Ge said, he's too weak. Rock Lee chimed in from the side. Tian Ge's blade techniques grow more formidable by the day. The screen continued. The fourth match, Rock Lee versus Xianming. Xianming was a shinobi from Kushigakure, tall and lean, wielding a scythe. He stepped onto the stage, eyed Rock Lee and sneered, Konoha is it? I've heard your taijutsu is impressive. Let's see what you've got. Rock Lee ascended the stage and assumed his opening stance. Moonlight Gale declared the start. Xianming struck first, his scythe sweeping horizontally. Rock Lee leaped to evade, landing behind Xianming. Xianming spun around, slashing again with his scythe. Rock Lee dodged once more, his speed astonishing. Xianming grew frantic, launching a flurry of attacks. Yet Rock Lee slithered like an eel, impossible to land a hit on. Panting, Xianming's eyes brimmed with disbelief. His scythe was custom-made, no one in his village could evade it. Now he couldn't even touch the hem of this boy's garment. Rock Lee seized the opportunity and drove a fist into his stomach. Xianming doubled over, his scythe clattering to the ground. Rock Lee followed with a kick to his face. Xianming flew backward, slammed into the wall, slid down, and lost consciousness. The arena fell silent. It was over in less than 10 seconds. Moonlight Gale coughed and declared, Rock Lee wins. Lee returned to his team, and Tintin said, Lee, you're too fast too. Rock Lee flashed a thumbs up. The explosive power of youth. Niji cast a glance at him, saying nothing, but his eyes held a hint of recognition. The screen continued. The fifth match, Hinata Ningxi versus Zhao. Zhao was a shinobi from Amigakure, adept at water techniques. He stepped onto the stage, eyeing Ningxi with wary vigilance. Ningxi ascended the stage, hands tucked into his sleeves, his expression serene. Moonlight Gale declared the start. Zhao struck first, forming hand seals, water release, water bullet technique. Several water bullets shot toward Ningxi. Ningxi sidestepped, advancing simultaneously. Zhao formed more seals, causing water to surge from the ground, attempting to trap Ningxi. Ningxi leaped, somersaulted in midair, and landed directly before Zhao. Zhao panicked and tried to retreat. But Ningxi's gentle fist had already struck, a palm thrust into his chest. Chakra sealed his acupoints. Half of Zhao's body went numb paralyzed. Ningxi stepped back observing him. Zhao struggled to move, but couldn't. His face twisted in terror. His water techniques were his proudest ninjutsu, yet now he couldn't even use them. He stared at Ningxi, eyes brimming with resentment and fear. Moonlight Gale announced, Hinata Ningxi wins. Ningxi returned to his team, and Rock Lee said, Ningxi brilliant. Ningxi nodded, saying nothing. The screen continued. The sixth match, Inuzuka Hong vs. Lien. Lien was a shinobi from Otogakure, towering and muscular, wielding a large blade. He stepped onto the stage, looked at Inuzuka Hong and Haimaru, and grinned. One person and one dog. Interesting. Inuzuka Hong retorted, Haimaru is not a dog, he's a ninja hound. Lien shrugged, same thing. Moonlight Gale declared the start. Lien moved first, his blade sweeping horizontally. Inuzuka Hong dodged while Haimaru lunged from the side. Lien swung the flat of his blade at Haimaru, who evaded. Inuzuka Hong seized the moment, charging in with a kick aimed at Lien. Lien blocked with his blade and countered with a slash. The pair worked in perfect sync, but Lien's strength was undeniable. After 5 minutes of combat, Inuzuka Hong began to falter, taking several hits. Haimaru was also injured, limping. Inuzuka Hong gritted her teeth, attacking desperately. But Lien's defense was too solid, she couldn't break through. Finally, Lien's blade struck her shoulder, and she collapsed. Haimaru rushed to protect her master, only to be kicked away by Lien. Inuzuka Hong tried to rise but couldn't. She looked at Lien, her eyes filled with defiance. She had lost. Moonlight Gale glanced at her and asked, can you continue? Inuzuka Hong wanted to nod, but her body refused to obey. She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Tian Ge said, Hong, don't push yourself. Inuzuka Hong lowered her head and whispered, I'd give up. Lien smirked triumphantly. Haimaru ran over, licking Inuzuka Hong's face. She hugged Haimaru, tears streaming down. Tintin rushed over, helping her up. Hong, you were already incredible. Inuzuka Hong said, I lost. Tintin replied, it's okay, there's always next time. The screen continued. The seventh match, Hinata vs. Tian Duan. Tian Duan was a shinobi from Koushirou, skilled in earth techniques. He stepped onto the stage, looked at Hinata, and chuckled, from the Hinata clan. I've heard your Byakugan is formidable. Let's see it. Hinata blushed, her head bowed as she stepped onto the stage. Her palms were sweaty with nervousness, but she thought of Naruto and mustered her courage. Moonlight Gale declared the start. Tian Duan moved first, forming hand seals, earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose, blocking Hinata's view. Hinata activated her Byakugan, spotting Tian Duan moving behind the wall. She charged forward, bypassing the wall. Tian Duan formed more seals, causing the ground to tremble. Hinata nearly stumbled. She steadied herself and continued her advance. Tian Duan emerged from the earth, throwing a punch at Hinata. She blocked with gentle fist, but was outmatched in strength, stumbling back several steps. Tian Duan pressed his attack, forcing Hinata onto the defensive. She recalled Naruto's words, never give up. Clenching her teeth, she fought back fiercely. A palm strike landed on Tian Duan's chest, hitting an acupoint. His body went numb, his movements slowing. Hinata seized the opportunity, striking successive acupoints. Tian Duan's entire body was sealed, paralyzed. His eyes widened in disbelief. He was a prodigy of Koushirou. How could he lose to this shy girl? Hinata stepped back, panting. Moonlight Gale announced, Hinata wins. Hinata froze, then blushed even deeper. She descended the stage, and Kiba and Shino gathered around. Kiba said, Hinata, you won. Hinata murmured softly, mm. She glanced toward where Naruto lay, thinking to herself, Naruto Kuina won. The screen continued. The eighth match, Inuzuka Kiba vs. Rin. Rin was a shinobi from Amigakure, wielding twin blades. Kiba stepped onto the stage with Akamaru at his side. Kiba said, Akamaru, let's go. Moonlight Gale declared the start. Kiba and Akamaru worked in tandem, fast and aggressive. Rin defended with his twin blades, seeking counterattacks. After 5 minutes, Kiba gradually gained the upper hand. In the final moment, Kiba and Akamaru lunged together. Kiba knocked Rin's blades away, and Akamaru bit his hand. Rin conceded. Kiba leaped in excitement. Akamaru, we won. Akamaru barked happily. The ninth match, Aburame Shino vs. Lu. Shino walked onto the stage, expressionless. Moonlight Gale declared the start. Lu struck first, scattering a handful of toxic powder. Shino stood motionless as insects emerged, absorbing all the poison. Lu was stunned. He scattered more poison. The insects continued to absorb it. Lu panicked. He had never encountered such a situation. His poison powder was his most prized weapon, yet now it was utterly useless. Shino said, your poison is ineffective against me. The insects surged toward Lu, covering his entire body. Lu screamed in agony, writhing on the ground. He desperately tried to brush the insects off, but they only multiplied. Finally, unable to bear it, he shouted, I give up. Shino recalled his insects and walked off the stage. Kiba said, Shino, that move was too ruthless. Shino replied, standard procedure. The 10th match, Yamanaka Ino vs. Lee. Ino stepped onto the stage a bit nervous. Moonlight Gale announced the start. Lee initiated a Jinjutsu first, and Ino's vision blurred. But she quickly snapped out of it. After all, being from the Yamanaka clan, she had resistance to illusions. She counterattacked with the mind-body switch technique. Lee's body stiffened, but broke free instantly. They exchanged blows, fighting for a long time. Finally, Ino's stamina gave out, and Lee seized the opportunity to defeat her. Ino lost, but she performed well. As she came down, Shikamaru said, "Not bad, you didn't lose face." Ino glared at him. "Can't you say something nice?" 11th match, Choji Akimichi vs. Gang. Choji walked onto the stage still chewing on potato chips. Moonlight Gale announced the start. Gang charged forward, punching at Choji. Choji dodged and used the meat tank. Gang was knocked flying, but got up and continued. After several rounds, Choji used the super multi-size technique, grew huge, and slapped Gang down with one palm. Gang conceded. Choji won and went back to eating chips. 12th match, Shikamaru Nara vs. Jintian. Shikamaru walked onto the stage looking bothered. Moonlight Gale announced the start. Jintian moved quickly, trying to hit Shikamaru. Shikamaru, unhurried, used the shadow imitation technique. Jintian dodged several times, but was finally caught by the shadow. Shikamaru said, "You lose." Jintian struggled, but couldn't break free, so he conceded. Shikamaru came down saying, "What a pain." 13th match, Yakushi Kabuto vs. Jien. Kabuto walked onto the stage smiling gently. Moonlight Gale announced the start. The two exchanged moves. Kabuto seemed to struggle, retreating after a few strikes from Jien. He dodged and evaded, finally getting stabbed in the shoulder by Jien's sword and fell to the ground. Moonlight Gale asked, "Can you continue?" Kabuto shook his head. "I concede." Jien won, looking triumphant. Kabuto walked off the stage holding his wounds still with a gentle expression. Kinga watched Kabuto, thinking this guy is really good at acting. He deliberately held back and lost to avoid attracting attention. Next, he would go to gather intelligence, then be discovered by Moonlight Gale, and then Moonlight Gale would die. Kinga thought of Moonlight Gale, that coughing man who would soon die in some alley. He knew all this, but he couldn't interfere. Right now, he could at most fight on par with an ordinary jonin, while those who killed Moonlight Gale were people like Maki whose strength far surpassed his. If he went, he would only be throwing his life away. He could only watch, doing nothing. The preliminaries ended. The winners stayed, the losers were eliminated. Moonlight Gale announced the list of matches for the official tournament 1 month later, then dismissed everyone. Kinga led Tintin and the others away from the central tower, heading back to Konoha Village. On the way, Tintin chattered about her fight, while he excitedly discussed the upcoming matches. Niji walked in silence. Kiba Inuzuka was still a bit down, and Akamaru licked her hand. Kinga looked back at the central tower, thinking in 1 month Orochimaru would make his move. He needed to prepare. The day after the preliminaries, Konoha Village returned to its usual calm. Kinga took Tintin home. Tianyuan and Huizi were already waiting at the door. Tianyuan looked at the two children and asked, "Did you pass?" Tintin jumped up excitedly. "I passed. I beat that sound ninja." Huizi smiled and patted her head. Good, come inside quickly, dinner is ready." At the table, Tintin chattered about the match, how arrogant that female sound ninja was, and how she used her wooden sword to defeat her. Tianyuan listened, nodding occasionally, while Huizi served her food. Kinga ate in silence, thinking about the coming month. After dinner, Tinga called Tintin to the yard. He took out a new batch of Sea King meat from the storeroom, and said to Tintin, "For the next month, keep eating this every day and don't stop training. The official tournament will be tougher than the preliminaries." Tintin nodded, looking at the meat and swallowing. She was used to the taste now and knew that eating it would make her stronger. They began training. Kinga first had Tintin swing her sword 1,000 times while he watched. Tintin swung earnestly. Her movements were much more precise than before. Afterward, Tinga sparred with her, feeding her moves so she could experience practical application. Tintin improved quickly. Tinga could feel her strength and speed increasing. The Sea King's effect was indeed remarkable, and with her daily training, her physique was already far ahead of her peers. During a break, Tintin asked, "Brother, who do you think I'll face in the official tournament?" Tinga said, "I don't know, but whoever it is, just believe in yourself." Tintin nodded. Meanwhile, at the training ground of Team 3, Mike Guy stood before Lee, arms crossed, expression serious. Lee was equally serious. They stared at each other as if engaged in a silent contest. Suddenly, Guy flashed a thumbs up, his white teeth gleaming. "Lee, there's only 1 month until the official tournament. The time for a youth sprint has arrived." Lee also gave a thumbs up, tears streaming down his face. "Guy-sensei, I'm ready." Guy said, "Good. Today's training: remove your weights, run 500 laps around Konoha, then spar with me for 100 rounds. No using the 8 gates, only basic taijutsu." Lee nodded. "Understood." He removed the weights from his legs. With a crash, 2 craters appeared in the ground. Guy nodded in satisfaction, and they started running. After 500 laps, Lee returned, breathing steadily. Guy stood there, assuming a starting stance. "Come on." Lee charged forward, punching at Guy. Guy sidestepped and countered with a palm strike. Lee dodged and kicked at Guy's lower body. Guy leaped up, flipped in the air, and kicked toward Lee. Lee crossed his arms to block, staggering back a few steps. They exchanged blows for over 100 rounds. Lee's taijutsu grew more refined, his speed and strength improving. Guy coached him as they fought. Faster on your feet. Steady your punches. Yes, like that. After the sparring, Lee sat on the ground panting. Guy patted his shoulder. Not bad, you've improved. But it's not enough. The 8 gates put a heavy burden on the body, but don't use them unless absolutely necessary. You need to learn to defeat opponents in your normal state. Lee nodded. I understand, Guy-sensei. In the evening forest, Niji stood alone in the center of a clearing. He closed his eyes, recalling his battles in the preliminaries. Those opponents were too weak, they hadn't made him use his full power. But the official tournament would be different, he would face stronger enemies. He opened his eyes, drew circles with his hands, and chakra radiated from his entire body, forming a rotating barrier. Rotation heaven, the absolute defense of the Hyuga clan. But Niji knew this technique could still be improved. He increased his rotation speed, outputting more chakra. The surrounding leaves were swept up, dancing in the air. He stopped and thought. The principle of rotation heaven was to use chakra and rotation to create a defense, but due to the caged bird seal, the rotation also exposed some blind spots. If he could achieve instantaneous rotation or change the direction of rotation, perhaps he could compensate. He tried a few more times, adjusting the way he output chakra. Each time was faster, each time more stable. Finally, he succeeded in sustaining rotation heaven for a longer duration and at a higher rotation speed. Niji ceased his technique and nodded slightly. This month, he would raise rotation heaven to a new height. At the training ground of Team 8, Hinata stood before a row of wooden posts, assuming the starting stance of the gentle fist. She took a deep breath and began striking the posts. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms. Her movements grew faster, her palm strikes heavier. Kiba and Akamaru practiced coordination nearby. Kiba moved quickly, Akamaru following closely. The duo weaved through the trees. Kiba shouted, Akamaru left. Akamaru immediately turned and pounced on a tree. Kiba followed up, punching the tree, sending leaves flying. Shino stood at another spot, insects swirling around him. He extended his hand, and the insects gathered in his palm, forming a small ball. He tossed it lightly, the insects scattered, and then regrouped. He was practicing the precision of insect control, aiming to make them cooperate more flexibly in battle. During a break, Kiba said to Hinata, Hinata, you won that day, that was awesome. Hinata blushed. It was okay. Kiba said, you'll definitely win in the official tournament too. Hinata murmured, I hope so. She looked into the distance, thinking of Naruto. She heard he had woken up and was training with a strange old man. She wanted to go see him, but didn't dare. In a hospital room in Konoha, Sasuke lay on the bed, the curse mark on his neck, throbbing with pain. He gritted his teeth, enduring the burning sensation. Sakura sat beside him, watching with concern. Sasuke-kun, are you okay? Sakura asked softly. Sasuke didn't answer, just stared at the ceiling. He recalled Orochimaru's face, the feeling of helplessness when he was suppressed. That feeling made him angry and also afraid. The door opened, and Kakashi walked in. He looked at Sasuke and said, how are you feeling? Sasuke sat up. I'm fine. Kakashi said, I heard about the curse mark. This thing is dangerous, but it can also become power. For the next month, I'll teach you a new jutsu. Sasuke's eyes lit up. What jutsu? Kakashi took out a small booklet with Chidori written on the cover. He said, lightning release Chidori. It requires extremely high chakra control and speed. Your Sharingan should help. Sasuke took the booklet and flipped through a few pages. His gaze became focused, as if he had forgotten the pain of the curse mark. Sakura said beside him, Kakashi-sensei, can I learn it too? Kakashi cast a glance at her and said, you should first master the basics. There will be opportunities later. Sakura felt a twinge of disappointment, but nodded nonetheless. Elsewhere, Naruto was training with Jiraiya in the forests behind Konoha. Jiraiya lounged on the grass, a risque novel in hand, and said nonchalantly, what do you want to learn? Naruto stood before him, brimming with excitement. I want to learn the most powerful jutsu, one that can defeat Orochimaru. Jiraiya shot him a sidelong glance. The most powerful. You think jutsu are like cabbages, just pick whatever you fancy. Naruto grew impatient. Then what do you suggest I learn? Jiraiya sat up, pondering. You have a massive chakra reserve, but your control is poor. Start with the fundamentals. By the way, that sexy jutsu of yours is amusing, but useless against real opponents. I'll teach you summoning. Naruto, summoning. Jiraiya bit his finger, pressed it to the ground. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. A puff of smoke cleared, revealing a colossal toad before Naruto. Naruto's jaw dropped, and he couldn't close it for a long while. Jiraiya said, see, that's summoning. If you master it, you can call toads to fight for you. Naruto's eyes sparkled. I want to learn. In the days that followed, Naruto practiced summoning daily. But each time he only produced tiny tadpoles, stomping his feet in frustration. Jiraiya chuckled on the side, saying, keep at it. Focus your chakra. Naruto gritted his teeth and continued. That night, Tian Ge lay alone in bed, eyes wide open. During the day, he had heard the news Moonlight Hate was dead, killed in an alley, reportedly assassinated. He recalled that coughing man, the Jonin who had announced the preliminaries, now dead. He knew who had killed him, and he knew why, but he could not intervene, could not stop it. If he went now, he would only be throwing his life away. He turned over, thinking 1 month left until Orochimaru makes his move. He must protect Tiantian and protect Tianyuan and Huizi. He closed his eyes and went to the world of One Piece. At the Shimotsuki dojo, Koushirou was sipping tea in the courtyard. Seeing Tian Ge, he smiled gently. You're here? Tian Ge nodded. Master Koushirou, I wish to learn advanced swordsmanship. Koushirou set down his teacup, looking at him. Have you solidified your foundations? Tian Ge said yes. Koushirou stood, picked up a wooden sword. Come, let me see your basics. The two sparred. Tian Ge gave his all. His blade was sharp, his speed swift, his strength abundant. Koushirou deflected with ease, nodding as he parried. Your foundations are indeed solid. After half an hour, Koushirou sheathed his sword. I can now teach you the advanced techniques. The Shimotsuki style's advanced swordsmanship emphasizes the fusion of intent and breath. What you have learned so far is the form. Now you must learn the spirit. Tian Ge listened intently. Koushirou continued, swordsmanship is not merely swinging a blade. It is the communion between the heart and the sword. You must infuse your will into the blade, making it an extension of your body. Then each strike will carry your conviction, and its power will multiply. He demonstrated a single stroke, seemingly casual, yet it carried a fierce aura, as if it could sever anything. Tian Ge was mesmerized. Over the following month, Tian Ge visited the One Piece world every night, learning advanced swordsmanship under Koushirou. By day, he trained in Konoha, by night he cultivated here. Kuina also sparred with him, and the two exchanged techniques. Kuina improved rapidly. Her swordsmanship grew more mature, and in their bouts, she could match Tian Ge evenly. After one match, Kuina said, You're stronger than me now. Tian Ge shook his head. I still have a long way to go. A month passed swiftly. On the eve of the official tournament, Konoha was thronged with ninja from various nations, eager to watch the matches. The streets bustled with lively crowds. But Tian Ge knew that beneath this exuberance lurked a great peril. He sat in the yard, while Tian practiced her swordplay nearby. Tianyuan and Huizi had gone out to tend the shop. The courtyard was quiet save for the whistling of Tiantian's blade. She finished her practice, came over, and sat down. Tomorrow is the match. I'm a little nervous. Tian Ge said, nervousness is normal. Remember, no matter who you face, if you can't win, surrender. Don't push yourself. Tian retorted. Why do you always tell me to give up? Tian Ge replied, because life is more important than victory or defeat. Tian looked at him and suddenly asked, do you know something? Tian Ge, what? Tian said, you've been distracted lately, as if you're worried about something. Tian Ge was silent for a moment, then said nothing. I just have a feeling that something big might happen tomorrow. Remember what I said, be careful during the match and don't stray too far from me. Tian nodded. I understand. That evening, Tian Ge went to the One Piece world and Koushirou gifted him a new sword. This blade served me in my youth. I give it to you. May it protect you. The day of the Chunin exam's final round finally dawned. Tian Ge rose early, dressed, and checked his ninja tools. Short sword, kunai, shuriken, all present. He touched the new sword from Koushirou. The scabbard bore the Shimotsuki crest, understated and refined. Tian waited for him in the yard, wearing a fresh outfit, her forehead protector polished to a gleam. Seeing Tian Ge emerge, she ran over. Brother, let's go, we'll be late. Tianyuan and Huizi also came out. Tianyuan patted Tian Ge's shoulder. Do your best, don't bring shame to the family. Huizi held Tiantian's hand, urging her to be careful. The two set out for the competition venue. The streets were packed. Ninja from every nation, nobles, merchants, all jostling together. Tian clutched Tian Ge's sleeve, afraid of getting separated. Tian Ge shielded her as they threaded through the crowd. At the venue, it was already a sea of people. A massive circular arena, the stands filled to capacity. Tian Ge and the others entered the contestant corridor, where many had already gathered. Rock Lee was warming up. Seeing them, he rushed over. Tian Ge, the stage of youth has finally arrived. Niji stood nearby, hands tucked into his sleeves, his expression calm. But Tian Ge noticed that his gaze was colder than usual. Tian whispered, Niji seems different today. Tian Ge said, On the other side, Team 8 were also present. Hinata kept her head down, her face pale, as if nervous. Kiba and Akamaru were beside her, while Shino stood silently. Naruto and his team arrived too. He stood next to Hinata and said loudly, Hinata, do your best. Don't be nervous. Hinata looked up at him, her face reddening, and whispered, Thank you, Naruto-kun. Sakura and Sasuke also came. The curse mark on Sasuke's neck was concealed, his expression indifferent. Sakura walked beside him, her face etched with worry. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino stood together. Shikamaru wore his usual troubled look. Choji munched on chips, and Ino examined her reflection in a mirror. The Suna trio, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, were also present. Gaara wore his usual sinister demeanor. Kankuro carried his puppet on his back, and Temari held her fan. The Oto ninja were few in number. Only Dosu and Kin remained, their expressions grim. Kinga scanned the area, but didn't see Kabuto. He knew that Kabuto had completed his mission and would not reappear. After a while, the examiner came out to announce the match order. First match, Hyuga Niji vs. Hyuga Hinata. The arena fell silent, then erupted in murmurs. A Hyuga main branch versus a branch family member. This promised to be interesting. Kinga's heart sank. He knew exactly what this match meant. Niji's resentment toward the main house, Hinata's determination, and the brutal outcome. Hinata heard her name and gave a slight tremble. She lifted her head and looked at Niji. Niji returned her gaze, his eyes icy. Naruto jumped up. What? First match is Hinata. And her opponent is that Niji. Sakura grabbed him. Naruto, calmed down. Niji walked toward the platform with steady steps. Hinata took a deep breath and followed. The two stood on the stage facing each other. The referee announced the start. Niji didn't move, only stared at Hinata. He spoke, his voice calm, but laced with suppressed emotion. Hinata-sama, do you know how long I've waited for this day? Hinata bit her lips, saying nothing. Niji continued, the Hyuga main house and branch house. From the moment we were born, our fates were sealed. I am a branch member destined to protect the main house, fated to bear this caged bird. He pointed to his forehead, where the green caged bird seal was visible. Do you know what the seal represents? It means I am a slave to the main house for life. My father died protecting your father. And I must walk the same path. Niji's voice grew colder. So I've always wanted to know, what is so special about the main house? You Hyuga Hinata, what right do you have to be protected by me? Hinata clenched her fists, her voice trembling. I never asked you to protect me. Niji sneered, but that is fate, and it cannot be changed. Since it cannot be changed, at least today on this stage I will prove that the branch family is stronger than the main family. He assumed the gentle fist starting stance. Come show me your strength. Hinata gritted her teeth and assumed the same stance. She knew she couldn't beat Niji, but she couldn't back down. Naruto-kun was watching, everyone was watching. She recalled Naruto's words, I never give up, that's my ninja way. She took a deep breath and charged forward. They clashed. Hinata's gentle fist was like a child's against Niji's. He effortlessly deflected every move and countered. One palm strike, 2-3, they landed on her body. Hinata winced in pain, but refused to retreat. She kept attacking frantically. Each strike was delivered with all her might, each aimed at Niji's tenketsu. As he blocked, Niji said, too slow, too weak. With such meager strength, how can you be worthy of the main house? Another palm struck Hinata's shoulder. She staggered, nearly falling. But she steadied herself and charged again. In the stands, Naruto grew anxious and shouted, Hinata, keep going. Hearing his voice, Hinata felt a surge of strength. She remembered Naruto's training. Never giving up, always charging forward. She wanted to be like him. She rushed forward again, faster now. Niji was slightly surprised, but still blocked with ease. He struck Hinata on the chest, sending her flying to the ground. Hinata spat blood, but struggled to rise. Every part of her ached, her bones felt like they were coming apart. But she could not fall, could not surrender. Niji looked at her, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. He recalled when they were young, Hinata, always trailing behind him, calling him Niji-ine-san. She had been timid, tearful, but kind. But what of it? She was main house, he was branch. That was fate. Hinata charged again. Niji held back, no longer launching a relentless assault. Palm after palm struck Hinata, each carrying years of resentment and bitterness. Finally, Hinata collapsed, drenched in blood. She looked at Niji, her eyes devoid of hatred, only sorrow. Niji stood over her, looking down. He had won. He had proven the branch family stronger than the main. But in his heart, there was no joy. He thought of his father, the caged bird, and all the pain he had endured over the years. He had won, but so what? He was still branch, she was still main. Nothing had changed. He stared at the fallen Hinata, and a wave of emptiness surged within him. He had hated and resented for so many years, yet in the end nothing had changed. The referee declared Niji the winner. Niji turned and walked off the stage without looking back. The medical team rushed up and carried Hinata away. Naruto ran over shouting, Hinata, Hinata, are you all right? Hinata, lying on the stretcher, saw Naruto and managed a weak smile. Naruto-kun, I didn't give up. Naruto's eyes reddened. Idiot, who told you not to give up? You're hurt so badly. Hinata said, because. Naruto-kun said, never give up. Naruto was stunned. Kinga stood below the stage watching the scene. He understood what was going through Niji's mind. Winning the match, yet losing something far greater. That emptiness and confusion were harder to heal than any physical wound. Tian whispered beside him, Niji is so strong, but also so scary. Kinga said, he has his own burdens. Tian looked up at him, what burdens? Kinga shook his head, you'll understand someday. After the match between Ningxi and Chutian, the atmosphere in the arena became somewhat oppressive. The sight of Tian being carried off covered in blood weighed heavily on the hearts of many Konoha spectators. But the competition continued, and the second match quickly appeared on the big screen, Xuanhua Mingren vs. Xuanzhongya. Mingren was pacing anxiously backstage. When he heard his name he jumped up. It's my turn. It's my turn. Ya holding Chi Wang nearby grinned, and said, Mingren, finally it's our turn. Mingren looked at him, recalling how Ya always mocked him as the dead last at the Ninja Academy. He clenched his fists and said, Yo, I won't lose to you. You said lose to me. When have you ever beaten me? The two bickered as they walked toward the stage. Xiaoying shouted from behind, Mingren, don't embarrass yourself. Jingya also said, you go for it. Show that dead last what you're made of. On the stage the referee announced the start of the match. Ya and Chi Wang immediately assumed combat stances. You said, Mingren, let me show you the coordination between me and Chi Wang. Mingren formed hand seals, multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. As the smoke cleared, dozens of Mingren appeared on the stage, densely packed, and covering half the arena. Gasps erupted from the audience. Someone shouted, what kind of technique is that? How can there be so many clones? Yu was startled for a moment, but quickly calmed down. He and Chi Wang had been cooperating for years, and dealing with clones was not new to them. He whispered, Chi Wang, use your sense of smell to find the real one. Chi Wang twitched his nose and quickly locked onto a direction. Yu grinned, found you. He and Chi Wang charged simultaneously straight at that Mingren. That Mingren was startled and tried to flee, but Yu had already lunged forward and threw a punch. Boom. That Mingren turned into smoke and vanished. Yu was stunned, a clone. The other Mingren swarmed forward, surrounding Yu in the middle. Yu gritted his teeth. No matter, I'll take them out one by one. He and Chi Wang weaved through the crowd, punching and kicking, destroying a dozen clones. But there were too many clones to finish. Yu began to pant. The real Mingren hidden among the clones secretly observed Yu. He noticed that every time before attacking, Yu would glance at Chi Wang, and wherever Chi Wang's nose pointed, Yu would strike. He understood Chi Wang was relying on his sense of smell to find him. Mingren's mind raced, and he came up with an idea. He ordered all the clones to surround Yu, while he quietly moved to a different position. Chi Wang's nose followed his movement, but with so many clones and mingled scents, Chi Wang became confused. Yu shouted, Chi Wang, which one is real? Chi Wang barked and pointed in a direction. Yu charged over, punched, and destroyed another clone. He grew anxious. Chi Wang, can you do it or not? Chi Wang let out a whimper. He could indeed smell Mingren's scent, but it was everywhere. He couldn't tell which was stronger. Taking advantage, Mingren had several clones attack from behind. Yu sensed the attack and spun around, kicking two away. But more clones surged in, punching and kicking. Yu fought desperately, destroying one after another, but his stamina drained quickly. In the audience, Dingxi was eating potato chips, and said, Yu seems to be in trouble. Luan, with his hands behind his head, remarked, that dead last shadow clones are quite troublesome. Xiaoying watched nervously. Go Mingren. On the stage, Yu was panting, having taken several hits. He gritted his teeth, and said, Chi Wang, use Fong over Fong. Chi Wang nodded. Man and dog simultaneously spun, forming two whirlwinds that charged into the crowd of clones. Boom, boom, boom. A wave of clones was destroyed, filling the air with smoke. When the smoke cleared, only a few clones remained on the stage. Yu stopped and looked around for the real Mingren. At that moment, a Mingren clone appeared behind him, and right in front of his face, let out a fart. The smell was indescribable. Yu's face was directly in the line of fire, and he inhaled it fully. His eyes rolled back, his body went limp, and he passed out on the spot. Chi Wang, who also caught the scent, barked and stumbled back a few steps, then collapsed. The entire arena fell silent. The real Mingren emerged from another direction, staring at the fallen Yu, and Chi Wang equally stunned. He hadn't expected this outcome. The referee paused for a few seconds before raising his hand. Xuanhua Mingren wins. The audience burst into laughter. Some doubled over with laughter, some covered their noses, some slapped their thighs. Xiaoying buried her face in her hands, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. That idiot Mingren. Jingya laughed uncontrollably, knocking out an opponent with a fart. Ha ha ha, so embarrassing. Luan couldn't help but smile. That guy really. Dingxi laughed so hard he dropped his potato chips. On the rooftop, the third-generation fire shadow was smoking his pipe, the corner of his mouth twitching. The wind shadow beside him disguised as Dashawan said, the ninjas of Mai are truly original. The third generation coughed dryly. Young people, there are always surprises. On the stage, the medical team came up to carry Yu and Chi Wang away. Mingren stood on the stage, scratching his head with an innocent expression. He hadn't actually expected this to happen. He was just too nervous, and his stomach was a bit upset. He thought letting out a fart would relax him, but who knew it would hit you right in the face. As he stepped down, Xiaoying rushed over and punched him on the head. You idiot. Winning a match with a fart, aren't you ashamed? Mingren held his head and shouted, what did I do wrong? I won, didn't I? Jingya laughed beside him. You won, and it was so brilliant, I'll never forget it in my life. Zuizhu leaned against the wall, the corner of his mouth slightly lifting. Tian Ge watched this scene and thought to himself, this is Mingren always playing by his own rules. He won against Yer in this way. Though funny, it was indeed effective. He used the multiple shadow clone technique well, and his tactics were correct, but the ending was too unexpected. Tian laughed so hard she couldn't stand straight. That Mingren is so funny winning with a fart. Tian Ge said, as long as he wins, who cares how? Xiaoli gave a thumbs up beside him. The victory of youth knows no bounds. Ningxi stood silently to the side, his gaze complex. He had won his match earlier, but there was no joy in his heart. Watching the lively scene around Mingren, he suddenly felt a hint of envy. That dead last who never overthought things. Happy when he won, crying when he lost. So simple and pure. In the medical room, he lay on the bed, and the first words upon waking were, "What's that smell?" The person beside him told him that he had been knocked out by Mingren's fart. He was stunned for 5 seconds, and then he felt completely awful. He recalled how he had struggled on the stage against Mingren's clones, fighting hard for so long, only to be taken down by a single fart. He covered his face, not wanting to see anyone. Shuang, who had also woken up beside him, wore a look of utter despair. Later, Mingren came to visit Ya. When you saw him, he immediately buried his face in the pillow. Mingren said, "Ya, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." You said in a muffled voice, "Leave." Mingren said, "I really didn't mean it." You said, "Go." Mingren had no choice but to leave. When he came out, Xiaoying asked him, "How is Ya?" Mingren replied, "He doesn't seem to want to talk to me." Xiaoying sighed, "If I were him, I wouldn't want to talk to you either." The third match soon began between Yu Envy Jinai and a sound ninja. Jinai won easily, his insects frightening the opponent into surrendering. The fourth match, Tian stepped onto the stage. When the announcement that Tintin would face Temari was made, murmurs rippled through the stands. Temari, the daughter of a chunin from the Sand Village, a master of wind release and wielder of the 3-star fan, had swept through her preliminary bouts with ease. And Tintin, a Konoha genin, had won her preliminaries too, but her opponents had been weak and few gave her a real chance. Standing below the arena, Tintin gripped the blade in her hand. This was not her wooden practice sword, but a real blade given to her by Tian Ge. The blade was slender and sharp, the scabbard carved with simple patterns. Tian Ge stood beside her and said, Temari wind release has wide range and devastating power. You need to close in to have a chance. Tintin nodded. I know. Tian Ge added, her fan needs space to swing. Stick close and don't let her create distance. Use your ninja tools to disrupt her and focus on swordsmanship as your main attack. Tintin looked up at him and suddenly smiled. Brother, when did you become so wordy? Tian Ge paused then smiled too. Go on. Be careful. Tintin carried her blade and walked onto the arena. Temari was already there, the massive 3-star fan strapped to her back. Looking at the sword in Tintin's hand, she raised an eyebrow. Changed weapons. You used a wooden sword in the preliminaries, didn't you? Tintin replied, the preliminaries were the preliminaries. This is now. Temari laughed. Interesting. But a blade against a fan. Are you sure you can win? Tintin said, we'll find out when I fight. The referee declared the match to begin. Temari struck, first forming a hand seal with one hand. Wind release Kamitashi. A violent gale erupted from her palm, carrying countless invisible wind blades that swept toward Tintin. Tintin rolled sideways, dodging the direct attack, but a wind blade grazed her arm, tearing her clothes and revealing a shallow cut. Tintin glanced at the wound, not deep, and tightened her grip on the blade, staring down Temari. Temari had already drawn the 3-star fan and revealed the first star. First star wind cutter. A sweeping motion sent a wind blade slicing straight at Tintin. This time Tintin did not dodge. Instead, she charged toward it. Just as the blade was about to strike, she dropped low, sliding beneath it, and simultaneously flung 3 shuriken. Temari sidestepped the shuriken, but Tintin had already closed to within 5 paces. Pressing forward without pause, she forced Temari to retreat a step. Temari swung her fan. Second star wind whirlpool. A cyclone burst from the fan, attempting to sweep Tintin away. But Tintin was prepared. She dug her feet firmly into the ground and slashed at the vortex with her blade. The blade cleaved through the air current, splitting the cyclone in two as it passed on either side of Tintin. Temari's eyes shifted slightly. She can cut wind. Tintin was already upon her, thrusting the blade straight ahead. Temari raised her fan to block the tip, striking the fan ribs with a harsh scraping sound. Tintin twisted her wrist, guiding the blade along the fan structure toward Temari's fingers. Temari hastily released her grip and stepped back, but Tintin was too fast. The blade still grazed the tip of her finger. A drop of blood fell. Temari looked at her bleeding finger, and her expression grew serious. She gripped the fan once more and revealed the second star. Second star Great Kamitashi. Fierce winds erupted, the wind blades far denser than before, covering the entire arena. Tintin could not withstand them head-on and was forced to retreat. The wind blades were too numerous, carving additional wounds into her body. Temari seized the opportunity to press her advantage, swinging her fan continuously as wave after wave of attacks came. Tintin weaved through the storm of blades like a leaf tossed in a gale, yet she never fell. In the stand, Sakura gripped the railing nervously. Go for it, Tintin. Ino said that Sand Ninja Fan is too powerful. Tintin can't get anywhere near her. Shikamaru shook his head. Not necessarily. Tintin is looking for an opening. On the arena, Tintin dodged another barrage of wind blades while launching a string of shuriken. Temari deflected them with her fan, but Tintin took the chance to close several more paces. She already bore multiple wounds, her clothes stained crimson with blood, yet her gaze remained focused. Temari frowned. How can this girl not fall? Wounded so badly, and still charging forward. Tintin charged again, her swordsmanship sharp and relentless. Temari blocked with her fan, and the two engaged in close combat. Tintin's blade was fast, Temari's fan was heavy, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. Suddenly Tintin feinted with a slash and drew 3 kunai from her waist with her left hand, hurling them at close range. Temari had not anticipated this and scrambled to dodge, but a kunai still grazed her shoulder. Painfully frowning, she stepped back several paces to create distance. She looked at the wound on her shoulder, then back at Tintin, and for the first time, saw genuine respect in her eyes. You are tougher than I expected, she said. Tintin panted and tightened her grip on the blade. So are you. Temari revealed the third star. Third star wind-killing formation. Howling winds formed a massive tornado engulfing the entire arena. Tintin had nowhere to hide, and could only struggle to defend herself. Wind blades within the tornado cut at her body like countless knives. Gritting her teeth, she used her blade to guard her vital points while pressing forward. Each step cost her another wound. Blood flowed, but her pace never slowed. Watching her struggle through the gale, Temari felt a complex stirring within her chest. Is this girl really throwing her life away? Tintin finally broke through the tornado covered in blood, yet her eyes still bright. Staring at Temari, she spoke word by word. I am not down yet. Temari fell silent for a moment, then revealed the fourth star. Fourth star Kamaitachi triple strike. 3 massive wind blades slashed downward in a triangular formation. Tintin gave everything to dodge 2 of them, but the third was unavoidable. She could only block with her blade. With a loud crash, she was knocked airborne and slammed into the ground. Her sword flew from her grasp. Lying on the ground, agony surged through her body and darkness crept into her vision. She remembered Tian Ge's words, if you cannot win, concede. Do not push yourself to the breaking point. But she did not want to concede. She wanted to stand again. Struggling, she pulled herself up and reached for her blade. It lay just 3 paces away, but she could not move further. Temari walked over and stood before her. She did not attack again. She simply looked at her. You won, Tintin said. Temari shook her head. You lost the match, but you did not lose. Tintin did not understand her meaning. Temari folded her fan and extended a hand. Rise. Tintin hesitated, then took her hand and was pulled to her feet. Applause rose from the stands. Not for the victor, but for the bloodied girl who refused to fall. Tintin retrieved her blade and limped off the arena. Tian Ge waited below. Seeing her descend, he said nothing and simply supported her. Leaning against him, Tintin whispered, I lost. Tian Ge said, yes, but you fought beautifully. Tintin smiled, then darkness swallowed her, and she fainted. Tian Ge lifted her into his arms and headed toward the medical room. Passing by Temari, she said, she is strong. Next time we meet, I will fight her seriously. Tian Ge nodded. Agreed. In the medical room, a medic ninja bandaged Tintin's wounds. She bore over a dozen cuts, but none were deep. A few days of rest, and she would recover. Tian Ge sat beside her, watching her sleep and reflecting on the match. This girl has truly grown. Outside cheers rang out. The next match must have begun. Tian Ge knew it was Sasuke's turn, followed by Rock Lee versus Gaara. Sasuke's match ended. He shattered the Sound Ninja Dosu in an instant with his Chidori, shocking the entire arena. That flash of lightning, that speed, it made every spectator remember the name Uchiha Sasuke. Standing offstage, Tian Ge watched Sasuke's retreating figure, thinking that the next match would be Rock Lee versus Gaara. Rock Lee was already warming up. He stood at the entrance, his gaze focused, his whole body radiating fighting spirit. Mike Guy stood beside him, his expression far more serious than usual. Rock Lee, Guy said. Rock Lee turned Guy sensei. Guy looked at him silent for a few seconds, then said, go show him the bloom of youth. Rock Lee nodded firmly and stepped onto the stage. Gaara was already waiting there. He carried a huge gourd on his back, his eyes hollow and wild. Sand flowed slowly around him like a living thing. The referee announced the start of the match. Rock Lee did not move. Instead, he bent down and began to untie the weights on his legs. 1, 2, 3. He removed all the weights and gently placed them on the ground. Boom. The ground was dented with several craters, dust flying. Gasps rose from the audience. How heavy must those weights be to make such craters? Gaara's eyes flickered slightly. He looked at the weights, then at Rock Lee, and the sand's flow quickened. Rock Lee stretched his body, feeling as light as a feather. He looked at Gaara and said, now you will see my true power. The moment he finished speaking, Rock Lee had vanished from his spot. Gaara's sand automatically defended, but Rock Lee's speed was too fast, the sand couldn't keep up. Bang! A punch landed on Gaara's face, sending him flying into the wall. The sand shielded Gaara, enveloping him. Rock Lee pursued, attacking continuously. Punches, kicks, elbows, knees. Each strike was fast and heavy. The sand shattered and reformed, barely blocking Rock Lee's attacks. Gaara revealed his face from the sand, his eyes showing surprise for the first time. This Rock Lee was too fast, so fast that his sand couldn't react in time. Rock Lee stepped back and took a deep breath. He knew that in his normal state, he could only go this far. To defeat Gaara, he had to use that technique. He formed hand seals, his chakra surging wildly within him. First gate open. Second gate open. Third gate open. Green steam appeared around Rock Lee's body, a sign of chakra boiling. His muscles bulged, veins protruding, making him look like a different person. 8 gates, gate of life. What was the 4th gate again? Open! Rock Lee shouted. The green steam turned blue and his speed increased again. He charged at Gaara, punching the sand's defense. Boom! The sand was scattered and his fist struck Gaara's face solidly. Gaara flew out, smashing through the wall of the stands. He got up, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes turning even more crazed. Rock Lee pursued, attacking relentlessly. His speed was so fast it was invisible to the naked eye. Only blue afterimages could be seen darting across the stage. Gaara's sand defended desperately, but it couldn't hold. Every punch, every kick landed on Gaara. The audience fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Gaara was beaten without any chance to fight back, his sand dwindling. He remembered his childhood, remembered Yashimaru, remembered those who wanted to kill him. Rage, pain, murderous intent, all surged within him. His eyes changed, becoming the vertical pupils of a beast. Rock Lee sensed danger, but didn't retreat. He charged forward, ready to use his final move. Hidden Lotus. He grabbed Gaara, spun him at high speed, then slammed him violently into the ground from the air. Boom. The entire arena floor was cratered, dust filling the sky. Rock Lee landed, gasping for breath. His body trembled, muscles twitching. The aftereffects of the 8 gates began to show. As the dust cleared, Gaara lay in the crater covered in blood. But he wasn't unconscious, his eyes were open, his gaze completely that of a monster. Sand surged from the gourd, enveloping Gaara. A massive silhouette began to form in the crater. Just then a single feather drifted down from the sky. Tian Ge looked up and saw countless feathers falling like snow. His heart tightened. He knew this moment had finally come. The feathers landed on the spectators, one by one they closed their eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The entire arena grew quiet, as if under a spell. Tian Ge didn't fall asleep. He bit his tongue, using the pain to stay awake. He saw on the observation deck Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage suddenly strike and subdue the 3rd Hokage. The 4 violet flames formation rose, trapping them inside. In the arena, Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja launched their attacks simultaneously. Screams and sounds of fighting erupted everywhere. Tian Ge didn't hesitate. He turned and ran. He dashed toward the medical room, where Tintin was still there. On the way, he encountered a few Sound Ninja. When they saw Tian Ge, they grinned and charged. Tian Ge had no time to waste with them. His short sword flashed 1 stroke each. The first Sound Ninja was struck in the throat, his eyes wide as he fell. The second tried to flee, but Tian Ge caught up and stabbed him through the back. The third Sound Ninja was so terrified his legs gave way, and he knelt begging for mercy. Tian Ge ignored him and knocked him out with a blow. He burst into the medical room. Tintin was lying on the bed, awake, but unable to move due to her injuries. Seeing Tian Ge, Tintin called out, "What's going on out there?" Tian Ge scooped her up. "Don't ask, let's go." Carrying Tintin, he rushed out of the medical room. Chaos had already erupted outside. Fires and screams were everywhere. Sound and Sand Ninja were hunting villagers, while Konoha's ninja fought desperately to resist. Tian Ge carried Tintin and ran toward home. On the way, they encountered a few Sand Ninja. Seeing Tian Ge carrying someone, they thought he was an easy target and surrounded him. Tian Ge set Tintin down, letting her lean against the wall, then turned to face them. 3 Sand Ninja, 1 with a sword, 2 with kunai. Tian Ge said nothing and attacked directly. The one with the sword charged first, swinging down. Tian Ge sidestepped and drove his blade into the ninja's ribs. The man screamed and collapsed. The other 2 froze, then tried to flee. Tian Ge pursued, cutting them down one by one. He picked up Tintin again and continued running. At home, Tian Yuan and Huizi were packing frantically, their faces full of panic. Seeing Tian Ge return with Tintin, Huizi burst into tears. "What happened to Tintin?" Tian Ge said, "She's a little hurt, nothing serious. Hurry, let's go to the shelter." Tian Yuan nodded and picked up the pre-packed bag. Carrying Tintin, Tian Ge led his adoptive parents toward the shelter. On the road, they saw a little child crying alone, his parents missing. Tian Ge told Tian Yuan and the others to go ahead while he picked up the child and caught up with them. The child was still crying in his arms, so Tintin reached out and gently stroked his head. "Don't be afraid, big sister is here." Tintin's voice was very soft, pain from her wounds making her forehead sweat, but she still forced a smile. The child looked at her, his sobs quieting a little. Tian Ge carried Tintin in one arm, and the child in the other running toward the shelter. Tian Yuan and Huizi followed behind, Huizi looking back as she ran, her face full of worry. More and more people were on the road, all running in the same direction. There were ninja villagers, children, and the elderly. Cries, screams, and footsteps mingled together, turning the entire village of Konoha into a boiling cauldron. Tian Ge saw a young mother carrying a baby running too fast and tripping, falling to the ground. He wanted to stop and help, but he was holding two people in his arms and couldn't move. Tian Yuan, who was nearby, saw this, ran over to help the mother up and picked up the bundle that had fallen on the ground. Keep moving, don't stop, Tian Yuan said. That mother nodded and continued running with the baby. The group ran to the entrance of the shelter, which was an underground facility. Two Chunin were standing at the entrance maintaining order. Seeing Tian Ge and his group approaching, a Chunin waved and shouted, "Get inside quickly, there's still room." Tian Ge carried Tian and the child inside, while Tian Yuan and Huizi followed behind. The shelter was already packed with people, mostly elderly, children, and women. The young men and ninjas were all outside. A few oil lamps hung on the walls, casting dim light, and the air was stale. Someone made room for Tian Ge to set Tian down. Tian leaned against the wall, her face pale, but she still smiled at Tian Ge and said, "I'm fine." Tian Ge put the child down. The child's mother rushed over from somewhere, hugged the child tightly, and burst into tears. The child also cried, and the mother and son held each other. Thank you so much," the mother said tearfully. Tian Ge nodded without speaking. Huizi came over, crouched beside Tian, touched her face, and her eyes welled up with tears of heartache. Tian said, "Mom, I'm really fine. I just got a little hurt, and my brother brought me out." Tian Yuan stood nearby looking at Tian Ge as if wanting to say something, but holding back. Tian Ge said, "Dad, you all stay here, don't go out." Tian Yuan was stunned for a moment. "Where are you going?" Tian Ge said, "The fighting is still going on outside. I'll go take a look." Huizi stood up, grabbed Tian Ge's hand, and said, "Don't go, it's dangerous outside." Tian Ge patted her hand, and said, "It's fine, I'll be back soon." Tian shouted from over there, "Don't go." Tian Ge glanced at her, and said, Tian, take care of Mom and Dad." With that he turned and left without giving Tian a chance to say anything more. Exiting the shelter, the sounds outside became clearer. Explosions, screams, and the crashing of buildings came from all directions. Tian Ge oriented himself and ran toward the venue. After a few steps, he saw a person rushing out of an alley covered in blood, nearly colliding with him. It was a Konoha Chunin with a gash on his leg, limping as he ran. Tian Ge steadied him. "What happened?" The Chunin panted, "Odonin and Sunanin are killing people everywhere. We don't have enough men, we can't hold them off." Tian Ge said, "Go to the shelter first, the entrance is over there." The Chunin nodded and limped away. Tian Ge continued running forward. The closer he got to the venue, the fiercer the battle. A dozen bodies lay on the road. Some Konoha ninjas, some Odo and Suna ninjas. A Konoha Genin sat against a wall, eyes open, already dead, still holding a kunai in his hand. Tian Ge ran past him without stopping. Turning a corner, he saw people fighting ahead. 3 Odonin were surrounding a Konoha female ninja. It was Shiri Hong. Hong was in bad shape. Her clothes were torn in several places, and there was blood on her face. She was fighting 3 opponents alone, and her Jinjutsu had limited effect on the Odonin, whose hearing was too sharp, they could pinpoint her location by sound. Tian Ge charged forward, drawing his short blade. One Odonin heard the footsteps and turned, but before he could see his attacker, Tian Ge's blade had already arrived. A single slash to the throat. The Odonin fell with wide eyes. The other 2 were startled, and Hong seized the opportunity, forming hand seals, binding tree jutsu. A tree grew from the ground, entangling one Odonin's feet. As the ninja looked down at his feet, Tian Ge's blade plunged into his back. The last Odonin turned and ran, fleeing quickly. Tian Ge didn't give chase. He bent down, picked up a stone, and hurled it. The stone struck the Odonin on the back of his head, and he pitched forward, landing face down and motionless. Hong looked at him and said, "Tian Ge, what are you doing here?" Tian Ge replied, "I just sent my family to the shelter. I came out to take a look." "Teacher Hong, are you alright?" Hong shook her head. "I'm fine, thank you." She paused. "Your strength is greater than I imagined." Tian Ge said, "Just lucky they didn't react in time." Hong smiled slightly, not bothering to expose his excuse. She said, "I need to go to the venue. The 3rd Hokage is still inside." Tian Ge said, "I'll go with you." The 2 ran toward the venue. Along the way they encountered several waves of enemies, but Tian Ge and Hong dealt with them together. Tian Ge struck swiftly, not giving the enemies time to react. 1 slash each. Hong's Jinjutsu assisted distracting the enemies and creating openings for Tian Ge. Approaching the venue, the battle grew even more intense. Dozens of Konoha ninjas, Odonin and Sunanin, were locked in a chaotic melee. Kunai and shuriken flew through the air, ninjutsu clashed, and explosions shook the heavens. On the plaza outside the venue, over 100 bodies lay, scattered blood flowing like a river. Tian Ge spotted a man standing among the crowd, his body enveloped in blue steam. It was Akai. Akai was fighting for Sunanin. His speed was terrifying. He punched one flying, kicked another away, and took down the remaining two with the Konoha whirlwind. Akai saw Tian Ge and Hong and rushed over. He was drenched in sweat, his breathing a bit heavy, but his eyes were still bright. He said, "Hong, you're here." Tian Ge, "What are you doing here too?" Tian Ge said, "I came out to help." Akai nodded. "Good man." He pointed toward the venue. The third Hokage is fighting Orochimaru inside. The four violet flame formation is blocking the way. Lord Jiraiya has arrived and is confronting the one-tailed Shikaku outside. Tian Ge followed his pointing finger and saw a huge figure moving in the distance. It was the toad Bunta. Standing on Bunta's head was a man with white hair. It was Jiraiya. Opposite Bunta, the one-tailed Shikaku had fully materialized, a giant tanuki monster roaring. Tian Ge said, "I'll go over there and take a look." Akai said, "Be careful." Tian Ge nodded and ran in that direction. Halfway there, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw Ning Xiai. Ning Xiai was covered in blood, but it wasn't his own. It was the enemy's. Standing beside him were several people: Chuanzhong, Hong Yumi Zijin, and a few unfamiliar genin. Ning Xiai ran over. "Tian Ge, what are you doing here?" "Where's Tian Tian?" Tian Ge said, Tian Tian is at the shelter, she's fine." "What about you?" Ning Xiai said, "We were just rescuing people. A lot of people died. Shaoli lost, and Ai Luo turned into a monster. Luckily Lord Jiraiya arrived in time." Tian Ge said, "Where is Shaoli now?" Ning Xiai said, "Teacher Akai sent him to the medical team. He's badly injured." Tian Ge was silent for a moment. He knew that Shaoli would get hurt, but hearing it still weighed on his heart. He said, "You all find a place to hide first. Don't fight recklessly." Ning Xi shook his head. "We need to help." Tian Ge looked at him, knowing he couldn't be dissuaded, and said, "Be careful then." He continued running forward. Running closer, he could see the full form of the one-tail. The creature was enormous, 30 to 40 meters tall, entirely composed of sand. A single swing of its tail could level a row of buildings. Zilai stood atop Wentai's head, his hands forming seals. Wentai, with a pipe in his mouth, was confronting the one-tail. The one-tail's claw slammed down, Wentai leaped aside, and the claw struck the ground with a thunderous crash, gouging a massive pit. Wentai exhaled a cloud of smoke laced with fire, blasting it into the one-tail's face. The one-tail recoiled a step, sand cascading down in a noisy torrent. Zilai shouted. Wentai used the sword. Wentai drew a massive short blade, grasped it in his claw, and slashed at the one-tail. The one-tail blocked with its claw. The blade cut into the sand, sending fragments flying, but they quickly reformed. Tian Ge watched from a distance, knowing he could not help. A fight of that caliber would mean certain death if he intervened. He could only watch and wait for an opportunity. Just then he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw two people, one with black hair, the other with white. The black-haired one was Zhuazhu, the white-haired one was Kakashi. Kakashi looked surprised to see Tian Ge. He said, "Tian Ge, what are you doing here?" Tian Ge replied, "I came out to take a look." "Teacher Kakashi, Zhuazhu, are you both all right?" Kakashi shook his head. "I'm fine." He looked toward the distant battle. "Lord Zilai has stalled the one-tail. We need to find a way into the venue." Tian Ge said, "The four violet flames formation is still up. We can't get in." Kakashi said, "I know, but we have to try." He led Zhuazhu toward the venue. Tian Ge thought for a moment, then followed. The three of them ran to the outside of the venue. The four violet flames formation was still active, its purple light barrier encasing the entire rooftop. Through the barrier, they could see the battle inside. The third Hokage was fighting Dashuin. Both were covered in wounds, yet they continued to fight desperately. Zhuazhu stared inside, his expression complex. Kakashi said, "This barrier is very strong. We can't break it." Tian Ge asked, "What do we do then?" Kakashi said, "Wait. Wait for the barrier to disappear, or for the third Hokage to come out." Just then the four violet flames formation suddenly trembled. The battle inside had reached a critical moment. The third Hokage used the dead demon consuming seal, summoning the death god, who was now pulling at Dashuin's soul. Dashuin screamed in agony, his face contorted. His soul was being drawn out bit by bit, but the third Hokage's body was rapidly aging. Tian Ge watched the scene, his heart a mix of emotions. He knew the third Hokage would die, but witnessing it still pained him deeply. Suddenly the four violet flames formation vanished. The sound four collapsed on the ground, their chakra exhausted. Dashuin broke free from the third Hokage's grip, his body drenched in blood, but still alive. The third Hokage fell to the ground lifeless. Kakashi rushed in with Tian Ge and Zhuazhu following behind. The sound four scrambled to their feet trying to block them, but Kakashi instantly killed two of them with Chidori. The remaining two fled. Dashuin glanced at them, let out a chuckle, then turned and ran. Kakashi wanted to pursue, but Dashuin was too fast, he couldn't catch him. Tian Ge stood beside the third Hokage gazing at the old man's corpse. Zuizhu stood nearby, his expression rigid. He looked at the third Hokage's body, then at the direction Dishuyuan had fled, lost in thought. Kakashi knelt down and closed the third Hokage's eyes. He said, "Let's take Lord Third Hokage back." The three of them lifted the third Hokage's body and walked out of the venue. Outside, the fighting was still ongoing, but had subsided. The One Tail was being held off by Zillai, and the Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja were beginning to retreat. Halfway, they encountered a group of my ninja. Seeing the third Hokage's body, everyone fell silent. Some knelt, some wept, some gritted their teeth in silence. Tian Ge handed the third Hokage's body over to them and stepped aside. He looked into the distance. The One Tail was still battling One Tai, but was slowly retreating. The Sand Ninja began to withdraw, and the One Tail followed, disappearing into the night. The battle was over. Mai had won, yet also lost. They had won the war, but lost the Hokage. Tian Ge stood still, gazing at the devastated village, the streets littered with corpses, the people kneeling and weeping. His heart was both calm and turbulent. He thought of his life before the transmigration, of those ordinary days. Back then he had found them boring, meaningless. Now he realized that ordinariness was a blessing. But he had no regrets. Since he was here, he would live well. He would protect Tian, protect his adoptive parents, protect those he cared about. He turned and walked toward the shelter. Halfway, he encountered someone. It was Tian. Tian stood at the street corner, covered in blood, but not her own. She held a kunai in her hand, her gaze resolute. Seeing Tian Ge, she ran over and threw herself into his arms. "You scared me to death." Tian Ge hugged her. "Why did you run out?" Tian said, "I was worried about you. I sneaked out, Mom and Dad don't know." Tian Ge said, "You're injured, yet you're running around." Tian said, "I'm fine." She looked up at Tian Ge. "Where did you just go?" Tian Ge said, "I went to check on the venue." Tian asked, "What did you see?" Tian Ge paused. "Lord Third Hokage has fallen." Tian froze. She opened her mouth, but could not speak. Tian Ge said, "Come on, let's go home." They walked home. The road was filled with ruins and corpses everywhere. Tian clutched Tian Ge's sleeve, silent. When they reached home, the house was still standing, but the windows were shattered, and there was a large hole in the wall. Tian Yuan and Huizi were sitting inside. Seeing Tian Ge and Tian return, Huizi rushed over and hugged them. "You scared me to death." Huizi sobbed. Tian Yuan stood nearby, his eyes red. Tian Ge said, "It's okay, we're back." That night my village was filled with weeping. Some had lost husbands, some wives, some parents, some children. The third Hokage's body was laid in the Hokage building, and villagers came to pay their respects. Tian Ge did not go. He sat at home, gazing at the moon outside the window, pondering the path ahead. He knew this was only the beginning. There would be harder battles to fight, stronger enemies to face. But he was not afraid. He had a golden finger, he had determination, and he had people he cared about. He would become strong enough to protect everyone. The next day, news spread. The third Hokage had fallen, Dishuyuan had escaped, and the Sand and Sound Ninja had retreated. My village was placed under a state of emergency, and the Council of Elders began discussing the next Hokage. Tian Ge went outside and saw people everywhere clearing the rubble. He joined in helping to move stones, carry bodies, and rescue the wounded. Tian also came. Her injuries were not healed, but she insisted on helping. Tian Ge could not dissuade her, so he let her do lighter tasks. They worked until noon, when they encountered Xiaoli. By noon they encountered Xiaoli. Xiaoli lay on a stretcher, his body wrapped in bandages, but he was still conscious. Seeing Tian Ge and Tian, he grinned and said, "Tian Ge, are you two all right?" Tian Ge replied, "We're fine. How about you?" Xiaoli said, "I'm okay, just can't move. The doctor said I'll have to lie in bed for months, but I don't think it'll take that long." Tian Ge looked at him, feeling deep admiration. This man bearing such severe injuries could still smile. Tian said, "Xiaoli, you need to rest properly and not move around." Xiaoli said, "I know." He paused. "I lost Agara, but I have no regrets. I used the 8 gates and had him completely on the defensive. If he hadn't turned into that monster, I might have won." Tian Ge said, "You were already incredible." Xiaoli chuckled, "I'll become even more formidable. Once I recover, I'll keep training and grow stronger." The stretcher was carried away, and Xiaoli waved goodbye. Tian watched his retreating figure and said, "Xiaoli is truly a monster." Tian Ge said, "He's a genius of hard work." In the afternoon, Tian Ge went to the Hokage building. He wanted to assess the situation and learn what would happen next. Outside the Hokage building, a crowd had gathered waiting for news. Tian Ge stood among them, listening to the murmurs. Someone said, "Lady Tsunade should return to take the position." Another said, "Lord Jiraiya is more suitable." Yet another said, "Lord Danzo is also qualified." All sorts of opinions circulated, but no one knew the final outcome. Tian Ge stood there for a while, then turned and left. He knew that Konoha would face a period of chaos, after which Tsunade would return to assume the role. But he couldn't say a word, he could only wait. On his way home, he ran into Ningxiai. Ningxiai stood by the roadside staring blankly at the ruins in the distance. Tian Ge walked over. Ningxiai, what are you thinking about? Ningxiai turned around, saw him, and said, thinking about many things. Tian Ge asked, like what? Ningxiai paused. Like the main family and the branch family, like fate, like rebellion. Tian Ge said, you're still dwelling on those. Ningxiai replied, how could I not? He paused. I saw the third Hokage's death, saw so many people die. Suddenly I feel that those resentments don't matter as much anymore. Tian Ge looked at him without speaking. Ningxiai said, but saying it doesn't matter doesn't make it so. The distinction between the main and branch families is etched into my bones. Tian Ge said, then take it slowly. You're still young, you have plenty of time to figure things out. Ningxiai laughed. You sound like an old man. Tian Ge smiled too. Maybe I've experienced too much. The two stood by the roadside watching the sunset slowly descend. Golden light bathed the ruins, casting a warm glow over the shattered village. Ningxiai said, what are you planning to do next? Tian Ge said, keep training, get stronger. Ningxiai said, me too. He paused. Tian Ge, just how strong are you? Tian Ge looked at him. Strong enough to beat you. Ningxiai raised an eyebrow. Really? Tian Ge said, no, just kidding. Ningxiai laughed. You're hard to figure out sometimes. Tian Ge said, that's the point. They parted ways and Tian Ge went home. Tian had already returned and was helping Huizi prepare dinner. Tian Yuan sat in the yard gazing at the stars. Tian Ge walked over and sat beside him. Tian Yuan said, tough day, huh? Tian Ge replied, not really. Tian Yuan paused. Tian Ge, there are things I don't ask, but that doesn't mean I don't know. Tian Ge's heart tightened, but he kept his composure. What things, eh? Tian Yuan said, your strength, your secrets. If you don't want to talk about them, that's fine. But remember, no matter who you are, you're still my son. Tian Ge looked at him, a wave of warmth surging in his chest. He said, Dad, I know. Tian Yuan patted his shoulder and said no more. That night, lying in bed, Tian Ge thought about the road ahead. He would grow stronger step by step and keep moving forward. Konoha's night was both quiet and bustling. The next morning, Tian Ge woke up to find Tian already practicing with her sword in the yard. Though her injuries hadn't fully healed, she couldn't resist training. Strike after strike, each one earnest. Tian Ge walked over. Tian, you're up so early. Tian said, couldn't sleep. Yesterday's events made me realize how weak I am. If I were strong enough, I could protect you all. Tian Ge said, you're already strong. Tian shook her head. Not enough. I need to be even stronger. Tian Ge looked at her and suddenly smiled. All right, I'll train with you. The two sparred in the yard, blades clashing and sweat flying. Tian Yuan and Huizi stood at the doorway watching with smiles. Huizi said, both children have grown up. Tian Yuan said, yes, they have. Konoha entered the 10th day after the war. Rubble clearance continued and the streets were filled with villagers and ninjas carrying lumber. Tian Ge had been busy these days helping clear debris during the day and sneaking off to the pirate world to train at night. He had synchronized the time flow so he wouldn't age too quickly in the Naruto world. That afternoon, Tian Ge returned home to find Tian swinging her sword in the yard. Her injuries had mostly healed and her movements were smoother than before. 1,000 swings. That was the rule Tian Ge had set for her, and she hadn't missed a single day. Tian Ge stood at the entrance watching for a while. Tian sheathed her sword, turned, and beamed when she saw him. Tian Ge, you're back. Tian Ge nodded. How was today? Tian said, not bad. The wound itches a bit. Aunt Huizi said it's healing. Tian Ge walked over and examined her arm. The bandages had been removed, revealing a pink scar. Does it still hurt? He asked. Tian shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. She paused. Tian Ge, I want to increase my training intensity. Tian Ge looked at her. Why? Tian said, during the Chunin exams I lost to Temari. If I had been a little faster and a little stronger, I might have won. Tian Ge was silent for a moment. You've been improving very quickly. Training must be done step by step, you can't rush. Tian said, but you're so much stronger than me. Tian Ge smiled. I've been training longer. Tian stared at him. Is it really just because you've trained longer? Tian Ge knew she was probing, but he was prepared. He said, of course. I started secretly practicing swordsmanship a long time ago, 1,000 swings a day. I've been doing it for much longer than you. If you train as long, you'll reach this level too. Tian was half convinced. Really? Tian Ge said, really? Look at Shaoli. How long has he been training in taijutsu? Now he can open the 8 gates. Hard work pays off. Tian thought about it and found it reasonable. She said, then I'll keep training. Tian Ge patted her head. Training is fine, but you still need to eat. What did Aunt Huizi make? Tian said, she made your favorite dishes. The two went inside. Huizi was setting the table. Seeing Tian Ge, she said back, perfect timing, come eat. Tian Yuan sat at the table with a newspaper in front of him. He looked up and said, Tian Ge, come sit. Tian Ge sat down and Tian sat beside him. Huizi brought out the dishes. fish, and meat more lavish than usual. Tian Ge said, "Is it a special occasion?" Huizi said, "No, I just wanted you to eat well. You've been exhausted lately, haven't you?" Tian Ge said, "Not really." After dinner, Tian washed the dishes. Tian Ge sat in the yard. Tian Yuan walked over and sat beside him. Tian Yuan said, "Tian Ge, there's something I want to ask you." Tian Ge's heart tightened, but he kept his expression steady. "What is it?" Tian Yuan said, "You've been going out at night these days. Are you training?" Tian Ge said yes. Tian Yuan nodded. "I'm not questioning you. I just want to remind you not to overdo it. You're only 13, your health comes first." Tian Ge looked at him, feeling a surge of warmth. He said, "Dad, I know." Tian Yuan patted his shoulder and went inside. Tian Ge sat in the yard, gazing at the stars. After a while, Tian finished washing the dishes and came out to sit beside him. "Tian Ge, what are you thinking about?" Tian Ge said, "Thinking about the future." Tian said, "The future?" Tian Ge said, "Like how to become stronger, how to protect you all." Tian leaned against his shoulder. "I'll become stronger too. Together we'll protect Mom and Dad in the future." Tian Ge smiled. "All right." They sat for a while, then Tian Ge stood up. "I'm going out for a bit." Tian said, "Training?" Tian Ge said, "Mem." Tian said, "Come back early." Tian Ge nodded and walked back into the house. He returned to his room, closed the door, and with a thought disappeared from the room. In the pirate world at the Shimotsuki dojo, Tian Ge appeared in a familiar spot, a secluded area in the small woods behind the dojo. He always started from here. He walked out of the woods and saw the dojo's lights. The night in the pirate world was quiet, with only the sound of waves and insects. Tian Ge entered the dojo. Kuina was practicing with her sword in the yard. Under the moonlight, her blade gleamed, her movements fluid and graceful. Tian Ge stood by, watching without disturbing. Kuina sheathed her sword and turned to him. "You're here." Tian Ge said, "Mem." Kuina said, "Did you warm up?" Tian Ge said, "Not yet." Kuina said, "Go warm up, then we'll spar." Tian Ge nodded and walked to the side to begin warming up, stretching, swinging the sword, loosening his joints. 10 minutes later, he stood before Kuina. They faced each other, drawing their blades simultaneously. Kuina said, "Begin." The moment the words left her mouth, her blade was already at Tian Ge's face. Tian Ge sidestepped to avoid it and countered with a slash aimed at Kuina's waist. Kuina horizontally blocked the strike, then pushed forward, forcing Tian Ge back 2 steps. Tian Ge steadied himself and attacked again. This time he used the basic swordsmanship of the Shimotsuki style, strike after strike in an unbroken rhythm. Kuina calmly deflected them all, occasionally countering with a slash that forced Tian Ge to defend. They sparred for 10 minutes, sweat beading on Tian Ge's forehead. Kuina suddenly accelerated and slashed at Tian Ge's wrist. Tian Ge failed to dodge, and his sword was knocked away. Kuina sheathed her sword. "Take a break." Tian Ge bent down to pick up the knife, panting, "I lost." Kuina said, "Do you know why you lost?" Tian Ge thought for a moment, "Not fast enough." Kuina shook her head, "No." Tian Ge said, "Not strong enough." Kuina said, "Not that either." Tian Ge said, "Then what is it?" Kuina looked at him. "You rely too much on chakra." Tian Ge was stunned. Kuina said, "Every strike of yours is imbued with chakra. This grants you greater strength and speed, but it also makes you neglect the art of swordsmanship itself. In my previous attacks, every defense you made relied on chakra to enhance your physical reactions, not on the anticipation and technique of swordsmanship." Tian Ge fell silent. Kuina said, "Chakra is a good thing, but you cannot depend on it. The foundation of swordsmanship is something that can be displayed without using chakra. Your current swordplay is just a showy facade without chakra." Tian Ge said, "What should I do?" Kuina said, "Start from the basics. Start with the most fundamental swings, without chakra, relying purely on physical strength. When you can defeat me without using chakra, that's when you pass." Tian Ge nodded. "Okay." Kuina said, "That's enough for today. Starting tomorrow, you will swing your sword 2,000 times a day without chakra. In half a month, we'll spar again." Tian Ge said, "Got it." Kuina turned to leave, then suddenly remembered something. "Look back. By the way, Sualong wants to fight you." Tian Ge said, "Sualong?" Kuina said, "The one with green hair, you've seen him. He heard you're strong and has been wanting to try." Tian Ge thought for a moment. "All right." Kuina said, "Tomorrow afternoon at the dojo." Then she left. Tian Ge stood still, watching her figure disappear. Then he took a deep breath and began to swing his sword. 1 swing, 2 swings, 3 swings. Without chakra, purely relying on physical strength. At first it felt easy, but after 100 swings his arms began to ache, after 200 his breathing became erratic, and after 300 his movements started to distort. Tian Ge gritted his teeth and continued. He knew Kuina was right, he had indeed relied too much on chakra. Having trained in the pirate world for so long, he had always used chakra to strengthen his body, neglecting the fundamentals. Now it was time to make up for it. 500, 600, 700 swings. Tian Ge's arms felt like lead, each swing requiring all his strength. But he didn't stop. he knew this hardship was nothing. Compared to Xiao Li's physical training, this was far too easy. After 1,000 swings, he finally couldn't hold on and plopped down on the ground, gasping for air. Footsteps approached. Tian Ge looked up and saw a person walking over. Under the moonlight, the green hair was conspicuous. It was Sualong. Sualong walked up to him, looked down. "You are Tian Ge." Tian Ge nodded yes. Sualong said, "Kuina said you could have a match with me." Tian Ge stood up, shook his aching arms. "Now?" Sualong said, "Now." Tian Ge looked at him. This 13-year-old Sualong had a serious gaze radiating fighting spirit. Tian Ge knew his personality. If he refused, Sualong would keep pestering him. Tian Ge said, "All right, let's fight." The two walked to the open space in front of the dojo and stood facing each other. Sualong drew 3 swords, holding 2 in his hands and 1 in his mouth. The 3-sword style, his signature. Tian Ge drew a short sword, holding it with 1 hand. Sualong said, "You don't use 2 swords." Tian Ge said, "1 is enough." Sualong frowned, feeling underestimated. He said, "Then watch out." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. All 3 swords struck at Tian Ge simultaneously with fast speed and tricky angles. Tian Ge sidestepped to dodge the first sword, blocked the second with his own, and the third sword, held in Sualong's mouth, slashed at his leg. Tian Ge leaped to avoid it, and upon landing, he thrust his sword backhandedly at Sualong's chest. Sualong parried with his 2 swords, and the sword in his mouth struck again. Tian Ge stepped back to evade, then swiftly counterattacked. They exchanged more than a dozen moves. Tian Ge noticed that Sualong's swordsmanship was solid, each strike powerful, and without chakra enhancement, his speed and strength were within normal limits. If he used chakra, he could win easily. But recalling Kuina's words, he decided not to use chakra and fight purely with swordsmanship. As a result, he immediately felt the pressure. Sualong's 3-sword style was troublesome, attacking from 3 different directions, hard to defend against. Tian Ge only had 1 sword. Each time he blocked 2 blades, he couldn't evade the third and had to dodge with his body. After 5 minutes of fighting, Tian Ge had several cuts on his body, all superficial and not serious. Sualong also had several wounds, but none were deep. Sualong stepped back, panting. "You are strong." Tian Ge said, "So are you." Sualong said again. He charged once more, this time faster. Tian Ge met him, and they clashed again. Swords flashed and clashed continuously. After another 10 minutes, both were exhausted. Sualong's technique began to falter, and Tian Ge's defense also started to show gaps. Finally, both struck at each other simultaneously, their swords colliding in midair with a sharp clang. Both stepped back a few paces, breathing heavily. Sualong said, "A draw." Tian Ge said, "A draw." Sualong sheathed his swords. "Next time I'll win." Tian Ge smiled. "All right, I'll be waiting." Sualong turned and walked away, but after a few steps he looked back. "You didn't use your full strength just now, did you?" Tian Ge said, "How do you know?" Sualong said, "I can feel it. Your breathing remains steady, not like mine, gasping." Tian Ge said, "You noticed?" Sualong said, "Next time use your full power. I want to see how big the gap is." Tian Ge said, "Okay." Sualong left. Tian Ge stood still, stretching his sore arms. This fight was satisfying. Although he didn't use chakra, he gained a lot. He realized his foundation was indeed not solid, many movements were not executed properly, and he had been forcibly compensating with chakra. He decided that for the next period in the pirate world, he would only practice the basics without chakra. 2,000 swings a day plus sparring with Sualong should help him make up for the foundation. The next afternoon, Tian Ge came to the dojo again. Kuina was teaching a few children swordsmanship. Seeing Tian Ge, she nodded. Tian Ge walked to the side and began to swing his sword. Swing after swing without chakra. In the morning, he had already swung 1,000 times in the Naruto world, and now he continued. After completing 2,000 swings, Tian Ge's arms were sore, but he felt at ease. Kuina walked over. "How does it feel?" Tian Ge said, "Harder than I imagined." Kuina said, "Of course it's hard. Chakra helped you take shortcuts. Now to make up for it, you'll naturally have to put in twice the effort." Tian Ge said, "I know." Kuina said, "Did Sualong fight you yesterday?" Tian Ge said, "We fought, it was a draw." Kuina said, "He trained even harder than usual this morning, saying he wants to defeat you." Tian Ge smiled. "He's quite interesting." Kuina said, "He's a swordsmanship genius, more talented than you." Tian Ge said, "I know." Kuina looked at him. "Aren't you jealous?" Tian Ge said, "No. I have my own path, he has his." Kuina nodded and said no more. In the afternoon, Sualong arrived again. Seeing Tian Ge, he walked straight over. "Let's fight." Tian Ge said, "Okay." They fought for another half an hour, and this time Tian Ge still didn't use chakra. Towards the end, both were so exhausted they sat on the ground, gasping for air. Sualong said, "You still didn't use your full strength." Tian Ge said, "When will you use it?" Zoro asked. "When you're stronger," Tian Ge replied. Zoro glared at him. "You underestimate me." "It's not underestimation, it's respect. Showing you the gap now might shake your confidence." Zoro was silent for a moment, then said, "You're right. I'm not strong enough yet. Give me some time to train, and then I'll fight you." "All right," Tian Ge said. They sat together for a while. Zoro stood up and left. Tian Ge also rose and resumed swinging his blade. In the days that followed, Tian Ge traveled between the two worlds every day. By day, he helped with reconstruction in the Naruto world. By night, he swung his blade in sparring sessions in the One Piece world. Tian occasionally asked what he was busy with, but he always brushed it off with training excuses. Half a month later, Tian Ge once again sparred with Kuina. This time he still didn't use chakra, but his movements were much more fluid than half a month ago. He could anticipate Kuina's attacks and neutralize them with technique rather than relying on reflexes to dodge. After 20 minutes, Kuina sheathed her blade and said, "You've improved." Panting, Tian Ge replied, "It's still not enough." "Of course it's not enough, but you're on the right track. Keep training, and you should be ready in half a year." Tian Ge nodded. "Zoro has been improving rapidly too," Kuina added. "He said next time he'll definitely force you to go all out." Tian Ge smiled. "I'm waiting." Leaving the dojo, Tian Ge returned to the Naruto world. It was still night. He lay on the bed reflecting on the gains of the past half-month. He had regained some of his fundamentals, and his swordsmanship was more solid, but he still had a long way to go before becoming a true master. The next morning, Tian Ge woke up to find Tian already practicing with her sword in the yard. Seeing him, she asked, "Tian Ge, are you free today?" "Nothing much. What's up?" "I want to go shopping. Will you come with me?" "Sure." After breakfast, they went out to the streets. The streets were livelier than a few days ago. The rubble had been mostly cleared and some shops had reopened. Tianyuan's Tianbao Pavilion was also under reconstruction and had temporarily closed for business. Tian led Tian Ge to a cloth shop, where she picked out several bolts of fabric, saying she wanted to make clothes. Tian Ge stood by watching her, and thought to himself that this kind of life was quite pleasant. After buying the cloth, Tian dragged him to a pastry shop, and bought 2 packets of sweets. "Their red bean cake is really good. Try it." Tian Ge took a bite. It was indeed delicious. "It's pretty good." "Of course I picked it," Tian said. They ate as they walked, and when they passed the Hokage building, they saw a crowd gathered at the entrance. Curious, Tian pulled Tian Ge over to see. Inside the crowd, several jonin were walking into the building. Tian Ge recognized Nara Shikaka, the man with the ponytail. Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Chozo were also there, all clan leaders. "What are they doing?" Tian asked. "Probably a meeting to discuss the next Hokage," Tian Ge said. Oh, she wasn't very interested. Just as they were about to leave, a man came out of the Hokage building. He wore a kimono, half his face wrapped in bandages, and his eyes were dark and brooding. Tian Ge's heart stirred. He recognized the man. Danzo. Danzo walked past the crowd without even glancing at them and strode away. Tian Ge watched his back, thinking about the man's deeds in the original story. He was Konoha's root, and also its cancer. But for now he was beyond Tian Ge's ability to deal with. "Who is that?" Tian asked. "He looks so scary. Just a jonin. Don't mind him." They left the Hokage building and headed home. Inside the Hokage building, Nara Shikaku sat in the conference room, flanked by Yamanaka and Noichi Akimichi Choza, and the elders Udatane Koushirou and Mitokado Hamura. "Lord Third passed away half a month ago," Shikaka began. "The village needs a new Hokage. I've called you here today to discuss this matter." "Lord Jiraiya was Lord Third's disciple," said Mitokado Hamura. "He is powerful and respected, the most suitable candidate." "I agree with Lord Jiraiya," Udatane Koushirou added. "Lord Jiraiya is still in the village," Shikaka said. "I spoke with him, but he said he doesn't want to be Hokage." Mitokado Hamura frowned. "Why? He said he's not suited for it, and he has more important matters to attend to." "What could be more important?" Udatane Koushirou asked. "He didn't say." After a moment of silence, Yamanaka and Noichi spoke. "Then we'll have to ask Lady Tsunade." "Lady Tsunade left the village years ago," Mitokado Hamura said. "Can we even find her?" "We have to try," Shikaka said. "Who will go?" Udatane Koushirou asked. "Lord Jiraiya is the best choice," Shikaku replied. "He was her teammate and knows her whereabouts." "Will he agree to go?" Mitokado Hamura asked. "I'll talk to him." After the meeting, Shikaku found Jiraiya. Jiraiya was sitting on a rooftop, drinking several empty bottles beside him. Shikaku jumped up and sat next to him. "Here to persuade me to become Hokage again?" Jiraiya said. "No. I'm asking you to find Lady Tsunade." Jiraiya glanced at him. "Find Tsunade. The village needs a Hokage. If you won't take the job, we have to ask Lady Tsunade to return." Jiraiya was silent for a moment. "I don't even know where she is. I haven't seen her in years. Still, it's better than us searching blindly. You were her teammate. You know her." Jiraiya sighed. "Fine, I'll go. But I have one condition." "What is it?" "If I can't find her, don't pressure me to become Hokage when I get back." Shikaka smiled. "Deal." Jiraiya stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. "I'll leave tomorrow." "So soon?" "The sooner I find her, the sooner I can come back." He paused. "I'll take Naruto with me." "Naruto?" "Yeah. I plan to take him as my apprentice and teach him along the way. Shikaka thought for a moment. That's a good idea. He'll be safer with you than in the village. The next morning Jiraiya left Konoha with Naruto. Naruto carried a small bundle bouncing with excitement, chattering non-stop. Pervert sage, where are we going? Call me Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya knocked his head. Naruto rubbed his head. Pervert sage. Jiraiya gave up arguing. We're going to find a pretty big sister. Naruto's eyes lit up. A pretty big sister. Jiraiya grinned. Yeah, but she has a bad temper. Be careful when you meet her. I'm not scared, Naruto said. The two walked out of the village and disappeared into the forest path. At the same time, deep underground in Konoha, in Root's base, Danzo sat in a dim room, facing several masked ninja. He said the third Hokage is dead. The village needs a new leader. Jiraiya refused to take the position and is going to find Tsunade. A masked ninja said, if Lady Tsunade returns it will be disadvantageous to us. I know. That's why we must prepare before she comes back. Another masked ninja said, what does the elder mean? Tuan Song said, keep a close watch on the elder council and the various clans. Report any sign of disturbance at the first moment. The masked ninjas nodded and vanished into the darkness. Tuan Song sat alone, his eyes gloomy. He murmured to himself, only under my leadership can Konoha truly become strong. Monkey, you are too weak. I will not repeat your mistakes. Beneath the surface calm of Konoha, undercurrents were stirring. Tian Ge knew nothing of this. He was still traveling between two worlds every day to train. That night, he came to the Heizei world again. Just as he entered the dojo, he saw Sua Long waiting for him. Sua Long said, let's spar. Tian Ge said, all right. The two sparred for half an hour. This time Sua Long had improved significantly. Tian Ge was already struggling without using chakra. In the end, they drew once more, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. Sua Long said, I still can't force you to use your full power. Tian Ge said, soon. Sua Long said, next time I will make you use your full power. Tian Ge smiled, I'm waiting. Gu Ina walked over, looked at the two, and said, Sua Long, go practice your sword swings 1,000 times. Sua Long stood up and went to practice his sword swings. Gu Ina sat beside Tian Ge and said, you've improved quickly. Tian Ge said, it's because you taught well. Gu Ina said, you train hard yourself. But you must remember, swordsmanship is not just about practice, it's also about thinking. You must understand why each strike is made that way, why each move is used that way. Tian Ge nodded, I understand. Gu Ina said, will you come tomorrow? Tian Ge said yes. Gu Ina stood up and left. Tian Ge sat for a while, then stood up and began to swing his sword. 2,000 swings without chakra. One stroke after another, earnest and focused. After finishing, he returned to the Naruto world. Lying in bed, he thought about Gu Ina's words. Swordsmanship is not just about practice, it's also about thinking. He had indeed thought too little before, just practicing blindly, without pondering the reasons. Starting tomorrow, he would change his training method. Think while practicing, practice while thinking, making every strike meaningful. The next morning, Tian Ge woke up and found Tian already in the yard. She wasn't practicing swords today, but was fiddling with a lunchbox. Tian Ge walked over, what's this? Tian said, Binto. I made it. Tian Ge opened the lunchbox to find several rice balls along with fried eggs and vegetables. The appearance was average, but it smelled quite fragrant. Tian said, try it. Tian Ge picked up a rice ball and took a bite. The rice was a bit hard and the filling a bit salty, but he still said, delicious. Tian's eyes lit up, really? Tian Ge said, really? Tian said, then I'll make it for you every day from now on. Tian Ge said, not every day, occasionally is fine. Tian said, if you think it's not good. Tian Ge said, no, I'm afraid you'll tire yourself. Tian's expression improved, that's more like it. She paused, are you going out to train again tonight? Tian Ge said, Tian said, I want to go too. Tian Ge said, wait until next time. You need to fully recover from your injuries first. Tian said, I'm healed. Tian Ge said, rest a few more days anyway. Tian pouted, but didn't insist. In the afternoon, Tian Ge went to help clear the rubble. He worked until evening, then went home for dinner. After eating, he sat in the yard to rest. Tian brought a cup of tea over. Tian Ge, have some tea. Tian Ge took the tea and took a sip. Tian sat beside him and said, Tian Ge, do you think we'll always be like this? Tian Ge said, like what? Tian said, like this, eating together, training together, living together. Tian Ge looked at her and said, we will. Tian smiled and leaned on his shoulder. Tian Ge finished his tea, stood up, and said, I'm going out. Tian said, come back early. Tian Ge nodded and went inside. At night, in the Heizei world, after finishing his 2,000 sword swings, Tian Ge began to ponder Gu Ina's words. He recalled each strike just now, which movements were redundant, which strength was wasted, which angles were incorrect. The more he thought, the more he felt that he had indeed relied too much on chakra before neglecting many details. He decided that from today on he would record every swing in his mind and review them after finishing. This method might be slower, but the results should be better. Just as he was thinking, Su Long came again. He said, let's spar. Tian Ge said, all right. This time Tian Ge still didn't use chakra, but he fought more attentively. Every strike was thought through before being delivered, no longer relying on instinct as before. Su Long sensed the change. His attacks were harder to break through, and Tian Ge's defense was more solid. After half an hour of sparring, Su Long sheathed his sword and said, you're different today. Tian Ge said, how different? Su Long said, harder to fight. Tian Ge smiled, I'm thinking. Su Long said, thinking about what? Tian Ge said, why each strike is made that way. Su Long was stunned for a moment, then thoughtful. He said, I understand. Then he turned and left without even saying goodbye. Tian Ge watched his back, thinking that this man was indeed a swordsmanship genius, understanding at a slight hint. In the days that followed, Tian Ge practiced sword swings every day, sparred every day, and fought every day. Half a month later, he sparred with Kuina again. This time he lasted 30 minutes before losing. Kuina said, great improvement. Tian Ge said, still lost. Kuina said, losing to me is normal. How long have you trained? How long have I trained? Tian Ge said, true. Kuina said, keep training. In another half year, you should be able to truly fight me. Tian Ge nodded. He left the dojo and returned to the Naruto world. Lying in bed, he thought about the gains of this period. His foundation had become much more solid, his swordsmanship more refined, and his use of chakra more efficient. Previously, chakra led the sword. Now the sword leads chakra. The feeling was completely different. He decided to continue training this way until his foundation was completely solid. The next morning, Tian Ge woke up and found Tian waiting for him in the yard. She held a lunchbox in her hand, her face full of anticipation. Tian Ge, today's bento. Tian Ge took it and opened it. It was better than last time. The rice balls were formed more tightly, and the filling tasted just right. Tian said, is it good? Tian Ge said, it's delicious. Tian smiled happily. After breakfast, Tian Ge said, let's go pick up a mission today. We've rested long enough, but it's time to get active. Tian said, okay. The two arrived at the mission center. The ninja in charge of assigning missions was a chunin named Chu Yun. He saw Tian Ge and Tian and said, are your injuries healed? Tian Ge said, healed. Chu Yun flipped through the mission book and said, there's a C-rank mission, escort a merchant to the Cha country. Do you accept it? Tian Ge said, we accept. Chu Yun said, all right, depart tomorrow morning. The mission details are here, but take a look. Tian Ge took the mission slip. It stated that the client was a tea merchant, and they were to escort him from the Hua country to the Cha country, a journey of about 5 days. The reward is 50,000 Rio. Tian said, 50,000 Rio, not bad. Tian Ge said, The two returned home and began to prepare. Provisions, water, ninja tools, and a change of clothes. All were packed. Huizi knew they were going on a mission and felt a bit worried, but she said nothing, only urged them to be careful. In the evening, Tian Ge visited the One Piece world again. He told Kuina that he might not be able to come for the next few days. Kuina said, go ahead. We'll train when you're back. Tian Ge said, Zoro, who overheard, said, we'll spar when you're back. Tian Ge smiled and said, all right. Back in the Naruto world, Tian Ge lay on his bed thinking about tomorrow's mission. The tea country. He remembered that nothing major seemed to happen in the original story. It should be a simple escort mission. But he couldn't be careless. There were many rogue ninjas and bandit groups, so caution was paramount. The next morning, Tian Ge and Tian arrived at the village gate where the client was already waiting. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, plump, dressed in merchant's attire with a horse-drawn carriage parked beside him. Seeing them, the client came forward. Are you two the ninjas who took the mission? Tian Ge said yes. The client smiled. Excellent. I'm Yamada. I'm counting on you this time. Tian Ge said, Mr. Yamada, is there anything we need to watch out for on the road? Yamada said, nothing special except that recently there have been bandit groups active in the tea country area, which is why I hired ninjas for escort. Tian Ge said, understood. The three boarded the carriage and it slowly drove out of the village. Tian sat inside looking out the window at the scenery, feeling a little excited. Tian Ge sat beside the driver and chatted with Yamada. Yamada was a talkative man, chattering non-stop about his tea, his business, his wife, and children. Tian Ge listened, occasionally responding with a word or two. Tian, bored by the conversation inside the carriage, simply closed her eyes and slept. After half a day's travel, nothing happened on the road. At noon, they rested in a small town, ate something, and then continued on. In the afternoon, Tian Ge sensed something amiss. There were hoofprints on the roadside, and they were very fresh. He asked Yamada to stop the carriage and got off to inspect. Tian also got off and asked Tian Ge what's wrong. Tian Ge said, there are hoofprints, lots of them. It's probably a horse team. Yamada grew nervous. Bandits? Tian Ge said, not sure, but let's be careful. He looked around and said, there's a slope ahead. Let's speed up and get past it first. Yamada nodded and urged the carriage to go faster. After they had traveled only a few hundred meters, the sound of hoofbeats came from behind. Tian Ge turned around and saw 7 or 8 riders chasing after them wielding blades. Yamada's face turned pale. Bandits, they're bandits. Tian Ge said, Tian, protect Mr. Yamada. Tian drew her blade and stood by the carriage. Tian Ge stepped forward, drawing his short blade. Seeing him charge alone, the bandits all laughed. The leader shouted, kid looking for death. Tian Ge said nothing and acted directly. The first bandit swung at him. Tian Ge sidestepped and slashed his wrist. The man screamed, dropped his blade, and fell off his horse. The second bandit charged. Tian Ge leaped up, kicked him in the face, and knocked him off his horse. The third bandit tried to flee. Tian Ge caught up and slashed the horse's leg. The horse fell, flinging the bandit into a tree where he lay still. The remaining 5 bandits were stunned. They hadn't expected this kid to be so formidable. The leader yelled, attack together. The 5 rushed at him. Tian Ge, unhurried, took them down one by one. The first was struck in the shoulder and fell with a scream. The second was stabbed in the thigh and rolled on the ground, clutching his leg. The third was hit on the back of the head with the flat of the blade and passed out. The fourth tried to run but was caught by Tian Ge, who slashed his back, sending him to the ground screaming. The fifth was so terrified that he knelt and begged for mercy. Tian Ge stood before him and asked, who sent you? The man stammered it. It was our boss. He heard a merchant was passing by and told us to come. Tian Ge said, where is your boss? The man said, on the mountain. Tian Ge looked back. Yamada and Tian were still by the carriage. Yamada's face was pale, but Tian was quite calm. Tian Ge said, Tian, guard them. I'll go check the mountain. Tian said, Tian Ge, be careful. Tian Ge nodded and followed the bandit up the mountain. On the mountain, there was a small wooden cabin with 2 men standing at the entrance. Seeing Tian Ge and the bandit approaching, they became alert. One said, third brother, what's going on? The bandit said, he beat us all single-handedly. The 2 men's expressions changed and they drew their blades. Without wasting words, Tian Ge acted. The 2 bandits were knocked down in a single exchange. Tian Ge pushed open the cabin door. Inside sat a bald, burly man drinking with a woman in his arms. Seeing Tian Ge, the bald man paused, then set down his cup and stood up. He said, who are you? Tian Ge said, the merchant's bodyguard. The bald man laughed. Bodyguard? Just you alone? Tian Ge said, one is enough. The bald man picked up the blade beside him and said, kid, do you know who I am? Everyone around here knows the name Bear of the Mountain. Tian Ge said, I don't know and I don't care. Bear of the Mountain grew furious and swung his blade at Tian Ge. Tian Ge sidestepped and slashed his wrist in return. Bear of the Mountain dropped his blade stunned. He hadn't expected this child to be so fast. Tian Ge slashed his leg and Bear of the Mountain fell to his knees screaming. Tian Ge said, tell your men to get lost and stop targeting this merchant. Otherwise next time it won't just be a cut on the hand or leg. Bear of the Mountain, sweating in pain, nodded frantically. Yes, I won't dare. Tian Ge turned and walked out of the cabin. Down the mountain, Tian and Yamada were still waiting. Seeing Tian Ge come down, Yamada was so moved that tears streamed down his face. Benefactor, thank you, benefactor. Tian Ge said, it's fine now. Let's go. The carriage resumed its journey, and this time the road was smooth with no more bandits encountered. 5 days later they arrived in the tea country and safely delivered Yamada to his destination. Yamada expressed his endless gratitude and gave an extra 20,000 Rio as a reward. Tian held the money, her eyes narrowing with joy. Tian Ge, 70,000 Rio, we're rich. Tian Ge smiled. Let's treat our parents to a meal when we get back. Tian said, okay. The two set off on the return journey. On the way, Tian said, Tian Ge, the way you took on so many bandits just now was so cool. Tian Ge said, just average. Tian said, when will I be as strong as you? Tian Ge said, a few more years of training. At the mission assignment counter, Izumo took the mission slip, glanced at it, then looked up at Tian Ge and Tian. The tea country escort mission completed successfully. Any complaints from the client? Tian Ge shook his head. No, it went smoothly. Izumo stamped the register, took an envelope from the drawer, and pushed it over. 70,000 Rio, the payment plus the client's gratuity. Count it. Tian grabbed the envelope, opened it right in front of Izumo, and pulled out the banknotes one by one to count them. Izumo chuckled. What, afraid the village will shortchange you? Tian didn't look up. Not afraid of the village shortchanging us, afraid of miscounting myself. After counting and confirming it was 70,000 Rio, she happily put away the banknotes and flashed a smile at Izumo. Thanks for your hard work, brother Izumo. Izumo waved his hand. All right. Go back and rest. You've worked hard these days. The two emerged from the mission center and Tian pressed silver notes into Tian Ge's hands. Take these. Tian Ge took them. Aren't you keeping any? Tian shook her head. I'd lose them if I kept them myself. You're better at managing money. I feel safer this way. Tian Ge tucked the silver notes away and the two headed home. When they passed the marketplace, Tian suddenly pulled him to a stop. Tian Ge, let's go buy some good food. We'll treat mom and dad to a nice meal tonight. Tian Ge looked at her. You're paying with your mission reward, Tian said with full conviction. Of course. I put an effort too, you know. The two strolled through the market and bought fish, meat, vegetables, and pastries. Tian picked everything out with great care, haggling with each vendor and saving hundreds of taels in the end, gleaming as though she'd scored the greatest bargain in the world. When they returned home, Huizi was hanging laundry in the courtyard. She paused when she saw them arrive with armfuls of bags. What's all this? Tian held up her groceries. Mom, we're treating everyone tonight to celebrate our first successful mission. Huizi smiled. Wonderful, wonderful. I'll cook. Tian took the groceries into the kitchen. Let me help you. Meanwhile, Tian Ge sat in the courtyard. Tian emerged from the house and sat beside him. The mission went well. Tian Ge nodded. Pretty smoothly. We ran into a group of bandits and handled them. Tian studied Tian Ge's profile in silence for a moment. Tian Ge, you're becoming more like a true ninja every day. Tian Ge turned his head. Father, what do you mean? Tian smiled. No particular meaning. I just feel that you've grown up. He rose to his feet. I'll go help Huizi with dinner. You rest. Dinner was lavish and the family gathered around the table together. Tian kept piling food onto Tian Ge's bowl, neglecting her own meal. Huizi laughed at her. Can't you eat something yourself? Don't just fuss over Tian Ge. He exerted himself more today, Tian said. He should eat more. Tian sipped his wine, watching his two children, his eyes brimming with warmth. After the meal, Tian insisted on washing the dishes. Tian Ge sat in the courtyard to digest, and when Tian finished, she came out and sat beside him. Tian Ge, do you think we'll always be able to live like this? Tian Ge turned his head to look at her. Why are you asking that again? Tian leaned against his shoulder. I just think this is really nice. Going on missions together, coming home together, sharing meals together. Tian Ge didn't say anything. He simply patted her head gently. That night, Tian Ge returned to his room and closed the door. With a thought, the familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over him. The One Piece world. Shimotsuki Dojo. Tian Ge stepped out from the woods, moonlight spilling across the dojo's roof. Before he even reached the courtyard entrance, he heard the sound of a blade cutting through the night air. Kuina was practicing swordsmanship. Under the moonlight, her figure was both light and lethal, every stroke carrying an indescribable grace. Tian Ge stood at the doorway and watched without disturbing her. Kuina sheathed her sword and turned. You're here. Tian Ge walked in. Training this late. Kuina returned her blade to its scabbard. I teach students during the day. Only at night do I have time to practice on my own. She looked at him. How's your foundation training coming along? Tian Ge drew his sword. Ready to try. They took their positions in the courtyard and struck simultaneously. This time Tian Ge did not use chakra. He relied purely on physical strength and swordsmanship technique. Kuina's attacks grew sharper and more ferocious, but Tian Ge's defense grew steadier in kind. Sword flashes lit the courtyard, the clash of metal ringing crisply through the night. After 20 minutes, Kuina stepped back and sheathed her blade. You've improved. Tian Ge panted. I still can't beat you. Kuina shook her head. Lasting 20 minutes against me is already decent. Zoro hasn't lasted 5 minutes to this day. Tian Ge paused. Zoro trains with you. Kuina nodded. He challenges me every day. Loses every day. Comes back the next. That boy is as stubborn as a mule. Tian Ge smiled. That's just who he is. Kuina regarded him and suddenly asked, what do you plan to train next? Tian Ge considered. I want to learn more advanced swordsmanship techniques. Kuina was quiet for a moment. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you the advanced techniques of the Shimotsuki style. Tian Ge looked at her. Really? Kuina nodded. Your foundation is solid enough now. But remember, advanced techniques place far greater strain on the body. Train carefully. Tian Ge nodded earnestly. I understand. The next afternoon, Tian Ge arrived at the dojo. Kuina was already waiting in the courtyard, and standing beside her was someone else. Zoro. He walked straight up to Tian Ge the moment he saw him. Let's fight. Tian Ge glanced at Kuina, who shrugged. He blocked me since early morning. Said he absolutely had to fight you today. Tian Ge turned back to Zoro. Now. Zoro drew his 3 swords. Now. Tian Ge considered for a moment, then drew his short blade. All right. They took their positions in the courtyard. Kuina stepped aside, arms crossed over her sword, and watched. Zoro's gaze was sharp, his entire body radiating battle intent. Tian Ge could feel it. He was far stronger than he had been half a month ago. Begin. Zoro charged, all 3 swords slashing simultaneously. Tian Ge sidestepped and countered with a thrust aimed at Zoro's chest. Zoro parried with 2 blades while the third clenched between his teeth, sliced toward Tian Ge's neck. Tian Ge stepped back and chakra began flowing through his body. This time he intended to fight seriously. With 90% of his chakra coursing through him, Tian Ge's speed and power surged instantly. Before Zoro could deliver his next strike, Tian Ge's blade was already before him. Zoro's pupils contracted, and he threw all 3 swords up in a desperate block. A deafening clang echoed through the night. Zoro was sent stumbling backward 5 or 6 steps, his swords nearly torn from his grip. He stabilized himself, breathing hard, and glared at Tian Ge. Is this your real strengths? Tian Ge did not press the attack. He stood still. Want to keep going? Zoro gritted his teeth. Yes. He charged again, this time unleashing the ultimate technique of his three-sword style, onigiri. All three blades descended from different angles at breathtaking speed. Tian Ge did not dodge. He met the attack head-on with a single slash. The moment their blades collided, Zoro felt as though he had struck an iron wall. An overwhelming force surged through him, and he was sent flying backward once more. This time he couldn't stay on his feet, and landed hard on his rear, his three swords scattering across the ground. Tian Ge sheathed his blade and walked over, offering his hand. Zoro stared at him, refused the offer, and rose to his feet on his own, retrieving his swords and returning them to their scabbards. The gap is too large. Tian Ge smiled. Then keep pushing yourself. Zoro turned and walked away. After a few steps he glanced back. Next time I'll make you use your full strength. Tian Ge nodded. I'll be waiting. Zoro left. Kuina walked over and watched his retreating figure. That kid will surely become a great sword master one day. I know, Tian Ge said. Kuina turned to him. So will you. Tian Ge blinked. Me? Kuina nodded. You're calmer than him, more thoughtful. Zoro trains on instinct and passion. You train with your mind. Two different paths. Neither is superior. Both can reach the peak. Tian Ge fell silent for a moment. Thank you. Kuina waved a hand. Enough. Come, let's begin the advanced techniques. For the following days, Tian Ge shuttled between two worlds. By day, he helped with the reconstruction of Konoha or took on small missions. By night, he trained swordsmanship under Kuina in the One Piece world. The advanced techniques were indeed far more demanding than the basics, requiring greater bodily coordination and precision of power control. Tian Ge learned slowly, but every step he took was solid and sure. Zoro came every day, sometimes sparring with Tian Ge, sometimes practicing his swings alone. His progress was plainly visible, every sparring session was stronger than the last. Yet Tian Ge consistently held back at 90% of his full power, repelling every attack with steady composure. Zoro lost again and again, but each morning he appeared at the dojo as punctually as ever. Life in Konoha continued its steady rhythm. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya lounged on the windowsill with his legs crossed, a sake gourd in hand. Nara Shikaku stood behind the desk watching him with an expression of pure resignation. Jiraiya-sama, when are you departing? Jiraiya took a swig. In no rush. A man needs time to prepare. Shikaku said the village cannot afford to be without its Hokage for too long. Jiraiya sighed and hopped down from the windowsill. All right. I leave tomorrow. He paused. I'll take Naruto with me. Shikaku nodded. Naruto's safety. Jiraiya waved a hand. Don't worry. He'll be safer with me than staying here in the village. Early the next morning, Jiraiya stood at the village entrance with an unusually excited Naruto at his side. Pervy Sage, where exactly are we going? Jiraiya tapped his forehead. Call me Jiraiya-sama. Naruto rubbed his head. Pervy Sage. Jiraiya dismissed the matter and set off. We're going to find a beautiful lady. Naruto's eyes lit up. A beautiful older sister. Like Tsunade-sama. Jiraiya stopped walking, turned to look at him. You know Tsunade? Naruto said proudly. Of course I know, one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade-sama. Jiraiya smiled. That's right, we're going to find her. The two left the village and entered a forest path. Naruto chattered endlessly along the way, asking questions about everything. Jiraiya occasionally replied, but spent most of the time lost in thought. After walking for half a day, they stopped to rest by a small river. Jiraiya sat on a stone and took out some dry provisions. Naruto played in the water by the river, then suddenly ran over. Pervert Sage, teach me a ninjutsu. Jiraiya glanced at him. What do you want to learn? Naruto thought for a moment. Something powerful, something that can beat Sasuke. Jiraiya laughed. Beat Sasuke? That Uchiha brat. Naruto nodded vigorously. Jiraiya pondered, then took a round object from his pocket and tossed it to Naruto. Naruto caught it and looked at it. What is this? Jiraiya said, break this ball, and I'll teach you a powerful ninjutsu. Naruto was stunned. Break it? How? Jiraiya crossed his legs. Use chakra. Naruto gazed at the ball and tried to infuse chakra into it. The ball didn't respond. He increased his chakra, still no reaction. Jiraiya watched him struggle, said nothing, and closed his eyes to rest. Naruto struggled for a long time, but the ball remained intact. He grew anxious and went off to try again. As dusk fell, Naruto still hadn't managed to break the ball. He returned dejectedly and handed the ball back to Jiraiya. Jiraiya took the ball. Continue tomorrow. In the days that followed, the two traveled and trained together. Naruto wrestled with the ball every day, unable to break it no matter what. He tried every method, even biting it and smashing it with stones, but the ball remained utterly still. One evening the two stopped at a small town. After dinner, Naruto took out the ball and began training again. Jiraiya sat nearby drinking sake, watching Naruto try over and over. Suddenly the ball in Naruto's hand trembled and a few fine cracks appeared on its surface. Jiraiya's eyes brightened. Naruto stared blankly at the ball. pervert sage at it cracked. Jiraiya walked over, examined the ball, then tossed it back. Continue. Encouraged. Naruto practiced even more diligently. After a few more days, the ball finally shattered. Naruto rushed to Jiraiya holding the broken pieces. Pervert sage, I broke it. Now teach me a powerful ninjutsu. Jiraiya took the fragments and nodded. Alright, now I'll teach you a jutsu called the Rasengan. Naruto leaped with excitement. Rasengan. Is it powerful? Jiraiya extended his hand. Chakra coalesced in his palm, forming a rotating sphere. He pressed it against a nearby tree, and with a loud boom the trunk was blasted into a large hole. Naruto stared wide-eyed. So powerful. Jiraiya dispersed the chakra. The principle of this jutsu is to concentrate chakra in your palm and make it spin at high speed. The method you use to break that ball is similar. Now what you need to do is make the chakra rotate directly without the ball. Naruto nodded firmly. I understand. Then he began to practice. Day 1 failure. Day 2 failure. Day 3 still failure. Naruto's chakra always scattered in his palm, unable to form a rotating sphere. He scratched his head in frustration, but couldn't find the knack. Jiraiya wasn't anxious either. He ate and drank as usual on the journey, occasionally offering a few pointers. That night they camped in the wilderness. Naruto sat by the campfire staring at his own palm. Jiraiya lay nearby with closed eyes, still thinking about it. Naruto hummed, pervert sage, why can I never gather it? Jiraiya opened his eyes. Do you know about shadow clones? Naruto nodded yes. Jiraiya said, shadow clones have a trait. When they are dispelled, the original body gains their experiences. Think about it, what if you use shadow clones to train together? Naruto froze for a moment, then shot up. Right. Why didn't I think of that? He immediately created a dozen shadow clones, forming a circle, and they all began to gather chakra simultaneously. The original body joined in as well. The chakra fluctuations of a dozen Narutos interwove. Suddenly the chakra in one of the clones began to rotate, forming an unstable sphere. The clone shouted excitedly, I did it. The next second the clone vanished with a poof, and the sphere dissipated. But in that instant of disappearance, a flash of insight struck the original body. Naruto closed his eyes, feeling the sensation of that moment. The chakra spinning in his palm, the trajectory of flow, the intensity of compression. He opened his eyes and extended his right hand. Chakra gathered in his palm and began to spin. At first it was slow, then faster and faster, finally forming a blue sphere. The sphere was small and its rotation was unstable, but it was indeed a Rasengan. Naruto held up the sphere and shouted to Jiraiya, pervert sage, look. I did it. Jiraiya sat up, looking at the wobbling Rasengan, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Keep practicing, and once you can stabilize it, you'll have truly mastered it. Naruto dismissed the chakra and spun around the campfire in exhilaration. The next day the two continued their journey. At noon, sounds of fighting came from ahead. Jiraiya stopped and signaled Naruto to be quiet. They crept closer and saw a dozen rogue ninjas attacking a merchant caravan. Several guards had already fallen, and the remaining few were struggling desperately on the verge of collapse. Jiraiya looked at Naruto. Want to give it a try? Naruto clenched his fists. Yes. Jiraiya nodded. Go ahead, I'll watch. Naruto charged out, directly lunging at the group of rogue ninjas. The leading ninja saw him and sneered, kid looking for death. Naruto ignored him and threw a punch. The ninja dodged and swung a blade at Naruto. Naruto sidestepped, formed a Rasengan in his palm, and slammed it into the ninja's chest. With a thunderous boom, the ninja flew backward, crashed into a tree, and lay still. The other ninjas were stunned. They hadn't expected this kid to be so strong. Attacked together. 7 or 8 ninjas rushed at Naruto simultaneously. Though he had learned the Rasengan, it was still new to him, and his control was poor. After using it twice, his chakra began to run low. Jiraiya stood at a distance, observing, without intervening, eager to see how long Naruto could endure. Surrounded by several ninjas, Naruto struggled defensively, taking several hits. Yet he gritted his teeth and refused to retreat. Summoning his last reserves, he unleashed another spiral sphere, felling one ninja, before collapsing to his knees from exhaustion. The remaining ninjas advanced with menacing grins. In that instant, Jiraiya moved. He materialized beside Naruto, and with a single palm strike, each sent the assailants flying. The ninjas lay groaning on the ground, too terrified to rise. Jiraiya looked down at Naruto. Not bad for your first real fight. Taking down 2 is commendable. Panting, Naruto looked up at Jiraiya and grinned. Pervert sage, I did it. Jiraiya pulled him up, brushing the dust off his clothes. Let's find a place to rest. After they departed, the rogue ninjas dared to rise. The leader, clutching his chest, glared after them with venomous hatred. In the underground base of the Root organization, within Konoha, Danzo sat in a dim room. Before him stood a masked ninja. Jiraiya has left the village with the 9-tailed boy. The masked ninja nodded. Heading north. Danzo paused. Keep a close watch. Report any developments immediately. The masked ninja nodded and vanished into the shadows. Danzo rose, walked to the wall, and studied the map. Konoha's location was prominently marked. Tsunade Jiraiya, the 3 ninjas are all gone. Now who in Konoha can stand against me? A faint smile curled his lips. A few days later at the mission center in Konoha, Tian and Tian Ge had just submitted a minor mission when Izumo called them over. Tian Ge, there's a new mission requesting you Niji, and Little Lee specifically. Tian Ge took the mission scroll. A C-rank mission, escort a merchant to the land of Chuan. The client, a medicinal herb dealer, needed to transport a shipment of herbs to a town in the land of Chuan. The journey would take about 4 days with a reward of 60,000 ryo. Tian leaned in to look. The land of Chuan. That's quite far. Tian Ge considered. Where are Niji and Little Lee? Izumo replied, they're already preparing. Assemble at the village gate tomorrow morning. Upon returning home, Tian Ge informed Tian about the mission. Tian looked disappointed. I can't go this time. Tian Ge said the mission only requests the 3 of us. Tian pouted, but said nothing more. She understood that Niji and Little Lee were Tian Ge's friends, and the mission might have been specially arranged. That evening, Tian Ge visited the pirate world again, greeting Kuina and Zoro, saying he might not be able to come for the next few days. Kuina nodded. Go ahead. The mission matters. Zoro looked at him. Fight when you're back. Tian Ge smiled. Deal. The next morning, Tian Ge arrived at the village gate. Niji and Little Lee were already there. Little Lee's injuries had fully healed. He was bursting with energy and enthusiasm. Spotting Tian Ge, he strode over. Tian Ge, long time no see. Tian Ge nodded. Injuries healed. Little Lee patted his chest. Fully recovered. I'm going to shine in this mission. Niji stood nearby, his expression as aloof as ever, but he gave a slight nod when Tian Ge approached. The client was an old man in his 50s with graying hair, but a lively spirit. Seeing the 3 young ninjas, he grew worried. Just the 3 of you. All so young. Little Lee immediately said, rest assured, sir. Though we are young, we are highly skilled. The old man remained skeptical, but said no more. The group set off, the old man riding in the cart, the 3 ninjas walking alongside. The first day went smoothly with no incidents. They rested at a small town in the evening, and the old man treated them to dinner. During the meal, he became more talkative. You know, the land of Chuan has been unsettled lately. Niji looked up. How so? The old man lowered his voice. I've heard of unidentified individuals moving about. They seem to be ninjas, but not from any regular village. They've raided several merchant caravans, killed everyone, and stole the goods. Little Lee frowned. That audacious. The old man sighed. That's why I hired you for protection. This batch of herbs is vital. If I lose it, I'll be ruined. Tian Ge remained silent, mentally noting the information. The next day, they continued their journey. In the afternoon, they entered a mountainous region with dense forests on both sides and poor visibility. Niji suddenly halted. Little Lee looked at him. What's wrong? Niji closed his eyes, then said, someone is ambushing ahead. Tian Ge drew his blade. How many? Niji answered, 6. Likely rogue ninjas. The old man's face turned pale. Little Lee stretched his limbs, excited. Finally a chance to stretch my limbs. Tian Ge said, Little Lee, protect the old man. Niji and I will take the lead. Niji nodded, and the 2 charged into the forest. The 6 ambushing ninjas, realizing they had been discovered, surged forward. The leader was a burly bald man wielding 2 broadswords. Seeing Tian Ge and Niji advancing, he grinned. 2 brats. Is Konoha so desperate? Tian Ge said nothing, striking directly with his blade. The bald man raised his swords to block. With a clang, his expression changed. The force was immense, nearly splitting his hands. Before he could finish, Tian Ge's second strike came. The bald man barely blocked, but the third, fourth, each faster and heavier than the last. He had no chance to counter, only to defend. On the other side, Niji handled 3 ninjas with ease. The gentle fist combined with the white eye rendered their attacks useless. With a palm strike each, he felled all 3 enemies. The bald man, seeing his companions down, panicked. He blocked Tian Ge's blade with all his might and turned to flee. Tian Ge did not give chase. He bent down, picked up a stone, and hurled it. The stone struck the bald man's head, sending him sprawling face first, motionless. Tian Ge walked over and nudged him. The man turned over, his face bloodied, terror in his eyes. Please don't kill me. Tian Ge crouched. Who sent you? The bald man stammered, a place called the Black Market. Someone put a bounty on the merchant's goods. Tian Ge frowned. Black Market? The bald man nodded. There's an underground black market in the land of Chuan. Anyone can go there and take any job. We took the job from there. Tian Ge stood and looked at Niji. Niji approached, speaking quietly. The Black Market. I've seen it in the intelligence files of the Rishon clan. It's a very secretive organization. Tian Ge nodded and addressed the bald man. Tell your people to stop this. If I catch you again, I'll cut you down. The bald man nodded frantically. Tian Ge turned and walked back. Ning Si followed behind, glancing back at the fallen ninjas on the ground. Are we just letting them go? Tian Ge said, they're just small fries. Killing them or not makes no difference. The important thing is that black market. Returning to the carriage, Xiao Li was guarding the old man. Seeing them return, Xiao Li approached. All settled. Tian Ge nodded. A few rogue ninjas, small potatoes. The old man sighed in relief, but still looked troubled. Those people. Were they after me? Tian Ge said yes. Someone put a bounty on your goods. Sir, have you offended anyone in the country of rivers? The old man thought for a moment and shook his head. I'm just a merchant. Who would I offend? Tian Ge didn't press further, but he already had a hunch. This black market was likely far from simple. Over the next 2 days they encountered 2 more waves of attacks. The first was a band of thieves, all taken down by Xiao Li alone. The boys' taijutsu was a massacre against these ordinary folk. One punch, one kick, and the bandits couldn't even touch his sleeve. The second wave consisted of 3 rogue ninjas, slightly stronger than the previous group. But with Tian Ge and Ning Xi working together, they were dealt with in minutes. 4 days later they reached the destination and delivered the old man safely. The old man was profusely grateful, adding an extra 20,000 Rio as compensation. On the way back, Xiao Li was exuberant, chattering about how smoothly and thrillingly the mission had gone. Ning Xi kept his usual demeanor, but spoke a bit more than before. Tian Ge, however, was preoccupied with the black market. The underground black market in the country of rivers specialized in such murderous and thieving dealings. He vaguely sensed that behind this might lie a much larger power. Back in Konoha, after reporting the mission, Tian Ge returned home. Tian was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. Seeing him return, she immediately ran over. Tian Ge, you're back. Tian Ge nodded. The mission went smoothly. Tian looked at him and suddenly asked, you look troubled. What happened? Tian Ge shook his head. Nothing, just something I encountered on the road. I'm thinking about it. Tian said, what is it? Tian Ge thought for a moment and told her about the black market. After listening, Tian frowned. An underground black market. I think I've heard Dad mention it. Tian Ge was startled. Dad knows. Tian said, Dad travels far and wide for business. He knows a lot. Why don't we go ask him? The two found Tian Yuan, who was organizing goods in the shop. After hearing Tian Ge's account, he fell silent for a moment. The underground black market does exist. Not only in the country of rivers, but also in the land of fire. Those places specialize in shady deals. Assassins, bandits, rogue ninjas, all sorts of people. Tian Ge said, Dad, do you know their background? Tian Yuan shook his head. No. Those places are very secretive, outsiders can't find them at all. And the forces behind them are complicated. Some say certain daimyo secretly support them, others say rogue ninja organizations control them. Tian Ge was lost in thought. Tian Yuan looked at him. Tian Ge, do you want to investigate this? Tian Ge said, I'm a bit interested. Tian Yuan patted his shoulder. You can investigate, but be careful. That kind of place is deep water. That night, lying in bed, Tian Ge pondered the black market. He knew that the Naruto world had many underground organizations, some even connected to the Akatsuki. Could this black market be linked to those forces? But for now, with too few clues, thinking was useless. He decided to let it go for the time being and revisit it when the opportunity arose. With the thought, he once again arrived in the One Piece world. At the dojo, Kuina was waiting for him. Seeing him appear, she stood up. Mission complete. Tian Ge nodded. Yes. Kuina drew her sword. Then let's begin. Tian Ge also drew his sword, and they took their positions in the courtyard. This time Tian Ge could clearly feel his improvement. Through his training period, his foundation had become more solid and his swordsmanship smoother. During the sparring with Kuina, he could last longer and launch more counterattacks. After 30 minutes, they both sheathed their swords at the same time. Kuina was panting, looking at Tian Ge with surprise in her eyes. You've improved quickly. Tian Ge, also breathing heavily, said, You're a good teacher. Kuina shook her head. I only taught you part of it. The key is how hard you train yourself. She paused. Zoro improved again these past few days. Want to spar with him tomorrow? Tian Ge smiled. Sure. The next day Zoro showed up on time. Seeing Tian Ge, Zoro drew his sword without a word. Tian Ge also drew his blade this time, still using 9/10 of his strength. They fought for 20 minutes and Zoro was sent flying again. But this time, after hitting the ground, he quickly got up and charged again. Tian Ge watched him, feeling a hint of admiration. This man truly never gave up. After another 10 minutes, Zoro finally exhausted himself, kneeling on the ground, gasping for air. Tian Ge sheathed his sword, walked over, and extended a hand. Zoro looked at his hand, and this time finally took it. Next time I'll definitely win. Tian Ge pulled him up. I'll be waiting. Zoro left. Kuina walked over, watching his retreating figure. That guy will become a great swordsman one day. Tian Ge nodded. I know. Kuina looked at him. You too. Tian Ge smiled, but said nothing. In the One Piece world at the Shimotsuki dojo, Tian Ge's sword was knocked away, landing 3 meters away on the ground, the blade still trembling slightly. He stood there, right hand empty, palm numb. Kuina sheathed her sword and looked at him. 78th time. Tian Ge walked over, picked up the sword, and shook his numb wrist. Still not good enough. Kuina shook her head. It's not about not being good enough. It's that your direction is wrong. Tian Ge looked at her. Kuina walked to the center of the courtyard, drew her sword, and made a simple downward slash. Very slow, so slow that every inch of its trajectory was clear. But the moment the blade fell, Tian Ge felt an invisible pressure rushing toward him, as if the sword weren't cutting the air, but his own brow. Kuina sheathed her sword. Did you understand? Tian Ge was silent for a moment. Is it the spirit? Not just spirit, Kuina said, returning the blade to its scabbard. It's what you want to express through that strike. Swordsmanship is not just an accumulation of techniques. Every strike must have its intent. Your blade is too clean, so clean it has no soul. You're only repeating movements, not pouring yourself into the swing. Tian Ge furrowed his brow in thought. Kuina looked at him. Do you know why Zoro comes back every day after losing to me? Tian Ge said, because he's stubborn. Stubbornness is part of it, Kuina said, walking to the stone steps by the courtyard and sitting down. More importantly, every swing of his is a fight for his life. He loses to me, but every slash he makes carries the will of, I will definitely defeat you. What about your blade? What's in your sword? Tian Ge stood there silent for a long time. Kuina did not press further. She stood up and said, that's enough for today. Think it over. She left. Tian Ge stood alone in the courtyard, gazing at the blade in his hand. He tried to swing. Perfect form, fluid motion, yet, as Kuina had said, it was but an empty shell. He recalled Suolong's reckless way of fighting, the look in his eyes each time he was knocked back, and immediately charged forward again. That look, he truly did not possess it. Tian Ge sheathed his blade, sat on the stone steps, and began to ponder. What was the essence of the sword after all? After a long while he remembered the wuxia novels he had read in his past life, always speaking of sword intent and sword heart. He had once thought those were mere abstractions, but now it seemed they might truly exist. He needed to find his own intent. But how? Suddenly, he recalled Suolong's later training method. That green-haired fellow, to enhance his strength, would strap weights onto his blades and swing until his arms could no longer lift. Such pure hard training, though crude, was undeniably effective. Weight allowed one to feel the blade's heft more acutely. Perhaps it could also let one sense more clearly what one wished to express through the sword. Tian Ge rose, left the dojo, and headed to the nearby blacksmith shop. The next afternoon, Tian Ge returned to the dojo with two blades. One was his own short sword wrapped with several coils of iron bound tightly with hemp rope. The other was an identical blade meant for Tian. Kuina raised an eyebrow at the sight of the blades. What is this? Tian Ge lifted the blade and gave it a shake. Weights. I want to try training with added weight, see if it brings a different sensation. Kuina stepped over, took the blade, and weighed it in her hand. How much? Tian Ge said, 5 jin. Kuina handed the blade back. Show me a swing. Tian Ge took the blade, took a deep breath, and swung. The blade, now 5 jin heavier, was far more cumbersome. The movement was noticeably sluggish, the trajectory no longer smooth. Kuina watched for a moment, then nodded. Interesting idea. Weight does allow the body to imprint the blade's heft more deeply, and also forces your muscles to bear greater pressure. Train like this for a long time, and once you remove the weight, your speed and power will both increase. Tian Ge said, back home I had a friend who trained this way. Kuina asked, the one with green hair. Tian Ge was taken aback, then realized she meant Suolong. He smiled, yeah, that guy. Kuina considered for a moment. This method works, but be careful. Training with weights can easily injure your bones and tendons. Take it gradually. Tian Ge nodded, I know. That evening, Tian Ge returned to the Naruto world. The next morning, he brought the other weighted blade to Tian. Tian was practicing swings in the yard, still not finished with her 1,000. Seeing the blade in Tian Ge's hand, she stopped. What's this? Tian Ge handed the blade to her. Try it. Tian took the blade, her hand dropping sharply, almost losing her grip. Her eyes went wide. This heavy? Tian Ge said, 5 jin added. Starting today you'll train with this blade. Tian attempted a swing, the movement badly distorted, crooked, nearly twisting her back. She steadied herself and swung again, still crooked. Tian Ge, this is too hard. Tian Ge looked at her. Do you think my training is easy? Tian was stunned. Tian Ge said, I've trained for 7 years, 1,000 swings, every day, never once skipped. You think I was born strong? Tian fell silent. Tian Ge walked over and adjusted her posture. When you swing, keep your waist firm, shoulders relaxed, power from your arms even. The weight will magnify your mistakes, but also amplify your progress. Stick with it, and in half a year you'll see. Tian bit her lip and nodded firmly. Then she began to swing. The first swing, crooked. The second, still crooked. The third, she nearly flung the blade. By the 10th, her arms were trembling. By the 20th, sweat beaded on her forehead. By the 50th, she stopped, panting heavily. Tian Ge stood by, watching, offering no help. Some paths must be walked alone. Tian caught her breath and continued. 100, 200, 300. By 500, her arms could no longer lift the blade's tip, dragging on the ground, her body bent over, gasping. Tian Ge walked over and took the blade from her. That's enough for today. Continue tomorrow. Tian looked up, face drenched in sweat, but a stubborn light burned in her eyes. Tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll do 600. Tian Ge patted her head. Good. In the days that followed, Tian Ge traveled between the two worlds, every day bearing the weighted blade. In the One Piece world, he would swing the weighted blade 2,000 times, then spar with Kuina. In the Naruto world, he trained alongside Tian, observing her progress. Tian's improvement was visible. On the first day, she could only manage 500 swings, the next day barely 600, the third day, she broke 700. By the fifth day, she could already reach 900 and her movements had grown fluid. Tian Ge watched a quiet satisfaction in his heart. This girl indeed had a stubborn streak. Half a month later, Tian Ge sparred with Kuina again. This time he still used the weighted blade, but the feeling of his swings was entirely different. The blade was still heavy, but the arc of his swing had become smooth, each stroke carrying a profound weight. Not physical weight, but something elusive, hard to define. Kuina blocked a strike, surprise flickering in her eyes. You found it. Tian Ge panted, sheathing the blade. It's just a feeling, I can't explain it yet. Kuina nodded, then keep training. When you can explain it, you'll have truly entered the gate. Tian Ge looked at his blade, the iron coils now polished to a gleam by sweat. He suddenly understood a little. Perhaps what they called intent was something that seeped into the blade through the endless repetition of swings day after day. In a small town outside Konoha, Zile led Ming Rin into a tavern. As soon as they entered, Ming Rin flopped onto the table. Pervert sage, how much longer do we have to search? Zile knocked on his head. Call me Lord Zile. And besides, it's only been a month. Are you already losing patience? Ming Rin rubbed his head, mumbling. But every time it's a false lead, every time a wasted trip. Zile sat across from him, ordering 2 bowls of noodles from the owner. While waiting, he looked at Ming Rin. Kid, do you know why I still go check every false lead? Ming Rin shook his head. Zile said, because sometimes false leads hide real clues. Besides, finding someone takes fate. You can't rush it. Ming Rin slumped over the table, listless. Fate. The noodles arrived, and Ming Rin sat up to eat. Halfway through, a conversation at the next table caught his ear. Did you hear? There's a woman in Duan-Si Street lately. She gambles like a pro, wins every time. Another voice said, wins every time. That's like a gambling god. Yeah, I heard she's pretty good looking too, but has a short temper. Anyone who dares to renege on a loss gets punched flying. Ming Ren listened, then suddenly looked up at Zile. Zile had heard it too, his hand holding the bowl, pausing. They exchanged glances. After finishing their meal, they immediately set off for Duan-Si Street. Once there, they inquired and learned that a woman indeed frequented the casinos, winning every time with a fine figure and a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Naruto was thrilled. Pervert hermit, is it for real this time? Jiraiya, equally excited, dragged Naruto around searching. But they scoured every gambling den in the entire shortened street and still couldn't find that woman. Finally, a casino owner told them that the woman had left 3 days ago, heading to an unknown destination. Naruto slumped to the ground, utterly dejected. Jiraiya stood beside him, watching the sunset in silence. After a long moment, Naruto looked up. Pervert hermit, what if we never find her? Jiraiya glanced down at him, speaking with rare seriousness. Naruto, do you know what Tsunade means to me? Naruto shook his head. Jiraiya gazed into the distance. She was my teammate and the woman I loved. But that's not why I'm searching for her. I'm looking for her because the village needs her. The third Hokage is dead. Konoha needs a Hokage. Some things matter more than your personal feelings. Naruto fell silent. Jiraiya patted his shoulder, his face reverting to that carefree expression. Alright, don't lose heart. Come on, I'll teach you an advanced application of the Rasengan. Naruto stood up, perking up. What advanced application? Jiraiya extended his hand, chakra coalescing in his palm to form a Rasengan. Then he extended his other hand, chakra gathering again to form another Rasengan. 2 of them. Jiraiya nodded. This is just the first step. A higher level involves enlarging the Rasengan or infusing it with a change in chakra nature. For now, master the basics. Once you can stabilize a single Rasengan with one hand, I'll teach you the next step. Naruto looked at his own palm, then back at the 2 Rasengans in Jiraiya's hands, his eyes reigniting with determination. Konoha Village, the Hyuga clan estate. Hayashi Hyuga sat in the living room, a masked ninja kneeling before him. You say Danzo's people have contacted members of the branch family? The masked ninja nodded. Yes, they approached several branch members who hold resentment toward the main family, promising them more freedom and power. Hayashi Hyuga remained silent for a moment. Who are they? The masked ninja listed a few names. After hearing them, Hayashi waved his hand. Keep monitoring them. The masked ninja vanished. Hayashi stood up, walked to the window, and gazed into the courtyard. There, Hinata and Hanabi were practicing the gentle fist together. 2 small figures, each movement focused and earnest. He recalled his own youth when he had also questioned the main family and branch family system. But later he understood that some rules exist because they maintain stability. The cost of breaking them often outweighs the cost of following them. Now someone was trying to exploit the branch family's discontent. He had to stay vigilant. Tian Ge rested at home for 3 days. During those 3 days, he spent each morning practicing swordsmanship with Tintin afternoons helping clear debris and nights training in the pirate world. His routine was steady and fulfilling. On the 4th morning, he went to the mission center. Izumo saw him and pulled out a mission scroll. There's a B-rank mission specifically assigned for you to execute alone. Tian Ge took the scroll and examined it. Investigate intelligence on the black market in the Land of Rivers. Reward 12000 Rio. Mission difficulty B-rank. Izumo said, this mission is a bit special. The client isn't an ordinary merchant, but a certain official from the Land of Fire. Apparently the black market in the Land of Rivers has been active recently, affecting border trade. The village thinks this is a good opportunity to gather intelligence on their operations. Tian Ge nodded, I'll take it. Izumo handed him the scroll to sign. Be careful. B-rank missions are no joke. Tian Ge signed and tucked the scroll away. Back home, he told Tintin about the mission. As soon as she heard he was going alone, she became worried. Carrying out a B-rank mission alone. Isn't that too dangerous? Tian Ge said, it's fine. It's only an investigation, not combat. Tintin was still uneasy. Then let me go with you. Tian Ge shook his head. The mission is assigned to me alone. I can't bring anyone else. Tintin bit her lip, remaining silent for a long time. Tian Ge walked over and patted her head. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Tintin looked up, her eyes slightly red. Then you must be very careful. Tian Ge nodded. Early the next morning, Tian Ge left Konoha, heading toward the Land of Rivers. The Land of Rivers lay to the west of the Land of Fire, a small country sandwiched between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. Due to its unique geography, it had become a hub for many gray market transactions. Tian Ge took 3 days to reach the Land of Rivers. He first found a small town to settle and then began discreetly gathering information about the black market. The black market was invisible on the surface, but with determination, clues could always be found. Over 2 days, Tian Ge frequented the town's taverns, gambling dens, and brothels, listening to conversations, buying drinks, and slowly piecing together information. The black market was located in a valley in the Land of Rivers. The entrance was well hidden, impossible to enter without a guide. Inside, all kinds of business thrived: murder, theft, contraband, and even rogue ninjas taking missions there. Tian Ge also learned that an organization was pulling the strings behind the black market. The organization was mysterious, its name unknown, but its members were said to be extremely powerful. Even rogue ninjas dared not provoke them. On the 5th night, Tian Ge found the entrance to the black market. It was a hidden valley with 2 guards standing at the entrance. Tian Ge observed from the shadows for a while, noting the guards' shift patterns. Then, seizing the gap during a shift change, he slipped in quietly. Inside, the valley lights blazed. Dozens of wooden huts were scattered irregularly, with a main road running through the center. The road was bustling with people wandering, ninjas in cloaks, burly men exuding killing intent, and well-dressed merchants. Tian Ge lowered his bamboo hat and mingled with the crowd moving forward. As he walked, he observed, memorizing the terrain, counting the number of people, and noting those who looked like leaders. Halfway through, he noticed a peculiar emblem hanging outside a wooden hut, a red cloud pattern. Tian Ge's steps faltered. He recognized that emblem all too well, the symbol of the Akatsuki organization. He steadied himself, continued walking, and did not pause in front of that hut. But inside, his mind was churning. The Akatsuki involved with the black market. He found a hidden corner, crouched down, and continued observing. The hut marked with the Akatsuki emblem had people coming and going, all of them appearing formidable. One figure wore a black cloak and a mask on his face, making his features indistinguishable. While Tian Ge was observing, a voice suddenly came from behind. You're here to investigate too. Tian Ge spun around, his hand already on his sword hilt. Standing behind him was a person dressed in dark clothing, a cloth mask covering their face, revealing only a pair of eyes. Judging by the figure, it was likely a woman. Those eyes were fixed on him. Tian Ge did not relax his guard. Who are you? The woman said, someone like you. Tian Ge said, investigating the black market. The woman nodded, then asked in return, which village are you from? Tian Ge hesitated for a moment. Konoha. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. A Konoha ninja infiltrating this place alone. You've got some nerve. Tian Ge said, and you? The woman said, who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that we share the same goal. Tian Ge stared at her, suddenly sensing a faintly familiar aura. It was the aura of chakra, and very special chakra at that. He felt as though he had sensed it somewhere before, but he couldn't recall it for the moment. Seeing that he remained silent, the woman continued. There is an organization operating behind this black market. It took me a long time to uncover, just a few clues. That organization is extremely dangerous, not something you can handle. Tian Ge replied, and you can? The woman shook her head. Neither can I, but I know more. Tian Ge pondered for a moment. Cooperate. The woman met his gaze, paused for a few seconds, then nodded. Temporary cooperation. The two found a more secluded spot to exchange information. The woman revealed that the mastermind behind this black market was an organization called Shao, composed of rogue ninjas with formidable strength and a hidden agenda. Tian Ge already knew this in his mind, but he showed no sign of it, simply listening attentively. After finishing, she looked at him. What did you find out? Tian Ge said, I just arrived and haven't uncovered much yet. But I noticed a wooden cabin over there with a red cloud emblem. The woman's eyes lit up. I've investigated that cabin. Oh, it's a liaison point for the Shao organization here. There's a person in charge, a full-fledged member of the Shao organization. Tian Ge asked, what's his strength? The woman replied, very strong, at least Jonin level. I tried to get close and almost got caught. Tian Ge considered. If we join forces, can we take him down? The woman shook her head. No. He has several helpers nearby, and once a fight starts, the entire black market will swarm us. Tian Ge fell silent. He knew she was right. Now was not the time to act. The woman said, I suggest you return first and report the intelligence. I'll keep watch and find a way to contact you if anything develops. Tian Ge looked at her. How do I reach you? The woman thought for a moment, then pulled a kunai from her bosom and handed it to him. Next time you come, carve a mark on the third tree to the left of the entrance, and I'll find you. Tian Ge took the kunai, which bore a unique insignia. He nodded, tucked it away, and the two parted. He quietly withdrew from the valley and left under the cover of night. On the way back, he kept thinking about that woman. The chakra aura she exuded felt so familiar. Where had he sensed it before? After thinking for a long time, it suddenly came to him. It was a long time ago, shortly after he had first crossed over, when he encountered a wounded woman outside the village and helped bandage her wounds. That woman had possessed the same chakra aura. But how could she be here now? Tian Ge couldn't figure it out and had to set aside his doubts for the time being. A few days later, he returned to Konoha and went straight to the Hokage's office. After listening to his report, Shikaka's expression turned grave. The Shao organization. Are you certain? Tian Ge nodded. I saw their emblem with my own eyes, as well as their liaison point. Shikaka stood up and paced back and forth in the office. After a moment, he stopped. Don't publicize this. I'll assign personnel to continue the investigation. You've done well. The mission is complete. Tian Ge nodded and prepared to leave. Shikaka called him back. Wait. Be careful lately. Digging into matters like this might attract unwanted attention. A flicker of alertness passed through Tian Ge's mind. He nodded. I understand. Leaving the Hokage's office, he headed home. Halfway there, he suddenly paused, then continued walking as if nothing had happened. Someone was tailing him. The person was well hidden, undetectable to ordinary people. But Tian Ge's perception, honed through his training in the pirate world, was far keener than most. He sensed a pair of eyes fixed on him. He didn't turn around or act out of the ordinary, simply following his usual route home. Over the next few days, that feeling of being watched never left. Sometimes on the street, sometimes near the house, sometimes at the mission center. They changed their methods, but Tian Ge always sensed them. He didn't raise an alarm or tell anyone, just went about his business as usual. But inwardly, he was on high alert. One night, after returning from training in the pirate world, he had just lain down when he sensed someone outside the window. The person lingered for a few seconds, then vanished. Tian Ge lay in bed, eyes closed, breathing evenly as if he had noticed nothing. But his mind was racing. Who was watching him? Danzo's men, or the Shao organization. Whichever it was, it meant he had already been marked. He had to be even more cautious. The next morning, Tintin came as usual to practice swordsmanship. Looking at her, Tian Ge suddenly said, Tintin, from today onward, you'll add something to your training. Tintin blinked. What? Tian Ge said, perception. You need to learn to sense your surroundings to detect if anyone is watching you. Tintin blinked again. Why? Tian Ge replied, because in a real fight, it's not just about the blade. Whoever detects the enemy first gains the advantage. Tintin thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll learn. The two began sparring in the yard. As Tian Ge corrected Tintin's stance, he also taught her how to use chakra to sense the surroundings. Tintin studied earnestly. Though she often misjudged directions at first, she never gave up and kept trying. By noon, Tianyuan returned from the shop and called them to eat. At the table, Tianyuan glanced at Tian Ge as if wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. After the meal, Tian Ge sat in the yard to rest. Tianyuan came over and sat beside him. Tian Ge, is something bothering you? Tian Ge looked at him. Tianyuan continued. You've been glancing around these past few days, and you haven't been sleeping well. Tell me if something's wrong. Tian Ge was silent for a moment, then said, Dad, it's nothing serious. I've just been a bit tired from training lately. Tianyuan looked at him, didn't press further, and simply patted his shoulder. Rest if you're tired. Don't push yourself too hard. Tian Ge nodded. That night, he returned to the pirate world. Kuina saw him and frowned. You have something on your mind. Tian Ge was taken aback. Is it that obvious? Kuina said, Your sword feels heavier than usual. Tian Ge looked down at the blade in his hand. The iron weights wrapped around it were glistening with sweat. He did have worries, and he couldn't hide them from Kuina's eyes. Kuina said, If you don't want to talk, then don't. Come, let's spar. The two took their stances in the yard and drew their swords simultaneously. The bout lasted a long time until both were exhausted and the moon had risen halfway into the sky. Finally, they both sheathed their swords at the same time and sat on the ground panting. Kuina said, "Your sword is heavier than before." Tian Ge replied, "I added weights." Kuina shook her head. "Not that kind of weight. The weight in your heart." Tian Ge was silent. Kuina looked at him. "No matter what you're facing, remember the sword is your heart. If your heart is in turmoil, so is your sword. If your heart is steady, your sword will be steady." Tian Ge looked at her and suddenly asked, "Have you ever had your heart in turmoil?" Kuina was silent for a moment, then said yes. Tian Ge asked, "How did you steady it?" Kuina stood up, brushed the dust off her clothes, and said, "Practice the sword. Keep practicing until your arms can't lift it, until you can't think of anything else. Then your heart will naturally steady." She turned and left, leaving Tian Ge alone in the yard. Tian Ge sat for a long time, then rose and began to swing his blade. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. When he reached 1,000 swings, his arms started to tremble. By the time he swung 2,000 times, his mind was utterly blank, leaving only the rhythm of the blade. He stopped, looked up at the moon. His heart had steadied. The next day, Tian Ge returned to the Huiying world. The sensation of being watched lingered, but he no longer cared. He did what he needed to do, cultivated, practiced swordplay with Tian, and occasionally took on minor missions. He would not let those people disrupt his life. If they wanted to watch, let them. What would they see? A young ninja training diligently every day, an ordinary man seeking only to protect his loved ones. As for the true secrets, they would never glimpse them. That night, Tian Ge lay in bed with closed eyes. Outside the window, the figure appeared again, lingered for a few seconds, then vanished. Tian Ge remained still, his breathing steady. For 3 consecutive days, he had appeared at the training ground west of the village at the same time. Each evening, he would swing his blade 2,000 times, then stroll home slowly. His route was fixed, his schedule fixed, his movements fixed, like an immovable stone. On the evening of the 4th day after the final swing, he sheathed his blade and turned back. Halfway, he suddenly stopped, bent down to tie his shoe. As he did, the corner of his eye swept across the large tree 30 meters behind him. Someone was behind the tree. That person believed his concealment was flawless, thinking Tian Ge was merely an ordinary genin with average perception. But he did not know that the vigilance Tian Ge had honed under Guyana in the Heisei world was sharper than most chunin of Muyi. Tian Ge finished tying his shoe and continued walking. At a fork in the road, he turned into a narrow alley flanked by high walls cluttered with debris. He quickened his pace. Soft footsteps followed. Tian Ge stopped abruptly, turned, and leaned against the wall. He drew his blade, its tip pointing to the ground, his posture deceptively relaxed. The figure peeked from the alley's entrance and met his eyes. Their gazes locked. The figure froze, then turned and fled. Tian Ge did not pursue. He simply watched the direction of the retreat, memorizing the silhouette: short stature, gray, clothes, a slight limp in the left leg. The next day, Tian Ge visited an information broker, spending 2,000 ryo for a lead. A short ninja with a limp in his left leg had been active in the western part of the village, suspected to be an outer member of the Gen organization. The Gen organization. Tian Ge recalled the man wrapped in bandages whose eyes were so dark they sent chills down the spine. Tuanzong. He did not make a fuss. He continued his daily training and life, but now he paid even closer attention to his surroundings. Piece by piece, he committed the Gen members' physique, habits, and routines to memory, like assembling a puzzle. On the 7th night, Tian Ge did not go to the training ground. Instead, he returned home early, turned off the lights, and lay in bed. Half an hour later, he slipped out through the back window, made a wide detour, and arrived at an abandoned house west of the village. That was the place where the Gen member disappeared each time. Tian Ge hid in the shadows, waiting for 2 hours. When the moon was halfway across the sky, the short figure appeared. He looked around, confirmed no one was there, pushed open the abandoned house's door, and slipped inside. Tian Ge did not follow, but circled to the side, peering through a broken window. Inside, a dim oil lamp flickered. The short man stood in the center of the room, facing 2 kneeling figures in gray clothes and masks. The short man said the target is normal, cultivates daily, occasionally, takes missions, no abnormal behavior. One of the masked figures replied, "Continue surveillance. The Lord is very interested in him." The short man nodded, understood. Another asked, "Any other instructions from the Lord?" The short man lowered his voice, "Keep an eye on the Rishon clan and Nai Liang Lujio's movements. The position of Hokage cannot remain vacant for long." They exchanged a few more words, then each departed. Tian Ge waited until they were far away before emerging from the shadows. He stood before the abandoned house, staring in the direction the short man had vanished, his mind racing. Why was Tuanzong interested in him? Because he had investigated the black market? Because he had accessed intelligence on the Akatsuki? Or something else? He did not know, but he understood he must be even more cautious. In the days that followed, Tian Ge maintained his usual rhythm, but every night he would carve out time to train in the Heisei world. His weighted blade had increased to 8 Jin, whipping through the air with fierce force. Tian trained alongside him, now able to swing 1,200 times with increasingly fluid movements. That evening Tian Ge returned to the Heizei world once more. Kuina was already waiting in the courtyard. Today we learned the ultimate technique. Tian Ge's spirit lifted. Kuina drew her blade, standing in the center of the yard. Moonlight bathed her, and the blade reflected a cold white gleam. The ultimate technique of the Xuanyue style is not skill, it is will. You infuse your chakra into the blade, making it an extension of your body, then concentrate all your will into a single point and strike. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then opened them and slashed. When Tian Ge saw that slash, he froze. It was no ordinary cut. The moment the blade sliced through the air, he felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, as if the slash could cleave through anything in its path. The blade was still 3 meters away, yet his skin tightened and his hair stood on end. The blade halted midair, and Kuina sheathed it. Did you understand? Tian Ge was silent for a long time, then slowly drew his own blade. He closed his eyes, recalling the sensation of that single stroke. Infusing chakra into the blade, concentrating his will into one point, and striking. He opened his eyes and slashed. The blade cut through the air with a whistling sound, but the invisible pressure did not appear. Kuina shook her head. Your will is not focused enough. Your mind is crowded with too many thoughts, too many distractions. When you swing, you must think of only one thing. I will cut through everything before me. Tian Ge took a deep breath and swung again. Still no good. Kuina did not lose patience. She demonstrated again and again, correcting him each time. After 2 hours of practice, Tian Ge's arms were so sore he could barely lift them, yet he had still not succeeded. Kuina sheathed her blade. Enough for today. Go back and think deeply. What is your will? Tian Ge returned to the Huang world, lay on his bed, and stared blankly at the ceiling. What was his will? Protecting Tian. Growing stronger. Or something else? He thought for a long time, but found no answer. Duanxi Street. Zilai Yi and Ming Ren walked into a casino, greeted by a cacophony of sounds. Dice rattling, curses, cheers blending into chaos. Ming Ren covered his ears. Zilai Yi looked around. Then he saw her. Gang Shou sat at a gambling table, a mountain of chips piled before her. She puffed on a cigarette, squinting, a smug smile on her lips. Across from her the gambler was drenched in sweat, his hands trembling. Open. Gang Shou slammed the dice onto the table. 3 sixes. The gambler's face went pale, and he collapsed into his chair. Gang Shou roared with laughter, raking the chips toward her. Halfway through she suddenly stopped, turning her head toward the entrance. Jiraiya stood there waving to her. Tsunade's smile vanished. She rose, pushed through the crowd, and walked out. Jiraiya followed with Naruto. The 3 arrived at a tavern and sat in a corner. Tsunade ordered a jug of sake and drank in solitude. Jiraiya sat opposite her, while Naruto sat beside him, curiously scrutinizing one of the legendary sannin. What do you want? Tsunade set down her cup and cast a cold look at Jiraiya. Jiraiya dropped his playful grin. The village needs a Hokage. The 3rd Hokage is dead. Tsunade's hand paused briefly, then she resumed drinking. What's that to me? Jiraiya gazed at her. You are the 3rd's disciple, a ninja of Konoha. Tsunade slammed her cup onto the table, cracking it. I haven't been a Konoha ninja for a long time. Whether Konoha lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Naruto couldn't help but speak up. How can you say that? Konoha is your home. Tsunade turned to him, her gaze icy. Kid, what do you know? Naruto was startled by her look, but he pressed on bravely. I don't know, but I know that Grandpa 3rd died protecting the village. If you have any conscience left, you should go back. Tsunade stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed, a bitter, mocking laugh. Conscience? Do you know what I've been through? My brother, my lover, both died on the battlefield. I saved so many people, yet in the end, I couldn't save the ones most precious to me. You talk to me about conscience. Naruto opened his mouth, but no words came. Jiraiya sighed. Tsunade, let the past be the past. The village needs you. Tsunade stood up, tossed out a curt, I don't need the village, and walked away without looking back. Over the next few days, Jiraiya and Naruto tracked Tsunade down everywhere. Casinos, taverns, inns. They found her every time, pleaded every time, and were rejected every time. Naruto grew increasingly disheartened. He couldn't understand why someone as powerful as Tsunade refused to return to Konoha. That evening the 3 confronted each other in the lobby of an inn. As Tsunade was about to head upstairs, Jiraiya blocked her path. Tsunade, what will it take for you to return? Tsunade looked at him. Nothing will. Just then the inn's door slid open. 2 figures entered. One had a pale complexion and a cold serpentine gaze. The other wore glasses and appeared harmless. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. Jiraiya's body instantly tensed, and he shielded Naruto behind him. Tsunade also halted, turning to face Orochimaru. Long time no see, Tsunade. Orochimaru's voice rasped like sandpaper. Tsunade sneered. You dare show your face before me? Orochimaru extended his hands, bandaged, limp, and useless. I need you to heal these hands. In return, I can help you resurrect the ones you lost. Tsunade's pupils contracted sharply. Resurrection, Nawaki-dan. The ones she longed for. Jiraiya shouted, Tsunade, don't listen to him. He's lying. Tsunade said nothing, her eyes fixed on Orochimaru's, searching for the slightest trace of deception. But those eyes were too deep, she saw nothing. Orochimaru continued, I have a way to bring them back. Heal my hands, and I'll tell you the method. Tsunade's hands trembled. Naruto, watching the scene, suddenly dashed forward, placing himself in front of Tsunade and shouting at Orochimaru, You villain! Don't try to fool anyone. Orochimaru looked down at him as if at an ant. Ninetales, brat, get lost. Naruto clenched his fists, refusing to back down. Orochimaru laughed, a chilling sound. Interesting. Jiraiya, you've taken on a fine apprentice. Jiraiya walked over to Naruto and pulled him back. Naruto stepped back. Tsunade finally spoke. Orochimaru, do you think I believe you? Orochimaru spread his hands. Believe it or not. But those hands of yours can't heal anyone anymore, can they? Hemophobia, TSK. A medical ninja afflicted with such a condition. How ironic. Tsunade's face darkened. Kabuto adjusted his glasses on the side. Lady Tsunade, at your current strength you can't even defeat me, can you? The moment he finished speaking, Kabuto moved. He appeared before Tsunade in an instant, striking at her chest. Tsunade instinctively raised her arm to block, but Kabuto twisted his palm strike, slicing a gash across her arm. Blood gushed out. Tsunade's pupils dilated instantly. She froze, breathing rapidly, her body beginning to tremble. Her hemophobia had taken hold. Kabuto seized the opportunity, unleashing a storm of attacks. Tsunade barely dodged, but her fear twisted her movements, rendering her unable to use her true power. Jiraiya moved to help, but Orochimaru blocked his path. Jiraiya, your opponent is me. Orochimaru wove hand signs. Summoning technique. A colossal serpent burst from the ground and lunged at Jiraiya. Jiraiya bit his finger and summoned a toad. The two enormous beasts clashed inside the collapsing walls, snapping beams and making the entire building shudder. Naruto stood amid the chaos, unsure whom to help. He saw Tsunade being forced back step by Kabuto, covered in blood, her face a mask of terror. The legendary Sannin now looked like a helpless child. Kabuto's fist slammed into Tsunade's face, sending her flying backward to crash against the wall. Kabuto followed up, stomping on her hand and grinding it. Is this it? The legendary Sannin. Nothing special. Tsunade lay on the ground, trembling, her eyes unfocused. Naruto watched fury surging in his heart. He didn't know why. Though Tsunade had been cold to him, though she refused to return to Konoha, he simply couldn't stand by and watch that woman be bullied like this. He charged forward. A Rasengan gathered in his palm. Naruto roared as he lunged at Kabuto. Kabuto sidestepped. The Rasengan grazed past his face, blasted into the wall, and blew a gaping hole. Kabuto stared at the hole, his expression turning serious. Ninetales, brat, you're interesting. Naruto stood before Tsunade, arms spread wide. Don't you dare bully her. Tsunade, lying on the ground, looked at the small back before her. Golden-haired, dirty clothes, and though he could barely stand himself, he still tried to protect others. She thought of Nawaki, of Dan, of all those she had failed to protect. Kabuto charged forward, throwing a punch at Naruto. Naruto took the blow head-on, was sent flying, and crashed into a pillar. He got up and charged again, a Rasengan forming once more. Wobbly, but he pressed on desperately. I said, don't you dare bully her. The Rasengan slammed into Kabuto's blocking arm and exploded. Kabuto stumbled back 2 steps, his arm numb. He looked at Naruto, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. Orochimaru and Jiraiya's fight also halted. Both turned to watch. Naruto stood before Tsunade, battered and bruised, but his gaze was as stubborn as a young bull's. He looked back at Tsunade and shouted, didn't you say you wanted to protect the people of the village? Aren't you a medical ninja? How can you protect anyone like this? Tsunade was stunned. Naruto continued, I don't know what you've been through, but I know the 3rd Hokage died protecting us. If you don't want to be Hokage, then don't. But don't just wait here to die. Tsunade's eyes suddenly reddened. She recalled Dan's last words to her before he died, protect the children of the village. She remembered Nawaki smiling and saying to her, sis, I'm going to be Hokage one day. She lay on the ground staring at the ceiling, tears streaming down her cheeks. Then she stood up. Kabuto's eyes widened as he watched her walk toward him step by step. Tsunade's gaze was no longer vacant, it burned with fury. Kid, thank you. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then grinned. Tsunade clenched her fist and slammed it into Kabuto. He tried to dodge, but the punch was too fast, striking his face with a whistling sound. With a bang, Kabuto was sent flying, crashing through 3 walls and embedding himself in the 4th. Orochimaru's expression changed. Tsunade turned to him and said word by word, Orochimaru, you want me to heal your arms? Dream on. Orochimaru stared at her for a few seconds, then laughed. Interesting, very interesting. That brat actually made you overcome your hemophobia. He looked at Naruto with a hint of interest. Ninetales, brat, I'll remember you. Then he turned and vanished into the night, carrying the unconscious Kabuto. Jiraiya did not give chase, he knew he couldn't catch up. Tsunade stood still, staring in the direction where Orochimaru had disappeared, remaining silent for a long time. Naruto walked up to her and looked up. Are you okay? Tsunade looked down at him, then suddenly reached out and ruffled his hair. His golden hair was tousled into a mess, and Naruto dodged in protest. Tsunade laughed a gentle smile. Jiraiya walked over and looked at her. Tsunade. She interrupted him. I know. I'll return to Konoha. Jiraiya was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Naruto jumped up beside them. Awesome. Granny Tsunade is going to be Hokage. Tsunade slapped him on the head, nearly knocking him into the ground. Who are you calling Granny? Naruto climbed out of the crater, rubbing his head, and said pitifully, That's what pervy sage calls you. Jiraiya quickly averted his gaze from Tsunade. Under the moonlight, the three stood together, just like many years ago. Konoha Village Hokage's office. Nara Shikaku was processing documents when suddenly someone knocked. An Umbu ninja entered and whispered a few words in his ear. Shikaku's expression changed. He put down the documents and looked out the window. Akatsuki collecting tailed beasts. He pondered for a moment, then said, Notify the other hidden villages that Konoha has important intelligence to share. Also strengthen Naruto's protection. The Umbu nodded and vanished. Shikaku stood up and walked to the window. Konoha looked peaceful under the night sky, but he knew undercurrents were stirring. When Tian Ge returned home, Tian was already asleep. He tiptoed into the room, lay down on the bed, and stared at the ceiling. Today he had gone to the land of rivers again and met that mysterious woman. The woman told him that Akatsuki had been active in the black market recently, seemingly searching for information about the tailed beasts. They had overheard a conversation in which the other party mentioned the Nine Tails and Konoha. Tian Ge felt heavy-hearted. He knew Akatsuki would eventually come for Naruto, but he hadn't expected it to start so soon. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. No matter what, he had to become stronger, strong enough to protect Tian and the village. The next morning, Tian Ge went to see Shikaku and reported the intelligence from the land of rivers in detail. After listening, Shikaku was silent for a long time. Are you sure it's Akatsuki? Tian Ge nodded. Positive. I saw their symbols with my own eyes and heard their conversation with my own ears. Shikaku rubbed his temples. Don't spread this for now. I'll handle it. Tian Ge nodded and prepared to leave. Shikaku suddenly called him back. Tian Ge, be careful yourself. You've investigated Akatsuki, they might target you. Tian Ge's heart stirred as he thought of the root members watching him. He said, I know. Thank you, Lord Shikaku. Stepping out of the Hokage's office, Tian Ge took a deep breath. He knew the real storm was just beginning. Deep underground, Danzo had also received the same intelligence. He sat in the dim room, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Akatsuki collecting tailed beasts. Interesting. He stood up, walked to the wall, and gazed at the map of Konoha. What would happen to Konoha if the Nine Tails were captured by Akatsuki? He smirked. Then he began to scheme. At the main gate of Konoha, the crowd was packed tightly. The villagers craned their necks to look ahead, children perched on adults' shoulders, elderly people leaning on canes from higher ground. All eyes were fixed on the same direction, the forest path leading out of the village. They're coming. Someone's coming. The crowd stirred. In the distance, three figures appeared at the end of the road. The woman in front was tall, her golden hair glinting in the sunlight with a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Behind her followed a tall man with white hair and a blonde kid. As Tsunade entered the village, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Streamers fluttered, petals scattered, and children screamed as they pushed forward. Tsunade stopped, taking in the scene, a slight smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Jiraiya stood beside her, arms crossed, a smug grin on his face. On the other side, Naruto waved excitedly, as if he himself had become Hokage. Lady Tsunade, welcome back. Lady Tsunade, Konoha needs you. Long live Lady Tsunade. Tsunade walked forward, and the crowd automatically parted to make way. She walked quickly, without pausing, heading straight for the Hokage building. Jiraiya followed, and Naruto tried to follow, but Jiraiya held him back. Where are you going? Naruto was confused. Aren't we going to the Hokage building? Jiraiya tapped his head. That's where the Hokage works. What does a little brat like you need to go there for? Go back and train. Naruto rubbed his head and walked away, grumbling. Inside the Hokage building, Nara Shikaku was already waiting. Seeing Tsunade enter, he stood up and gave a slight bow. Lady Tsunade, welcome back. Tsunade waved her hand, walked behind the desk, and plopped down. She glanced at the mountain of paperwork piled on the desk and frowned. So much. Shikaku smiled wryly. After the third Hokage's sacrifice, many matters piled up. The council handled some, but major decisions require the Hokage's signature. Tsunade sighed, picked up a document, and flipped through it. Then she looked up at Shikaku. Tell me everything about the Akatsuki intelligence. Shikaku's expression turned serious. He recounted everything Tian Ge had investigated. The black market contact points, the purpose of Akatsuki's tailed beast collection, and their possible target of Konoha's Nine Tails. Tsunade listened then remained silent for a long time. She stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the village. Increase security, especially Naruto's protection. Also send someone to contact the other hidden villages and share this intelligence. Akatsuki is not just Konoha's concern, it's a threat to all villages. Shikaka nodded. I've already sent someone. Tsunade turned to him. Anything else? Shikaka hesitated then said, there's one more thing, about Root. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Shikaku said, Lord Danzo has been active lately contacting many ninja who are dissatisfied with the current situation. Also, he has people secretly monitoring the movements of the major clans. Tsunade remained silent, her gaze fixed on Shikaku. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Keep an eye on him. Shikaku nodded and withdrew from the office. Tsunade stood by the window gazing at the distant Hokage monument. The statue of the third Hokage still stood there, his benevolent smile unchanged. She murmured, Old man, you've left me quite a mess. Tian Ge stood in the center of the training ground, completing the final swing. 2,000 strokes, finished. He sheathed his blade and flexed his aching arms. The weighted sword had been increased to 10 jin, making each swing increasingly arduous, yet the results were palpable. Once the weight was removed, an ordinary blade felt as light as paper, its speed astonishing even to himself. He did not return home immediately, but remained where he was, as usual, waiting. 5 minutes later, the sensation of being watched dissipated. That person was gone. Tian Ge slowly walked back, his mind racing. Recently his surveillance had changed, from the lame short man to a pair, one tall, one short. These two were more professional than their predecessor, hiding more stealthily and trailing from a greater distance. Had it not been for the vigilance honed by Kana in the pirate world, he would never have detected them. Danzo's interest in him was growing. He wondered why. Was it because he had investigated the black market? Or because he had come into contact with intelligence regarding the Akatsuki? Or perhaps Danzo simply found him suspicious and wanted to uncover his secrets. Whatever the reason, being targeted by such a man was never favorable. Tian Ge returned home to find Tian swinging her blade in the courtyard. Her weighted sword had also been increased, now at 6 jin, and her movements had become quite proficient. Seeing Tian Ge, she paused. Tian Ge, why are you so late today? Tian Ge replied, I practiced a bit longer. She put away her sword and ran over. Mother Huizi made something delicious, she's waiting for you. The two entered the house for dinner. At the table, Tian Yuan glanced at Tian Ge as if wanting to speak. Tian Ge knew what he wanted to ask, but he merely ate, saying nothing. After the meal, Tian went to wash the dishes. Tian Ge sat in the courtyard and Tian Yuan approached. Tian Ge, has something been going on lately? Tian Ge looked at him. Tian Yuan said, these past few days when you come home, you keep looking back. Has anyone come to see you? Tian Ge shook his head. Nothing, Dad. Don't worry. Tian Yuan patted his shoulder. If something's wrong, tell me. I may be just a merchant, but I've traveled far and wide over the years and know many people. Tian Ge nodded. That night, lying in bed, he did not immediately go to the pirate world, but waited. An hour later, a faint rustle came from outside the window. That person had arrived. Tian Ge remained still, feigning sleep. The person lingered outside the window for the duration of half an incense stick, then left. Tian Ge opened his eyes, a decision crystallizing in his mind. The next day, he accepted a mission at the mission center. Investigating a renegade ninja incident at the border of the Land of Fire, a B-rank solo mission. Izumo handed him the mission scroll with a caution to be careful. Tian Ge nodded and set out that very day. The border of the Land of Fire was a chain of rolling mountains. The crossing them led to the Land of Rivers. Following the clues in the mission intelligence, he headed into the mountains. After 2 days of travel, he discovered traces of the renegade in a valley. It was an abandoned mine with fresh footprints at the entrance. Tian Ge did not rush in, instead he concealed himself and observed. After an hour of surveillance, he sensed something amiss. More than just the renegade were entering and exiting. Those people wore black robes embroidered with red clouds. The Akatsuki. Tian Ge's heartbeat quickened. He steadied his breathing and continued watching. They came and went, seemingly transporting something. After a while, a figure clad in the same robe emerged from the mine, and the others bowed in deference. That was a leader. Tian Ge memorized the man's appearance, a gaunt face, a sinister gaze like a venomous snake. He rapidly searched his memory, recalling who this was. Orochimaru. No, Orochimaru was a member of the Akatsuki, but had he already left by now? Or was this a different member? Tian Ge was uncertain. He decided to follow them. The group left the mine and proceeded deeper along the mountain path. Tian Ge kept far behind, maintaining a safe distance. After half an hour of pursuit, they entered another valley. In the valley lay a small village, seemingly abandoned long ago. They entered the largest house in the center and never emerged. Tian Ge waited until nightfall, then stealthily crept into the village. He approached the house and peered through a broken window. Inside, a lamp was lit and several people were seated in a circle. The snake-like man occupied the seat of honor with the others flanking him. One person wearing a gray robe and a mask on his face stood out. Tian Ge's heart jolted at the sight of that mask. It was the mask of Root. The masked figure was speaking. The master says you can have the supplies you need, but you must cooperate with the actions in Konoha. The snake-like man smiled. Rest assured we each get what we want. Once the Nine Tails is secured, chaos in Konoha benefits everyone. Tian Ge's mind raced. Danzo, the Akatsuki, the Nine Tails, they were in league. He continued to listen. The masked man said, you must act quickly. Konoha has a new Hokage now, and she won't be easy to deal with. The snake-like man replied, Tsunade. If I have a way to handle that woman. The masked man rose. That's all. I'll report back. Same place for next contact. He walked out of the house and vanished into the night. Tian Ge remained motionless, still watching the interior. The remaining few exchanged a few more words then dispersed. Only after everyone had left did Tian Ge quietly withdraw from the village. He traveled back through the night, his mind in turmoil. Danzo was colluding with the Akatsuki, plotting against Konoha and targeting Naruto. If this news got out, what turmoil would it cause? But the question was, could he speak of it? Would anyone believe him? Danzo was the leader of Root, a high-ranking Konoha official, while he was merely a genin. Who would believe a genin's words? He needed to think clearly. 3 days later, Tian Ge returned to Konoha. He did not go directly to the Hokage's office, but went home first. Tian was not home. Tian Yuan said she had gone on a mission with Niji and Li to the land of rivers, due back in 2 or 3 days. Tian Ge nodded and sat in the courtyard lost in thought. He kept pondering whether to report. If he did, to whom? Shikaku. Tsunade. Tsunade had just returned and was not yet familiar with the situation. Would she believe him if he told her abruptly? After much deliberation, he decided to observe first. At dusk, he went to the training ground to practice his sword. After finishing his swings, the sensation of being watched returned. This time it was not the tall and short pair, but different people. Tian Ge sneered inwardly. Danzo was indeed cautious. He showed no sign of abnormality, finished his practice, and returned home. In the following days, he lived normally, cultivated normally, and took on minor missions. On the surface, everything was as usual. But every night, he went to the pirate world and trained twice as hard. Inuma noticed the change in him. You've been training like a madman lately. Tian Ge swung his sword, sweat pouring down his face. I don't have much time. Inuma watched him. What's wrong? Tian Ge did not answer, continuing to swing his blade. After 2,000 strikes, he stopped, panting. Inuma, teach me the secret technique. Inuma was silent for a moment, then drew her sword. Today I will teach you the true secret of the Frost Moon style. The two stood ready in the courtyard. Inuma closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, Tian Ge felt an invisible pressure wash over him, as if his entire being had been locked onto by something unseen. Inuma struck with her blade. The cut appeared unremarkable, but the instant the edge sliced through the air, a piercing aura surged forward, as though that single strike could cleave through all things. A deep slash suddenly appeared on a stone pier 3 meters away. Tian Ge's pupils contracted. Inuma sheathed her sword. Did you see that, eh? Tian Ge nodded, then shook his head. Inuma said, this strike is called heart cleaving. It does not sever the enemy's body, it severs their will. When you condense all your intent upon the blade, a single strike can pierce through any defense and strike directly at the soul. Tian Ge fell silent for a long while, then drew his own sword. He closed his eyes and recalled everything from this period. The anger of being watched, the shock of uncovering the truth, the determination to protect his family. All these emotions churned within him, finally condensing into a single point. He would grow stronger, strong enough to protect everyone. He opened his eyes and swung his blade. The blade sliced through the air, and on the stone pier, 3 meters away, a shallow cut appeared. Inuma's eyes lit up. Not bad. You have entered the door. Tian Ge gazed at the cut, an indescribable feeling rising within his heart. He had finally found his intent. Not protection, not becoming stronger, but severing all obstacles standing between him and his family. For the next several days, Tian Ge lived a normal life in Konoha by day and trained ferociously in the pirate world by night. His strikes grew heavier, and the power of heart cleaving intensified. On the 10th day, he severed a thick wooden post 3 meters away with a single strike. Inuma looked at the post split in two and nodded. That's enough. Tian Ge returned his sword to its scabbard and was about to speak when suddenly his heart lurched. The feeling was strange, as if something terrible had already occurred. He immediately bid farewell to Inuma and returned to the ninja world. Pushing open the door, he found Keiko sitting in the courtyard, her eyes red. Seeing Tian Ge, she rose to her feet and tears spilled down her cheeks. Tian Ge, Tengen. Something has happened to Tengen. The world seemed to crash open inside Tian Ge's mind. Keiko said that Tengen, Niji, and Rock Lee had gone to the land of rivers on a mission. They were supposed to return in 3 days, but 5 days had passed with no word. The mission center sent people to search and found only Niji and Rock Lee, both critically injured. Tengen was missing. Tian Ge asked where. Keiko said the medical ward. Niji and Rock Lee are in the medical ward. Tian Ge turned and ran. In the medical ward, Niji lay in bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages. Rock Lee sat nearby, less severely wounded but covered in injuries. Seeing Tian Ge enter, Niji struggled to sit up. Tian Ge pressed him down. What happened? Niji panted. We were ambushed. A group of black-robed ninja. They were incredibly strong. Tenjin. She stayed behind to cover our retreat, and they captured her. Tian Ge's hand clenched into a fist, his nails digging into his flesh. Rock Lee said nearby, those people wore black robes with red clouds. The Akatsuki. Tian Ge turned and left immediately. Niji called after him. Tian Ge, where are you going? Tian Ge did not look back. He returned home, took his sword, and prepared to depart. Tian Yuan and Keiko blocked his path. Tian Ge, you cannot go alone. Tian Ge looked at them. Father, Mother, Tenjin is my younger sister. I have to go. Tian Yuan studied him for a moment, then stepped aside. Be careful. Tian Ge nodded and disappeared into the night. He ran out of the village, sprinting straight toward the land of rivers. His mind was filled with images of Tenjin, every moment from childhood to the present flashing before him like a revolving lantern. Young Tenjin running behind him calling, Tian Ge, wait for me. Tenjin's first time swinging a sword, wobbling dangerously close to cutting herself. Tenjin crying secretly after losing to Temari at the Chunin exams. Tenjin making him bento every day, claiming she only did it out of convenience. Tenjin leaning against his shoulder saying, can we always be like this? Tian Ge's eyes reddened. He ran faster, his chakra surging wildly, pushing his speed to its absolute limit. He had only one thought, now find Ting and rescue her no matter who stood in his way. After 2 hours of running, he suddenly stopped. Someone was ahead. From the darkness, a figure emerged slowly. Gray robes, a mask covering the face. A root member. The figure spoke. Tian Ge, Lord Danzo wishes to see you. Tian Ge gripped his sword and regarded him coldly. Move aside. The figure said, Lord Danzo has said that regarding your sister's matter, he can help. Tian Ge stared at him, his mind racing. Danzo. Tenjin's disappearance. The Akatsuki. Was all of this coincidence, or had it been planned from the beginning? The figure continued. Lord Danzo knows who captured your sister and where they are. As long as you cooperate with him, he can help you rescue Tenjin. Tian Ge was silent for a moment, then said, lead the way. The figure turned and vanished into the darkness. Tian Ge followed. He did not know what awaited him ahead, nor what conditions Danzo would propose. But he knew that for Tenjin's sake he would do anything. The night was deep and 2 figures disappeared into the forest, one following the other. Tian Ge followed the root member through the dense woods for half an hour. Neither spoke along the way. Only the sound of footsteps and the crisp cracking of broken branches filled the air. Tian Ge's hand never left his sword hilt, his mind rapidly calculating every possible scenario. If this were a trap, if Danzo intended to eliminate him here, how would he escape? But the figure merely led the way without hesitation, occasionally glancing back to confirm Tian Ge was still following. After another 15 minutes of walking, they arrived at a cliff face. The root member pressed several points on what appeared to be an ordinary stone wall, and the wall slid open silently, revealing a downward passage. Go in, the figure said. Tian Ge glanced at him and stepped into the passage. Oil lamps lined both sides of the corridor, their dim yellow light casting flickering shadows upon the rough stone walls. After approximately 50 steps, the view suddenly opened up. This was a massive underground space, a naturally formed cave that had been further modified by human hands. Doors had been carved into the surrounding rock walls, with root members entering and exiting constantly. At the center of the cave stood a stone table, and seated behind it was a single figure. Shimura Danzo. He wore a gray kimono, his right eye and right arm wrapped in bandages. His exposed left eye was sharp as a hawk's. Seeing Tian Ge enter, he raised a hand in a gesture, and the guiding root member immediately withdrew. Sit. Danzo pointed to the stone stool across the table. Tian Ge did not sit, remaining where he was, meeting Danzo's gaze directly. Danzo did not insist, leaning back in his chair as he spoke leisurely. Your sister has been captured by the Akatsuki. Tian Ge's hand tightened around his sword hilt. I know where she is. Danzo continued. As long as you do as I say, I can help you rescue her. Tian Ge stared at him, silent for a few seconds, then asked, why would you help me? Danzo smiled, a grim, unpleasant expression that twisted the bandaged side of his face. Not helping you. This is a transaction. I need manpower, and you need power. You have far more potential than I originally thought. Join Root, and serve me, and you will receive what you desire. Tian Ge said, and if I refuse? Tuan Song's gaze turned cold. Then your sister can fend for herself. And you and your foster parents. Do you think the Shao organization will let you go? Tian Ge remained silent. Tuan Song stood up, walked over to Tian Ge, and slowly paced around him. When you were investigating the black market, you were already being watched by the Shao organization. They captured your sister just to lure you out. Did you think you could save her alone? You have no idea where they are, how many of them there are, or what they're capable of. Without me, you'll only die together with her. Tian Ge was silent for a long time, then spoke. Where is Tian? Tuansong stopped walking and looked at him. In the valley north of the country of rivers, there's an abandoned mine shaft. That's a stronghold of the Shao organization's outer members. The pair that captured your sister is a duo. One uses a blade, the other uses ninjutsu. Their orders were to capture you alive, and then hand you both over to the higher-ups. Tian Ge asked, how do you know all this? Tuansong didn't answer. Instead he said, do you accept? Tian Ge looked into his eyes and said slowly word by word, I agree to join Root, but only on the condition that Tian returns safely. Tuansong nodded with satisfaction. Very well. Go now, bring her back. After you rescue her, report to Root. Tian Ge turned and left. Tuansong called after him. Remember, you are now a member of Root. If you leak anything about Root, you know the consequences. Tian Ge paused for a moment, then continued walking out. Stepping out of the cliff, Tian Ge took a deep breath. He touched the short blade in his chest. It was a token from Guyana. He had no intention of truly working for Tuansong, but for now he needed Tuansong's intelligence. Northern country of rivers of valley. Following the location Tuansong had given him, Tian Ge wandered through the mountains for 2 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, he finally found the abandoned mine shaft. The entrance was large, pitch black, like a gaping maw. He observed from the shadows and noticed guards at the entrance. 2 people wearing black robes with red clouds were leaning against the rock wall chatting. They were outer members of the Shao organization, presumably not very strong. Just as Tian Ge was about to sneak over, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. He spun around, his blade already 3 inches out of its sheath. Behind him stood a person in dark clothes, a face veil covering everything but a pair of eyes. It was the mysterious woman he had encountered at the black market. What are you doing here? Tian Ge lowered his voice. The woman also whispered, I've been following you. I told you I'd find you when there was progress. Tian Ge frowned. How did you know I was here? The woman said, I found out where Tian was being held. I was about to go rescue her when I saw you heading this way. You left with that masked man, so I followed you. Tian Ge stared at her. Who are you really? The woman hesitated for a moment, then removed her veil. Tian Ge was stunned. It was a familiar face. He had seen her before a long time ago, shortly after he had crossed over. That day he had encountered a wounded woman outside the village and had bandaged her up. It was this very woman. The woman said, My name is Yi Yuan Lin. I'm a rogue ninja from the Hidden Grass Village. You saved me once. I remember. Tian Ge recalled. That time he had just awakened the memories of his past life. He found her outside the village, severely wounded, and used basic medical ninjutsu to treat her injuries. She left afterward, and he never saw her again. Lin said, I was wandering in the country of rivers. When I discovered something suspicious about the black market, I started investigating. When I met you again, I recognized you. I know you're not an ordinary person, but you saved me, so I won't harm you. Tian Ge was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. All right, I trust you. Do you know where Tian is? Lin said, I've confirmed it. Deep in the mine there's a cell. Tian is locked up there. The guards are that pair. The man is called Luo Cha, a blade user, and the woman is Mo Luo, who uses Jin Jutsu and poison. They are very strong, elite outer members of the Shao organization. Tian Ge asked, Can you hold one of them off? Lin nodded. Yes, I'll take him, Mo Luo. Tian Ge drew his blade. Then let's move. The two quietly approached the entrance. The 2 guards were still chatting, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Tian Ge and Lin exchanged a glance and struck simultaneously. Tian Ge cut down the one on the left with a single slash, while Lin knocked out the one on the right with a palm strike. They dragged the bodies into the shadows and then slipped into the mine. The tunnel was deep, lit by torches with dim light. Tian Ge and Lin walked along the passage, turned a few corners, and entered a spacious chamber. This seemed to be the main hall of the mine, with several branching tunnels around it. Standing in the center were a man and a woman. The man was tall and burly, carrying a large blade on his back, the blade itself as wide as an adult's arm. The woman was seductive, scantily clad, playing with a few poison needles in her hand. Luo Cha and Mo Luo. Luo Cha spotted Tian Ge and grinned. You're here faster than I expected. Tian Ge glared at him. Where is Tian? Mo Luo giggled. That little girl. Don't worry, she's still alive. Our boss said to capture you alive and send you both up. Neither of you siblings will escape. Tian Ge's blade was already drawn. Luo Cha pulled out his large blade and slammed it into the ground, cracking the earth. Kid, do you know who I am? I am Luo Cha, ranked 3rd among the outer members of the Shao organization. 5 Jonin have died by my blade. You a mere genin, what can you possibly do against me? Tian Ge said nothing, just tightened his grip on his blade and took a step forward. Luo Cha laughed loudly. Brave, huh? Then I'll play with you. He swung his huge blade and charged at Tian Ge. The blade whistled through the air, aiming for Tian Ge's head. Tian Ge sidestepped and countered with a thrust toward Luo Cha's ribs. Luo Cha blocked with the flat of his blade. Clang! Sparks flew. Luo Cha was stunned. The force of the strike was astonishing, it numbed his arm. He looked at the short blade in Tian Ge's hand and frowned. Interesting. He swung again, this time faster and more vicious. The large blade swept horizontally, as if to cut Tian Ge in half. Instead of dodging, Tian Ge raised his blade to block head-on. A deafening clang. The ground beneath Tian Ge's feet cracked, but he didn't retreat a single step. Luo Cha's expression changed. He felt as if his blade had struck an iron plate, the impact numbing his hand. Tian Ge's gaze was terrifyingly calm, like a wolf eyeing its prey. Luo Cha roared and swung his blade repeatedly, each strike faster and heavier than the last. Tian Ge parried, each one unhurriedly catching every blow steadily. Their blades clashed, sparks flying and loose stones from the surrounding rock walls rattled down. After more than 30 exchanges, Luo Cha began to pant. He couldn't believe that this kid who looked only 13 or 14 had greater strength than his own. Who are you really? Luo Cha stepped back, eyes wide. Tian Ge didn't answer, only said, "You've swung so many times. Now it's my turn." As the words fell, Tian Ge moved. His speed suddenly surged so fast that Luo Cha couldn't even see. A slash came. Luo Cha barely blocked with his blade, but the force was twice as strong as before, sending him sliding backward 3 meters. Second, slash, third, fourth, each faster and heavier than the last. Luo Cha was completely on the defensive, desperately blocking with no chance to counter. He felt like a small boat tossed in a storm, about to be swallowed at any moment. Impossible, impossible. You're just a djinn, and how can you be this strong? Luo Cha screamed in frenzy, fear appearing in his eyes for the first time. Tian Ge's fifth slash came down, and Luo Cha's blade broke. The broadsword snapped in two, one half, flying off to embed itself in the rock wall. Luo Cha stared blankly at the broken blade in his hand, still reeling, when Tian Ge's sixth strike arrived. This strike did not cut him, it merely halted 3 inches from his neck. The icy chill of the blade made Luo Cha freeze, too terrified to move. Tian Ge asked, "Where is Tian Tian?" Luo Cha stammered, in the prison further inside, third fork on the left, all the way at the end. Tian Ge sheathed his blade and turned to leave. Luo Cha exhaled in relief, then felt a cold sensation at his throat. He looked down and saw a thin line of blood on his neck. The line widened, blood gushing out. He clutched his throat, eyes wide, and collapsed. Tian Ge did not look back. He was no longer someone who could be softened. Elsewhere, the battle between Lin and Molo was nearing its end. Molo's illusions were useless against Lin, and her poison needles could not hit her. Lin's movements were swift, like a specter weaving around Molo, and finally, she seized an opportunity to strike Molo in the chest with a palm. Molo spat blood and collapsed. Lin looked at Tian Ge. Done. Tian Ge nodded and headed toward the left passage. After a few dozen steps, he indeed saw a cell. Behind the iron bars, Tian curled up in the corner, bruised and with torn clothes, but alive. Tian heard footsteps and looked up. The moment she saw Tian Ge, tears streamed down her face. Tian Ge cut the iron lock with a single slash and rushed in to embrace her. Tian buried herself in his arms, trembling, unable to speak, only sobbing. Tian Ge gently patted her back. "It's okay. I'm here to take you home." Tian nodded through her tears. Lin stood at the doorway, watching the scene, a flicker of complex emotion in her eyes. Tian Ge lifted Tian in his arms and walked out of the cell. Lin said, "Let's move quickly. It's not safe here, they might have reinforcements." The three of them rushed out of the mine and vanished into the night. In my village at the Hokage building, Tsunade sat behind her desk with Jiraiya and Nara Shikaku standing before her. All three wore grim expressions. Shikaku said, "Danzo has been very active these past few days. He has already contacted 3 small clans dissatisfied with the current situation. His people are moving everywhere in the village, spreading unfavorable rumors about you." Jiraiya snorted. "That old man has always wanted to become Hokage. He held back when the third was still alive, but now he's not even pretending anymore." Tsunade was silent for a moment, then asked, "What about the Hyuga clan?" Shikaku replied, "Hayashi Hyuga is very alert. He has sensed Danzo's intentions and has allied with several major clans to openly support you. But Danzo is still trying to win over the neutral factions." Tsunade stood up and walked to the window. Outside, my village was brightly lit, appearing calm, but she knew an undercurrent was surging. Jiraiya walked over to her. "What do you plan to do?" Tsunade said, "Wait for him to make a move." Jiraiya frowned. "Wait for him to make a move? By then it will be too late." Tsunade shook her head. "No, it won't be too late. He wants the position of Hokage. As long as he hasn't acted, we cannot touch him. He has been operating in Mai for decades with root members scattered everywhere. Acting rashly would cause a huge mess. Let him strike first, and then we'll have a reason to deal with him." Shikaku nodded. "Lady Tsunade is right. For now, we can only wait while strengthening our defenses." Jiraiya sighed and said no more. 3 days later, Tian Ge brought Tian back to Mai. Tian's injuries were not severe, mostly superficial wounds that would heal in a few days. But she was mentally shaken, clinging to Tian Ge's hand without letting go. When they returned home, Huizi held Tian and wept for a long time. Tian Yuan stood nearby, his eyes red as well. That evening Tian Ge sat in the courtyard gazing at the moon. Tian came out of the house and sat beside him. Tian Ge, how did you find me? Tian Ge said, someone told me where you were. Tian looked at him. Who? Tian Ge hesitated for a moment. Danzo. Tian was taken aback. That old man with bandages. Why would he help you? Tian Ge did not answer. Tian stared at him, then after a moment said softly, Tian Ge, did you promise him something? Tian Ge turned to look at her. Tian's eyes were filled with worry and a hint of fear. She was afraid that Tian Ge had done something wrong for her sake. Tian Ge reached out and gently touched her head. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Tian grasped his hand. No matter what you choose, I'll support you. Warmth surged in Tian Ge's heart, and he softly hummed in acknowledgement. The next day Tian Ge went out and noticed something was off in the village. There were fewer people on the streets than usual, and everyone was whispering about something. He walked to the mission center. Izumo saw him and lowered his voice. Be careful these days. Something big is about to happen in the village. Tian Ge asked what's going on. Izumo looked around, then leaned in and whispered, the Hokage and Danzo are at odds. Both sides are recruiting supporters. I heard Danzo wants to force the Hokage to step down and take the position himself. Tian Ge's heart sank. He returned home and sat in the courtyard thinking all day. Should he reveal Danzo's collusion with the Akatsuki? If he spoke out, Danzo would surely not let him or his family off. If he stayed silent and Danzo's scheme succeeded, what would become of Mai? That evening Tian brought him a cup of tea and sat beside him. Still thinking, Tian Ge nodded. Tian said, what about? Tian Ge was silent for a moment, then said, Tian, if what I do endangers our entire family, would you still support me? Tian looked at him seriously. Whatever you do, you must have your reasons. No matter how dangerous, we'll face it together. Tian Ge looked at her and made up his mind. The next morning Tian Ge went to the Hokage building. At the entrance of the Hokage's office Umbu stopped him. Who are you? Tian Ge said, Jinin Tian Ge. I have important intelligence that must be reported directly to the Hokage. The Umbu exchanged glances, and one of them went in to announce him. After a moment he came out and said, go in. Tian Ge entered the office. Tsunade sat behind her desk with Jiraiya and Nara Shikaku standing beside her. All three looked at him. Tsunade said, so you're Tian Ge. Tian's adopted son. Tian Ge nodded. Yes. Tsunade said, what intelligence do you have? Tian Ge took a deep breath, then spoke. I wish to report the leader of the root organization, Shimura Danzo. He is colluding with the Akatsuki, planning to harm Mai. The air in the office instantly froze. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. Shikaku's expression shifted. Tsunade stared at Tian Ge silent for a few seconds, then said, what evidence do you have? Tian Ge reached into his chest and placed something on the desk. It was a ring with a black base and a strange pattern engraved on top. He turned it over, revealing a mark etched on the inside. That was the mark of root. Tsunade picked up the ring, examined it closely, then handed it to Shikaku. Shikaku looked at it and nodded. It's a root insignia. Every root member has such a mark for identification. Tsunade turned to Tian Ge. Where did you get this ring? Tian Ge said, when I rescued Tian, I took it from a peripheral member of the Akatsuki. His name was Luocha. I searched him before he died. This ring should be a token Danzo gave them to prove their cooperative identity. Jiraiya frowned. Are you sure it was given by Danzo? Tian Ge said, not certain, but when I investigated in the river country, I personally heard that Akatsuki members say that someone inside Mai was cooperating with them. Later I saw with my own eyes a root agent meeting with them in the black market. The inner side of this ring bears the root mark. It can't be a coincidence. Tsunade was silent for a long time. Shikaku interjected, if this is true, then the situation is grave. Danzo as a high-ranking official of Mai colluding with an external enemy. That is treason. Tsunade stood up and walked to the window. With her back to the others, she gazed at the village outside for a long while before asking Tian Ge, do you know the risks of reporting Danzo? Tian Ge said, I know. Tsunade turned to face him. Danzo has been operating in Konoha for decades, and Root's people are everywhere. If what you say is true, he will stop at nothing to eliminate you. If it's false, I won't let you off lightly either. Tian Ge met her gaze directly. Everything I said is true. Tsunade stared at him for a few seconds, then nodded. All right, I'll handle this. Go back now and act as if nothing happened. If Danzo's people ask, say you came to report on a mission. Understood? Tian Ge nodded. Understood. He turned and left. As he reached the door, Tsunade suddenly called out to him. Tian Ge. Tian Ge looked back. Tsunade said, I heard about your sister. It's good that she was rescued. Tian Ge was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and walked out of the office. After the door closed, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade. Do you believe him? Tsunade said, he has no reason to lie. Besides, this ring is indeed from Root. Shikaku said, if it's true, we need to prepare to act. If Danzo realizes his plot has been exposed, he might strike preemptively. Tsunade sat back down, tapping her fingers on the desk. Jiraiya, go find Hayashi Hyuga and have him prepare. Shikaku, keep an eye on Danzo's people. Report any unusual activity immediately. The two nodded and left. Tsunade sat alone in the office, staring at the ring in her hand, her expression complex. Danzo, what exactly are you plotting? Tian Ge returned home to find Tintin practicing swordsmanship in the yard. She stopped when she saw him. Tian Ge, where did you go? Tian Ge said, to report on a mission at the Hokage building. Tintin looked at him as if wanting to say something, but holding back. Finally she said, Mother Hui's makes delicious food. She's waiting for you. Tian Ge walked over and patted her head. All right, let's eat. At the dinner table, Tian Yuan and Huizi said nothing, just kept piling food onto the children's plates. Tian Ge ate in silence, but his mind was on what was to come. The air in the Hokage's office seemed to freeze. Tsunade sat behind her desk, her fingers tapping lightly, each beat like a hammer on the heart. Jiraiya leaned against the window, arms crossed, his gaze cold. Nara Shikaku stood beside Tsunade, expressionless, but his hand was already on the kunai at his waist. Danzo stood in the center of the office, flanked by two root members. The exposed eye was eerily calm, as if he had foreseen all this. Tsunade tossed the ring onto the table. It rolled a few times and stopped at Danzo's feet. Danzo, do you recognize this? Danzo glanced down, then lifted his head, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. An ordinary ring. What's so special about it? Tsunade stood up, leaning forward with both hands on the desk, her presence overwhelming. This was found on a member of the Akatsuki. The inside is engraved with Root's mark. Do you have an explanation? Danzo was silent for a few seconds, then let out a low, hoarse laugh. Tsunade, you've just become Hokage, and already you want to make an example of me. If you're going to find an excuse, at least make it a decent one. What can a ring prove? Anyone could engrave Root's mark and frame someone. Such tactics are far too childish. Jiraiya sneered. Frame? Who would frame you? Danzo turned to Jiraiya, his gaze sharp. Anyone could. I've been in Konoha for decades, and I've made plenty of enemies. You're willing to convict me based on the word of a single genin. What's that genin's name? Tian Ge. Who does he think he is? An orphan with mediocre talent who suddenly becomes this strong. Don't you find that suspicious? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. What are you implying? Danzo stepped forward. I'm saying that Tian Ge is suspicious. His growth in power has been far too rapid, well beyond the scope of a normal genin. He often goes out late at night, his movements furtive. His sister was captured by the Akatsuki, and he rescued her alone. Don't you find that odd? As I see it, he's the one colluding with the Akatsuki. Shikaku spoke up. Lord Danzo, do you have evidence for what you're saying? Danzo turned to him. No evidence, but you have no evidence of my guilt either. A ring, the words of a genin. You want to bring down a founding elder of Konoha? Tsunade, you're too green. Tsunade stared at him, silent for a few seconds, then sat back down. She waved her hand. That's enough for today. Danzo, I hope you remember that the Hokage of Konoha is me, not you. Keep your root in check. Danzo gave a slight nod and turned to leave. At the door he paused and said without looking back, Tsunade, you will regret this. The door closed. Jiraiya walked over to Tsunade. You're just letting him go. Tsunade shook her head. What else can I do? He's right. We don't have solid evidence. He can easily pin that ring on someone else. Shikaku said he will retaliate. Given Danzo's nature, he won't sit idle. Tsunade stood up and walked to the window. I know. Jiraiya, contact Hayashi Hyuga and have him prepare. Shikaku, keep an eye on Root's people. Report any unusual activity immediately. The two nodded and left. Tsunade gazed out at the village of Konoha, her expression grave. Danzo, what exactly are you plotting? On his way home, Tian Ge suddenly stopped. The feeling of being watched had returned, and not by just one person. He continued walking without changing his expression, but his hand was already on the hilt of his blade. Turning a corner, he slipped into an alley and broke into a sprint. Hasty footsteps sounded behind him. Tian Ge reached the end of the alley, vaulted over a wall, and landed in someone's yard. He crouched in the shadows, holding his breath. A few seconds later, 3 masked Root members swept past the wall, looking around. Where is he? Split up. The elder said he must be eliminated. Tian Ge's heart sank. Danzo had indeed made his move. He didn't linger to fight. As the men dispersed, he quietly scaled the wall and made a long detour back home. He pushed open the door. Tintin was practicing swordsmanship in the yard. She smiled when she saw him. Tian Ge, you're back. Tian Ge walked over and said in a low voice, Tintin, listen to me. Don't go out for the next few days. No matter who comes, don't open the door. Tintin was startled. What's wrong? Tian Ge hesitated for a moment, then said, I've offended someone dangerous. They might come after us. Tintin's expression changed, but she didn't panic. Instead, she gripped her blade tightly. I'm not afraid. If they come, I'll fight them. Tian Ge shook his head. You don't understand. They're not ordinary ninja. They're Root. Danzo's men are very strong. Tintin looked at him, her eyes resolute. So what? When you saved me, you went to the Akatsuki's hideout alone. This time let me protect you. A warmth surged in Tian Ge's heart, but he insisted, Tintin, I need you to listen. I don't want anything to happen to you. Tintin thrust her blade forward. I won't listen. If you want me to be safe, don't bear everything alone. We'll face it together. Tian Ge looked at her silent for a long time, then sighed. Fine. But promise me, when the fight comes you follow my lead. Tintin nodded. Deal. In the following days, Tian Ge and Tintin never left each other's side. They trained together during the day and took turns keeping watch at night. Tian Ge knew Root wouldn't give up. Sure enough, on the third night they came. It was deep in the night, the moon obscured by clouds, the yard pitch black. Tian Ge was leaning against the wall feigning sleep when his eyes snapped open. He heard faint footsteps, more than one. He shook Tintin awake and made a silencing gesture. Tintin gripped her blade and held her breath. The window was pushed open gently and a dark figure slipped in. Tian Ge struck before the man could land, swinging his blade. The man reacted quickly, parrying with a kunai. A clang and sparks flew. Tian Ge's second strike was already on him. The man dodged too late, taking a blow to the shoulder. With a grunt, he collapsed. Hearing the commotion, those outside abandoned stealth and burst through the door. 3 Root members charged in, attacking Tian Ge without a word. Tian Ge placed himself in front of Tintin, cutting down one after another without giving them a chance to breathe. The first took a blade to the neck, the second was pierced through the heart, and the third tried to flee, but was caught by Tintin, who slashed him across the back. The fight lasted only half a minute. All 4 Root members lay dead. Tian Ge panted, looking at Tintin. Her hands were trembling, but her eyes were resolute. She stared at the bodies on the floor, then suddenly bent over and retched. Tian Ge walked over and gently patted her back. First time killing. Tintin nodded, her face pale. Tian Ge said, you'll get used to it. Remember, it's either them or us. Tintin looked up at him, eyes red-rimmed. I know. Together they dragged the bodies into the yard and covered them with a cloth. Tian Ge knew this was only the beginning. Danzo wouldn't send just a few men. The next day, he went to see Tsunade and told her about the previous night. After listening, Tsunade was silent for a moment, then said, I understand. Don't go home for the time being. You and your sister. I'll arrange a safe place for you. Tian Ge shook his head. I can't hide. If I hide, Danzo will become even more brazen. Tsunade looked at him, a glimmer of approval in her eyes. You've got guts, but you can't take on the entire route alone. Tian Ge said, I'm not alone, Lady Hokage. Aren't you preparing as well? Tsunade chuckled. Kid, you've got a silver tongue. She stood up and walked over to him. All right then, let's do this together. Jiraiya is ready and the Hyuga clan has pledged their support. In a few days we'll move against Root. Tian Ge nodded. What do you need me to do? Tsunade said, keep yourself alive. Don't let them take you out before we strike. Tian Ge smiled. Understood. As he walked out of the Hokage building, he saw Tintin waiting for him at the entrance. They exchanged a glance and walked home side by side. Tian Ge, what did you talk about with the Hokage? Nothing much. Just told her we're ready. Tintin nodded and asked no further. A few days later at dusk, the peace of Konoha was shattered. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade was discussing the final plan with Jiraiya and Shikaku. Suddenly, an Umbu burst in and knelt on one knee. Report. Orochimaru's tracks have been spotted outside the village. He's heading this way with his men. Tsunade suddenly rose to her feet. Jiraiya frowned. Orochimaru. What's he here for at a time like this? Shikaku said, he's probably after Tsunade-sama. Last time in Short Town he failed. Now he's come to settle the score. Tsunade clenched her fists. Perfect timing. We'll settle accounts this time. Jiraiya asked, what about Root? Tsunade paused for a few seconds, then said, send word to halt operations against Root. Deal with Orochimaru first. Tell Danzo to send his men too. At a time like this, anyone who doesn't contribute is a traitor to Konoha. Shikaku nodded and turned to relay the order. Tian Ge received the news at home. He immediately grabbed his sword and prepared to head out. Tian blocked his way. Where are you going? Tian Ge said, Orochimaru's here. I'm going to help. Tian said, I'm coming too. Tian Ge shook his head. It's too dangerous. Stay home. Tian stared at him. Have you forgotten what I said? This time it's my turn to protect you. They locked eyes for a few seconds. Tian Ge relented. Fine, but you must stay close to me and not run off. Tian nodded. The two rushed out of the house and ran toward the village entrance. The streets were filled with ninjas hurrying to the front, the atmosphere tense. Halfway there, a sudden explosion rang out ahead, flames leaping into the sky. Tian Ge's heart tightened and he quickened his pace. The village entrance had already erupted into chaos. Orochimaru stood at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by the Sound Four and dozens of subordinates. Konoha's ninjas were putting up a desperate fight, but the Sound Four were far too strong. Chunin couldn't withstand them at all, and Jonin could barely hold their ground. Jiraiya had already engaged the Sound for his massive toad, clashing with bizarre ninjutsu, blasting crater after crater into the ground. Tsunade stood behind, chakra coalescing in her hands, ready to strike at any moment. When Tian Ge and Tian arrived, they saw Orochimaru walking towards Tsunade. Tsunade, long time no see, Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed. Tsunade stared coldly at him. Orochimaru, you still dare to come to Konoha? Orochimaru chuckled. Why wouldn't I? The third Hokage is dead. Who else in Konoha can stop me? You, Jiraiya, or that brat? He glanced at Naruto in the distance, who was shielding a little girl as he retreated. Tsunade wasted no words. She charged straight at Orochimaru, her fist crashing toward him. Orochimaru sidestepped, and the ground crumbled where her fist landed. The two clashed, each punch carrying terrifying destructive force, toppling nearby buildings like paper. Tian Ge didn't rush into that fray. He knew he was out of his league at that level. Instead, he targeted Orochimaru's underlings, the ninjas from the Sound Village. Tian, stay close. Tian Ge drew his blade and charged into the crowd. A Sound ninja saw the boy rushing at him and sneered as he stepped forward. Before he could strike, Tian Ge's sword was already there. One slash to the throat. The Sound ninja's eyes widened as he collapsed. Another Sound ninja lunged from the side. Tian met him head-on. Their blades clashed, forcing her back a step. But she quickly steadied herself and slashed back, cutting into his arm. The man screamed, and Tian Ge's blade was already there, piercing his chest. The two fought in perfect sync, Tian Ge overwhelming head-on, while Tian finished off the stragglers. Despite their numbers, the Sound ninjas couldn't stand against Tian Ge's blade. One slash, one kill. He mowed them down like grass. After half an hour of fighting, Tian Ge was drenched in blood, all of it from his enemies. He panted and looked toward the center of the battle. Tsunade and Jiraiya had already pushed Orochimaru into a disadvantage. The Sound Four were scattered, some dead, some wounded. Orochimaru surveyed the corpses littering the ground, his expression darkening. He knew he couldn't win today. With a cold snort, he formed hand seals, summoning a giant serpent to block Tsunade and Jiraiya, then turned and fled. Don't run, Orochimaru. Jiraiya started to give chase, but Tsunade stopped him. Don't bother. You won't catch him. Jiraiya halted, cursing under his breath. The battle was over. Konoha had won, but the cost was not insignificant. Over a dozen buildings were destroyed and dozens of ninjas were injured. Still, compared to the Konoha crush, this was far better. Tsunade stood on the ruins, staring at the direction Orochimaru had vanished, her gaze complex. Then she turned and shouted, "Everyone listen up. Tally the casualties and tend to the wounded." Tomorrow morning meeting at the Hokage's office. Tian Ge sheathed his sword and looked at Tian. She was covered in blood, but it was all from the enemy. She stood there, hands still trembling, but her eyes were bright. Tian, are you all right? Tian shook her head. I'm fine. Tian Ge, we won. Tian Ge nodded. We won. The two returned home. Huizi was waiting anxiously at the door. Seeing them back, she rushed over and hugged them tightly. You scared me to death. Are you both all right? Tian said, Mom, we're fine. Tian Yuan stood behind them, looking at the two children, his eyes slightly red. That night, Tian Ge lay on the bed thinking about the day's events. Orochimaru had been driven back, but the matter of route was not yet resolved. Tomorrow Tsunade should summon Danzo again. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next day in the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat in the main seat with Jiraiya and Shikaku beside her. Opposite stood Danzo, still flanked by those two root members. Tsunade said, Danzo, how many people did you dispatch when Orochimaru attacked yesterday? Danzo said, Root deployed 30 men, all participated in the battle. Tsunade sneered, 30 men. Root has hundreds of people, and you only sent 30. Danzo said, Root has its own missions, we cannot deploy everyone. Tsunade stood up, walked in front of him, and said, Danzo, I don't want to waste words with you. I won't let go of your collusion with the Akatsuki. Yesterday, Orochimaru came, and you saw it too. Konoha needs unity. I'll give you two choices. First, hand over the command of Root, integrate Root into the Umbu, and accept unified command. Second, I'll arrest you for treason. Choose for yourself. Danzo stared at her with a dark gaze. Tsunade, you are too arrogant. Root was established by the second Hokage and has the authority to carry out missions independently. On what grounds can you absorb it? Tsunade said, on the grounds that I am the Hokage. The Hokage has the right to mobilize all of Konoha's forces, including Root. Danzo was silent for a few seconds, then laughed. Tsunade, do you think you've won? Don't forget you have no idea how many people are in Root, how many clan members. If you force the integration, Konoha will be in chaos. Tsunade stared at him and said word by word, then let it be chaos. Only after chaos can we rebuild. The two stared at each other, the air thick with tension. Jiraiya stood up, walked over to Tsunade, and said, Danzo, be sensible. We have already obtained evidence of your collusion with the Akatsuki. The ring and the fact that your people met with the Akatsuki in the Land of Rivers. We have records of all of it. If you're smart, you'll take a step back. Danzo's expression flickered, but quickly regained calm. Evidence. Show it to me. Tsunade took a document from her inner pocket and threw it at his feet. Danzo glanced down, and his pupils contracted. It was a detailed record of Root members' contacts with the Akatsuki, times, locations, and conversation contents, all clearly documented. How do you have this? Tsunade said, Did you think your route was truly airtight? Danzo, you've been in Konoha for decades, and you've offended many people. You're not the only one who wants to bring you down. Danzo was silent for a long time. Then he raised his head, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Alright, I can hand over the command of route. But I have a condition. Tsunade said, speak. Danzo said, not all route members can be merged into Umbu. A portion must be retained to carry out special missions. I can accept the Hokage's supervision, but it cannot be disbanded. Tsunade thought for a moment and nodded. Agreed. But all route members must be registered and undergo regular reviews. Anyone with issues will be purged. Danzo nodded. Deal. He turned and left. At the door he paused and said without looking back, Tsunade, do you think you've won? Just wait. The real battle is only beginning. The door closed. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade. Just let him off like that. Tsunade shook her head. Not let him off, but I can't move against him for now. His roots in Konoha are too deep. Moving against him would harm Konoha's foundation. We'll weaken his influence first step by step. Shikaku said, he will surely continue his activities in secret. We must keep a close watch. Tsunade nodded. I know. 3 days later in the Hokage's office. Tian Ge and Tian stood in the room facing Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shikaku. Tsunade looked at Tian Ge and said, Tian Ge, you performed outstandingly in this incident, uncovering Danzo's conspiracy and making contributions in the battle against Orochimaru. I have decided to promote you to Special Jonin as an exception. Tian Ge paused. Special Jonin. Tsunade nodded. Special Jonin with the benefits of a Jonin handling special missions. Your strength is sufficient, but you still lack experience. Learn more from Jiraiya from now on. Jiraiya laughed beside him. Kid, aren't you going to thank the Hokage-sama? Tian Ge bowed. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Tsunade then turned to Tian. Tian, your performance in the battle was also good. You are promoted to Chunin. Keep up the effort. Tian jumped with joy. Great. I'm a Chunin now. Tian Ge looked at her, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Walking out of the Hokage's office, Tian held Tian Ge's hand, chattering endlessly. Tian Ge listened, occasionally responding. The sunlight fell on them warm and gentle. Tian Ge, do you think we'll always be like this? Tian Ge looked at her. Like what? Tian said, just like this. Going on missions together, getting stronger together, protecting Konoha together. Tian Ge nodded. We will. Tian smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. In the distance on the Hokage rock, the statue of the third Hokage silently watched over the village. Deep underground, Danzo stood by the wall looking at the map hanging on it. Behind him stood a masked route member. Sir, what should we do next? Danzo was silent for a few seconds, then said, tell the undercover agents to remain hidden. Inform Orochimaru that I'll remember what happened last time. Also keep an eye on that Tian Ge. He is more useful than I imagined. The masked man nodded and vanished into the darkness. Danzo stared at the location of Konoha on the map and murmured, Tsunade, do you think you've won? Just wait. The real battle is only beginning. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, looking especially sinister under the dim light. Sasuke stood at the entrance of the mission center, clutching a mission slip. Catch a cat. He stared at those two words for a long time, his fingers pressing so hard that the paper crumpled. Beside him, Sakura and Naruto were excitedly discussing something. Naruto's voice was so loud that the entire mission center could hear him. This mission is to help an old lady find her cat. Easy. We'll be done in no time. Sakura also laughed. Yeah, I heard that cat is the old lady's treasure. There must be a generous reward. Sasuke didn't respond. He turned and walked out. Naruto called after him. Sasuke, where are you going? We haven't finished accepting the mission. Sasuke didn't look back. You go? I'm not going. Naruto was stunned and chased after him. Why not? Wouldn't it be faster with all three of us? Sasuke stopped, turned back, and looked at him with eyes as cold as winter lake water. Catch a cat. Walk a dog. Help people find things. Is this the kind of mission we're supposed to do? Is this the life of a Konoha genin? Naruto felt uncomfortable under his gaze, but still said, missions don't have a size. The third Hokage said that no matter what the mission is, we should take it seriously. Sasuke sneered, the third Hokage is dead. Naruto's expression changed. Sakura rushed out and grabbed Naruto. Sasuke, how can you say that? Sasuke ignored her and walked away. After a few steps he stopped and said without looking back, you two keep playing house. I'm done. He disappeared at the end of the street. Naruto stood still, clenching his fists, wanting to chase after him, but Sakura held him back. Let him cool down. Naruto bit his lip and said nothing. That night Sasuke sat on a rock by the Naka River watching the flowing water. The river carried away fallen leaves and sediment, but it could not wash away the hatred in his heart. He closed his eyes and the image surfaced in his mind again. The Uchiha compound awash in blood, his parents lying in a pool of blood, and that man standing amidst the corpses, his Sharingan eyes as red as blood. My foolish little brother. That man's voice clung to him like a curse. Sasuke opened his eyes, his hands clenched tight. He had been in Konoha for so long, doing those boring missions every day. Catching cats, walking dogs, finding things. His strength improved at a pitifully slow pace. What good was learning Chidori? What good was training in nature transformation? He was still far from that man. Orochimaru. That name resurfaced in his mind. The Sound Ninja had approached him several times claiming that Orochimaru could grant him power and enable him to grow stronger quickly. He knew Orochimaru harbored ill intentions, knew he was a venomous snake. But so what? As long as he could obtain power and slay that man, he was willing to pay any price. Footsteps sounded behind him. Sasuke did not turn around, he already knew who it was. Sasuke-kun. It was Karen, the red-haired woman, who often appeared near him. She was a member of the Sound, one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Karen walked over and sat beside him, still thinking about that man. Sasuke remained silent. Karen continued, Lord Orochimaru said that if you are willing to go, he will teach you everything. The secrets of the Sharingan, more powerful jutsu and methods to rapidly improve yourself. How many years would it take you to grow in Konoha? 5 years. 10. Will that man wait for you? Sasuke's fingers trembled slightly. Karen stood up and placed a map on the stone. This is the route. If you've decided, follow this path. We'll be waiting for you at the Valley of the End. Someone will meet you. She left the map and vanished into the darkness. Sasuke stared at the map for a long time. Then he picked up the map and put it in his pocket. The next day, an unusual tension hung over Konoha. Tian Ge was sparring with Tintin on the training ground, both drenched in sweat. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded from afar. Several Umbu ninja rushed past them, their expressions tense. Tintin lowered her blade and gazed in the direction the Umbu had disappeared. What's going on? Tian Ge frowned, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. Considering the timing, it was about that moment. Sure enough, half an hour later news arrived. Uchiha Sasuke had defected, escorted by the Sound Four, and had left the village. When Tian Ge and Tintin arrived at the mission center, it was already crowded. Shikamaru stood in the center of the crowd, his expression solemn. Naruto clenched his fists, trembling all over. Sakura's eyes were red, struggling to hold back tears. Tsunade's voice rang out from the crowd. Shikamaru, you'll lead a 5-man team to pursue Sasuke. Choose your members. Shikamaru nodded and turned to look at those around him. His gaze swept over Naruto, Sakura, then settled on Choji and Neji. Choji, Neji, you'll come with me. Anyone else volunteering? Naruto rushed forward. I'll go. Sakura also stepped forward. I'll go too. Shikamaru glanced at them and nodded. All right, the 5 of us. The rest stand by, ready to provide backup. Tian Ge stood at the edge of the crowd, watching it all unfold. He knew the outcome of this pursuit from the original story. He knew they would fail, and that Sasuke would ultimately go to Orochimaru. But he did not move or speak. Tintin asked softly beside him, Tian Ge, aren't you going? Tian Ge shook his head. I'm not suited for it. I'm not that close to Sasuke, going might actually cause trouble. Tintin looked into his eyes as if wanting to say something, but in the end she just nodded. The pursuit team set off. 5 figures disappeared into the forest path outside the village. Tian Ge stood still, watching the direction they vanished, thinking about what would happen next. Choji would lose to Jirobo, Neji would lose to Kadama, and Naruto would clash with Sasuke at the Valley of the End and ultimately lose as well. But he could say nothing. That evening, Tian Ge sat in the courtyard gazing at the moon. Tintin came out from the house and sat beside him. Tian Ge, do you think they can bring Sasuke back? Tian Ge was silent for a moment, then said, I don't know. Tintin leaned against his shoulder. If I ran away one day, would you come after me? Tian Ge turned to look at her. Just try it. Tintin laughed a bright, joyful laugh. At the Valley of the End, Naruto and Sasuke stood facing each other. The massive waterfall thundered behind them, mist swirling. Moonlight filtered through the mist, casting a hazy glow over everything. Sasuke's eyes had already transformed into the Sharingan, 3 Tomo, slowly rotating in the crimson pupils. He looked at Naruto, his expression complex. Why did you chase after me? Naruto panted, covered in wounds, but his eyes were stubborn as a bull's. Because you're my friend. Sasuke laughed a bitter laugh. Friend? Naruto, you're too naive. Do you think everything in this world can be solved with the word friend? Naruto clenched his fists. I don't know if it can solve things, but I know I can't watch you walk to your death. Don't you know what Orochimaru is? He'll devour you completely, and in the end you'll gain nothing. Sasuke shook his head. So what? As long as I can kill that man, I don't care about anything else. The two were silent for a few seconds, then moved simultaneously. Naruto charged forward, throwing a punch at Sasuke. Sasuke sidestepped and kicked Naruto in the stomach. Naruto staggered back a few steps, then charged again. They exchanged blows, each strike aimed at vital points, yet both held back somewhat. Sasuke looked at Naruto's stubborn face, and a surge of irritation rose within him. Why? Why was he like this? He was nothing but a dead last, inferior in every way. Why did he always stick like a stubborn piece of gum? He retreated a few steps, formed hand seals, and Chidori gathered in his palm, lightning crackling, illuminating his face. Naruto stopped, took a deep breath, and formed a Rasengan in his hand. The blue orb and the white lightning faced off the air between them, distorting. Naruto, after this attack, we're done. For good. Sasuke, I will bring you back. The two charged simultaneously, Chidori and Rasengan colliding. A deafening explosion erupted, light bursting forth. Trees around were uprooted by the shockwave, and the waterfall's flow was reversed. When the light faded, both lay on the ground covered in blood. Sasuke got up first. He stood over Naruto, looking down at him. Naruto lay on the ground, eyes half open, wanting to move, but unable to. Sasuke stared at him for a long time, then turned and walked step by step into the darkness. After a few steps he paused, and said without looking back, "Naruto, thank you." Then he vanished into the darkness. Naruto lay on the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks, mingling with the blood. 3 days later, the pursuit team returned to Konoha. None of the 5 were unharmed. Choji lay on a stretcher wrapped in bandages, unconscious. Neji was supported as he walked, his face pale. Shikamaru had a wound on his face, his eyes weary. Sakura, eyes red-rimmed, followed silently behind. Naruto was carried back, his eyes open, but hollow and terrifying. Tsunade stood at the village entrance watching them. She did not scold, but she only said, "Send them to the medical unit first. Let them recover properly." Tian Ge stood among the crowd looking at Naruto's hollow eyes and sighed inwardly. He knew that from this moment Naruto would truly begin to grow. That evening Tian Ge sat in the courtyard reflecting on the day's events. Tintin came out from the house and handed him a cup of tea. "What are you thinking about?" Tian Ge took the tea. "About Sasuke." Tintin sat down beside him. "Do you think he was wrong?" Tian Ge thought for a moment. "There's no right or wrong, only choices. He chose his path, just as we chose ours." The next day Tian Ge went to the Hua Ing building to report on his mission. As he approached the entrance, he heard an argument from inside. "Tsunade, this is the ninja you've trained. Unable to even retrieve a single rogue ninja, you've disgraced the entire Leaf Village." Tuanzang's voice dripped with sarcasm. Tsunade's voice was even colder. "Tuanzang, stop your snide remarks here. I will take responsibility for bringing back Sasuke." Tuanzang snorted. "Responsibility? With what? Orochimaru is already celebrating over there. I think the Leaf Village needs a firmer leader." Tian Ge pushed the door open. Tuanzang's eyes flickered slightly at the sight of him, but quickly returned to normal. Tsunade sat behind her desk, her face ashen. Tian Ge walked up to her and placed the mission slip on the table. "Hokage-sama, the mission is complete." Tsunade nodded, signaling him to leave. As Tian Ge turned and passed by Tuanzang, he felt a chilling gaze fixed upon him. He didn't look back, walking straight out. Stepping out of the Hua Ing building, Tian Ge took a deep breath. He knew Tuanzang would not let this go. Sasuke's defection would surely be used by Tuanzang to attack Tsunade. Sure enough, in the following days various rumors began to circulate in the village. Some said Tsunade was incompetent, allowing Sasuke to defect. Others said the pursuit squad was too weak, disgracing the Leaf Village. Still others said it was time for a tougher Hokage. Tsunade bore immense pressure, but she said nothing, silently handling all affairs. Tian Ge continued his training and missions as usual. He knew his current strength was insufficient to change anything, but one day he would become powerful enough to protect everyone he wished to protect. That evening, he went to the world of the pirates once more. Kuina was already waiting for him in the courtyard. Kuina drew her sword. "Come, let's continue training." The two sparred in the courtyard. Blades flashed, sweat flew. After an hour, Tian Ge stopped panting and said, "Kuina, to what lengths would a person go for revenge?" Kuina sheathed her sword, pondered for a moment. They would go to any lengths, even sacrificing themselves. But in the end, such people often gain nothing. Tian Ge fell silent. Kuina looked at him. "Is there someone you want to take revenge on?" Tian Ge shook his head. "No. I just want to protect the people I care about." Kuina nodded. "That's enough. Protection is harder than revenge, but it's also more meaningful." Tian Ge smiled. "Thank you." In the Hokage's office, Tsunade pushed a document toward Tian Ge. "There's a mission for you." Tian Ge took the file and opened it. Tintin leaned in to read along. The keywords jumped out: Sunagakure escort the envoy, Kazekage inauguration ceremony. Tintin looked up. "Kazekage? That Gaara?" Tsunade nodded, leaned back in her chair, and crossed her arms. "Sunagakure has a new Kazekage, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, who nearly killed Rock Lee during the Chunin exams. He has taken the initiative to extend an olive branch to the Leaf Village, hoping to mend relations. This is crucial for both villages, so this escort mission must be flawless." Tian Ge closed the file. "When do we depart?" Tsunade said, "Tomorrow morning. The envoy is already in the village. His name is Yura, a high-ranking official from Sunagakure. You are to escort him safely back to Sunagakure, then attend the Kazekage inauguration ceremony to convey the Leaf Village's congratulations." Tian Ge nodded while Tintin looked eager. Tsunade's expression turned serious as she looked at them. "Be careful on the road. Although Sunagakure now seeks reconciliation, there are bound to be those who oppose this. The Akatsuki has been active lately, and you might run into trouble." Tian Ge said, "Understood." As they left the Hua Ing building, Tintin excitedly tugged Tian Ge's sleeve. "Tian Ge, we're going to Sunagakure. I've never been there." Tian Ge glanced at her. "Don't get too excited. This is a mission, not a sightseeing trip. Tintin pouted. I know, but I can still take a look, can't I? Back home they started packing. Wheezy, upon hearing they were going on a long journey, bustled about preparing their belongings, muttering precautions. Tian Yuan sat nearby, occasionally chiming in with reminders to be careful. The next morning they met Yura at the village gate. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in Sunagakure attire with a gentle smile on his face. Seeing Tian Ge and Tintin, he gave a slight bow. Thank you for your trouble. It is a great honor to have Leaf Village Ninja as my escort. Tian Ge returned the bow. You're too kind, Mr. Yura. This is our mission. The three set off. Along the way, Yura was very talkative, sharing stories about Sunagakure's customs and Gar's transformation. Tian Ge listened, occasionally asking questions, while Tintin peppered him with details out of curiosity. After 2 days of travel, they entered a barren wilderness. Sparse vegetation dotted the landscape with exposed rocks everywhere. Suddenly Tian Ge stopped. Tintin became alert. What's wrong? Tian Ge looked into the distance. Someone's coming, more than one. Yura's face paled. Enemies. Tian Ge didn't answer. He simply drew his sword. Soon 5 figures charged out from behind the rocks surrounding them. The leader was a bald, burly man with a scar across his face, wielding 2 axes. Well, a fat sheep. The man grinned, revealing a few gold teeth. Leave the merchant and your money, and you 2 brats can scram. Tintin gripped her sword hilt tightly and looked at Tian Ge. Tian Ge's face was expressionless as he said calmly, 5 seconds. The big man was stunned. What? Tian Ge didn't explain, he simply moved. In the first second he appeared before the enemy on the far left and slashed his wrist. The man screamed, his weapon dropped, and he fell to his knees, clutching his wrist. In the second Tian Ge was already behind the second enemy, striking the back of his neck with the flat of his blade. The man's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. In the third second, the third enemy had just raised his sword when Tian Ge's blade pierced his shoulder, twisted and jerked, rendering his entire arm useless. In the fourth second, the fourth enemy turned to flee, but Tian Ge caught up, kicked the back of his knee, sending him sprawling face first onto a rock, blood streaming. In the 5th second, Tian Ge stood before the bald leader, his sword tip pressed against the man's throat. 5 seconds, 5 men, all down. The bald man's eyes widened, his body trembling. He stared at Tian Ge, his lips quivering, wanting to say something, but unable to speak. All his earlier arrogance was gone, replaced by sheer terror. Tian Ge looked at him. Before you rob someone, you should know who you're dealing with. The bald man dropped to his knees, kowtowing frantically. Spare me, master, spare me. I was blind. I'll never do it again. Tian Ge sheathed his sword. Get lost. The bald man scrambled away, not even bothering with his subordinates. Tintin watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but laugh. Yura stood by, stunned. He knew the Leaf Village would send capable ninjas, but he hadn't expected them to be this powerful. 5 men, 5 seconds, all taken down. Who was this boy named Tian Ge? Tian Ge turned to him. Mr. Yura, let's continue. Yura snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly. Yes. The rest of the journey passed without incident. 3 days later they reached Sunagakure Village. The contrast with the Leaf Village was stark. Everywhere were earth-toned buildings, and the wind blew sand, carrying a dry scent. The locals, dressed in Sunagakure's characteristic attire, cast curious glances at their Leaf Village vests. Yura led them to a building in the center of the village. This is the Kazakage's office. Let me announce your arrival. Please wait a moment. Tian Ge nodded, and he and Tintin waited by the entrance. Tintin looked around, curious about everything. After a while, Yura came out and gestured for them to enter. The Kazakage requests your presence. The two entered the building, walked down a corridor, and arrived before a door. Yura pushed it open and stepped aside. In the office, a red-haired youth stood by the window. He turned around, revealing the face that had once struck fear in the Leaf Village. Gara. But he was completely different now. The wild, bloodthirsty look was gone, replaced by a calm, introspective demeanor. His eyes were serene as water, and the character love on his forehead remained, but his entire aura had undergone a profound transformation. Welcome to Sunagakure. Gara's voice was also calm. Envoys from the Leaf Village. Tian Ge gave a slight bow. Kazakage-sama, on behalf of the Leaf Village, I congratulate you on your inauguration. Gara nodded and gestured for them to sit. Tintin was a bit nervous, but Tian Ge was quite at ease. The three sat down, and Gara personally poured tea. I've always wanted to apologize for what happened during the Chunin exams, Gara said. I did many wrong things back then and hurt ninjas from the Leaf Village. Especially Rock Lee. He was very strong, and I had to use many tricks to win. Tian Ge replied, that's all in the past. Besides, you had your own reasons at the time. Gara looked at him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Few people ever said that, most only saw his murderous side. After a moment of silence, Gara spoke. I'd like to talk to you alone, is that all right? Tintin looked at Tian Ge, who nodded. Tintin, wait outside for me. Tintin stood up and walked out. Once the door closed, Gara walked to the window, his back to Tian Ge. The Akatsuki has been very active lately. Tian Ge's heart stirred. Gara continued, They've already captured 2 Jinchuriki from small nations. Next it could be me or the 9 tails of the Leaf Village. Tian Ge said, "You're worried they'll come to Sunigakure." Gaara turned to face him. "Not worried, certain. I know I am the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki's goal is to collect the tailed beasts. They will come eventually." Tian Ge fell silent. "I came to you because Konoha and Suna need to cooperate," Gaara said, stepping up to him. "A single village cannot stand against the Akatsuki alone. If the Akatsuki comes for me, I hope Konoha will provide support." Tian Ge looked at him and replied earnestly, "I will convey your words to the Hokage." Gaara nodded and added, "There is another matter concerning you." Tian Ge was taken aback. "Me?" Gaara said, "I have heard about what you did. Investigating the black market, rescuing your sister, exposing the root conspiracy. You are no ordinary ninja." Tian Ge grew cautious inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged. "You overpraise me, Kazekage." Gaara studied him with a profound gaze. "No need to be on guard. I am not here to pry into your secrets. I simply want you to know, you are capable, responsible, and trustworthy. If anything arises in the future, you may come to me." Tian Ge hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. "Thank you." They exchanged a few more words and Tian Ge took his leave. Tian was waiting outside. As soon as he emerged, she stepped forward eagerly. "What did he say? It took you so long." "Nothing important," Tian Ge replied. "Just asked me to pass a message to the Hokage." Tian regarded him skeptically, but did not press further. In the afternoon, Tian Ge and Tian strolled through Suna Village. When they reached a training ground, they spotted 2 people sparring. One had golden hair and carried an enormous 3-bladed fan. The other had black hair and wore puppets bound to his body. Temari and Koushirou. Temari noticed them first and paused her movements. She studied Tian for a moment, then broke into a smile. "It's you, the little girl with the sword from the Chunin exams." Tian recognized her as well and nodded. "Yes, it's me." Temari walked over, sizing Tian up. "You've grown much stronger since then. Your presence is steadier, your eyes sharper." "So have you," Tian said. "Your 3-bladed fan technique has become far more refined." Temari laughed heartily. "Looks like you haven't been slacking off. How about another match?" Tian glanced at Tian Ge, who nodded. "Sure, just a spar." The 2 took their positions on the training ground. Temari unfurled her 3-bladed fan and Tian drew her sword. Koushirou stood nearby with his arms crossed, watching with interest. "Begin." Temari swept her fan, summoning a gale that stirred clouds of yellow sand. Instead of retreating, Tian Ge charged forward, pushing through the howling wind. Her blade tore through the wind barrier, striking straight toward Temari. Temari raised her fan horizontally to block, then thrust forward to push Tian back. Tian used the force to launch herself skyward, descending with a powerful overhead slash. Temari dodged aside, and the ground split open where the blade had struck. Her eyes lit up. Impressive swordsmanship. The 2 exchanged blows, trading more than a dozen exchanges. The more Tian Ge fought, the more vigorous she became, her swordplay smooth and her footwork agile. Temari proved no less formidable, her fan, weaving with wind-style ninjutsu blended into taijutsu, making the match evenly matched. Finally, Temari drove Tian Ge back with a sweeping strike and closed her fan with a decisive snap. "Enough. If we continue, it'll be dark." Tian Ge also sheathed her sword, breathing heavily, a thrill of excitement on her face. Temari approached and patted her shoulder. "You've improved greatly. Next time we meet, I might not be able to beat you." Tian smiled. "You're pretty formidable yourself." The 2 looked at each other and laughed, all prior hostility dissolved. Koushirou walked over, his eyes fixed on the sword in Tian Ge's hand, gleaming with curiosity. "Can I see your sword?" Tian Ge handed it over. Koushirou took it and examined it carefully. The blade was slender and keen, the hilt wrapped with anti-slip cord. He tested its weight and swung it a couple of times. "A fine blade," Koushirou remarked. "Better than many I've seen. Did you forge it yourself?" Tian Ge shook his head. "Someone gave it to me." Koushirou returned the sword to him and suddenly said, "Would you like to spar with me?" Tian Ge looked at him. "Puppets versus sword." Koushirou nodded. "Relax, I'll hold back. Won't actually injure you." Tian Ge thought for a moment, then agreed. "Fine." The 2 took their places in the center of the training ground. Koushirou produced 2 scrolls, unfurled them, and the crows and black ants emerged as his puppets. Tian Ge drew his sword and assumed a ready stance. "Begin." Koushirou flicked his fingers, and the crow attacked from the flank, while the black ant lunged head-on. The 2 puppets coordinated seamlessly, one striking high, the other sweeping low. Calmly, Tian Ge parried the crow's assault, sidestepped the black ant, and countered with a reverse slash that struck the black ant's body. It staggered back a few steps, but quickly surged forward again. Koushirou's puppet control was exceedingly refined. The 2 puppets moved as though alive, their techniques flowing without end. Tian Ge parried continuously, observing carefully for an opening. After 30-odd exchanges, he finally found his chance. A diagonal slash shattered the crow's defense, and he spun, driving the flat of his blade into the black ant's joint. One arm went dead, dropping limply to its side. Koushirou blinked, still processing the move, when Tian Ge's blade halted just 3 inches from his face. "I yield," Koushirou said, raising his hand with a wry smile. "You even know the weaknesses of puppets." Tian Ge sheathed his sword. "You're very strong. I merely happen to know that puppet joints are their weak point." Koushirou retracted his puppets and walked over. "Where did you learn this swordsmanship?" "Self-taught," Tian Ge replied. Kounshirou's eyes widened. "Self-taught? Who are you trying to fool?" Tian Ge smiled without elaborating. Tian, standing nearby, suppressed a giggle. That evening Yoroi found them with a grim expression. Bad news. The Akatsuki attacked Kirigakure and captured the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Tian Ge's heart sank. "So soon?" Yoroi continued. "The Kazekage asked me to tell you that the situation is urgent. He needs to strengthen the village's defenses and cannot keep you any longer. You will return to Konoha tomorrow morning with the news." Tian Ge nodded. "Understood." Early the next day the two bid farewell to Suna and began the journey home. Along the way Tian grew quiet, lost in thought. Tian Ge said nothing, pressing forward in silence. Upon returning to Konoha, Tian Ge went straight to the Hokage's office to report. Tsunade listened, her expression growing grave. "The Akatsuki has begun moving." Shikamaru, standing nearby, added, "They're capturing Jinchuriki with alarming speed. At this rate it won't be long before they come after us, and Suna as well." Tsunade rose and walked to the window. "Inform the other shinobi villages. Konoha proposes an emergency 5 Kage summit to discuss a response to the Akatsuki." Shikamaru nodded and turned to carry out the order. Tsunade turned back to Tian Ge. "You did well this time. Go get some rest." Tian Ge bowed and left the office. In the days that followed, Konoha appeared calm on the surface, but beneath it all tension mounted. Tsunade maintained frequent contact with the other villages. Shikamaru busied himself gathering intelligence, and Jiraiya began training Naruto in more powerful jutsu. Tian Ge and Tian carried out missions as usual, but each time they returned, Tian Ge reported to the Hokage. He had a vague sense that the storm was about to break. One day they received a mission: investigate an abandoned village near the border of the Fire Country where unidentified individuals had been spotted. B-rank mission executed by Tian Ge and Tian alone. Arriving at the village, they confirmed signs of recent activity. Following the traces, they discovered a concealed underground entrance. Tian Ge instructed Tian to keep watch outside while he slipped inside. The underground space was a rudimentary base with several rooms. Tian Ge methodically searched each one until he found something in a corner room: files and documents. He flipped through them, his expression darkening. They were records of communications between Root and the Akatsuki, times, locations, contents, all meticulously documented. Danzo was indeed still colluding with the Akatsuki. Tian Ge secured the documents and prepared to leave, but suddenly heard the sound of combat outside. He burst out to find Tian battling 3 masked figures, already wounded, but still fighting fiercely. Tian Ge charged in and cut down one enemy in a single stroke. The remaining 2 stepped back, their eyes locking onto him. "You really are a problem," one of them said coldly. "The master was right. We can't let you live." Tian Ge stepped in front of Tian. "Are you alright?" Tian panted. "I'm fine, just superficial wounds." The 2 Root members exchanged glances and lunged simultaneously. Tian Ge stepped forward, dispatching one with each stroke of his blade, eliminating them all within 10 moves. He sheathed his sword and gazed down at the corpses at his feet, a surge of fury rising within his chest. "Danzo, you are seeking death." Just then a voice came from behind. "This place is not safe. Follow me quickly." Tian Ge turned around and saw a familiar figure. Noera Rin, that mysterious woman. She approached, looking down at the bodies on the ground. "The Root members have already set their sights on you. Danzo will not let you go. Come with me first. I have something to say." Tian Ge looked at Tian, who nodded. "I'm fine. Listen to her." The 3 of them left the village and arrived at a concealed mountain cave. Rin lit a torch, illuminating the cave. "Is what you're holding evidence of the collusion between Root and Akatsuki?" Rin asked. Tian Ge nodded. "Danzo has been secretly supporting the Akatsuki organization all along," Rin said, "providing intelligence and resources in exchange for their help in seizing the position of Hokage. I've been investigating this matter for a long time, but never obtained conclusive evidence. What you hold is exactly that proof." Tian's eyes widened. "How could Danzo do this? He's a high-ranking official of Konoha." Rin sneered. "High-ranking? He only cares about his own power. Konoha is nothing but a tool to him." Tian Ge fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Why have you been investigating this?" Rin looked at him with complex emotions. "Because I am also a victim. My village, the Grass-Hidden Village, was destroyed by Danzo and Akatsuki working together. I survived, and my purpose is revenge." Tian Ge looked at her, sympathy welling up inside him. It seems she had her own vendetta as well. Rin continued, "You are now being targeted by Danzo. He will not stop until you are dead. You must hand that evidence to Tsunade. Only she can bring him down." Tian Ge nodded. "I know." Rin stood up. "I should go now? They will be upon us shortly. Be careful." She disappeared into the darkness. Tian Ge and Tian exchanged a glance and left the cave, hurrying back to Konoha under cover of night. The next day, Tian Ge went straight to the Hokage Tower. He placed the documents before Tsunade and recounted everything he had discovered in full detail. After reading through the files, Tsunade's face turned icy. She rose abruptly and slammed her fist onto the desk, cracking the surface in several places. "Danzo deserves to die." Jiraiya walked in and, seeing her expression, asked what was wrong. Tsunade handed him the documents. Jiraiya's expression darkened as he read. Shikamaru, standing nearby, said, "With evidence this conclusive, it's time to make a move." Tsunade took a deep breath, forcing down her rage. "Summon the heads of the Hyuga, Nara, Kimichi, and Yamanaka clans along with all Jonin. Hold a meeting at the Hokage Tower this afternoon." In the afternoon, the Hokage Tower was packed. The clan heads, Jonin squad leaders, and elite Jonin, such as Jiraiya, all arrived. Tsunade stood at the head of the room and made the contents of the documents public. A wave of shock swept through the assembly. Hayashi Hyuga rose to his feet. "Tsunade-sama, if the evidence is indeed solid, the Hyuga clan stands fully behind you." Shikamaru Nara nodded. "The Nara clan is with you as well." Others followed suit, voicing their support. Tsunade's gaze drifted to the corner where Danzo sat with an unreadable expression, yet his eyes gleamed with cold malice. "Danzo," Tsunade said, "do you have anything to say for yourself?" Danzo rose to his feet and looked around at the assembly. Then he laughed, a chilling, sinister sound. "Tsunade, do you truly believe this is enough to bring me down? How naive." He clapped his hands. Suddenly a group of masked Root members surged through the door, surrounding everyone. The windows were smashed open as more Root operatives poured in from outside. Danzo stepped back into the protective circle formed by his men. "Today I take back what is rightfully mine. The Hokage of Konoha should be me." Tsunade sneered. "So your true face is finally revealed." Jiraiya stepped in front of Tsunade. "Danzo, do you really think these few are enough to stop us?" Danzo shook his head. "Of course not. Tell me, do any of you feel a strange weakness coursing through your bodies?" Everyone's expressions shifted. Indeed, their chakra flow felt sluggish and obstructed. Shikamaru's eyes fell on the teacups on the table. "Is there poison in the tea?" Danzo smiled. "Not poison, but a special drug designed specifically to suppress chakra. You all drank from those cups. Now can you still fight?" Tsunade clenched her fists. She could indeed feel her chakra stagnating. But she did not panic. Instead, she glanced toward Tian Ge. Tian Ge stood at the edge of the crowd. He had not drunk the tea. He had been waiting for this very moment. Danzo spotted him as well. "Brad, do you really think you can change anything?" Tian Ge drew his blade. "Let's find out." And he moved. In one sweeping strike, he cut down the nearest Root member before the man could even react. Tian Ge's blade flew in rapid succession, felling one Root operative after another like wheat before a scythe. Danzo's expression darkened. He had not expected a genin to be so powerful. "Stop him!" Danzo shouted. More Root members charged forward. Tian Ge did not retreat. He carved a bloody path through them, his blade growing faster with each swing, every strike fueled by the conviction of lethal intent. Those Root members went from arrogance to terror in mere seconds. Danzo watched Tian Ge close in, and for the first time, true fear flickered across his face. He turned to flee, but Tian Ge's blade was already there. The edge of the sword halted 3 inches behind Danzo's neck. Danzo froze, daring not to move. "One more step, and your head rolls." Danzo slowly turned to face Tian Ge, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. But he did not dare to move. He could feel it. This youth would truly bring that blade down. Tsunade approached and looked down at Danzo. "You've lost." Danzo fell silent for a few seconds, then burst into wild, unhinged laughter. "Tsunade, do you really think you've won? Let me tell you something. The Akatsuki is already preparing to strike the Sand Village. The One-Tailed Jinchuriki will be captured soon. Once they collect all the tailed beasts, Konoha will not escape either. I may have lost, but you will all die as well." Tsunade's expression hardened. Danzo pressed on. "I have contingency plans hidden in my underground base. Should anything happen to me, someone will deliver Konoha's defense intelligence to Akatsuki. Just wait and see." Jiraiya lunged forward and punched him squarely in the face. "Damn you." Danzo collapsed to the ground, still laughing. Tsunade took a steadying breath. "Lock him up. Under strict surveillance. Arrest every single Root member." Everyone moved at once, dragging Danzo and the Root operatives away. Only then did the meeting room fall silent. Tian hurried over to Tian Ge, scanning him from head to toe. "Tian Ge, are you all right?" Tian Ge shook his head. "I'm fine." Tsunade approached and looked at him. "You saved everyone today." Tian Ge replied, "I only did what needed to be done." Tsunade placed a hand on his shoulder and said nothing further. Days later, news arrived. Akatsuki had attacked the Sand Village, and Gaara had been captured. Konoha was thrown into turmoil. Tsunade immediately mobilized her forces, preparing for a rescue mission. Tian Ge stood on the training ground, gazing out at the distant sky. Tian walked up beside him. Tian Ge, are we going? Tian Ge nodded. Yes. Then I'm coming with you, Tian said. Tian Ge looked at her and smiled. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair. All right. In the Hokage's office of Konoha, the urgent summoning bell had just rung. Tsunade stood by the window, her back to those in the room. Jiraiya leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his expression grave. Kakashi stood before the desk, flanked by Naruto, Sakura, Tian Ge, and Tenten. Shikaku finished his intelligence report and stepped aside. Sunagakure has been attacked by the Akatsuki. The Kazekage Gaara has been captured. Tsunade turned around, her gaze piercing. Chiyo-Basama sent a plea for help. The Akatsuki deployed at least 2 members. Suna suffered heavy losses. Kankuro is critically wounded and unconscious. Temari is organizing the defense. Naruto clenched his fists. Gaara was captured. Tsunade nodded. A rescue team is being dispatched now. Led by Kakashi, U5, Naruto, Sakura, Tian Ge, and Tenten will depart immediately. You may encounter Akatsuki interference on the way. Be cautious. Kakashi nodded. Understood. Naruto had already dashed out the door, with Sakura quickly following. Tian Ge and Tenten exchanged a glance and followed suit. The 5-man team sped towards Sunagakure. After 2 hours of travel, they entered a rocky terrain. Kakashi suddenly halted, raising his hand. Ambush. As he spoke, 2 figures leaped out from behind the rocks. One stout, one lean, both clad in the Akatsuki's red cloud robes, though their strength seemed mediocre. The stout man sneered. We've been waiting for you, Konoha brats. Tian Ge glanced at Kakashi. Leave them to me. Before Kakashi could respond, Tian Ge charged forward. The stout man, seeing him approach, formed hand signs and spat out a swarm of clay spiders. Tian Ge neither dodged nor evaded. With a flash of his blade, the spiders were sliced into fragments before they could even land. The stout man's complexion paled. He tried to form more signs, but Tian Ge's sword was already pressed against his throat. Don't move. The stout man froze, cold sweat streaming down his face. The lean man tried to flee, but Tenten gave chase, slashing his leg with a single stroke. He collapsed with a scream. Kakashi approached, scrutinizing the 2 captives. Who sent you? The stout man trembled. It was the leader. He ordered us to intercept Konoha's reinforcements. Tian Ge asked, how many more Akatsuki members are there? The stout man shook his head. I don't know. We're only peripheral members. We truly don't know. Tian Ge looked at Kakashi, who waved dismissively. Dispose of them. Press on. Tian Ge turned his blade, and the 2 captives fell. The 5 continued their journey. By the evening of the next day, they reached Sunagakure. The scene before them rendered everyone speechless. Sections of the village walls had collapsed, and the streets were scarred with craters and fissures from battle. Some buildings still smoldered, and soon as shinobi were clearing debris and transporting the wounded. Temari stood at the village center, directing operations. Seeing the Konoha contingent, she hurried over. You're here? Kakashi asked. What's the situation? Temari's eyes were red, but she forced herself not to cry. Kankuro is severely injured, still unconscious. Gaara was taken by 2 Akatsuki. One who uses explosives, and another who controls puppets. They headed northwest, and we can no longer catch up. Naruto rushed forward. I'll go after them. Temari blocked him. Do you even know where they are? Blindly chasing will only get you killed. Kakashi said, Temari is right. We need intelligence. Temari, do you know of any Akatsuki hideouts? Temari shook her head. No, but my father might. He had been investigating the Akatsuki and left behind some materials. Chiyo-Basama is organizing them. She said she'd wait for you to arrive, and then we'd discuss. The group made their way to Suna's shelter, where Chiyo sat at a table with several maps spread before her. Seeing the Konoha team, she looked up. You're here? No time for pleasantries. I've found a possible Akatsuki hideout. According to intelligence, they have a base at the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind. Gaara was likely taken there. Kakashi examined the map. How far? Chiyo said, at full speed, a day and a night. Naruto immediately declared, then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Chiyo stood up. I'll go too. These old bones can still move. Temari said, I'll go as well. Kakashi shook his head. Temari, you stay and protect the village in case the Akatsuki returns. Chiyo-Basama will come with us. She knows the Akatsuki. Temari wanted to argue, but eventually nodded. The team was reorganized: Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, Tian Ge, Tenten, and Chiyo. 6 for the pursuit. The remaining Suna shinobi stayed to guard the village. The group traveled through the night. By the evening of the next day, they arrived at a desolate valley. Chiyo pointed to a hidden cave entrance in the distance. There, Kakashi said, we'll infiltrate and try not to alert them. The 6 crept toward the mouth of the cave. Just as they approached, two figures emerged from within. One had black hair and peculiar patterns in his eyes, wearing the red cloud robe. The other had blue hair, carried a massive sword, and also wore the red cloud robe. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Naruto's eyes reddened at the sight of Itachi. You? Itachi gazed at him expressionlessly, then swept his gaze over the others, pausing for a second on Tian Ge before looking away. Kisame grinned. Konoha's little mice, you're here pretty fast. Kakashi stepped in front of the group. Itachi, Kisame, what are you doing here? Itachi said flatly, waiting for someone. Naruto couldn't restrain himself. He charged forward, forming a Rasengan and hurling it at Itachi. Itachi didn't move, he merely glanced at Naruto. Suddenly Naruto froze as if petrified, the Rasengan dissipating, his eyes vacant. Naruto! Sakura cried out. Kakashi's expression shifted. Don't look into his eyes. Tian Ge stood still, not moving. He knew Itachi was holding back, otherwise Naruto would be dead already. But he could say nothing. Itachi withdrew his gaze, and Naruto snapped back, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Itachi turned to Kakashi. The person you seek is not here. Head east, there's an abandoned mine shaft. That's Sasori and Deidara's temporary base. Kisame chuckled. Itachi, why are you telling them? Itachi didn't answer. He turned and walked in another direction. Kisame shrugged and followed. They vanished into the night. Naruto wanted to pursue, but Kakashi stopped him. Don't. You're no match for him. Shio said, what he said might be true. Sasori and Deidara do prefer such places. Let's head east. Kakashi nodded, and the group set off eastward. After another half night of travel, they finally found the abandoned mine shaft. The entrance was wide and pitch black, with faint traces of firelight visible inside. Kakashi said, Tian Ge, Tintin, you two sneak in from the side and assess the situation. We'll draw their attention from the front. Tian Ge nodded and led Tintin quietly around to the side of the mine. Finding a crevice, they slipped inside. The cave was spacious, with a fire burning at its center, casting light across the surroundings. Two figures sat beside the flames, one with golden hair and mouths upon his hands shaping clay. The other had red hair and carried a massive scroll of puppets on his back, his expression cold and empty. Deidara and Sasori. Nearby, Gaara was confined within a giant clay cage, covered in wounds, unconscious. Deidara molded the clay, muttering under his breath, Senior Brother Sasori, the leader ordered us to capture One Tail, and now that we have, what's next? Sasori replied coldly, wait for orders. Deidara complained, what are we waiting for? We should just bring him back now. Sasori ignored him. Tian Ge and Tian hid in the shadows, observing. Tian Ge calculated that a direct assault, himself, Tian and Kakashi outside, would give them a decent chance of victory. Yet neither Sasori nor Deidara were trivial opponents, and Gaara might be harmed in the process. Just then an explosion echoed from outside. Deidara leapt to his feet. Someone's coming. Sasori rose and unfurled his scroll, summoning the third Kazekage puppet. The two moved toward the cave entrance. Tian Ge said to Tian, you go rescue Gaara. I'll hold them off. Tian nodded and slipped quietly toward the cage. Tian Ge stepped out from the shadows, blocking the path before Sasori and Deidara. Deidara paused. Brat, who are you? Tian Ge didn't waste words and drew his blade. A flash of steel, and Deidara barely evaded, though a gash opened across his arm. Enraged, he snarled, you seek death. He formed hand seals, and clay bombs came flying at Tian Ge like a downpour. Tian Ge did not yield. His blade work was lightning fast, each stroke precisely severing the bombs. Explosions detonated before him, shockwaves rattling the cavern walls as stones rained down. When the smoke cleared, Tian Ge stood unharmed. Sasori frowned. Not bad. He flicked a finger, and the third Kazekage puppet lunged forward, its arm transforming into countless Sinbin rain, tinging toward Tian Ge. Tian Ge swung his blade, deflecting the projectiles, but the puppet closed the distance. Iron sand condensed into a blade and slashed down. Tian Ge sidestepped, then counterattacked, but his sword left only a faint scratch on the puppet's body. The puppet was too resilient. Seizing the moment, Deidara formed a massive clay spider and hurled it at Tian Ge. Tian Ge cleaved it apart, but the explosion's blast wave sent him stumbling backward several steps. Sasori's puppet surged again, closing in from both sides. Tian Ge found himself in a grueling battle, yet his composure never wavered. He parried while assessing the situation. Deidara's bombs were powerful, but required time to form, while Sasori's puppets were tenacious. But their operator's true body was the weakness. He drew a deep breath as chakra surged through his body at full power. Blade light erupted, shearing through one of the puppet's arms. In the same motion, his sword flashed toward Deidara. Deidara's eyes widened. He hastily formed a large clay bird, leaping onto it and ascending into the air. Sasori retreated several paces. Despite the lost arm, the puppet remained functional. Meanwhile, Tian had quietly approached the cage. It was crafted from clay, but a chakra fluctuation coursed across its surface, Deidara's technique. She tried cutting it with her blade, but the clay was exceedingly tough. Each strike left only a shallow mark. Inside the cage, Gaara's eyelids fluttered open. Seeing Tian, he whispered weakly, "Run. It's dangerous." Tian ignored him, continuing to strike. Once, twice, 3 times. Finally a breach formed. She reached inside to pull Gaara free. Just then a figure materialized behind her. Tian turned sharply and saw a masked man, only one eye visible. That eye bore an eerie pattern, slowly rotating. Tian tried to move, but her body refused to obey. The masked man glanced at Gaara in the cage, then turned his gaze toward Tian Ge. He raised his hand as if to act, then suddenly froze, looking in another direction. Granny Chiyo burst in, followed by Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura. Upon seeing the masked man, Chiyo's expression shifted. "Who are you?" He did not answer, merely regarding Sasori and Deidara. "Mission failed. Retreat." Deidara protested, but the leader. The masked man cut him off. "Move." He raised his hand, and a distorted suction formed, dragging Sasori and Deidara into nothingness. Tian's immobilization lifted, and she gasped for breath. The masked man turned his gaze toward Tian Ge. For a fleeting moment, something like interest shimmered in that single eye. Then he too vanished. Kakashi rushed forward. Tian, are you alright?" Tian shook her head. "I'm fine, but Gaara." The group turned toward the cage. Chiyo approached and examined Gaara, her expression growing grave. "He lies, but his chakra has been largely drained. He needs immediate treatment." Naruto bounded over, staring at Gaara with reddened eyes. "Gaara." Chiyo spoke firmly. "Take him back to the village. I know how to save him." The group accompanied Gaara back to Suna through the night. Upon arrival, Chiyo led everyone into a sealed chamber. She laid Gaara upon a stone slab and withdrew a scroll. "This is a forbidden jutsu, samsara of rebirth. It trades the caster's life force to restore the dead. Gaara still clings to life, but without sufficient chakra, he will not last another day." Naruto lunged forward. "You would sacrifice yourself for him?" Chiyo smiled gently. "An old woman who has lived long enough. Exchanging my life for a Kazekage is more than worthwhile." Naruto seized her hand. "No, there must be another way." Chiyo shook her head. "There is no other way. Time is running short. Leave us." The group was ushered outside. The door closed, and a luminous glow ignited within the chamber. After a moment, the door opened. Chiyo emerged, her face pale, and her steps unsteady, yet a peaceful smile graced her lips. Behind her, Gaara walked out slowly. Though weak, his eyes were open. Naruto charged forward and embraced him tightly. "Thank goodness." Gaara hesitated, then gently patted his back. Tian Ge stood nearby watching the scene. Tian approached him and murmured, "Tian Ge, why was Naruto able to save Gaara?" Tian Ge thought for a moment. "Because he considers Gaara a friend." Tian smiled and turned to him. "Then what am I to you?" Tian Ge met her gaze, speaking earnestly. "Family." Tian stilled, then a blush crept across her cheeks. She lowered her eyes, though a quiet smile lingered. Several days later, the group prepared to return to Konoha. Before departure, Gaara sought out Naruto privately, and they spoke for a long while. Tian Ge watched from a distance, unsure of their conversation, but he saw the smile on Naruto's face. On the journey back, Sakura asked Naruto, "What did Gaara say to you?" Naruto grinned. "He thanked me and said we're friends now." Kakashi listened nearby, a quiet smile in his eyes. Upon returning to Konoha, Tsunade summoned them and inquired thoroughly about the mission's events. After hearing the report, Tsunade fell into thought. The Akatsuki may have failed this time, but they will not yield. Intelligence suggests the Three Tails has not yet been revived. They may pause their operations for a while, but no more than 2 years before they strike again. Jiraiya nodded. 2 years is enough time to prepare. Tsunade turned to Naruto. "Naruto, you will train under Jiraiya for 2 years. Naruto blinked in surprise. 2 years. Jiraiya chuckled. Reluctant. Mingren quickly shook his head. I'm willing. Gangsho then turned to Xiaoying. "Xiaoying, from now on you will follow me and learn medical ninjutsu. By the way, I will also teach you some other things." Xiao Ying's eyes reddened with excitement. "Thank you, Lady Gangsho." Gangsho finally looked at Tian Ge. "Tian Ge, what about you? Any thoughts?" Tian Ge thought for a moment. "Lord Hokage, I wish to learn the sealing technique." Gangsho raised an eyebrow. "Sealing technique? Why?" Tian Ge said, "In this battle against the Shao organization, I realize that my methods are still too simplistic. No matter how strong my blade technique is, I find myself helpless against certain special jutsu. The sealing technique can compensate for this shortcoming." Gangsho nodded. "Makes sense. As for the sealing technique, I can recommend someone to you. The current captain of the sealing squad, Jia Tung Duan's younger sister, Jia Tung Jingyin. Although she is young, she has great talent in medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Go find her and tell her I sent you." Tian Ge bowed. "Thank you, Lord Hokage." The crowd dispersed. Tian Ge walked out of the Hokage tower, and Tian was waiting for him outside. "Tian Ge, you're going to learn the sealing technique." Tian Ge nodded. Tian said, what about me? Should I learn with you? Tian Ge shook his head. You have your own path. With teacher Kai you still need to continue training in taijutsu and blade techniques. I can teach you the sealing technique after I've learned it. Tian thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, I'll wait for you. It had been 3 months since Ming Ren left the village with Zilai Yi. During these 3 months, they traversed the mountains and rivers of the Huizhigua, stayed in inns of small towns, and also camped out in the wilderness. Zilai Yi called it training, but in Ming Ren's eyes this pervy sage seemed more like he was sightseeing. Pervy sage, when exactly are we going to start real training? Ming Ren, carrying luggage, panted as he followed behind. Zilai Yi didn't look back. What's the rush? Cultivation must first cultivate the mind. If you can't even calm your mind, how can you learn any ninjutsu? Ming Ren muttered, but we've been walking for 3 months already. Zilai Yi stopped, turned to look at him. Ming Ren, do you know what the essence of chakra is? Ming Ren was stunned. The essence of chakra. Zilai Yi walked back, crouched down, and drew a circle on the ground with his finger. Chakra is the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy. You have enough physical energy now, but your spiritual energy is too scattered. With all sorts of messy thoughts in your head, your chakra becomes chaotic. Ming Ren scratched his head. Then what should I do? Zilai Yi stood up, dusted off his hands. Simple. Climb a mountain. Ming Ren was dumbfounded. Climb a mountain. Zilai Yi pointed to a distant high mountain. That mountain. Climb up and then down. Don't use chakra, rely purely on your body. After climbing it 10 times, I'll teach you a new ninjutsu. Ming Ren looked at the mountain that towered into the clouds and swallowed. 10 times. Zilai Yi laughed. What's scared? Ming Ren gritted his teeth. Who's scared? I'll climb it. He dashed out, running toward the foot of the mountain. Zilai Yi watched his retreating figure, the smile on his face slowly fading, replaced by a hint of complex emotion. This kid, he really is just like him. Ming Ren began to climb. On the first try he collapsed halfway up, rested for half an hour, then continued. The second try was a bit better. He made it 2/3 of the way. Third, fourth, fifth. After completing 10 climbs, it was already 7 days later. Ming Ren lay at the foot of the mountain, his whole body aching, not wanting to move. Zilai Yi walked over and looked down at him. Get up. Time to learn a new ninjutsu. Ming Ren struggled to his feet. Finally going to learn. Zilai Yi extended his hand, chakra gathering in his palm to form a spinning sphere. But that sphere was much larger than an ordinary spiral sphere, spinning faster with chakra flowing inside it. This is the giant spiral sphere. It's several times more powerful than an ordinary spiral sphere. The principle is the same, but it requires more chakra and is harder to control. Ming Ren's eyes lit up. Amazing. Zilai Yi said, first try to form an ordinary spiral sphere, then use more chakra to expand it. Ming Ren extended his hand, forming a spiral sphere. He tried to input more chakra into it, and the sphere grew a bit larger, but soon became unstable and dissipated. Zilai Yi shook his head. Too impatient. Take it slow. First stabilize, then enlarge. Ming Ren continued practicing. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. 7 days later, he could finally stably form a sphere twice the size of an ordinary spiral sphere. Zilai Yi nodded. Good. Keep practicing. When you can form it this big, then you'll pass. He made a gesture indicating a sphere as tall as half a person. Ming Ren's eyes widened, but he didn't complain and continued practicing. Meanwhile, inside Multiverse Village, Xiaoying stood on the training ground, facing a wooden post as thick as 3 men could encircle. Gangsho stood beside her, arms crossed. Xiaoying, do you know what the foundation of a medical ninja is? Xiaoying thought for a moment. Healing the wounded and saving the dying. Gangsho shook her head. That's obvious. The foundation of a medical ninja is to protect yourself so that you can protect your teammates. On the battlefield, enemies won't spare you just because you have a wounded person in your hands. So a medical ninja must be able to fight. Xiaoying nodded. I understand. Gangsho said, the principle of the monstrous strength punch is to concentrate chakra into a single point in an instant, then release it explosively. Your chakra control is usually good, so this technique should not be difficult for you. Xiaoying took a deep breath and walked up to the wooden post. She clenched her fist, chakra gathering on her knuckles, and then punched out. With a loud bang, several cracks appeared on the surface of the post, but they weren't very deep. Xiaoying shook her hand, wincing in pain. Gangsho walked over. The force is enough, but the chakra is too scattered. You need to concentrate it, focus it on a single point on your fist. Again, Xiaoying gritted her teeth and threw another punch. This time the cracks were deeper. Gangsho nodded. Continue. After 1,000 punches you'll master it. Xiaoying began punching one after another. After 100 punches her knuckles were skinned and bleeding. After 200 blood stained the wooden post. After 300 tears streamed from the pain, but she still didn't stop. Gangsho stood by, watching, a glint of approval in her eyes. On the other side of the training ground, Tian was swinging her blade. Her sword was wrapped with 15 pounds of weights, and each swing carried the sound of wind. Standing nearby were Xiao Li and Ning Xiai, both also training. Xiao Li was striking a wooden post each punch and kick full of vigor. After recovering from his injuries, his strength had greatly increased, and he could now open the 6 gates. Ning Xiai was practicing the gentle fist beside him, his movements fluid and graceful, with his white eye fully activated, sensing the chakra around him. Tian finished swinging her blade 1,000 times and stopped to catch her breath. Xiao Li walked over. Tian, you've improved so fast. Tian wiped her sweat. Still can't compare to you all. Xiao Li shook his head. Don't say that. Your blade technique is becoming more and more refined. Last mission you took down 3 rogue ninja all by yourself? I saw it. Tian smiled. That's because they were too weak. Ning Xiai walked over. It's not that they were weak, it's that you've grown stronger. There's something of your own in your blade. Tian was stunned. Something of my own. Ning Xiai nodded. Before your blade was just a blade. Now it's your blade. Tian looked down at the blade in her hand. It was a gift from Tian Ge. She recalled Tian Ge's word swordsmanship is not just about technique, but also about intent. She seemed to understand a little. In the sealing squad training room, Tian Ge was forming hand seals. Jingyin stood beside him holding a scroll of sealing techniques. On the ground was a complex sealing array with a stone placed at its center. The essence of the sealing technique is to make chakra flow along a specific trajectory, forming a closed circuit. This circuit can seal the target inside or block external chakra from entering. What you need to do is make the chakra flow within the sealing array. Neither too fast nor too slow, neither too much nor too little. Tian Ge nodded, formed hand seals, and chakra slowly flowed into the sealing array. The array patterns lit up and began to rotate. But it stopped after half a rotation, and the stone remained unmoved. Jingyin shook her head. Too fast. Slow down. The sealing technique requires patience, you can't rush. Tian Ge took a deep breath and started over. This time he slowed down, letting chakra flow in gently. The array patterns lit up, rotating once, twice, 3 times. The stone suddenly trembled, then was sealed inside. Jingyin's eyes lit up. It worked. Tian Ge breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. This was much harder than practicing sword techniques. It required several times the mental focus. Jingyin said, you have great talent. You learn quickly. Next you can learn more advanced sealing techniques. Tian Ge nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. He had already decided to go to that world. The world of Demon Slayer, the breathing techniques, the blue spider lily. He needed to become stronger to prepare for the battle 2 years from now. That evening Tian Ge arrived at the Hokage's office. Gangsho was processing documents. She looked up as he entered. Something on your mind, Oi? Tian Ge said, Lord Hokage, I would like to apply for a long-term mission. Gangsho put down her pen. What kind of mission? Tian Ge said, to go out and gather intelligence. Regarding the Shao organization, I want to investigate various countries and perhaps uncover some clues. Gangsho stared at him for a few seconds. Just you alone. Tian Ge nodded. It's easier alone. Gangsho thought for a moment. Alright, I'll approve a 1-year mission for you. 1 year from now, whether you have results or not, you must return. Tian Ge bowed. Thank you, Lord Hokage. As he walked out of the Hokage tower, Tian was waiting outside. Seeing him come out, she approached. Tian Ge, are you really leaving? Tian Ge looked at her, a warmth rising in his heart. He reached out and patted her head. Train hard. 1 year from now, I want to see you stronger. Tian nodded vigorously. Early the next morning, Tian Ge left Mu Yi. As he walked out of the village gate, he looked back. The gate of Mu Yi looked especially serene in the morning light. He took a deep breath, and with a thought, time and space shifted. Opening his eyes once more, he was met with an unfamiliar sky. The air was crisp and cold, carrying the scent of forest and mountain. Tian Ge looked around. He stood at the edge of a dense woodland with rolling mountains stretching into the distance. The sun had just risen, its morning light filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows. He gazed upward at the tallest peak in the distance, Yunsu Mountain. Tian Ge set off on his journey. After 2 hours of walking, the terrain grew increasingly steep and the trees more thickly packed. Rather than rushing up the mountain, he found a secluded spot at its base and used a transformation technique to disguise himself as an ordinary wandering samurai. This world had no chakra. A ninja's identity would be too conspicuous. Better to stay low. By noon the following day, he reached the slopes deep within Yunsu Mountain. Blue spider lilies. Under the direct sunlight, the sea of blue flowers was breathtakingly beautiful. Their petals were as thin as cicada wings, with intricate blue veins clearly visible, shimmering with an ethereal glow in the midday sun. Tian Ge crouched down to examine them closely. The stems were slender, and there was no particularly distinctive scent. He took out a prepared sealing scroll and began harvesting. 1 flower, 2, 10, 100. He selectively picked only the most fully bloomed ones, and the scroll quickly filled with hundreds. Once he felt he had enough, he stopped. By the time he descended the mountain, dusk had fallen. Tian Ge found a cave to spend the night. and continued searching for his next target the following day. He needed to collect the blood of demons. Over the next month, Tian Ge wandered from village to village gathering information about demon sightings. He encountered several low-level demons, but held back from killing them immediately, choosing instead to observe their patterns of behavior. On the 7th night, he found his first suitable prey in an abandoned village. It was a medium-sized demon with a green face and prominent fangs. Its thick arms crouched on the ground as it devoured something. Tian Ge did not alert it. Instead, he quietly circled behind and struck suddenly. One slash severed all 4 limbs. The demon collapsed in agony, fleshy buds writhing at the stumps as regeneration began. Tian Ge crouched and withdrew a syringe he had prepared long ago. This world had no syringes, but he had brought over a dozen from Konoha sealed within his scroll. Grasping the demon by its hair, he plunged the needle into its carotid artery and drew a full vial of blood. The demon struggled, cursing through gritted teeth. "You damn human, what do you think you're doing?" Tian Ge ignored it, pouring the blood into a small glass vial, sealing it with a talisman, and stowing it in his scroll. Then he rose to his feet and beheaded the demon with a single stroke. Watching the corpse turn to ashes, Tian Ge put away his syringe and continued on his way. Such scenes repeated over a dozen times throughout the month. He encountered all manner of demons, some screaming, some begging for mercy, others issuing threats. Tian Ge paid them no mind. He only wanted their blood. He drew it and killed them. Once he encountered a cunning one that feigned death in an attempt to ambush him, but 3 swift slashes subdued it permanently. On the 18th night, he encountered a powerful demon in a mountain village. The demon was remarkably fast and strong, and Tian Ge had considerable effort to subdue it. While drawing blood, the demon sneered, "You collect our blood hoping to become a demon yourself. Let me tell you, without the blood of a demon king, you are nothing." Tian Ge beheaded it, but those words lingered in his mind. A month later, standing atop a mountain peak, he counted his harvest. 18 vials of demon blood of varying grades, more than enough. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and departed this world. Returning to the Naruto world, Tian Ge did not head straight for Konoha. Instead, he found a secluded valley to begin his next plan. First, he located a cave and sealed the entrance with massive boulders, leaving only a small ventilation opening. Then he retrieved all the demon blood from his scroll and poured it into a large glass jar he had prepared in advance. The 18 kinds of blood mixed together, forming a dark crimson liquid that emitted a peculiar odor. Next, he took out the blue spider lilies and crushed them entirely with chakra, extracting their juice. The blue liquid merged with the dark red blood, transforming into an eerie purple-black concoction. Tian Ge looked at the jar before him and frowned. Inject it like this? Too crude. He recalled the alchemy knowledge from his past life. Oh, perhaps he could purify it. He sat cross-legged, placed his hands on the jar, and began refining the mixture with chakra. The chakra seeped into the liquid, starting to separate impurities. The process was slow, requiring intense concentration. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The liquid in the jar grew increasingly clear until only a small bowl of dark golden fluid remained, radiating a faint luminescence. It was done. Tian Ge gazed at the bowl of liquid and took a deep breath. The final step remained: injected into his body. He drew half a vial with his syringe and pressed the needle into his own carotid artery. The liquid slowly entered his veins. At first he felt nothing, but within seconds his body began to heat up. The warmth intensified, burning like fire. Tian Ge gritted his teeth and endured it, feeling his blood boil and every cell tremble. He clenched his fists until his nails dug into his flesh, blood dripping between his fingers. Yet those wounds healed before his eyes, the new skin far tougher than before. The ordeal lasted a full 2-hour cycle. When the heat finally subsided, Tian Ge opened his eyes, and the world had changed. He could discern the veins on leaves 100 meters away, hear the babbling of distant streams, and detect every mingled scent in the air. He rose to his feet and threw a test punch. The wind howled, and a boulder 3 meters away shattered on impact. Tian Ge looked down at his hands. The wounds from before had completely healed, leaving not even a scar. He picked up his blade and slashed his arm. Blood well up, but within seconds the wound closed. Regeneration on an accelerated scale. Closing his eyes, he sensed the changes within. Beyond the enhancement of his physical abilities, an indescribable power surged through him. It was the blood demon art of this world's demons, a unique ability they possessed. He attempted to guide that power, letting it flow along the meridians of his chakra. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Devour and evolve. It was a blood demon art capable of absorbing the blood of other creatures, granting him their abilities and traits. The more he devoured, the faster he would evolve. Tian Ge opened his eyes, and a smile touched his lips. It worked. He stood up and stretched his body. He now possessed a demon's physique, extended lifespan, accelerated regeneration, and a blood demon art. Yet he remained human, unafraid of sunlight, his sanity intact. The only change was a faint, lingering craving for flesh and blood, subtle but undeniably present. Tian Ge frowned and suppressed the desire. In the days that followed, he remained in the valley, growing accustomed to his new body and abilities. He discovered that devour and evolve was far more powerful than he had imagined. By consuming the blood of other creatures, he could acquire fragments of their characteristics. He had tried devouring the blood of a wild boar and gained enhanced strength. He had also consumed the blood of a hawk and obtained sharper vision. But he never touched human blood, who doing so would have caused him to fall completely and become a demon. A month later, Tian Ge felt ready. He prepared to traverse again. Opening his eyes again, he found himself in a strange mountain forest. The air was crisp, birds sang, and in the distance faint wisps of smoke could be seen. Tian Ge stretched his body, feeling the surging power within. Super regeneration, prolonged life, and the blood demon arts devouring evolution. These could not be revealed. He walked down the mountain path. After half an hour, a small town appeared ahead. The town was small but bustling with people. Tian Ge entered and found a tea house, ordering a pot of tea. The owner, a talkative man in his 50s, chatted while wiping tables. "Where are you from, guest?" Tian Ge replied casually, "From the east, just wandering looking for work." The owner eyed him. "You carry a sword. A ronin?" Tian Ge nodded. The owner lowered his voice. "You've come to the right place. There's work nearby, just for your kind." Tian Ge's heart stirred. "What work?" The owner glanced around, lowering his voice further. "Heard of the Demon Slayer Corps?" Tian Ge's heart leaped, but he kept his face still. "Somewhat. They're always recruiting," the owner said. "They slay demons that eat people. Dangerous, but the pay is good. If you're interested, I can introduce you." Tian Ge looked at him. "How do you know the Demon Slayer Corps?" The owner smiled. "They frequent this area and occasionally drop by for tea. They came a few days ago, said they're short-handed, and asked me to keep an eye out for suitable candidates." Tian Ge paused for a few seconds, then said, "Please make the introduction." The owner nodded. "Wait." The next afternoon, a young man in his 20s arrived at the tea house. He wore plain clothes, but his back was straight and his eyes sharp. Seeing Tian Ge, he walked over and sat down. "You?" Tian Ge nodded. The young man studied him. "I'm Cun Tian from the Demon Slayer Corps. Heard you want to join?" Tian Ge said yes. Cun Tian asked, "No swordsmanship?" Tian Ge replied, "A little." Cun Tian thought for a moment. "Come with me. I'll take you to meet someone." They left the town and walked for half a day until they reached a dojo nestled in the mountains. It was small but tidy, surrounded by bamboo. An old man stood in the center of the dojo, swinging a sword. His hair was gray, but his back was straight, and each swing carried the sound of wind. Cun Tian approached respectfully. "Master Siwalang, I've brought someone who wishes to join." The old man sheathed his blade and turned around. His face was weathered, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. He stared at Tian Ge for a few seconds before speaking. "What's your name?" Tian Ge said, "Tian Ge." Sangdao Siwalang, former Thunder Hashira and inheritor of thunder breathing, walked around Tian Ge, circling him. "Trained in swordsmanship?" Tian Ge nodded. "A little." Suddenly Siwalang struck, a single slash aimed at Tian Ge. Instinctively, Tian Ge stepped back and drew his sword to block. Clang! The blades clashed. Tian Ge stumbled back 3 steps. Siwalang stood unmoved. He sheathed his sword, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Decent reflexes. You have a foundation. Which breathing style do you want to learn, eh?" Tian Ge said, "Thunder breathing." Siwalang raised an eyebrow. "Why that?" Tian Ge replied, "I excel at speed." Siwalang nodded. "All right, stay. Cun Tian, you can go." Cun Tian bowed and left. Siwalang led Tian Ge into the dojo and pointed to a simple room. "You'll stay here. Tomorrow you begin learning the breathing technique." Tian Ge nodded. The next morning, Siwalang called him to the courtyard. "The foundation of the Demon Slayer Corps is total concentration breathing. Maintain a special breathing rhythm at all times to increase oxygen intake and enhance physical abilities. Learn this first." Tian Ge asked how to practice. Siwalang said, "Start with daily life. Maintain it while walking, eating, and even sleeping. Once you can keep it up for 24 hours without interruption, we'll begin the sword forms." Tian Ge started training. At first it was difficult. He was accustomed to normal breathing and would often forget. Siwalang didn't scold him, but whenever his breathing faltered, a bamboo sword would strike him. "Focus." Tian Ge gritted his teeth and persisted. After 3 days, he could maintain it for half an hour. After 7 days, 1 hour. After half a month, half a day. A month later, he finally achieved all-day total concentration breathing. Siwalang nodded. "Good. Now learn the first form." He drew his sword and stood in the center of the courtyard. The first form of thunder breathing, thunderclap and flash. Concentrate all your power into your legs, burst forth in an instant, and deliver a fatal strike at the highest speed. Watch closely. As soon as he finished speaking, Siwalang's figure vanished. The next moment, he appeared 10 meters away with residual lightning still crackling at the tip of his blade. Tian Ge hadn't even seen his movement. Siwalang walked back. "Now you try." Tian Ge took a deep breath, recalling the motion. On his first attempt, he only surged 2 meters forward and his speed was far slower. Siwalang shook his head. Too slow. The core of thunder breathing is speed. Without speed, everything is meaningless. Keep practicing. When you can reach 5 meters, you can rest. Tian Ge began training. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. His legs felt like lead, his lungs seemed about to burst, but he didn't stop. Ordinary swordsmen would have collapsed long ago, but his special physique allowed him to recover faster than normal. Still, he couldn't reveal it. He had to rest when he should and act tired when expected. On the 5th day, he reached 4 meters. On the 10th day, 4.5. On the 15th day, 5 meters. Siwalang nodded. Good. Next, learn the second form, Rice Spirit. The second form was a rapid series of 5 slashes demanding greater speed and precision. Tian Ge trained for another 20 days before barely mastering it. Then came the third form, Thunder Swarm. This transformed the blade into countless tiny slashes dense as a swarm of mosquitoes. Tian Ge practiced for a full month before grasping the knack. 3 months later, Tian Ge had mastered the first 3 forms of thunder breathing. Siwalang looked at him and for once smiled. You've learned well. Faster than I expected. Tian Ge said, it's because the teacher taught well. Siwalang waved his hand. Enough flattery. Next, learn the 4th form, Distant Thunder. The 4th form was a ranged attack projecting a thunderous slash to injure enemies. Tian Ge trained for another month and mastered it. Then came the 5th form, Heat Thunder. This was the strongest form of thunder breathing, concentrating all power into the blade to deliver a lightning-like strike. It placed a heavy burden on the body, requiring a long rest after each use. Siwalang demonstrated it once and Tian Ge memorized it before starting to practice. On his first attempt, he unleashed Heat Thunder with considerable power, but he was thoroughly exhausted. He panted and sat on the ground to rest. Siwalang watched from the side, noticing nothing unusual. Tian Ge knew in his heart that he recovered quickly, but he couldn't show it. He rested when he should, complained of fatigue when expected, acting just like an ordinary person. After half a month of practice, he finally mastered the 5th form. Siwalang said, there is a 6th form of thunder breathing, but it's a forbidden technique. It inflicts great harm on the body, so I generally don't teach it. Tian Ge asked, how powerful is it? Siwalang replied, very powerful, but using it once might cripple a hand, or even cost you your life. Tian Ge thought for a moment. I want to learn it. Siwalang looked at him. Are you sure? Tian Ge nodded. Siwalang was silent for a few seconds, then said, all right, I'll teach you. But promise me you won't use it unless absolutely necessary. The 6th form, Thunder God. This was the ultimate secret of thunder breathing, concentrating all the body's power into a single point and unleashing a strike beyond all limits. Siwalang explained the key points in detail, then said, watch carefully. I'll demonstrate only once. He took a deep breath, his spiritual energy surging, and lightning blazed along his blade. He struck with all his might, sending a massive bolt of lightning shooting out. A huge boulder over 10 meters away was instantly blasted into dust. Siwalang sheathed his sword, wobbled, and nearly fell. Tian Ge quickly steadied him. Siwalang gasped, see that? That's the power. But the cost is high, my whole body aches now. Tian Ge nodded. I understand. He then began training on his own, but he did not use his full strength, merely simulating the movements and feeling his way through. Ci Wulong guided him from the side, occasionally correcting his posture. Half a month later, Tian Ge said, Master, I want to try it for real. Ci Wulong gazed at him, hesitated, then nodded. Be careful. Tian Ge took a deep breath, gathered his power, and slashed with all his might. A bolt of lightning shot forth, slightly weaker than Ci Wulong's, yet it still shattered a large boulder. He sheathed his blade, panting, his face pale and forehead beaded with sweat. Ci Wulong hurried over. How do you feel? Tian Ge waved a hand. I'm fine, just exhausted. Ci Wulong let out a sigh of relief. You're incredibly talented, boy, to produce such power on your first real attempt. But remember, use this technique sparingly. It harms the body. Tian Ge nodded. 6 months passed, and he had mastered all the forms of thunder breathing. Ci Wulong looked at him, his eyes full of pride. You are ready to graduate. Tian Ge bowed. Thank you, master. Ci Wulong asked, what are your plans now? Tian Ge replied, I want to slay demons. Ci Wulong nodded. Good, I will arrange it. The next day, Tian Ge received a copper plaque engraved with his name and rank. Gue ranked the lowest tier, but sufficient for him. His first solo mission was to investigate disappearances in a remote mountain village. When Tian Ge arrived at the village, night had already fallen. The villagers hid inside their homes, afraid to venture out. He found the village head and inquired about the situation. The village elder, a man in his 60s, trembled as he spoke. 3 days ago, people started vanishing every night. 3 have gone missing so far, all young women. Tian Ge asked, where did they disappear? The elder pointed toward the mountain behind the village. All over there, but no one dares to search. Tian Ge nodded and entered the mountain alone. The woods were pitch black, moonlight blocked by the dense canopy, making it nearly impossible to see. He slowed his pace, maintaining total concentration, breathing, and listened intently to his surroundings. After walking for about 15 minutes, he heard chewing sounds ahead. He crept closer and saw a demon crouched on the ground devouring something. Scattered around were several garments, all of young women. Without a word, Tian Ge struck. First form thunderclap and flash. He dashed to the demon in an instant and slashed at its neck. The demon reacted swiftly, dodging to the side, but its shoulder was still cut open to the bone. The demon shrieked in agony, flesh writhing as it began to heal. Damn human! It roared and lunged at him. Unfazed, Tian Ge executed second form Rise Spirit. 5 consecutive slashes landed on the demon. Its regeneration was swift, but Tian Ge's blade was faster, strike after strike, giving it no respite. The demon was driven back, wounds accumulating. Fear seized it, and it turned to flee. Tian Ge gave chase and unleashed third form swarm of mosquitoes into thunder. Countless fine cuts rained down on the demon, shredding it into pieces. Watching the corpse turn to ash, Tian Ge sheathed his blade. He knelt and sifted through the ashes, finding a small token. It was the demon's proof, confirming the mission's completion. Back in the village, Tian Ge told the elder the demon was dead. The old man wept with joy and insisted on cooking him a meal. Tian Ge politely declined and returned that very night. Ci Wulong examined the token and nodded. First mission completed well. Keep going. In the following days, Tian Ge traveled between villages, slaying demons. His mission success rate was high, and he quickly rose from the lowest Gui rank to Xian rank. During each mission, he meticulously observed the demons' movements and studied their weaknesses. Over 3 months, he had killed more than 20 demons. One day, he received a special assignment. The mission sheet bore only a few words: proceed to Asakusa and investigate demon traces. The mission rank was Gong. Tian Ge arrived in Asakusa in the evening. The city was larger than he had imagined, bustling with people and vibrant activity. He found an inn to stay and began his investigation. The next night, he encountered a man on the street. The man was dressed in black, wearing a hat, and walked hurriedly with his head down. Tian Ge glanced at him and sensed something amiss. The man exuded a faint, demonic aura. He stealthily followed. The man walked briskly and turned into an alley. Tian Ge followed, but the man had vanished. He looked around, and then a voice came from behind. "Why are you following me?" Tian Ge turned to see the man standing right behind him. The hat was removed, revealing a pale face. It was a middle-aged man with cold eyes and a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Tian Ge gripped his blade. "You are a demon." The man laughed. "Sharp eyes. But I am no ordinary demon. I am Koushirou Musen." Tian Ge's heart jolted. Koushirou Musen, the progenitor of all demons, the ultimate target of the Demon Slayer Corps. But he kept his composure, staring intently at the man. Musen looked at him and frowned. "Your aura is strange." Tian Ge did not answer. Musen stared for a few seconds, then said, "Never mind, I don't have time to play with you today." With that, he dissolved into countless fragments and vanished into the darkness. Tian Ge stood still, waited a moment to confirm Musen was truly gone, then slowly released his grip on the sword hilt. In that instant, he had indeed felt immense pressure. That was an opponent far beyond his current ability. He turned and walked back to the inn. The next morning, he left Asakusa and continued his missions. The 1-year period was coming to an end. On that day, Tian Ge returned to Ci Wulong's dojo to bid farewell to his master. Ci Wulong looked at him. "Leaving?" Tian Ge nodded. "There are matters at home to attend to." Ci Wulong was silent for a few seconds, then said, "You have learned well this year. You have fully mastered thunder breathing. From now on, you must walk your own path." Tian Ge bowed. "Thank you, master." Ci Wulong waved his hand. "Go." Tian Ge turned and walked out of the dojo. Under the moonlight, the small dojo stood quietly. He took a deep breath and focused his mind. Time and space shifted. Tian Ge stood in the forest outside the village, stretching his limbs. A year, neither long nor short. Thunder breathing had been etched into his bones. He took a deep breath, adjusted to normal breathing, and walked toward the village entrance. The gates of Konoha looked the same, with 2 chunin on duty. Seeing him, one of them paused. "Tian Ge, you're back." Tian Ge nodded. "I'm back." The chunin grinned. "Go on in. Your sister has been asking about you every day." Tian Ge entered the village. Familiar streets, familiar shops, familiar warmth. He had not gone far when a figure dashed out from the corner. Tintin. She ran fast, her long hair streaming behind her eyes, already red. She crashed into his chest, clutching his clothes tightly. "You're back." Tian Ge gently patted her back. "Yes, I'm back." Tian lifted her head, her eyes reddened, but she held back her tears. She carefully scrutinized Tian Ge, checking if he was injured. "You've lost weight," she said. Tian Ge smiled. "No, you're seeing things." Tian didn't believe him. She reached out and pinched his arm, then his cheek. Tian Ge let her pinch him, a warmth swelling in his heart. When they returned home, Tian Yuan and Huizi were busy in the yard. The moment Huizi saw Tian Ge, the object in her hands fell to the ground, and she rushed over. "Tian Ge, you're back." Tian Ge nodded. Mom, I'm home. Huizi's eyes reddened as well. She took his hand and looked him up and down. You've lost weight. You must have suffered outside. Tian Yuan stood behind silent, but with a smile in his eyes. That evening Huizi prepared a lavish table full of Tian Ge's favorite dishes. The family gathered around chatting and laughing. Tian sat next to Tian Ge, constantly piling food onto his plate while barely eating herself. After dinner Tian Ge sat in the yard. Tian brought him a cup of tea and sat beside him. Tian Ge, where did you go this past year? Tian Ge replied, I traveled around gathering intelligence. Tian looked at him. Really? Tian Ge nodded. Really? Tian was silent for a few seconds, then said, You've grown stronger. Tian Ge's heart stirred, and he turned to look at her. Tian said, I can sense it. The aura around you is different from before. Even if you say you only gathered information, you must have gone through something. Tian Ge neither denied nor confirmed. He simply asked, Do you want to become strong? Tian was taken aback. What? Tian Ge gazed at her. Do you want to become strong? Tian nodded vigorously. Yes. Tian Ge stood up. Then starting tomorrow, train with me. Tian blinked. Train in what? Tian Ge said, You'll find out tomorrow. Early the next day before dawn Tian was dragged out of bed by Tian Ge. So early. Tian rubbed her eyes, looking sleepy. Tian Ge was expressionless. Training requires early rising. Let's go to the training ground. The two arrived at the third training ground where Tian usually practiced her blade. Tian Ge had her warm up first, then stood before her. Do you know the breathing method? Tian shook her head. Breathing method. Isn't it just breathing? Tian Ge said, It's a different kind of breathing. It can greatly enhance bodily functions. I learned it during my travels. Tian's eyes lit up. You're going to teach me? Tian Ge nodded. But you must be mentally prepared. It's very hard. Tian patted her chest. I'm not afraid of hardship. Tian Ge said, Good. Start with total concentration breathing. For a whole day, 24 hours. Maintain a special breathing rhythm at all times. Maintain it while walking, while eating, and even while sleeping. Tian was stunned. Even while sleeping? Tian Ge nodded. Even while sleeping. Tian took a deep breath and began practicing. At first she thought it was simple. Just breathing, how hard could it be? But once she truly started, she realized it was nothing like that. Normal breathing is subconscious. Deliberately maintaining a rhythm without any break was utterly exhausting. After half an hour her breathing fell apart. Tian Ge watched from the side, saying nothing, but simply pointed at her blade. Go swing the blade. 1,000 times. Tian was stunned. Why? Tian Ge said, If you get distracted, train your body until you're too exhausted to be distracted. Tian gritted her teeth, picked up the blade, and began swinging. 1 swing, 2 swings, 3 swings. At 500 swings her arms ached. At 800 she was drenched in sweat. At 1,000 she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Tian Ge walked over. Keep breathing. Only then did Tian realize she had forgotten the breathing rhythm while swinging. She quickly adjusted and started over. On the first day she failed countless times. Every time her breathing wavered, Tian Ge made her swing the blade, run, or do push-ups. By the end of the day she was so exhausted she didn't even want to eat. Lying in bed at night, Tian dreaded the thought of continuing the next day, but remembering how strong Tian Ge was, she clenched her teeth and persevered. The second day she continued. The third day she continued. On the 7th day Tian finally managed to maintain total concentration breathing for an entire hour without interruption. She happily ran to tell Tian Ge, who only nodded. Keep going. When you can maintain it for a full day, you'll learn the next step. Tian persisted. Half a month later, she could finally maintain total concentration breathing around the clock. That evening she ran to Tian Ge and proudly declared, I did it. Tian Ge nodded. Not bad. Tomorrow you'll learn the sword forms. The next day Tian Ge took her to the training ground and brought out 2 blades. One was Tian's, the other his own. Thunder breathing's first form: thunderclap and flash. Concentrate all your strength into your legs, explode instantly, and deliver a fatal strike at maximum speed. Watch closely. The moment the words left his mouth, Tian Ge's figure vanished from sight. The next instant he appeared 10 meters away with lingering lightning on the tip of his blade. Tian hadn't even seen his movements. Tian Ge walked back. Now you try. Tian took a deep breath, imitated Tian Ge's motion, and dashed forward. But she only covered 2 meters and her speed was far slower. Tian Ge shook his head. Too slow. Keep practicing. Tian began again. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. Her legs felt like lead, her lungs seemed about to burst, but she didn't stop. Tian Ge watched from the side, occasionally correcting her form. Explode with your legs, keep your waist steady, and make your blades swift. On the first day she reached 2.5 meters. The second day 3 meters. The third day 3.5. The 5th day 4 meters. The 10th day 5 meters. Tian Ge nodded. Good enough. Next learn the second form, Rice Spirit. The second form was a rapid 5/ combo. Tian practiced it for half a month and mastered it. Then came the third form, Swarming Thunder. Tian trained for 20 days and barely managed to grasp it. 2 months later, Tian had mastered the first 3 forms of thunder breathing. Though not as proficient as Tian Ge, she could now use them in combat. That day, Tian Ge summoned her to the training ground. Today we start real combat. Tian was stunned. Real combat. Against whom? Tian Ge drew his blade. Against me. Tian's face paled. I can't beat you. Tian Ge said, I know. But if you never fight, you'll never know where you fall short. Come on. Tian took a deep breath, gripped her blade, and assumed a starting stance. Tian Ge said, use all your strength. Tian charged forward, first form thunderclap, and flash. In an instant she reached Tian Ge and slashed down. Tian Ge sidestepped and lightly tapped her wrist with the back of his blade. Tian's hand went numb, and she nearly dropped her sword. She gritted her teeth, second form rice spirit. She unleashed 5 consecutive slashes, each faster than the last. Tian Ge calmly dodged them all, then kicked her in the backside. Tian stumbled forward, almost falling. She turned around panting and stared at Tian Ge. Tian Ge said again. Tian charged once more, this time, using third form swarming thunder. Countless tiny slashes enveloped Tian Ge. He stepped back, and with a flash of his blade, Tian's sword was knocked away. Tian stared blankly at her hand, then at the blade on the ground. Tian Ge walked over, picked up the blade, and handed it to her. Do you know where you fall short? Tian shook her head. Tian Ge said, speed, strength, precision, judgment. None of them are enough. Tian bit her lip, saying nothing. Tian Ge patted her head. But you're already much stronger than a month ago. Keep practicing. Tian nodded firmly. In the days that followed, Tian practiced sword forms every morning, engaged in sparring with Tian Ge every afternoon, and continued full concentration breathing at night. Tian Ge held nothing back during their sessions, beating her thoroughly each time. But Tian never cried, getting back up every time. A month later, she finally managed to survive 10 moves against Tian Ge. Though she still lost, it was no longer a one-sided beatdown. One day Tian Ge said, starting tomorrow you'll take missions. Tian was taken aback. Take missions. Tian Ge nodded. Just practicing won't help, you need real combat experience. Go pick up some simple missions. Kill a few rogue ninja to get some practice. The next day Tian went to the mission center and accepted a C-rank mission to escort a merchant to the land of fields. 3 days later she returned with several new wounds, but a look of excitement on her face. Tian Ge, I killed 2 rogue ninja, she said. Tian Ge examined her injuries. Just surface wounds, nothing serious. He nodded. Keep going. Tian began taking missions, frequently returning each time with new scars, but stronger than before. Tian Ge watched her progress while continuing to teach her advanced lightning breathing techniques. 6 months later Tian could independently handle B-rank missions, had mastered all 4 forms of lightning breathing, and was beginning to grasp the 5th form. Her strength had already surpassed that of ordinary Chunin. That evening as they sat together in the courtyard cooling off, Tian leaned against Tian Ge's shoulder and suddenly said, Tian Ge, thank you. Tian Ge looked at her. Thank me for what? For teaching me all this, Tian replied. If not for you, I'd still be that genin who only knew how to swing a sword. Tian Ge patted her head. It was your own effort. Tian looked up into his eyes. Tian Ge, why are you so good to me? Tian Ge was silent for a moment before answering. Does there need to be a reason? Tian smiled brightly. Just as a little sister. Under the moonlight her eyes shone like stars. He didn't say anything, just patted her head again. Tian didn't press further, leaning back against his shoulder with her eyes closed. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade pushed a document toward Guy. A formal invitation from Sunigakure. Guy took the document and opened it while Rock Lee, Niji Tenten, and Tian Ge stood behind him. The joint Chunin exam, personally signed by the Kazekage Gaara, invited Konoha to send ninjas. After reading it, Guy's eyes blazed with enthusiasm. A new challenge for youth has arrived. Rock Lee, Niji Tenten, ready. Rock Lee nodded, eagerly radiating competitive spirit. Teacher Guy, I can't wait. Niji remained expressionless, but his eyes showed a hint of anticipation. Tenten glanced sideways at Tian Ge, who gave a slight nod, bringing a smile to her face. Tsunade turned to Guy. You'll lead this team of 4 genin to the Suna joint exam. Tian Ge is already a special jounin, but she's accompanying us in a support role to help guide the younger generation. Tian Ge nodded. Understood. Guy clapped Tian Ge on the shoulder. Excellent. With our combined efforts, we'll surely help these young ones shine with the light of youth. Tian Ge's lip twitched, but she said nothing. As they left the Hokage Tower, Tenten approached Tian Ge. Tian Ge, you're here to assist us this time. Tian Ge nodded. Yeah, mainly keeping an eye on you all. Don't want Rock Lee's youthful passion burning out of control. Tenten chuckled, and Rock Lee turned around from ahead. Tian Ge, I heard that. Tian Ge kept a straight face. Good that you heard it. The night before departure, Tian Ge summoned Tenten to the training ground. We leave tomorrow. Let me see what you've got now. Tintin drew her blade, took a deep breath, and settled into full concentration breathing. Over the past 6 months, she'd been relentlessly training lightning breathing, progressing steadily from basic breathing techniques to the sword forms she wielded now. She assumed her starting stance and struck without warning. First form, thunderclap and flash. She closed the distance in an instant, blade descending. Tian Ge sidestepped and brought the flat of his sword down on her wrist. Her hand went numb, but the second strike came immediately. Second form, insect swarm. 5 rapid cuts, each faster than the last. Tian Ge held his ground, deflecting each one with precise blocks. Clang, 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 clang. 5 sharp metallic rings. Tintin stepped back, breathing heavily, eyes locked on Tian Ge. He nodded. Your speed and power have improved significantly since 6 months ago. Keep going. She charged again. Third form, cloud of mosquitoes. Countless subtle slashes surrounded Tian Ge. His blade flashed once, breaking through her assault, and he kicked her squarely in the backside. Tintin stumbled forward a few steps before regaining her balance. Again, teeth clenched, she executed fourth form, distant thunder. A single strike sent lightning arcing toward Tian Ge. Tian Ge raised his blade and shattered the lightning. Fifth form, scorching heat thunder. She drew a deep breath, channeling all her power into the blade as electricity crackled along its edge. With a powerful downward strike, a thick bolt of lightning crashed toward Tian Ge. He sidestepped rather than meeting it head-on, and the lightning detonated where it struck, carving a large crater into the ground. Tian Ge sheathed his blade and studied her. That's enough. You've mastered the first 5 forms. The power isn't quite there yet, but you could handle a regular jounin with this. Panting, a smile crossed her face. Really? Tian Ge nodded. But during the exam, hold back when you can. Save some strength for later. She blinked. Understood. The next morning, Guy led the 4 genin out. Rock Lee bounded ahead, and behind them all day, shouting youthful battle cries the entire way. Niji followed silently behind, occasionally muttering, "Shut up." Tintin and Tian Ge brought up the rear, speaking in low voices. After 3 days' travel, they reached Sunagakure. The village had changed since their last visit. The earthen-colored buildings remained, but the streets felt more alive with additional shops appearing. It seemed the past 2 years had been kind to their recovery. Temari waited at the village entrance, approaching as she spotted Guy. "Teacher Guy, it's been a while." Guy gave her a thumbs up. "Temari, you've grown stronger too." Temari smiled, her eyes scanning the genin before settling on Tintin. A flicker of surprise crossed her expression. "You've gotten stronger." Tintin nodded. "I've been training a lot." Temari gestured ahead. "Come along. The Kazekage is waiting for you." The group made their way to the Kazekage's office building. Gaara stood by the window, turning at the sound of footsteps. He carried himself with more composure than before. The kanji for love still marked his forehead, but his entire demeanor had transformed. It was the presence of someone who had truly found their place as a leader, gentle yet commanding. "Welcome to Sunagakure," Gaara said calmly. Guy stepped forward with a respectful bow. "Kazekage-sama, the Konoha Genin squad has come to participate in the joint exam." Gaara acknowledged with a nod, his gaze moving across the genin before settling on Tian Ge. "Tian Ge, I'd like to speak with you privately." Tian Ge felt a subtle shift in her chest, but kept her expression perfectly still. "Very well." Guy glanced at her, but said nothing. Temari escorted the others to their lodging, while Tian Ge remained behind in Gaara's office. Once the door closed, Gaara moved to the window with his back turned. "The Akatsuki have been very active lately." Tian Ge stayed silent, letting him continue. Gaara explained 2 months ago they attacked Kirigakure and captured the host of the 7 Tails. A month ago they struck another location in Mist Village. Though they failed, their intentions were clear. "Tailed beasts," Tian Ge deduced. Gaara turned to face him. "Exactly. Both the 1 Tail and 9 Tails are among their targets. I've received intelligence that they're planning something major possibly soon." "Do you know the specifics?" Tian Ge asked. Gaara shook his head. "No, but I don't think they'll wait long. This invitation for the joint exam serves dual purposes, strengthening relations between our villages and discussing strategy with Konoha." Tian Ge was quiet for a moment before responding, "I'll relay this to the Hokage." Gaara nodded and stepped closer. "You should be careful yourself. The Akatsuki have taken notice of you." Tian Ge paused. "Me, eh? Since you investigated the black market in the river country, you've already caught their attention," Gaara explained. "And after you became known for your involvement with Konoha and Root, they wouldn't let you go." Tian Ge felt a chill, but kept her expression steady. "I understand." They exchanged a few more words before Tian Ge took her leave. The examination grounds were set up in the training area outside Sunagakure. The vast training ground had been divided into several zones, hosting over 30 genin from both Suna and Konoha for the exam. Guy gathered his 4 genin. "The first phase is written theory. Just do your best. Remember, no cheating, but don't be too honest about it either." Rock Lee raised his hand. "Teacher Guy, what do you mean by not too honest?" Guy considered this. "Write what you need to, but don't write everything." Xiao Li looked bewildered. Ningxi sighed, too lazy to explain. The first written exam began. Tian Ge, as an assistant, did not enter the exam hall, but waited outside. He sat under the shade of a tree, eyes closed, sensing the situation inside the exam hall. 2 hours later, the examinees came out one after another. Tian looked relaxed. Ningxi was expressionless. Xiao Li was drenched in sweat, and Xiao Ying had a solemn expression. Tian Ge asked, "How was it?" Tian said, "Not bad, should have passed." Ningxi nodded, "No problem." Xiao Li scratched his head, "I don't know, but I wrote something." Xiao Ying sighed, "I couldn't answer the last question." In the afternoon, the results were announced. Tian, Ningxi, and Xiao Li all passed. Xiao Ying missed by a few points and was unfortunately eliminated. Xiao Ying's eyes reddened. Tian patted her shoulder. "It's okay, work harder next time." Xiao Ying nodded, but tears still fell. The second event was a survival test in the wild. The examinees were paired up and had to reach a designated location within 3 days while collecting their opponent's scrolls. For Konoha, Tian and Ningxi were a team, while Xiao Li and Xiao Ying were a team. Although Xiao Ying was eliminated, she could still participate in the survival test. Tian Ge and Kai stood on a high vantage point watching the examinees enter the exam grounds. Kai crossed his arms. "The test of youth begins now." Tian Ge said nothing, silently sensing the situation inside the exam grounds. For 3 days, Tian Ge maintained his perception. He saw Tian and Ningxi overcoming obstacles all the way with seamless cooperation. He saw Xiao Li and Xiao Ying, though stumbling, still advancing smoothly. He saw many examinees being eliminated, leaving the exam grounds in tears. On the evening of the third day, both teams successfully reached the designated location, having collected enough scrolls. The third event was a tournament. 8 people advanced, including Tian, Ningxi, and Xiao Li. The draw results showed that Tian's first opponent was the younger brother of Temari from Sunagakure, a youth who used a fan. The youth stepped onto the stage, unfurled his fan, and looked at Tian. "I heard you're very strong. Let me see what you've got." Tian drew her blade and assumed a starting stance. Kai shouted from the sidelines, Tian, let your youth bloom." Tian Ge stood nearby, silent. At the referee's command, the youth struck first. With a swing of the fan, a fierce wind howled, whipping up a storm of yellow sand. Tian did not retreat, but advanced against the wind. The youth waved his fan continuously, sending blades of wind slicing toward Tian. Tian's blade flashed, shattering the wind blades, and in an instant, she was before the youth. First formed thunderclap and flash. The youth was startled, blocking with his fan. With a clang, he was knocked back several steps. Before he could steady himself, Tian's second strike was already upon him. Second form Rice Spirit, 5 consecutive slashes, each faster than the last. The youth desperately blocked, but only managed to parry 3, leaving 2 to strike his body. Even though it was the back of the blade, it still made him wince in pain. The youth stepped back a few paces and raised his hand. "I surrender." Tian sheathed her blade, and applause erupted from the audience. Shoju stood below the stage, looking at Tian with surprise in her eyes. In 2 years, this girl had improved so much. Ningxi's match also ended in an easy victory. His rotation combined with gentle fist made it impossible for the opponent to get close. Xiao Li's match was even more passionate. He directly kicked his opponent out of the ring. In the semifinals, Tian faced a genius genin from Sunagakure, a master of the blade. The two confronted each other on the stage, the atmosphere tense. Tian Ge stood below, watching Tian. He knew this was Tian's true test. The referee gave the order to begin. Both moved simultaneously. The Sunagakure genin was very fast, slashing at Tian's neck. Tian sidestepped and countered with a thrust to his ribs. He blocked with his blade, and their swords clashed, sparks flying. After a dozen exchanges, they were evenly matched. Tian was secretly amazed. This person's swordsmanship was solid, each strike carrying a fierce edge. But she remained calm, adjusted her breathing, and began to use the forms of thunder breathing. Third form, swarming mosquitoes. Countless tiny slashes enveloped the opponent. His face changed, and he desperately blocked, but several strikes still landed, leaving bloody gashes on his body. He stepped back, staring at Tian. "What kind of sword technique is this?" Tian didn't answer, continuing her assault. Fourth form, distant thunder, a bolt of lightning shot forth. The man couldn't dodge in time. As struck by the lightning, he was sent flying and crashed off the stage. The entire venue was silent for a few seconds, then erupted in enthusiastic applause. Tian stood on the stage looking at Tian Ge. Tian Ge nodded at her, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. The final match was between Ningxi and Xiao Li. Both were from Konoha, and the audience's enthusiasm was even higher. Ningxi looked at Xiao Li, expressionless. "I won't go easy on you." Xiao Li laughed. "Neither will I." The two engaged. Ningxi's gentle fist against Xiao Li's strong fist. One skill, one power. Fought to a standstill. After over 30 exchanges, Ningxi used rotation to block Xiao Li's attack, then pointed a finger at Xiao Li's acupoint. Xiao Li's movements froze and Ningxi pushed him out of the ring with a palm strike. Ningxi won. Xiao Li fell to the ground, but immediately got up, giving Ningxi a thumbs up. Good fight. I'll definitely win next time. Ningxi nodded and turned to leave the stage. On the final day of the exam, all the qualifiers attended the awards ceremony. The square of Sunagakure was crowded with people. Shoju presided over the ceremony, and Wei Luo personally presented the awards to the winners. Tian stood on the podium, holding her certificate, feeling delighted. She looked around trying to find Tian Ge's location. Just then a strange laughter suddenly echoed from the sky. Ha ha ha, so many people, what a lively scene. Everyone looked up and saw a giant white bizarre bird diving down from the clouds. On the bird's back stood two people, one with blonde hair and hands that had mouths, and one with red hair carrying a huge puppet. Didala and Xia. Didala stood on the bird's back forming hand seals, and threw down several clay spiders. The spiders rapidly enlarged upon landing, and then exploded. Boom boom boom. Several large craters blasted open in the square, and the crowd scattered in panic. Wei Luo's expression changed. He immediately used sand to protect those around him. He looked at Shoju. Take them away. Shoju nodded, and organized the Sunagakure ninja to evacuate the crowd. Xia jumped off the bird's back, unfurled a scroll, and summoned the puppet of the third Kazekage. He looked at Wei Luo, and said coldly, "One-tailed Jinchuriki, come with us." Didala also jumped off the bird, standing beside Xia holding clay in his hand. "Brother Xia, do we both need to be here to capture a Jinchuriki?" Xia ignored him, just staring at Wei Luo. Wei Luo's sand had already surrounded him, forming a defense. He looked at the two Akatsuki members and said in a deep voice, "Do you think you can act recklessly in Sunagakure?" Didala laughed. "Not reckless, just capturing. Let's begin." As he spoke, he waved his hands, and dozens of clay spiders flew in all directions, exploding everywhere. The square instantly turned into a sea of fire, buildings collapsed, and the ground cracked. Kai rushed to the edge of the scene and shouted, "Konoha, Genin, assemble." Xiaoli, Ningxi, and Tian quickly ran to his side. Tian Ge also followed and stood beside Kai. Kai watched the battle. Wei Luo is fighting too alone, he can't hold out for long. We need to help. Tian Ge said, "Teacher Kai, you command, I'll cooperate." Kai nodded. Good. Xiaoli, Ningxi, Tian, you three follow Tian Ge and listen to his orders. Xiaoli was anxious. "Teacher Kai, I want to go with you." Kai patted his shoulder. "You follow Tian Ge, he has experience." "This is an order." Xiaoli gritted his teeth and nodded. Kai rushed out, kicked a clay spider away, and landed beside Wei Luo. Wei Luo glanced at him, said nothing, and just used sand to block Xia's attacks. Tian Ge led the three genin around to the side to observe the battle. Didala flew around in the air, continuously throwing bombs. Xia's puppet attacked from the front, entangled with Wei Luo's sand. Tian Ge said, Tian used distant thunder to attack Didala and force him to land. Ningxi, use your Byakugan to watch Xia's real body and locate him. Xiaoli, you're the fastest. When Didala lands, charge in and engage him. The three nodded and took their positions. Tian took a deep breath, total concentration, breathing forth formed distant thunder. A bolt of lightning shot toward Didala in the air. Didala was startled and dodged sideways, but Tian's second strike followed, then third, fourth, for consecutive bolts of lightning forced him to land. Xiaoli seized the opportunity, instantly dashing out and kicking at Didala. Didala used clay to create a wall to block, but Xiaoli's leg strength was too great. He shattered the wall and kicked Didala. Didala flew backward and crashed to the ground. He got up covered in dust, the smile gone from his face, replaced by anger. "You brat, you're asking for death." He formed hand seals and created a giant clay dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and spewed countless small bombs, raining down on Xiaoli like a storm. Xiaoli did not retreat, using taijutsu to dodge and block, but there were too many, as several bombs still exploded on his body, leaving wounds. Tian rushed over third form, swarming mosquitoes, countless tiny slashes meeting the bombs. The two forces collided in mid-air, explosions, continuous smoke filling the air. Ningxi, with his Byakugan fully activated, stared at Xia's real body. He suddenly shouted, "Tian Ge, Xia's real body is 3 meters behind the puppet, protected by another puppet." Tian Ge nodded and instantly dashed out. First form, thunderclap, and flash. He moved with astonishing speed, crossing the battlefield in an instant and appearing before Xia. Xia's pupils contracted as he commanded his puppet to defend, but Tian Ge's blade had already descended. The blade struck the puppet, severing its arm. Tian Ge followed with a second slash aimed at Xia's true body. Xia blocked with another puppet, but Tian Ge's blade was too swift. It cleaved through the puppet and struck him in the second strike. Xia was sent flying backward, crashing into the rubble. He struggled to his feet, his face ashen. His third Kazekage puppet was now crippled and severely weakened. He stared at Tian Ge, wariness flickering in his eyes. Didara, seeing Xia wounded, also changed expression. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. Art is an explosion. He thrust his hands into the clay pouch at his waist, ready to create the largest bomb. But at that moment, Guy suddenly appeared behind him and kicked him in the back of the neck. Deidara's eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious. Seeing Deidara captured knew they could not prevail today. He said coldly, "I'll let you off this time." With that, he used his puppet to grab Deidara and swiftly retreated. Tian Ge did not pursue. He simply sheathed his blade. Tintin walked over covered in wounds, but with a smile on her face. "Tian Ge, I did it." Tian Ge looked at her and reached out to wipe the blood from her cheek. "Yes, you did." Rock Lee and Niji also came over, and they stood together watching the distant figures of the Akatsuki retreating. Gaara and Guy approached. Gaara looked at the genin and said earnestly, "Thank you." Guy gave a thumbs up. "Comrades of youth need no thanks." Rock Lee was so moved that tears streamed down his face. "Guy-sensei, you said it so well." Niji turned away, too weary to watch. Tintin stood beside Tian Ge and whispered, "I almost thought I was going to die just now." Tian Ge said, "With me here, I won't let you die." Tintin smiled and leaned against his shoulder. Temari arrived, saw the devastated square, and her expression darkened. But when she saw Gaara was safe, she breathed a sigh of relief. She walked over to Tintin, inspecting her wounds. "You're badly injured. Come with me to the medical unit." Tintin nodded and followed Temari. Tian Ge stood still, watching the black specks fading into the sky, pondering Gaara's words. The Akatsuki would not give up easily. Next time it might be Konoha. He gripped his sword hilt tightly and turned to leave. That night, Tintin, her wounds bandaged, sat beside Tian Ge. Under the moonlight, her face bore a few scratches, but she was in good spirits. "Tian Ge, how did I do today?" Tian Ge said, "Not bad, but you almost got blown up at the end." Tintin pouted, "I almost didn't. I blocked it." Tian Ge looked at her and suddenly said, "You've grown stronger." Tintin was stunned, then smiled, genuinely delighted. "Really?" Tian Ge nodded. In the Hokage's office of Konoha, Guy stood before Tsunade with his 4 genin. Tian Ge stood nearby, holding a freshly compiled battle report. Tsunade listened to Guy's report, her expression grave. She turned to Tian Ge. "You saw those 2 Akatsuki members with your own eyes?" Tian Ge nodded. "Deidara and Sia. Their target was the Kazekage Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki." Tsunade stood up and walked to the window. "The Akatsuki can no longer contain themselves. The 3 tails was revived not long ago, and they've already made their move. Next it will surely be the 9 tails." Nara Shikaku approached from the side. "Hokage-sama, I recommend immediately contacting the other hidden villages to convene a 5-Kage summit. The Akatsuki is a threat to the entire shinobi world, not something Konoha can handle alone." Tsunade nodded. "Make the arrangements as soon as possible." Shikaku turned and left. Tsunade looked at Guy and the genin. "You've worked hard. Go rest. There will be a great battle ahead. Be prepared." Guy gave a thumbs up. "The battle of youth has only just begun. We'll be ready." Rock Lee followed suit, flames burning in his eyes. Niji remained expressionless. Tintin glanced at Tian Ge and followed Guy out. Tian Ge lingered. Tsunade looked at him. "Is there something you want to say?" Tian Ge was silent for a few seconds, then said, "The Akatsuki's strength far exceeds that of ordinary shinobi. They are collecting tailed beasts for some hidden purpose. We need to prepare in advance." Tsunade nodded. "I know. During your investigation over the past year, did you find any clues?" Tian Ge said, "All Akatsuki members are S-rank missing mean with unique abilities. Deidara uses clay bombs, and Sia uses puppet techniques. Also, during my investigation in the Land of Rivers, I encountered other members. One who uses Jinjutsu, another who uses water release. Their leader is said to possess the Rinnegan." Tsunade's pupils contracted. "The Rinnegan?" Tian Ge nodded. "I heard it, but I'm not certain." Tsunade was silent for a long time, then said, "Go back and prepare well. In a few days the 5-Kage summit will take place. You'll accompany me." Tian Ge was taken aback. "Me?" Tsunade said, "You understand the Akatsuki. I need you there to provide intelligence." Tian Ge nodded. "Understood." As he walked out of the Hokage building, Tintin was waiting outside. Seeing him, she came over. "Tian Ge, what did Tsunade-sama say?" Tian Ge said, "The 5-Kage summit is in a few days. I'm to go along." Tintin's eyes lit up. "What about me?" Tian Ge looked at her. "You're a Chunin now. Train hard and prepare for battle." Tintin pouted. "I want to go with you too." Tian Ge patted her head. Another time. When they got home, Huizi had already prepared dinner. Tian Yuan sat at the table smiling as they entered. "Back. How was the Suna exam?" Tintin eagerly said, "I made it to the finals, and even fought the Akatsuki." Tian Yuan's expression changed. "The Akatsuki." Tian Ge waved his hand. "It's fine, it's been dealt with." Huizi pulled Tintin over, checking her worriedly. "Are you hurt?" Tintin said, "Just a few scratches, all healed." The family ate and chatted cheerfully. Tian Ge watched Tintin's smiling face, his mind on what lay ahead. The Akatsuki would not relent. War was inevitable. He had to be prepared. 2 days later, Naruto and Jiraiya returned to Konoha. Tian Ge was training with Tintin at the practice ground when he heard cheers in the distance. He looked up and saw Naruto standing on the Hokage rock shouting, "I'm back." Jiraiya stood beside him looking exasperated. Tintin stopped swinging her blade Naruto's back. Tian Ge nodded, "Let's go see." They arrived at the Hokage building where a crowd had already gathered. Sakura charged to the front and punched Naruto on the head, scolding him for being away so long. Naruto held his head and grinned. Jiraiya walked up to Tsunade. They exchanged a look, then Jiraiya smiled. "I brought him back in one piece." Tsunade nodded, "Good work." Naruto spotted Tian Ge and Tintin and ran over. "Tian Ge, Tintin, long time no see." Tian Ge nodded, "You've gotten stronger." Naruto grinned proudly. "Of course, I learned a lot of new jutsu." Tintin said, "Want to spar sometime?" Naruto was taken aback. Tintin drew her blade and assumed a stance. Naruto sensed the change in her aura and his expression turned serious. "You really have gotten stronger." Tintin sheathed her blade, "Of course." That evening, Tsunade summoned everyone to the Hokage building for a meeting. Guy's squad, Kakashi's squad, Jiraiya, and Tian Ge were all present. Tsunade stood at the head, her expression stern. "The Akatsuki have begun their moves. 2 days ago they attacked Suna, targeting the Kazekage Gaara. Though they failed, next time we won't be so lucky." Naruto clenched his fists. "Is Gaara okay?" Tsunade said, "He's fine, but we need to be prepared. 3 days from now the 5 Kage summit will be held in the Land of Iron. I will take Tian Ge with me. The rest of you will remain in the village and heighten vigilance." Kakashi asked, "What about the Akatsuki's movements?" Tsunade looked at Tian Ge. Tian Ge stepped forward. "During my investigation in the Land of Rivers, I discovered that the Akatsuki may be planning a large-scale operation. Their purpose in collecting tailed beasts is still unclear, but it's certainly linked to some grand scheme." Jiraiya frowned. "Grand scheme?" Tian Ge said, "I suspect they want to gather all 9 tailed beasts to resurrect something." The room fell silent. The conjecture was bold yet plausible.